Sounds like Bella.
Hello.
There she is.
She's a
Hi,
little bit
Bella.
she's a little bit excited just before we're going live because my mom just showed up. You can see her in the background
I was
there.
just about to ask, is that hi, Mom?
I don't know if you want to say hi, Mom. Hi.
Oh, I'm so excited today.
Yeah.
Yeah, open discussion.
Yeah,
I'm
excited for trying some new things.
I'm excited. Well, one, we're starting sooner, so our usual suspects might not be able to make it.
Mhm.
Um, and then I'm curious which of our usual
Suspects.
suspects are not going to be too shy to jump in.
Right. This is where I like the idea for the open panel discussion, but I noticed that a lot of people are pretty shy, and we might have to do it for a little while before it kind of catches on and becomes a thing.
Well, Extra Bull is here. I don't know if he just wants to sit and listen or if he
Yeah.
wants to chime in. And the link is set so you can stream on your own channels if you have them. So we're locked and loaded and ready to go.
Cool, cool. Do you
Um,
have maybe you have like a topic in mind to start with?
I have tons of topics, but I wanted to. I don't know. I'm just going to mention this, and we don't have to start with it. But I've been watching a few podcasters, and I'm getting a little leery, a little
What's that? Come on,
little
Bella.
leery.
Sorry, I missed that.
I've been watching some podcasters, and I'm just like, starting to feel a little shaky out there in the independent media world. Starting to
Yeah,
feel like people are like not holding on to their ideologies, but kind of moving with the audience and the crowd. And
right.
hey, that's probably why they have so many subscribers. I mean, also they started way before us, but
Well, I think that makes me think of there's a concept called cognitive capture. So
mm,
we may fully believe we're still representing the ideology that we claim to represent, but if we haven't been like following a little bit too closely to the difference between talking the talk and walking the walk, there's too many instances where people have opened themselves up to hypocrisy, which has weakened their ideological stance, and they seem to be a little bit biased, or like a lot of confirmation bias or something is allowing them to tell themselves that they're still who they think they are, but the audience is looking at them saying you're not who you used to be.
yeah. Well, the thing is, for just as many people who might say that and fall off because there's so many subscribers and they get the attention on in the interwebs on Harriet Tubman's internet here, that they'll pick up the ones that are who they are now. You know what I mean? And I didn't know if you wanted to, because we're going to be on here for a while. I didn't know if you'd be interested in kind of going through um, some podcasting that I saw.
Do some
Um,
commentary on some of the
a
podcasters.
little bit, a
Commentary
little
from
bit,
commentary. Sounds all right. Sure.
a little bit. Because, like, remember when I think it's called We're Fed Up or something? The lady is hilarious. She's like, if you don't want diversity, get your fat ass out of the Mexican restaurant.
Mhm.
You know that lady, right?
No, I don't think I
She's
do,
like,
but
take your ass to Cracker Barrel.
you can show me. We'll see. That sounds funny.
She's on MSNBC a lot, but she has a podcast. I think she used to be a Republican. And, like, I just don't understand how Trump is what did it for you. It wasn't the Republican policies and how the economy shifted since the 90s. That didn't do it for you? No.
On how much you've been paying attention. I feel like if you just to this day still don't really have a strong understanding of how things have happened over the past decades, as much as it should be a huge reason for why you've change your mind or political stance.
It also might be reflective of the fact that because it wasn't hurting their wallet, they didn't have, they weren't in the circles of the people that it was hurting.
Right.
That they were
Finally,
just
it
like
starts
out
to
of sight,
impact.
out of mind. Yes.
Yeah.
And Trump is so egregious that it's almost like the George Floyd protest, right? Okay. So if I can make that as an example. So when, Rodney King, Amua, I forget his name, Bruce Springsteen, there's a song about him. It's called 41 Shots. They shot him 41 times. He was an immigrant. He was trying to take out his wallet to show them his ID, and they shot him 41 times.
Wow.
That was in Queens or something,
Yeah.
somewhere in New York. But like, even with when they did the investigations of Ferguson, like all these police shootings of unarmed black men, and Ferguson, they did this investigation, and they came out with, oh yes, Ferguson does have racist bias in their policing. Well, you know what we'll do? We'll just give them more money for training. And I'm like, what? So, and there's city after city that this is happening, right? And black people protest. Okay, whatever. Just look at them again, rioting in the streets. Okay. When George Floyd happened, it was so egregious, and we've talked about this before, that if you stayed in your house, you'd look like the piece of shit. So a lot of it was self-serving protest. The way all those people started coming out, it was a lot of self-serving in those protests. So I feel like some of this commentary is because Trump is so egregious that a lot of this is like self-serving. Not all of it is as genuine as they try to make it seem, because it's a big grift. Everybody's making money off of Trump.
Yeah, it's a bit hard to like that's a claim that I agree with, but as far as to prove the accuracy, we're talking about people's intentions that are often kind of more or less private for the most part. They just when you ask them why are you out for this protest, they're not going to tell you that it's a self-indulgent kind of thing for them. But I mean, it's likely, it's probable that there's a lot of truth to what you're saying. It's just, how do you concretely prove that to anyone?
Yeah, you can't come. This is how I feel, right? I have no statistical basis for it. This is how I feel from my 48 years on this earth, and how I have had to move in this society as a black woman, and in my experiences. So this is what my conclusions of what it is. It could be something else.
Yeah.
It's only an opinion. Like, I don't have any data and stats.
Yeah. But that is it's not a panacea. People with the technology these days, everyone seems to think data, like people think money can solve all problems. People are starting to think that data can solve all problems. It doesn't work like that.
And people still don't understand that statistics can be skewed however you want them to be skewed, if you understand statistics.
And then you need to understand statistics to be able to see how it's been manipulated. And then we all need to be specialists at everything. So.
Yeah. Black Life says, hi, Michael's mom.
I'll wait for her.
Look, she's the star of the show today.
She's my my legal advisor. You can put it that way. She's been helping me a lot with this child custody stuff. So appreciate that.
It's nothing like a mother's love, isn't it?
And I wanted to say hello to Steve Wolfbrand. Been a little while. I guess maybe we stream in the daytime. We might see you more often.
Wolfie.
And Antediluvian. She's got the day off.
I just saw that. Yes.
Through the knee. Oh, ouch. Sorry to hear that.
Oh my gosh. Okay, I want to hear this story. I'm not gonna lie.
And Cobra, always good to see.
Look, if you want to come on, click the link. I want to hear the story. And Cobra, yes, I got a Bloody Mary to honor the Bloody Sundays, or to honor the people impacted by Bloody Sundays. How about that?
That's where everyone's been talking about this ICE killing of this woman. What was it? a week ago already, not quite. The thing that my reaction to that is, it seems like there's a lot of people like reacting very as if this is like such a unique case kind of thing, where there's something needs to be done. But it's like this is America, right? This is what's been happening, like you were just saying about all those other victims, right?
Well, okay. Let me let you finish your statement while I'm trying to pull something up for you too. But
I wish that people would be able, like they are people protesting, getting into some clashes with the police over this, but ultimately I don't see it amounting to it's not enough of a catalyst to enact real change. So I maybe that's me being cynical and biased, but I hope that I'm proven wrong about that in the next couple of days. But
well, we have also talked about this, okay. So I want to come from a different angle with you really quickly and see what you think about it. I'm trying to organize what I got going on over here, and I do want to show a video also. Hi, Chuck UFO, antediluvian. I fell off a push bike onto sand and a stick. Oh, okay. So nothing too crazy.
but those bikes, those push
But
bikes,
that's
kind of
still
dangerous.
painful.
Yeah, you get hit
What's
by
a
a
push
car
bike?
riding one of those. Like it's just a pedal bike, right? The bicycle instead of a motor electric bike.
Hmm.
But as much as it's like the healthy
Just call them
option,
bikes.
it's also definitely way riskier. If you get into an accident with your car, you got all those airbags to save you. You have an accident with your bike, depending on what kind of an accident. So be careful,
Well,
please.
I'm glad you're okay. Look, I want to hold the Cobra. I'm gonna keep this in the back of my mind. I want to hold this comment because we got to talk about something. I got a lot of little stuff I want to talk about. Like there's this new business model that's coming out, and if it isn't a sign of late stage capitalism, I don't know what is. It is so. Let's put a pin in it, Cobra. Okay, let's put a pin in it. Okay, so circle back.
Just gotta turn the heater off. I'll be right back.
All right, Chuck. Greetings, people of Earth. May I suggest your planet knock off all the Nazi shit? It's starting to piss off the Intergalactic Council. Well, please come do something about it, please. Beam me up.
I'll take the alien overlords over the ones we've got already any day.
Right. Before I get into it too, I just want to say Black Life says, so I like watching, so we're going to be talking about hosts and that and everything later. But Black Life says you remind her of, I think his name is Valentini. He's like this Italian dude. He has a podcast. You have never heard of him?
I don't think so, no.
Okay. He goes off on rants. He's funny. I mean, he don't give a damn.
There's a lot of people who have started.
I just feel like, bro, chill.
Because how many people in their life said, listen to them ranting and said, you should put that on YouTube or whatever.
Yeah, for people who want to hear that, because we don't want to hear that shit.
That's like the Nick Cruz style for me. He's his method of operation is ranting. It's like I don't know if you can do an episode without ranting, you know.
Who? Which one?
Nick Cruz from RBN. That's his style.
Oh.
Too. It's effective, but you kind of, unless you're looking to get pissed off about something, it gets a bit tiring after a while.
Yeah, I prefer burst of outrants. I don't know why I can't talk today.
You got to do your warm up, your mouth and lip exercises.
Yeah, I haven't talked to anyone all day, so maybe that's why. I should have done that before we started. Anyway, so now this train of thought. Oh, remember how we had this panel discussion about how Black people did not need to be in the streets? Our ancestors collectively told us to stay our Black asses at home. You
Yeah.
remember that?
Yeah.
Okay. This is proving it. Remember, we had, just long story short, he was doing everything to piss us off. The taking away affirmative action, DEI, removing all the statues of Black civil rights leaders from the White House, removing a ton of artifacts from the African American Museum in DC. What else did he do? Oh, allow segregation in federal buildings. Like, he was just trying to goat us every way he could to get us outside. And, I think they think we're stupid, but we're not that stupid. We're not that dumb. I mean, we saw their behavior when BLM was that was not a Freudian slip, was protesting, and they would come with pallets of bricks. And there's videos of white people with the police right next to them spraying BLM on buildings and stuff. And remember that agent that got outed, I think his ex-wife outed him. He was like at an AutoZone smashing out windows, like all of this stuff to make us look like delegitimize what we were trying to say.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's like
so
the Mossad in Iran right now.
Right.
Yeah.
So when all this started coming about with ICE, and we were like, wait, first of all, if we look at the voting records, y'all voted for this. So obviously you didn't want our help anyway. That's first off. Even a lot of Somalians voted for Trump. Okay. So the things that are going on with them too, y'all kind of voted for this. The Latino group, the Cubans, and Black people are smart enough to realize, as much as he's tried to goad us, that this minute we show up, it's going to get violent. They are going to create violence. Remember when BLM with George Floyd, even though there was white people out there, what were they doing? They were violent because we were out there. And they were like, you want to choose the side of them? Well, we'll show you that you mean nothing to us either. And this is what happens, like what's happening with this lady, Renee Good. I find it interesting because you're not going to be able to shoot that many more white women. That's America's not putting up with that shit. That's not going to be able to happen. So I'm interested to see how this plays out. And Black people, stay home. Please stay home. Do not take your ass out there.
As far as how they're trying to make things like a lawless environment, they're trying to destroy international law and whatnot. That just makes me a little bit skeptical about how effective is it going to be to just stay at home when there are no laws anymore. There's kind of needs to be some kind of a collective action response to that needs to be very militant and disciplined, and we aren't there. So I guess we should stay home.
But no, I didn't say we.
Yeah.
I said Black people.
Right. But we as nations
Black people been doing it for too long.
Populations, we need to find a way to come together in the long term at some point, or else we're just kind of embracing nihilism. We're saying there's no point in doing anything because everything's fucked. I hate hearing people say we're so fucked. I love Comrade Misty from INN, but that's my least favorite thing that I hear her, like that she's said, that people kind of pick up and repeat, because there is just a defeatist kind of mentality that's not revolutionary. You know what I mean? Like, get back to the revolutionary. We are not defeated. We are the ones with the power. Right now, we are so disenchanted. We're so cynical, myopic, miserable. We hate everything and everyone, including ourselves. And that's no foundation for a revolution, right?
I don't know about you. We out there line dancing, partying, and enjoying ourselves in
That would
the
be
house.
embracing the hedonism, dancing on the cliff with the forest burning behind you. Like,
No, 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 no. I have to push back on you. I have to. I have to because in this country, and I'm just speaking from my experience in this country, every every step that any immigrant has gotten in this country is built off the backs of black people. If it weren't for the civil rights movement, those those immigrants wouldn't even be able to be here. Like
seem like they've
women,
changed some of the.
women's
Yeah, go
suffrage, all of that, and and we're always on the front line, and we're saying if we continue to stay on the front line, nothing's going to change because technically, in the minds, whether you are a white girl or not, there's there's only a select amount of white people in America who has done the work to reprogram their minds against racism in all facets, because racism is like it's a subconscious thing you have to bring to your conscious level and check yourself about your behavior and what you're doing, like when no one's around or in all the decisions you make, you know what I mean? And when this you come from a country that was set up specifically for you, that's a really hard thing to do. So even if you're a white liberal, they when Obama was deporting everybody, they were at brunch. They were fine. Like that lady I was telling you about, that podcaster, just she was fine until Trump just started being covertly racist. But the policies that she supported were overtly racist. She was fine with that because it didn't affect her. So this is what I'm saying. So that's why we said collectively we're staying at home, because it needs to affect someone else for it to sink in and for them to get it.
it's kind of
Our
like
ancestors will tell us when it's time to come outside. I'm not saying we're not coming outside. I'm saying we ain't coming outside right now.
right. That's right. But it's a good policy for now. But at some point, we need some kind of. It can't be a bridge to nowhere. We need some kind of a. So if this A, B, and C changes, then what would get us to change our position about not getting back out there, kind of thing? And I don't know.
So in Minnesota, I'm sorry, finish your thought.
Well, no, that's okay. That's pretty much it.
In Minnesota, there were a lot of black leaders, white leaders, and I think it was a couple of Asian people who had a rally press conference, but they weren't. Black people weren't marching. That's the difference. They were at a podium with a mic. Okay. Once we start marching and are vulnerable, it's going to be a problem. But that doesn't mean we aren't around and involved and say that this is some bullshit and we don't like it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because
it's just
it's like how when somebody knows that if they do something, there's a bully's going to victimize them for it or whatever, right? It's like it's not actually your fault that the police, every time black people come out, that the police have to make it violent. What needs to happen in response to that is to hold the police accountable for explicitly hold them accountable for like trying to perpetuate the racism in order to not have to deal with the social issues, because that is it's their tried and true tactical response that we've proven over the track record. And so we know what's happening. How do we stop it from happening now? So we don't have any accountability with the legal structure. So we kind of go in circles. It's like we have to do nothing, because if we do something, there's a reprisal that comes. So in order to avoid the reprisal, we do nothing. But then because we're doing nothing, then they have to beat us with a stick to get us to move, to act. Because if we stop and completely, all of us stop doing something, everything stops and falls apart. So they need to force us into action. So when we stop acting, then they prod us into action. They will provoke us some way. They'll find a scapegoat and then try and get us all out there, right? So we have to find a way out of this circle, the trap, right?
Right. And we're gonna get to all these comments. We have all day. We're gonna get to all these comments out. We're not ignoring you. It's just trying to get this information out, right? But you remember the Rainbow Coalition? So like with Fred, the Black Panthers, how the Black Panthers were bringing people together via a class and not race. And he was a threat. At 21, they murdered, the CIA murdered him. CIA and the FBI. Fred Hampton Sr. That was the free lunch program for pre-K and kindergartners, that came from the Black Panther Party.
Yeah.
The day before they were supposed to open their first free lunch program, the police came in, raided it, and pissed all over the food. Can you imagine being that evil?
That's like a declaration of war, as far as I can tell. But that's not how it gets interpreted by the working class. It's like there's a short-term solution versus a long-term like dialectic that goes on, where we know that the short-term solutions are a little bit too, like you can create a whole bunch of sensational like energy around something, but then it'll all dissipate. What you need is more of a long-term sustainable way to utilize that energy of the people. But the long-term approach takes too long. And if it ever gets kind of set back, it took so long to get any progress that it's very demoralizing for us to feel like we have to start all over again. So we're kind of caught between trying to do things too fast or do things too slow.
And he implemented free healthcare in the community. So like just those two things alone was enough to say we got to kill him. Isn't that crazy?
And they can come, this is where we're trying not to become our enemy too much, but they can come to that conclusion where the situation is serious enough that we have to go to what I guess you call it necropolitics. We have to decide who lives and dies. They make those decisions all the time, but we, with our purity fetish, you might call it, we have a hard time getting our hands dirty. And it might have to do with training too. They spend how much of their lives preparing to be lethal, justifying that they have the right to prepare to be lethal. And civilians are taught, don't you ever be a dangerous person to anyone.
This is so interesting. You just said this. And I just put up those two comments because I am a Second Amendment person. Okay. I don't know if you saw this. This lady was ordering a DoorDash and ICE pulled up. The lady ran into the people's home. And so they don't know what to do because ICE is surrounding their house. So they call like the police, the sheriff's department or whatever. And they're like, you gotta give her up. And I'm like, well, do they have a warrant? Or are they just racially profiling her? You have to have a warrant for me to just give someone, they're in my house now, right? That's my jurisdiction. If you don't have a warrant, I'm not just going to give them up. They were going to give this lady up. And Black Life was like, what would you do? I'm not opening my door.
Sometimes you have to be willing. Like, are you willing to die for what you believe in? Because most people seems like no, right?
Right.
You don't believe what you think you do.
Right. I'll be like, Mom, get under, hide in the closet. And I love you. You may not see me again.
Yeah, because it's like at the end of the day,
let me go in the gun safe.
Isn't it the pragmatic thing to do to surrender? Sounds like it, right? So it's the pragmatic thing to be the slave because slaves are the ones who have surrendered. They're not fighting back anymore. So it's pragmatic, right? To preserve your life in the short term, but in the long term, the pragmatism kind of demonstrates itself to be a fallacy a lot of the times. So
Yeah.
But should you die for idealism, for your ideas, for your principles, whatever? Sometimes it seems like the Palestinians have demonstrated it is kind of important to kind of hold the line, or else you're gonna let somebody like force you to change what you think and who you are.
Yeah. So we've gotten way. I wanted to show you this. Well, because you talked about Renee Good, right?
Yeah, yeah.
We all saw the video, whatever. We've all seen the breakdowns, yes. I saw this breakdown today actually, and it just gives a little different perspective on the video, even though like my views haven't changed on the video. This just gives well, let me just play it instead of babbling on like a crazy person.
Not crazy.
I'm a little cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. Okay, here we go.
I think Jonathan Ross got out of his car. He was filming and wanted to take evidence of whatever was happening here. Then as he approaches Renee,
That's fine, dude. I'm not mad.
not only is she not trying to agitate or aggravate the situation, she's actually trying to de-escalate the situation. Then Jonathan Ross goes to the back of the car where he encounters Renee's wife. There's something in this part of the footage that I think is important to note. See here, you can see in the reflection of the car, his phone is in his right hand. Then as he's filming the license plate, he encounters Renee's wife. And big, strong Jonathan does not like what she has to say.
It'll be the same fight when you come talk to us later. That's fine. U.S. citizen, former. You want to come at us? You want to come at us? I say go get yourself some lunch, big boy. Go ahead. Out the car.
Did you catch that? While they're having their exchange, he walks further around the car, and then he does this. He switches the phone from his right hand to his left hand, because what side of his body is his firearm on? See, he was ready. He switched his phone from his right hand to his left hand so his right hand could be ready. This was before the car was moving, because Renee only started driving forward once this guy started pulling on her door trying to open it. But Jonathan Ross already had his gun unholstered. I mean, what does that tell you? Here's what I think. I don't think Jonathan liked that these two women were getting in his way. I don't think that he liked that these two women were emasculating him and making him feel small. Go get a sandwich, big boy. He doesn't like that feeling. He's the big, strong man. And how dare these bitches make him feel like that? And is anyone shocked that these ICE agents are not only racist, but they're also fucking misogynists? He didn't like that these women were standing up to him. He didn't like that they were in his way. You can even hear it after he puts 3 bullets in Renee's fucking face. He says this. He doesn't care that the woman that he just shot 3 times was dead or alive, but he made sure that he called her a fucking bitch. And again, her tires were to the right. His body was to the left. If she wanted to run him over, she would have gone straight. I'm no forensics expert. I'm no crime scene investigator, but I'm seeing what I saw.
So, I mean, it's important to note that like racism, misogyny, and in some cases, when you really get into like deranged people, pedophilia and bestiality, and men, the person that is doing these things,
You're cutting out. You just lost that little last 5 10 seconds.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm talking. I don't know either. I'm talking about a sociopath, right? Let me check my Wi-Fi while I'm talking. Yeah, I'm on the right one. Or a psychopath. I can't remember which one is which. But
the sociopath's been retired, and I think like they don't necessarily use the word psychopath either. This is something the public doesn't really understand. Those are terms that used to be scientifically like meaningful, but they're being considered like whatever, not the most effective term to use to describe the condition anymore. Makes me wonder if it was even a real thing to begin with. Anyway, sorry to interrupt with that.
Well, we can open the GS5 book or what have you. And
yeah, I have a big problem with that.
We got nothing but time, but
that's a whole.
Yeah, I know you have a problem with that. But,
yeah.
But if you don't try to define things, and nothing has a definition.
Yeah, I know, but the ways that we define a medical diagnosis needs to be much more strict and accurate compared to it can't just have a loose understanding, fluid kind of definition that you would have for like your everyday kind of stuff, because people talk.
Can you look up this info that you're saying?
I'm just saying they need more of a universal application of language instead of a particular kind of like people can use words in particular ways, like particular to them, that is like not necessarily universally accepted as an acceptable use of the term. And so with medical terms, they kind of, when people say or talk about sociopaths or psychopaths, it's kind of context dependent on what do they think a sociopath is? Like, how are they applying it? We apply it
Okay,
to
well,
billionaires.
there
People
are
apply it to us. We're applying it to billionaires. So,
I mean, there are no, don't be sorry. There are legal definitions, but I see that there. I mean, that's something we should discuss if we're gonna
yeah,
go
we should
into
get
it like that.
comments.
But this is what I wanted to say. This is what I want to say. The
Sure, thanks.
the mental illness of racism, misogyny, and then the depravity of like bestiality, assault, sexual assault, things of that nature. They seem to stem from the same place, which is someone being detached, emotionally detached from other human beings and looking at them more as property than an individual.
The ability for them to
'Cause if you-
dehumanize is what makes
Right.
them able
The ability to
crimes
dehumanize.
today. Yeah.
Which is why we see the Epstein files, like why we see our power structure. All of it makes sense. Like
Those theories explain it accurately, which is why it's funny to see people be all like, "Oh, your woke language and politics is all nonsense," but it seems to explain things in a scientific manner very effectively. So why are you so hostile to the woke? Might have something to do with where you're maybe incriminated by our criteria here because it fits a little too nicely to the way that people who talk down about wokeness or whatever, you might be guilty of some of what woke is saying about people. You know what I'm trying to say?
mm-hmm.
So that would be the reason why they object to it. Not that it is like ineffective, like worldview kind of thing. You know what I mean? It's because it's effective that they don't like it. That's what I'm saying.
Antediluvian. I don't know if you guys want to come up and y'all have this discussion because I find it quite interesting. And if you don't want to do it now, maybe we could do it later. I don't know, but now's the time, girl.
But I also want to talk to Antediluvian about China one of these days, and because I've been expressing some more. I wouldn't call it anti-China, but not necessarily trying to cheerlead for them as much, and that comes across as you're no real Marxist if you criticize China. And I feel like there's a lot of necessary discussion that we need to have about that in order to further our politics, to be progressive instead of reactionary kind of thing, right?
So with that being said, I don't know if you want to talk any more about that. Antediluvian, if you want to come up, we can. Oh, great. They're going to look and see if they can find their mic. So maybe we could stay on this a little bit longer while they're looking for their mic. I know Golden Monarch, there's been some developments in the crypto world. I've noticed. You got me noticing that kind of stuff, Golden Monarch. I would have just let it go and go right over my head because I wasn't ready for that. But you forced my hand, so now I'm here. And I've been looking at it lately. So
yeah, I appreciate Cobra's comment here too. China's too peaceful, but he understands why. Taoism to Maoism, centuries of balance. We simply have no way to understand that. I'm from the land of grape and honey. I agree wholeheartedly. That's it's always tricky being a foreigner looking at a foreign culture, and then is your opinion of it accurate, or as an outside observer, or is it impossible for you to have a meaningful comment? But from what I can tell about the Chinese culture, all that Taoism, the Confucianism, their different culture. It is a compelling explanation for why they, or maybe how you might call it
They haven't.
complacency in the face
They
of
haven't.
U.S. dominance.
I don't know if it's complacent. They haven't been in war since what, the 70s
But they're about
or
balance. They
something
can't
like
be
that.
about being as unbalanced in reaction to America's lack of balance, where they need to try and
Right.
restore order from the chaos. And America's like, you guys are just, it's actually interesting as far as whatever
With friends
certain
like
Buddhist
them.
philosophies, like there is no, like the whole thing about emptiness in the Buddhist philosophy, you might say America has exemplified the most extreme, like nihilistic interpretation of a Buddhist kind of worldview. Like if everything is emptiness and meaninglessness, whatever, your objections to all of this so-called brutality is itself an empty, meaningless objection. So anyway,
Yeah. If I have to go to a place and my best friend sees me get bullied over and over and over again and just sits around, I'm gonna have to question our friendship. Like, oh, are we fighting or what? What's happening?
as far as empathy, that's the thing. We were talking about psychopathy, but the antidote to psychopathy would be empathy, I would say. But how can you say that, like, they're making the claim that they're not psychotic? We're not as bad as the Americans. Good. I can appreciate that. But are you empathetic? Because if you can sit there and watch, if you're indifferent to the suffering of the people around you, and you think it's a noble, holy thing for you to protect your own people at the expense of people you otherize as not your own, which is what nationalism allows us to do. So how are you now you have a hard time arguing that you actually have empathy, from what I can tell.
Because you've allowed yourself to separate from humanity as a whole. Because we're supposed to be a global entity.
I have to mention I have 15 minutes before I have a phone call.
I saw that. So I'm gonna walk away for a second to let me put some lip balm on my juicy lips.
Sure. Gold Monarch have to talk for 5 minutes. Yes, come on, talk as long as you want.
Of course,
you're gonna be
permission to talk. Just jump in. So Black Life says Charlie Kirk said there's no such thing as empathy.
Exactly, right? So this is the
I will be back.
Left says empathy. Okay, left says empathy is necessary. It's vital for progress, and the right, in order to be the antithesis for that thesis, they have to reject it entirely and say, in fact, like the Bitcoin people, we actually don't need trust whatsoever. They're trying philosophically to advance the claim that empathy is completely unnecessary, if not counterproductive. So, but to say there's no such thing is more like a nihilistic thing, I would say, right? To all these people in the world are very like love or whatever. People are convinced that this thing exists, but you're going to go around and saying they're all hallucinating because according to what I can tell, it doesn't exist. But what if you want to talk about biology, if there's a biological kind of origin in why people have certain disorders, it's potentially possible that people lack empathy because they lack certain brain chemistry that would be required for the empathy to be there. And then it would be an interesting thing to investigate. How is it that people are or are not born with empathy? I don't think it's so simple as to say people are born without empathy. That's a little bit too much like biological determinism. But there does seem to be, depending on how you choose to teach your children or choose what sort of lessons you choose to internalize throughout your life, you can kind of like you can like atrophy the part of your brain that produces the empathy. So I think the more that people convince themselves that you got to be hard to survive, you have to, compassion is for the weak, that is killing the part of your brain that is like the muscle that you need to be strong with those feelings. And maybe it's not good to just like it never makes sense. Too much of a good thing is a bad thing. You wouldn't only lift weights with one arm. So we shouldn't only choose to, like a liberal, choose empathy is love will find a way. It's the only thing that we need to save the world. No, that's just as delusional as declaring that empathy does not exist.
And please don't forget leg day. To all these beautiful men out there, please don't forget leg day.
You gotta be
You
proportionate.
gotta
You can't just be
proportion that.
bulk up
Yeah,
here and
you
then.
can't just be walking in like this with them skinny ass legs. Hey, Clay, go ahead.
Oh, Clayco, I've never got a new.
Clayco's been here before.
Oh, okay.
Clayco, we're doing something new today. Anyone can join. The link is pinned up there. Come talk to us. Tell us what you want to talk about, or just listen to us rant. The choice is yours. So you got what, 10 minutes? Okay. I don't want to start the. I thought Golden Monarch was coming up here.
Well, maybe we'll see.
Oh, okay, because I was about to pull up something. So I guess in those 10 minutes, should we go over these comments that to like nip that in the bud and move on, or should we start something else?
I don't see you in the waiting room. Maybe you got to click onto the next. You're not in the background, backstage anyway.
Yeah, we don't see him at all.
But I like this. What Black Life's saying. Hugs don't deter robbers. That's a good little thing. Advice. So
we don't see you at all, Golden Monarch. So
there you
go.
There
we go.
Hooray! We have officially a panel discussion. What's up, Golden Monarch?
Hello. Good morning. Hello. Happy New Year's, Abby and Miguel.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. It's Michael, not Miguel.
Yeah, Miguel H is not here.
Oh, he's not here. Oh, okay. I guess I'm not here either. Hey, so real quick, thanks for having me on. Just want to go back real quick because it seems like we're starting with the discussion regarding Renee Nicole Good, and my goodness, it's really tragic what happened to her, and how social media outlets, namely PSYOPs and extreme right-wing conservatives, are smearing and demonizing Renee, that she's not the victim, that instead it's that ICE agent by the name of Jonathan Ross. And it just becomes like this whole like despicable notion of like, okay, once again, you have these elites, you have these PSYOPs, they're obviously trying to paint a narrative that ICE is on the good side, and that Renee should not have, let's say, like bumped that ICE agent, which I believe was twice, and then try to run off. And then, the more and more you get like all these camera angles, these PSYOPs accounts make it seem like that Renee was the aggressor, that Renee was the so-called terrorist, or yada yada. And then you have like, morons from like Kristi Noem to JD Vance and even Trump trying to like, like essentially like, smear their own, as a fellow U.S. citizen. I mean, is this even America anymore? I thought this was America.
Yeah, that's why the right's been getting, some of the people on the right have been getting a bit pissed off about her being shot by the ICE guy, because they're okay with them
deporting. Not helping.
They're okay with the black and brown people deported, but they don't want the white people supposedly being protected by ICE to be victimized by them.
Right. And so I put out a recent Substack, not a post, but just a quick note, because I was doing a little bit of investigating into this fundraising that just spawned recently. So there's a creator of the Give, Send, Go fundraising for Jonathan Ross. He goes by the name Tom Hennessy. And as a matter of fact, if you go through Twitter, through his Twitter profile, you can actually look up this Twitter user. Hang on, let me see if I could post a link up. One moment.
Yeah, no worries.
And while you're doing that, let's not forget what happened in Portland.
Oh yeah, we're to my knowledge, there was other at least 2 other people that was like shot by ICE too, I believe, but I think they survived, didn't they?
I didn't even hear about this.
Yeah, in Portland, and then this lady, they claim that she was trying to like run over them, but then when you look at the CCTV cameras, it clearly shows the ICE agent like turned his vehicle and rammed into her.
Oh shit!
It's just
I'm
it's
gonna
a lot.
take the moment to
Um,
step out here and let you guys carry on this conversation. I'll be back, hopefully not too long. I
Yep.
just have an important phone call and it had to
Okay.
happen at the time. So, all right, have a good one. Be back.
So while you're looking, yep, we got you, Michael. While you're looking for that, I'm gonna play this little clip to give you some time, just so you can see, like
Actually, I posted the.
I think my plight. You found it?
Yeah, I posted a link on the live chat.
Oh, I can't do it can you do it on the private chat? You have to do it on the private chat, or I can't click on it.
Where's the private
Are you
chat?
not?
Sorry.
Are you not allowed to share?
Well, I am a mod
I
on
don't.
the live chat.
Yeah, I don't know how this works, but so are you on your phone or are you on your
I'm on my phone.
computer? Okay, so if you're on your phone, it'll say like chat and it'll say comments. So one of them is just private. So I'm gonna message you. I'm gonna say.
Oh,
Hey,
I
go
see.
here.
Yeah. You're right. Sorry. It's been a while
So
I've
you
used
see
StreamYard.
that?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's the
Okay.
private.
Yeah. Let me
And
go
if you
ahead
send it to
and
me there, I can open it.
yes, ma'am.
Lance is here. Hey, Lance, what up? Let's see. Oh my goodness, that's a good point. So I'm gonna put a pin in this for a second. You know, but that's so interesting, Lance, because Black Life, we had an event for kids and for Halloween, and it's not just about passing out candy and letting kids have fun and yada yada. It's about passing out resources for the community that they, can tap into if they need help with anything, nonprofits or all kind of different things, right? So there was this kid, and it was in a predominantly Black community. Not that that matters, but it's only important to say that there was this white family who dressed their kid up as an ICE agent. And it made me feel like they were looking for, like they wanted trouble, like they wanted a headline or something. And we just gave the kid, because it's a kid. It's not his fault. His parents are assholes. So we just gave the kid candy. We gave them the information to the resources. We just acted like we didn't even see it. Because that's what they want. They want to go and make something out of nothing so they could say, oh, look, we're victims here. So I do have the two things you pulled up. And this is all pertaining to ICE. Can I just play the thing that I have already up, just since it's already up, and then I could pivot to yours? Would that be okay? I'm over here trying. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. So, yes,
okay.
all the links. Sorry, didn't mean to be silent. All the links
It
are
was two links,
related
right?
to ICE. Yeah, all three links
Okay.
are related to ICE. Yeah.
So I'm gonna go ahead and just play what I have up since it's already here, and then Comrade Ozzy's here too, and I lost my link, so it really don't matter. I'll play it later. I'm gonna bring Comrade Ozzy up, and then we can show your links. So let's welcome Comrade Ozzy to the stage.
Hey, how's it going?
This is my first time hearing you. It's a pleasure to meet you. I don't remember hearing a Comrade Ozzy.
Hey,
But
how's it going?
yeah, maybe I just don't remember. But is this your first time here, or you've been in the chat before?
No, you just told me to come in, so I did.
No, I mean, is this your first time in our chat?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Well, welcome. This is our first time doing an open forum, so I guess we're both going to be surprised by what you say. All right, Golden Monarch. This is the first one. This is the X link, and let me make it bigger for everyone in the audience. And what is it? Do you want me to show?
Okay, so this guy, Tom Hennessy, he has on the very there's a link there called I think it's like Soap Hennessy.
Mm-hmm.
So if you go on that link real quick, that link, fun enough, will redirect you to a website regarding tallow soap, right? And in the tallow soap website, it's strange. So this guy, not only is he doing fundraisers for Jonathan Ross, but he has a business on the side, and his business involves selling these naturalized soap. And when you go to like the shopping section, it's really funny to notice how he's got two sections for shopping. You can shop via pay in fiat or pay in pay in Bitcoin. So it just seems like once again it has to be some sort of like correlation between another. How is it that Bitcoin can all of a sudden suddenly come up in the background, and then you have this Tennessee person who is not only like deliberately like trying to like create a narrative that Jonathan Ross is the good guy. There's also like another one where he also launched some sort of like fundraiser that was anti-Somalia fraud. I think I have a little bit more on that in the third link. But anyways, this Tom Hennessy person, he just seems to be like another one of those like folks who just wants to divide everyone up. He's obviously like coming off as like, well, not only as a dick, but he's coming off as a like a type of like a manga like type of individual. And I don't think he's there to like unify anybody. I think he's just there to create more division. And obviously, it doesn't help that I think they're trying to paint over the fact that a woman just got shot recently. She had a child. She had a wife, and now that child has no mother, so to speak. So it's really tragic.
Two interesting things about that, because I haven't seen a website with Shop Bitcoin yet, so that was my first time seeing it. Like Tennessee Whiskey, I think that's really funny. That he is the person he is when the history of whiskey is a line straight to a black slave. And that's how we got Jack Daniels. So if you guys like whiskey, go get you a bottle of Uncle Nearest, because his family like worked on the Jack Daniels plantation for hundreds of years. He came up with the ingredients. Black people did a GoFundMe for his family, and they now have a brand called Uncle Nearest, and it is it's delicious. Oh my gosh. They have 3 different proofs to it now. I highly recommend it. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. Before I go to the next one, that was antediluvian atheist. It came up something else. You're trying to trick me. Auntie.
No, I have a different default avatar name on YouTube. And I
Oh,
just changed
okay.
it.
And then for some reason I thought you were a woman. I thought Michael told me that. So I apologize for that too.
Who said I wasn't?
Oh, that's true too. Well, look,
That's okay. I'm not saying I am.
you've been in our comments for a long time. I want to talk to you about rationalism one day. Maybe we could do it today. I don't know, but but can you introduce yourself to the chat and to me, and then we can go from there.
Okay. Hi. Online, I go by Azero Hale. Here on YouTube and whatever, I had Antediluvian Atheist because I did have a channel for a while. And yeah, I work in the, I suppose you could call it healthcare sector, public service, whatever you want to call it. So I am tangentially related to the healthcare and psychology type of stuff, which is why I was going to say something about the whole diagnosis and psychopathy thing.
Oh, perfect. Okay. Where's your accent from?
About 3 different places.
3 different. Oh, so it's like so you traveled a lot, and then because I could say mine is completely Southern, but then I have like a little hint of. Really, I don't. That's more code switching.
Well, my family's mostly Irish. I grew up in England on the border of Wales, and I now live in New Zealand. So,
one of my really good friends, who's from New Orleans. I met her in New York City, and she moved to New Zealand, like maybe a year ago. She was
yeah, it's
like,
a popular place for people to run and hide. That's why my parents moved here.
oh, not to run and hide. I mean, I guess she wanted peace. I don't know. I don't know.
I think they were worried about nuclear war and the state of the economy, but it's like, yeah. My parents are classic boomers, so they turned horribly right wing as time goes by because, well, now I have a house and things, and I want to keep all my money, so therefore I'll vote for the assholes.
Oh, well, how? If you don't mind, what's their age range of your parents?
I think they're late 70s, going on 80.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So you're
I think that counts as a
you're
boomer,
probably
doesn't it?
around my age. Yeah, definitely. I think that counted as a boomer way before that age, actually. But we have to distinguish between baby boomers and boomers, because this is how I understand it in society. Okay, a baby boomer is someone who was born of that certain age range. That doesn't necessarily mean that they hold boomer ideologies. You get what I'm saying?
Yep, I hear you.
So, yeah, very interesting. So, before we get to, let's finish the crypto thing with Golden before we move on. I don't want to go back and forth, forth and forth.
Oh,
You're gonna hang out with us, Auntie, and let us finish.
Yeah, for sure.
Are you going back to ICE, Golden? Let's see.
Yeah. So it won't be long. So basically,
this right here.
Which one?
It's coming up. Sorry, it takes a while. Is this the right one right here? Yeah, because this is Tommy Hennessy. So go.
Yeah, that's it.
Gibson Go is like the fakest Christian. Like I just can't even believe that you could call yourself Christian, and the things that they fundraise for is racism, misogyny, and any litany of inhumanity. Real quick, before I turn it back over to you, Golden Monarch, I find it interesting, like this picture right over here to the right. So how he has a Filipino wife is very indicative of what we were talking about before, about the domestic violence, the controlling, and then not seeing your spouse or the people around you as not humanizing them. Um, he's a passport bro. He went to the Philippines to get a wife, to bring her back, isolate her from her family, and now she's at his beck and call. I don't know this to be true, okay? I've never been in there. I'm just saying I am a oh, Auntie left. Oh no. Okay, I'm like a little psyop sometimes. I joined a passport bro um page on Facebook because I want to see what they're saying and how they think and what they're talking about. And it is overwhelmingly them saying that American women have too much of an opinion and they need to shut the fuck up and know their place. And nobody wants them anymore. It and they're too independent. They don't know how to be submissive. And I got a passport. So anyway, now you go and finish. Tell me what you want me to know
If I
about
could
this.
just comment on the last thing you said. So, yeah, one would think that they would be that way of all women, but I don't. I think they always make exceptions when it comes to like honeypots or anybody that's like selling anything that's like a quick rich scheme. Then maybe they'll like gaze over and draw over those type of women. But yeah, I mean, these people they're just hypocrites. I mean, this Jonathan Ross fellow. I mean, how can you go about intimidating U.S. citizens, and yet you got yourself like a Philippine wife, and it just doesn't make a lot of this just does not make sense. And then this guy used to be a Iraqi veteran, so it right now there's just a lot of I think there's a fair amount of unanswered questions as far as okay, is it going to be a trial launch? Will the wife of Renee be able to say anything on the matter? There are so many other witnesses there. I mean, surely they got to all give their testimony, and I don't think like anyone's gonna just stop talking about it. I think this is getting a lot more attention than I think even like the Trump administration and the conservatives had anticipated would get. I mean, this is really it's a really tragic thing
You
that
think
happened.
so? You think it's getting more a white woman? Come on. Hey,
Well,
Dochi, join the panel.
well, okay. So I didn't want to I didn't want to necessarily bring up like the whole because she's a woman or because she's LGBTQ. I mean, certainly they
It's
will push,
America.
and it's
You
American, and
have to
she's an
bring that up.
American because it is kind of ironic and almost sad. Like, wait, what? They never talk about this when it comes to like a non-white person or like a person of color. I mean, I think the last thing you maybe had was George Floyd from a few years ago, but even then, like people are trying to make like excuses. Oh, you guys are throwing in like the whole angry black men trope. Like, no. But I hear you. I hear you. I mean, obviously, there are so many stories just like this that I think that it's intentionally not getting reported by the mainstream media. So they're trying to like just focus only on like, oh, she's a white woman, she's a LGBTQ, yada yada yada. Um, and I'm sure as heck that all this is just gonna be a perfect distraction for like the Trump administration to withhold themselves from ever releasing the Epstein files. So it's just like, oh my god, so it's just like right now
So,
this is what it
well,
is.
if you want to just, can I
Can
just
I add
throw in a
something?
little nugget?
Yeah, sure.
Oh, go ahead,
I
Auntie.
just wanted to say the functional difference between liberalism and fascism is liberalism is when it happens to brown people over there, and fascism is when it happens to white people here.
Huh?
Because
Auntie.
if you ask a dude in Somalia, hey, what's the difference between liberalism and fascism? Now that we've gone fascist, they'll say there's a difference. Ask in the Middle East. Ask in Africa.
Right.
Cheers to
Fascism's not
that.
qualitatively
Cheers to
different.
that.
It's just when it happens to white people at home.
I love that. Cheers to that.
Cheers. Yeah, same to that.
I shut up now.
No,
No,
we
not at all.
we
Not at
don't
all.
want you to shut up. But I forgot what I was about to say because it was so profound what he just said.
Yeah.
I can't even remember it, but it might come back to me or whatever.
I'll have to
But
pour myself a little bit of wine later on, and I'll cheers to that. Okay.
okay, later on.
Movie.
But
So do you want to read this, Golden Monarch? Do you want to
yeah, I can read what I
this
wrote real
together?
quick. So,
Okay.
the creator of the Give Send Go fundraiser for Jonathan Ross, the ICE agent who shot Renee Nicole Good, is an organizer by the name of Tom Hennessy. And when one goes through Hennessy's Twitter profile, there is a link labeled Hennessy.com. It so happens that link takes users to the website IdahoTalo.com. Lord and behold, you can apparently shop for soaps via fiat or Zionist Bitcoin. Let me get this straight. There is a supporter for ICE, Agent Ross, who happens to have a business on the side, and who is open to anyone purchasing soaps via Bitcoin. Jesus fucking Christ! Too many red flags and conflicts of interest via white nationalism per ICE and technocratic indulgence per Bitcoin. ICE has the backing of technocrats.
Hmm. So shout out to Doshi. She's at work, so she can't join, but she said maybe she'll come by later. Jacqueline's here. It's early for Jacqueline.
Hey,
I'm
Jacqueline.
usually late, so that's wonderful. Um, yeah, that's interesting. I've created the fundraiser. I mean, that's like the more we create, it's almost like a snowball effect, and the ball is getting bigger and bigger going down the hill of these fundraisers, because it started out for good reason, and like anything that starts out with good reason, like the term, let me just move this real quick, like the term woke or Black Lives Matter, or give me another term that isn't centered in blackness, so it doesn't seem like it's just me talking, that gets distorted by
Freedom, I guess.
freedom. Yes, freedom.
Yeah.
Freedom is a good one.
Uh,
Um, and keep throwing them out while I'm talking. Just interrupt me. It's fine. If you could think of one. But these things get distorted, and it's almost like, how can we devolve back into the oblivion of white supremacy?
well,
So
definitely
there.
peace. I think that term gets thrown around loosely a lot nowadays. The word
Which one?
peace. The word peace.
Oh,
Peace. I mean,
peace.
especially if you hear from conservative, like excuse me, corporate media, use the whole notion of peace and liberty, freedom. Um, yeah, I mean, obviously, maybe peace and so forth for like the billionaires and the Zionists, but not for everyone else. I mean, that's what they really mean at the end of the day.
Hmm. Well, I'm just seeing how every time people who are want to revolutionize or free people of the chains, the opposition finds a way to create a way to combat it. So this is what Give Send Go looks like to me, because what they're giving to is murderers, racists, misogynists, like all under the guise of Christianity. That is fucking scary. To
Yeah,
just
this whole theology, this whole like they as if these Christians or Zionists speak as if they're doing the will of God, and you know, uh, I I mean, there's so many numerous references within the Bible and other like religious contexts that I should say quite the very opposite. I mean, sure, they have to sometimes use the concept of God as is like Almighty. God is for the chosen ones, but uh, I think what they forget or what they purposely leave out is the whole notion of that we're meant to like treat thy neighbor thou shalt not kill, thou shalt not steal. So many of that just gets sort of like thrown out the side. And
Yeah, I don't even want to get into the chosen because I'm not a theologian, but I do know a little bit more about the chosen ones than evangelicals claim to know. But before that, Auntie, do you want to have a comment before we
I did
go
read
to
an
the
interesting
next?
article that about that, in that there's a trend of American evangelicals, Christians, turning away from Christ because he's too liberal, too left wing, too whatever.
So you can put it in the private chat and I'll play it. Now, in the meantime, I'll open it and we can discuss it. In the meantime, I'm gonna play, not play, geez, share Golden Monarch's last share, and you do see the private chat, right?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
yes,
Okay, so this is from Black Enterprise. Would you like to read it, or what do you want to go to?
yeah. It's kind of a lengthy article, but let me go ahead and read the beginning part. So,
Okay.
this article is from December. It's basically a callback, reporting about supporters who were launching fundraisings against, like, like this whole like Somalia, fraud thing, and there'd be like supporters who would purposely use the Somalia incident as a smear so that they can demonize the Somalians over anybody who was, you know, like any other, like, psyop or like conservative think tank that thought, oh, maybe there is some corruption amongst these tiny communities of Somalians, even though ironically enough, they don't even talk about the fact that, it's such a tiny community compared to like the billions of trillions of dollars that gets put out to, like, Zionist agendas and all
Hello.
that. But
Mm-hmm.
anyways, not to deviate too off. Let me go ahead and read this for a little bit. So, paid to be racist. Supporters launch campaign for ex Cinnabon worker who attacked Somalian couple. So, one admitted to donating simply to piss off the self-righteous, hypocritical, pronoun-preaching liberal pukes of the world. It
Not pukes.
seems, yeah. Anyways, it seems several people are willing to support the former Cinnabon employee who was fired after a video of a racist rant against a Somalian couple went viral on social media. A woman by the name of Crystal Teresa Wilsley received more than 140K in monetary support from those who believe she was in the right to verbally attack a couple who allegedly asked for more caramel on a cinnabon item. Using the Christian, oh, I didn't even know this part. Okay, using the Christian crowdfunding platform, Give, Send, Go.
Yeah, that's
The,
what I was saying. That's
holy
what I've
shit!
been talking about. How it's a Christian platform.
The fundraiser says funds go to making sure Crystal lands on her feet after this betrayal, referring to the dessert company's decision to terminate her. And this is from Tom Hennessy. Instead of banning the offenders and backing their employee, Cinnabon fires Crystal to keep the nons happy. And then if you scroll down below,
Oh, I'm sorry.
excuse me, Tom also says, no white person should lose their job for refusing to be harassed by Somalians.
Oh, it's right here. Sorry.
And I think there's like a image below of the Crystal person, and how,
Yep.
yeah, she was being a Karen and she said the N word. So, uh, very horrible person. And
Mm-hmm.
Hennessy, Tom Hennessy, the guy we talked about recently with the whole,
Mm-hmm.
Jonathan Ross. This is the same Hennessy asshole who was also back then covering for Crystal.
Mm.
And then there's an Instagram post that says, Smut not they out here giving racist people money. This woman was reportedly raised 130K on her fundraiser. Wow. Thoughts, neighbors? Quote, we do not condone hate speech of any kind.
Oh, of course we don't.
The comments from mostly anonymous donors share similar sentiments. One admitted to donating simply to piss off the self-righteous. Oh, I read that part already. The liberal pukes. F the biased media too, the donor wrote. Others thanked her for standing up for real Americans.
What is this
What are
notion of a real American?
I mean, again, what is America nowadays? I mean,
What is this
what in their hearts
notion?
could people think America is? Is it to be like to go backwards? Are we just defaulting back to colonialism? I mean, these people are so duped and so like easily fooled by the billionaire class and other races that anyways, let's keep reading. So Wilsley was seen on camera making racist remarks about a Somalia woman's hijab during the encounter that took place December 5th at Bay Park Square Mall in Ashwaubenon, Wisconsin. She then admitted to being racist and said, I'll say it to the whole entire world, followed by telling the couple, don't be disrespectful. According to CBS Austin, the couple called Wilsley an idiot, told her she was ruining her life, and said she would be fired. It didn't take Cinnaba long. Oh, hold on. My page just reloaded for some reason. Sorry. Give me one sec.
It's okay. I can start.
It didn't take Cinnaba long. Here we go. Long to catch wind of the commotion. We are aware of the deeply troubling video involving a former employee at the independently owned and operated Cinnabon Bakery in Wisconsin. The individual seen in the video was immediately terminated by the franchise owner, the company said in a statement. Their actions and statements are completely unacceptable and in no way reflect the values of Cinnabon, our franchises, or the welcoming environment we expect for every guest and team member. We take this situation seriously and remain committed to ensuring all guests are treated with dignity, respect, and kindness every time they visit one of our bakeries. As for the couple, a woman named Sabrina Osman, who claims to be a cousin of the couple, started a GoFundMe campaign to help cover legal fees and lawyer costs as we pursue justice. Out of the goal of 45,000, so far the campaign has raised over 13,000. Osman says it's time for the racism in this country to stop. The racism in this country is getting out of hand, and we refuse to stay silent. The fundraiser read.
So
No
let
one.
me ask you. Oh, go ahead.
Yes. No, go ahead.
Okay. No one should ever have to experience this kind of hate. Okay. Well, that's unreasonable to say. Hate is everywhere. We're going to experience it. It's just, it is what it is. It's not that no one should ever have to experience it. It's what's going to happen. What are the consequences? It's not that you're not going to experience it. Like, be fucking for real. Okay. What are the
Yeah.
consequences? Like,
Seriously,
after
yeah.
slavery, was there any consequences to the slave owners? Fuck no. After this happens and they claim, oh, you're going to The Hague. No, they fucking not. No, they fucking not. Like, let's be real. This is America. No, they're not. They never learn from their mistakes because they don't have to. And that's why Black people stay in their Black asses at home. So, Antediluvian, you up next with a share. You there? Wait.
Yeah,
Before,
I'm
I'm
here.
sorry. Golden Monarch, do you want to put a cap on
There's just
anything? And then Antediluvian, do you want to respond before I move on? We gotta.
so yeah. There's just two more paragraphs. We're near the end of the article.
Oh, you want me to go
Um,
back? Okay. I apologize.
No worries.
I got excited.
I know. And after that, I'm pretty much wrapped up here for my part. So, Auntie, thank you for waiting.
Here we
All right.
go.
So, to well,
What did I do wrong? Is it right here?
hang on. Where
Do I need to go up some?
page reloaded again? Hold on. Here we go. Okay. So, finishing off. Racism in parts of the U.S. has increased as the Trump administration has taken over the White House for a second time. Since a December 2nd cabinet meeting, Trump has unleashed verbal attacks against Ilhan Omar, a Somalia refugee, referring to her as garbage. At the beginning of 2025, Haitian immigrants in Ohio were under attack after Trump and J.D. Vance falsely claimed they were stealing and eating neighborhood pets. Oh, is that the whole like they were eating the dogs or eating the cats or whatever bullshit?
Yes.
Yeah.
J.D. Vance hated Trump until he didn't, but whatever.
Yeah, that's what happens with a lot of these like conservative outlets. They hate Trump, and then ultimately they embrace Trump because Trump is ultimately doing the bidding of Zionists, the technocrats, big tech, billionaires. So at the end of the day, they're all in this together. They're just they're all putting up a mask just to appear as if they're for the people, but they're not. They never have been.
Mm.
Well, yeah.
Says, AOC says she wants to cut ICE funding, but not abolish it. That's why votes don't matter. That's an interesting take. We are going to move towards antediluvian because this is the chat show takeover. So that's what we're gonna do.
All right. Well,
chat take over the show. You can stay. What? You ain't gotta leave.
No, it's okay. I'll be in the background. I gotta still attend to some household needs. Don't worry. I'm here. I'll be in the chat. Don't worry.
Okay. So for those of you who don't know, you could also just put yourself on mute. You don't have to leave if you don't need to. But it's okay if you need to. So
no worries. I'll be in the background. Yeah.
Okay. So antediluvian atheists. Would you like to read your own article, or would you like me to?
Well, I can read it if you want.
Okay, sure.
Although I came in to talk about something else, but that's okay. An evangelical leader is warning that Christian
wait, stop. You put this up here, so what do you mean you came to talk about something else?
What?
I mean, aren't these your articles, right?
Nope, I didn't write these.
No, I'm saying you put them in the private chat, right?
Yeah. You wanted me to, so I did.
Oh, but you said you came to talk about
There's a video version and there's a text version, but the video version is just somebody reading out the article, so.
But you said you came to talk about something else.
Yeah, we were talking about psychopathy and mental health.
Oh, well, let's talk about that. I want to talk about what you want to talk about. That's the whole point of you being here.
I mean, sure.
Okay.
It's just that the short version of the article that we were about to read is that evangelical Christians are turning away from Christ because Christ is too liberal. There you go. That's it. So they have gone so far right that even though they identify as Christians, they are no longer aligned with Christ, whether you think that's a good thing or a bad thing. That's it. That's the whole article. There's a discussion, there's a guy talking about it, but that's it. Yeah. Turn the other cheek. It's like, where did you get this liberal bullshit? That's Jesus' actual words. It's like, yeah, but that shit don't work no more. It's like, yeah, so Christians rejecting Christ for being too liberal.
Oh, may I I want to give you all your chances to talk, and I've never talked to you before, so I'm super excited. So, what do you mean, huh? You don't understand what I said? I said, I want to give you all your chances to talk, but I want to talk to you because I've never actually talked to you other than chat, so I'm very excited. So I wanted to mention something to you.
I heard.
That's all.
Okay, ask me
Okay.
questions.
So it's not really a question. It's like a experience and comment. And you can respond if you like or not or what have you. But one of my really good friends, we both grew up in the church. So we learned piano through like chords and what have you. And my I wasn't really good at the piano, but I knew how to play it. I played in the church. But my instrument was the violin. That was like my shit. I went to the Louisiana Youth Orchestra. I was like in there. Um, but I lost it all eventually. But anyway, my friend bought a weighted keyboard because he was like, I just want to get back to doing music. And I said, that's great. And he let me borrow it, and I'm like playing on it. And I'm like, okay, I got to look up chords or whatever. But the way I learned classically, but I also learned through the church through chords. So I wanted to start with chords before reading music because that's easier. Chords are easier than reading music. I think you would agree if you are a pianist, I guess. But anyway, I was looking up the songs that I was required to sing and play in Baptist church, and I was just sickened by the message. I said, oh my God, they were creating little slave children. Like one of the songs was Silver and Gold. If it's black, if Rondo was here, he would know. Maybe Sean. Silver and gold, I'd rather have Jesus than silver and gold. No fame, no fortune, no riches untold. I'd rather have Jesus than silver and gold. Why I can't have both? Why I can't live comfortably and still have a foundation of what you consider to be morality? Why I can't do both? Why I got to choose one or the other? That's what we were like taught growing up. It was the craziest shit I've ever experienced. But anyway, you have a comment on that? Or?
It's a common problem, and it's not just the church, it can be anything else. There's two types of people join an organization, like a church or a charity or whatever. They're the ones that believe in the organization, and they're the ones that align with the message of the organization. So if you've got, say, somebody joins a church, they can join a church because they want church things, or they can join a church because they agree with the teachings of Christ or whatever. And so what happens is if one of them drifts, then you've got a choice. You can either go with what the teachings of Christ as interpreted by you are, or you can go with what the church now is. And that's the same for any organization. If over time, everything changes. So the organization itself might change, or the cause that the organization aligned itself to might change. And you're stuck with the choice. Do I stick with the organization itself, or do I stick to my principles? And any communist will know this. It's basically unprincipled behavior. Do you believe in the message that you're saying, or are you just using the message to get what you want, and then you'll switch to a different message later if it suits you?
That's what it's feeling like. It's so unprincipled.
Yeah.
It's just like I need community. You know what okay, this is how I feel, okay. So there was like some people like Deluvia Doshi came in here. This is from a different live, and shout out to Truth Zone. He actually gave us the idea of doing like a open mic for hours with our chat, so people could discuss what they want to discuss, and we can have open dialogue and what have you. They are very capitalist. Okay. I'm in there like with my little socialist self. Okay. And they're just like, And when I explained to them, I was like, look, I don't care that you laugh at me, that you talk about me, that you try to like discredit me. I don't care, because some of the things that I'm saying in here, somebody on your chat is going to hear what I'm saying, and they might go look up something different. It might spark something in their mind. You can use me as a punching bag. I don't give a fuck, because I have ideologies in my brain that I agree with morally, and I'm sticking to them, no matter how you talk about me. Now, if there's something that happens that because I'm always evolving, right? So maybe what I theorize right now, something might enter into my sphere, and I'm like, oh, I didn't think about that. Let me put that into my my file cabinet as well, and reconsider and come up with my own solutions. But the thing is, a lot of people don't come up with their own solutions. They're like asking people to give them the solution so they can make a run for it with the information. They're not doing critical thinking. They just need to be a part of a community, part of a ideology. Does that make sense what I'm saying to you, Auntie?
Yeah, that's more or less what I described. They're not interested in the ideology, or at least they say they are, but they're really not. They're just interested in the other services of the organization, in this case, a church. It's like if the church changes tack and suddenly starts believing other things, and that's what they'll believe, as opposed to, no, I still believe this original thing that I signed up for. I guess I'm going to go somewhere else now. That's the choice you always got to make. Are you going to go in the new direction, or are you going to stick with your original direction and go a separate way? It's always the choice we've got to make.
Mm-hmm.
Or to put it another way, are you going to stick with your principles, or are you going to be unprincipled?
Exactly. Because well, this is before you came, when we first started this this podcast, I was telling Michael, I was like, oh my gosh, Michael, I've been watching some podcasts, and I think it's so interesting of the move that they have made away from the original principles they stood for. And it's just, I don't understand. I don't know if it's nihilism. I don't know if it's grifting. I don't know if it's just audience capture. I don't know, but I don't know. Can we stick? I don't know if it's the money. I just know what you're supposed to believe in, you're supposed to believe in. And if somebody can change your belief, it's because they have a legitimate argument that you cannot just deny. You have to look at them and say, oh, you know what? This is something I should take into consideration. So when you get to the point in your life where you can't take anything into consideration, you are in a vacuum and in a cult.
There's a little bit more to it than that.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm going to see if I can.
I realized when I said that, I was like, I'm sorry. I'm going to let you speak. I realized when I said that, after I said that, I was like, oh shit. But if I'm anti-fascist, there's no way getting around being anti-fascist. Like that's a hard line. Like there are some things that are hard line. So I feel like what I said was kind of fucked up. But anyway, go ahead. Correct me. Let's go.
No, it's not so much that. It's just that when you start to become not a liberal and read and understand, and you find that a lot of the things that you thought the basis of your understandings of things were just wrong, like how economics works or whatever. Well, it turns out there are similar issues with psychology as well. A lot of people think that we see a rational argument or a rational explanation for something and we go, oh, that makes sense, and then we change our minds. That's not how human brains work. We have to address the emotional sphere first. Otherwise, no amount of logic and reason is going to go in. That's why you can show Trump voters, if you go on those sort of liberal debate channels and you see them bashing down on Trump voters, which can be very satisfying, you'll see time after time they'll ask them, why did you vote for Trump? And they'll say, because he's good for the working class. And they will bring out point after point, evidence after evidence showing that Trump's not good for the working class. And they'll go, huh. And then they'll still vote Trump because it didn't go in. Why didn't it go in? Someone showed them reason and evidence, solid evidence from their own side that Trump's not good for the working class. So why didn't they believe? And the reason is they didn't come to the beliefs that they had through reason and evidence. So reason and evidence can't shift them out of those beliefs. And more to the point, if you're in a fixed mental mold, your brain will just automatically reject any evidence that doesn't fit the pattern. But the thing is, people don't think that that's how they think, even though it is the case. You've got, for neurotypical folks, you've got to address the emotional sphere first. Otherwise, nothing else will penetrate. That's why if you want to be good at sales or convincing people or whatever, you've got to make an emotional connection. Otherwise, all your other stuff just does not go in.
You know, that's so interesting.
The thing is, autistic people don't work like that.
Yeah. So my first degree was in marketing with a concentration in professional sales. And I failed miserably at that because I realized if you tell me no, I'm about to fucking beg you, I'm out. So I'm not going to make no money. It's like,
yep, me too.
My first degree is marketing with a concentration in professional sales. I bombed at it. I thought I was, I should have went into mass communications probably. But I thought, I'm personable, whatever. And then I didn't like the idea of like trying to sell people shit that they didn't necessarily need. I don't know, whatever. Do you want to go into your video? Before we go into the video, do you want to delve more into the mental conversation about how people work in this political society? I find it quite interesting.
I don't have a video. I was looking for.
No, you sent me one is Jesus too liberal for U.S. evangelical?
Oh, that is just a 12-minute video of somebody going over the article. Much as I described. It was a case of I didn't know if you wanted text or video, so I sent you both.
Oh, okay. So we've kind of gone through it, or have we?
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay.
I mean, the article's there for people to read if they care. I mean, just a quick Google search of evangelicals reject liberal Jesus will bring it up for anybody who wants to read it. But it's only like,
I'm going to put in a comment because in the private chat they don't see it. So I put in a comment. There it is. Rondo's here. Peace, 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 man. I think a lot of the world's problems. You here? Since I have you here, I've been waiting. And I'm not prepared for this conversation, by the way. But we kind of discussed it, and let me see if I could find some videos on this about rationalism. Remember we talked about that like briefly?
Sure.
Okay. And
the thing is, there's two rationalisms. There's what rationalism attempts to be, and then there's what actually happened when they tried.
So I think that's where we had a little disconnect because I still don't even really know what it is because I haven't had time to actually do the work. But let me see if I can find it. I have a few links up for it. And I think this will be a good conversation.
Sure.
But I just
But
saved stuff in my notes.
most of the problems and most of the focus of rationalism is basically what I just said about how people think that they think, and then how people actually do think.
Let me see if I can find it. Auntie, give me a moment. You want to say something to the people while I'm looking?
No.
Ah! You're funny, actually. You're kind of funny. All right. Let me see. Are you working?
I'm just doing some typing to see if I can find the short clip I was looking for. It's a clip that really hammers this out in a very simple way, and I'm just trying to remember it.
Oh, nope. That's
What it is it's an explanation by an autistic person as to their realization as to how quote unquote normal people, i.e. holistic people, think versus how autistic people think. And the short version is autistic people think more like what everybody thinks that they think like, whereas non-autistic people don't. And it's like with liberalism. Like, liberals don't know how anything works, so they're constantly confused and surprised when their models of reality don't line up. And it's the same kind of thing here. People think that they see evidence, they see good rational reasons, they change their mind. They don't. Normal people have some kind of emotional reaction to something, they change their mind, and then they make a justification to explain why they're changing mind. Whereas your stereotypical autistic person, if there is such a thing, is a little bit more like the logical approach to things, where they see a thing, they think about it, they go, huh, they change their mind about how they feel about stuff, and then that changes how their emotional landscape reacts to that thing. This is all very stereotypical and not hugely accurate, but this is the basic idea. Whereas quote unquote normal people, you have to address the emotional thing first, otherwise nothing else is going to go in. And you can talk to religious people, you can talk to Trump voters, you can talk to your mum. If you can talk to a stranger, if you don't make that emotional connection that allows you to address the emotional situation, then nothing you say, no matter evidence, is going to go in. It's like why you can show flat earthers like 1,000 pictures of the earth as a sphere, why you can show them live video footage from the ISS or the Chinese one, and of the earth being a sphere and it rotating beneath them. It just doesn't go in. They don't care. They're not interested. They'll just make up an excuse.
Whereas autistic
because you
people
haven't addressed the emotional level.
Yeah, autistic people, you have to address the logic and reasoning first before I can even get to the fact that you're emotional about it. I need to understand how logically this makes sense. And then after that, maybe we can talk about your feels. Right?
That's the one.
I know.
And that's why there's a huge disconnect, because your standard, if there is such a thing, autistic person is thinking of like reasons and evidence and why you should do a thing, and then presenting those things to other people in the assumption that, well, this convinced me, it'll convince you.
Well,
and it doesn't. And it's like, but why? I showed you all the reasons and evidence. You can check it out yourself. And it's like, yeah, but they're not going off of reasons and evidence, but they think they are, and that's the problem. If they knew they weren't, if they knew they were reacting emotionally, and they were cool with that, that would be one thing. But they're reacting emotionally. They think they have reasons and evidence, and every time you try to show that that's not the case by going, well, here's some reasons and evidence that shows that you're wrong, they go, nuh-uh. Because it's not about reasons and evidence. Because people don't think the way they think they think.
Well, let me ask you this, okay?
Damn, I can't say.
Yeah, I forgot it just that quick. Ain't that crazy? I forgot it just that quick. I had in my head, I was waiting for you to finish. I don't remember. I'm sorry. Maybe later.
Okay.
I just know that yeah, I was trying to equate it to something. Never mind. Sorry. When I figure it out, I'll tell you. But it was juicy. Whatever it was juicy. Because I've dealt with autistic people a lot of my life. They're very interesting people. And like they have something to say, but they on a different spectrum. Like what the fuck are you talking about? Like this doesn't make logical sense. And once you make it make logical sense, and then after you make it make logical sense, bring in the emotion part, they are more willing to absorb the emotional information. But first, you got to make the shit make sense. Like if you start off with the emotion, it's not going to work. Mm-mm. Do you agree with that or no?
Yeah. Yeah, pretty much.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's not 100%.
It's not
autistic
100%,
people are
right?
people, they're not robots, and you've still got the occasional quote unquote normal person. I think the term is holistic, who you can show them reason and evidence they will change their mind, but it usually requires training. This is why people have such an issue with science, because scientists have to train themselves to just accept what they see, even if it pisses them off. Whereas that's not how your typical person works.
She put something in the notebook and just called, girl, can you put it in the private chat? I've had like friends who, I don't know what you think about smoking illegal substances, but I've had friends who are their brain works so fast. They had to smoke weed to slow their brain down so they could talk to you. I thought that was very interesting. I've had friends and children and stuff like that they need a logical explanation first before they can ever like understand you on what they consider to be a normal level.
Right.
It's so interesting that when they used to like take special needs children and isolate them, right? So now they're putting, hi Mousy. Now they're putting special needs children in classrooms with normal is not the word, neurocentric, I guess, neurocentric people to see how they respond. And I've been with nonverbal kids. My niece was nonverbal for her entire life. She was not her entire life, I'm sorry. Her entire childhood, she was nonverbal, but she would ace every test. And then eventually she just started talking in her adulthood. So it wasn't that she wasn't smart. She just didn't feel safe to talk for some reason. I don't know fucking why. Every kid is their own kid. And
I don't know. As time goes by, I look at more things that I thought were just me and how I did things, and it turns out that's typical autistic behavior. So I'm definitely on the spectrum.
And who cares? I don't care. People on the spectrum.
By knowing who you are and
cool.
what are the likely issues, you can be prepared. So I find it useful.
Right. It's useful to know, it's useful to know, so that way you know how to interact with people, and it's useful for other people to know, so they know how to interact with you. Like, some people don't like to be touched. Some people don't like if you go into an environment and they're like, oh, if you don't shake my hand, then that's a problem. Well, what if I don't want to touch you? What if that's like something in their brain that if it doesn't feel right for them to like be touching people? Does that mean they can't do their job effectively just because they didn't want to fucking touch you?
Well, it's not that. It's just that one of the parts of autism, one of the issues that is very common and almost diagnostic of autism is allistic people have a filter that allows them to just ignore a lot of stuff. And as far as I can tell, it seems to be that autism, you don't have that filter.
You don't have a filter.
So you notice more than everybody else does, but you're so easily overwhelmed. Like when I'm at work, I have.
Okay, sorry.
I have had when I'm at work, I have a radio. It's clipped to my belt or in my pocket or something, and the number of times I've thrown the damn thing down the corridor because I've got a resident talking to me, and that's the important part. And then I've got the resident's guest talking to me, and then I've got my workmate who wanders in next to me who talks to me, and then the radio goes off all at once, and it's like I've got 4 voices in my head all trying to talk to me at once, and it's like, all right, I've got to cut down radio. 3. Okay, now there's 3. Right. As a side effect, chucking the radio down the corridor usually shuts up 3 of the people.
I don't think it's. Oh, somebody's. Oh, there's Michael again. Okay, so, oh, you're throwing me off because this is so exciting. Like, the concept of I was raising a high functioning autistic kid. Okay, smells, textures, logic. I don't think it's something wrong with you for like you notice stuff more. I think that people who are socialized or socialized not to say shit, where the autistic person is like, what the fuck is this? And it'll just spout it off right away. No filter. Which I think is hilarious, by the way.
Yeah, I think that lack of.
I don't think anything's wrong. I don't think anything's wrong with that. I think that shit is hilarious.
Yeah, it's weird. I know I characterize it as. You remember the really, really old freaking 80s TV series Greatest American Hero? He had a super suit that made him into Superman, but he lost the instruction book, and so he didn't know how anything worked. That's how I feel. I feel like everybody else in the world got handed a How to Be a Human book, and I didn't get mine. People seem to have these built-in assumptions and sets of things that prevent them doing stuff or automatically stop them saying or doing certain things, and I just don't have that. So the number of times I get yelled at for just like, why did you say that? Why did I say what? Just because, everybody automatically understands that this is a thing that you do or don't do. It's like, well, where did this information come from? Who told you? Oh, nobody tells you. You just have to know these things. It's like, well, if you just have to know, where does it come from?
Well, you're observing something and you just blatantly say it because it's an obvious observation. Whereas other people would observe the same shit, but there's something in their brain that says, oh, if you say that, it's going to hurt the person's feelings, or it's going to knock the social order out of. Oh, I'm sorry. Why is he still? You can bring yourself on stage. What are you doing?
Hello, I was just letting you guys finish your conversation. Whatever.
Oh, okay, yeah. So it's like if you say it and it's blatant, it's nothing wrong with what the fuck you just said because everybody else was thinking the shit. It's just you had the balls to say it because you don't have the filter that we have. I be laughing at it. I be like, shit, talk your shit, baby. Go on, say it.
But also there's a social layer that
Of course.
that exists that a lot of us on the autistic side of the fence just miss. Like, there are some questions that you can't even ask because if you ask the question, it carries an implication.
Mm.
Like, if, say for example, I'll pick on Michael here. Michael, do you get sexually aroused by young children?
No.
If I say that, if I just ask the question, right?
Yeah.
It's just in isolation, it's just a question. But by asking the question, I'm telling you what I'm thinking. I'm telling you what goes through my mind when I see you, and that carries some implications. So you literally just can't ask a question. And instinctively, apparently, quote unquote, normal people know that. But if you're autistic, you don't, or you probably don't, or it might just be on manual. It's like the difference between driving a driving stick and driving automatic.
I don't know.
It's one more thing you have to think of.
To me, the implication would be, what the fuck you saw in Michael to make you ask him that shit? That would be my.
Yeah.
I'm like, well, what's going on with Michael?
Those questions are top of mind for us all right now. Constantly.
Yeah, you just, there's some questions you just can't even literally ask. And I've been in situations with not that, but other questions where it's other things where it's like, on the one hand, I want this information, but on the other hand, I realize that if I ask this question, it carries implications. So therefore, I can't ask the question.
Yeah, that's you can see that in the job, the workforce a lot clear. Like maybe as a better example, if you ask for a raise, there's a whole cascade of consequences just asking the question. But as far as revealing what you're thinking when you ask a question, I would maybe put that with a caveat. You reveal some of what you're thinking, but not necessarily all of your intentions and motivations behind the reason for the question.
Well, Antediluvian, may I respond to that? Sure. Because in family dynamics, there's a lot of, don't tell this person that. Don't tell that person this.
I get a lot of that from my mom.
I know you know that. Don't say this. Don't. And it was so debilitating to keep up with what I shouldn't say, what I shouldn't say, and who should I say it to, and who can I say it to, and after a while, I was like, fuck it, I'm just talking. I don't give a fuck. I'm just gonna say it all, and y'all can hold me accountable for my shit, but you gonna be held accountable for your shit too. I'm just talking. And there's just so much of that dynamic in family structures and political structures that you cannot speak on this. This is our dirty little secret. But if it remains a dirty little secret, how are we going to cleanse ourselves of this atrocity so we can progress and move forward? There's no way you can unless you nip that shit in the butt.
Right. But this is where we're talking about is like socially defined rules about what is acceptable, and I haven't heard the word subjective come up yet in this conversation. And that's basically the quiet part out loud. So all of these socially determined rules of acceptable behavior and speech, the way that they sell it is they frame it as if it's an objective thing you're not allowed to talk about, but it's like an Overton window at the end of the day, but for culture or whatever, you know. So it's the thing about autism definitions is that sort of sets them apart from other kind of medical diagnoses is that they are a little more subjectively, culturally defined. Like it's the culture that defines it as a disorder. It's not necessarily physically a disorder. It's a difference, and there's a difference there between a difference and a disorder. So.
I will say that I think the reason you find that so many on the left have autistic spectrum traits or whatever is because the propaganda isn't aimed at us. It's designed for a different type of brain, so it doesn't work on us very well. But also, and I suspect this is a little bit why you see so many trans and queer people on the left, is partly there's the oppression, which is obvious, but also if you've learned to question one very heavy built-in assumption like gender or your sexuality or whatever, everybody's straight, everybody is the gender they're assigned at birth. It turns out you're not. And you go, what other assumptions are there that everybody accepts about the world that might also be wrong? I think that's partly connected as well.
Exactly.
So, you wanted to say something, Michael?
That's all. I just
Okay.
agree.
So, I just
tell you
find it
what, it
so
scares me, though.
interesting.
Because what if they figure out how to market propaganda to autistic people, and they start to get me as well?
They're definitely looking into it.
That'll be my second bullet point. But the first one is that the reason why they are telling your children not to go to college, it's a waste to go to college, is because people come from all over walks of life to go to different colleges, and then your children experience diversity, and then they have to question everything that they've been taught in that fucking racist bubble or patriarchal bubble that they grew up in all their lives. They experience more things. So that's why they don't want our children to go to college. But their children are going to college, for sure. And then I forgot the second thing. It was something antediluvian said. I need to write shit down. What did you say, antediluvian? Because I had a second comment about something you said. It was just before I spoke. Never mind.
I don't know. Sorry.
I know.
I forget already.
I know.
It's there though. We can watch it later and rewind it.
This shit sucks. Anyway, I want to thank you, Antediluvian, for being one of our, because Golden Monarch has already been here. So he does get props for showing up, but it's the first time you jumped on. So we want to tell you that how much we appreciate you for
thank you.
Not being silent and being scared to talk.
I can't usually show up. I can't usually follow your stuff nowadays. I used to be able to because you were on sort of early to mid morning as far as my time goes. But my hours change and I'm normally at work at this time. So that's why I sort of disappeared. So
that's too bad. So maybe it's good that
I'm only on now because I'm at home with the busted knee.
I was gonna say maybe it'd be good that we're starting a Tuesday different time slot, but apparently it's just bad luck.
I'm always working on a Tuesday.
And you didn't let them put in stitches or anything, right? Because that
I have 2 stitches.
2, but some of it is halfway open, so the infection could push out. I learned that the hard way.
Yeah. That more or less happened naturally. It sealed up tight as a drum, and then for some reason the scab just dissolved one day, and all the yuck came out. So it improved, but I still can't go back to work because I can't really bend my knee much, and my job is entirely basically walking and crouching down. So yeah,
I'll get better soon.
That might be for industry.
I can walk around now. I just need to be able to even bend my leg at all. So things are definitely getting better. But yeah. Well, anyway, now that Michael's back, is it Michael or is it Mikhail?
Michael, but Mike, I don't mind. I don't really care. People can pronounce it Mikhail. That's all good.
Okay, it's just I see the spelling and it just says Mikhail to me. So
it's all good.
Wanted to be polite.
I thought it was
anyway,
true.
Now that you're back, I just wanted to, because when you left, we were talking about DSM and diagnoses of things like psychopathy and sociopathy and whatever.
Right.
And then I had to go hunt up a mic. So I worked in community mental health for a while. So
Auntie, I don't mean to cut you off, baby. I'm just gonna take a break for a second and I'll be back. Okay?
Sure.
Okay.
No problem. But yeah. So diagnosis has changed. It used to be they were trying to diagnosis was a declaration of identity. Basically, you are a person with autism. You are a psychopath. You are a sociopath. You are this thing. But now the diagnosis is not about who you are on the inside, because realistically we can never know that. The diagnosis is you're a person with the following issues and problems. So they got rid of the diagnosis of sociopathy and psychopathy, and now they diagnose you with antisocial personality disorder, because that is how those traits normally show up. So they're not diagnosing you as you are a person with this. It's you're a person who has done these things and has these problems. And it's a very profound change, but because there are plenty of psychopaths in the world who have all the traits of psychopathy, like no empathy, no instinctive empathy, no feeling for other people, whatever. But they don't do the bad things.
Yeah.
If you ever want an example, just go onto YouTube and just look up pro-social sociopath, because the stereotypical description of a sociopath or a psychopath is somebody who goes around torturing animals and murdering people because, well, why the hell not? But the thing is, in order to have that happen, you have to have the traits of psychopathy or sociopathy, and then also have some kind of terrible trauma to make you into that person. If that trauma never happens, you're just a person who has no empathy for other people. Not having empathy doesn't mean you automatically go around murdering people.
Right. Well, at least
it just means you don't feel their pain instinctively.
So the theory goes anyway, because you could use me as an example, because I currently have this diagnosis of antisocial personality disorder. So had I been diagnosed in the 70s or whatever, they would have probably called me a sociopath. But as far as I can tell, and those around me, I think maybe you guys would agree, I'm more of what you would have to call the friendly psychopath or sociopath, because I'm, like you're saying, haven't really had whatever traumatic enough experience happen to me that I've become that full-blown violent psychopath, whatever. But what I'm pushing back a little bit on is I've experienced plenty of trauma in my life, but for whatever reason, I haven't reacted by turning into an evil whatever.
It wasn't enough to push you over the edge. Yeah.
But I'm not sure if that validates or invalidates the theory, because what I've been through is pretty serious. I mean, it could have been worse, but then you could always make the argument that it could always be worse. So you just never actually met the threshold. But if you've met the thresholds for disproving the theory, but people believe the theory, then they would say you have yet to meet the threshold. And I would argue that I've met the threshold that proves the lack of scientific credibility, because we forget that these are theories, like how they put out in the media that this person was the person who Luigi Mangione is the one who shot this CEO. That was not technically the truth, but you repeat it often enough and everyone starts to treat it as if it is the truth. And that, I think, happens with diagnoses a lot, rather than recognize that, because what could have happened here is the reason why they changed the definition. They're ostensibly, their argument is that, like what you were saying, that they went from saying that this is what you are to this, what they're describing as a collection of symptoms, as opposed to, I feel like they've actually abandoned actual diagnoses in favor of just describing symptoms instead of getting to the root cause, because they've found a difficulty in actually getting all the way to the root cause. So I'm not sure it's an improvement. I'm not sure if it actually rectifies the problem, because what their problem is that they have to prove that the diagnoses are scientifically credible, and I'm not sure they've met that criteria.
Well, the issue is it's not a scientific issue; it's a treatment issue. So, I think the simplest way is an explanation my mum gave me. It's like, it doesn't matter if you think you're Napoleon. No one cares, and the medical profession is not interested in you. If you then start putting on a costume and trying to round up people to invade Russia, then it becomes a problem. And so if you're a person who, we'll stick with the psychopathy thing, if you're a person who naturally lacks empathy, it's not a problem. You don't need diagnosis. You don't need medical help. If you're a person who then goes around hurting people for amusement and torturing small animals, then it's a problem. So
that seems subjective.
that is why the diagnostic criteria change, because it's not the business of medicine to go around investigating people's heads and finding out who they are on the inside. It's the medical profession's job to deal with things that are an issue, and then we can have a separate discussion about whether politics comes into that or not. But the thing is,
a triage approach, right? Like it's
the
pragmatic approach, because I could argue it's sort of dismissing the need to be scientific in a way. It's not very, I wouldn't say it sets a good precedent, because what they're trying to say is what matters is we don't want to waste resources on things that are not really harming like the public. But what it sounds like is we don't actually have to deal with you if you have problems, unless your problems become other people's problems. But the problem is we have a subjective definition of what is or is not a problem, or what is or is not a problem to the people around you. Because I know for a fact that they heavily abuse the thing about you being a danger to yourself or the people around you. I know a lot of people, personally, who their lives are destroyed by this, because their reputation becomes that of some kind of dangerous, psychopath needs to be society needs to be protected from, and this person needs drugs pumped into them, even if whatever happened that was causing them to behave that way is now past, and they're becoming like a better normal person. It doesn't matter. They can't be trusted anymore, because subjective opinion is this person is objectively crazy.
Yeah, well, I think I would be a perfect example of that. It's like I fit the old school definition of a psychopath. I have no naturally occurring empathy for other people. There's a really easy test. If you go outside your door and you see a kid who fall on the ground and skin their knee and they bleed everywhere and they cry and whatever, if you're not lacking in empathy, you will immediately feel something. Now, whether you actually do something about that is another story. But do you feel anything? Now, for me, I can just walk right past that crying kid with the bleeding knee and not care at all. Now, I have made a personal decision that I don't want to live in a world like that, and I don't want to be that kind of person. But that is me manually deciding that I will do something about that, rather than automatically and instinctively feeling a feeling. I don't feel the feeling, but I can make a decision about it.
It could be like a socially learned thing for you to protect yourself.
The thing is, by the old standards, I would then be mentally unwell.
Muted, Abby. Right, but I feel like it's a socially learned thing.
May I ask something of him? Because
but I'm not actually causing problems or suffering. So why do I need a diagnosis?
May I ask something of Dave? Because they didn't tell me their pronoun. So may I ask something of Dave?
I'm a they then.
Yeah, of course. Okay. Now I might forget because I only seen you once. Okay, it takes a long time for me to pull people in my circle. But I find that quite interesting because I follow this person who is a self-prescribed narcissist in therapy, and they talk about things like that. That how you could be a narcissist and through therapy or what have you, you can change your brain mannerism to find the empathy to do something different. Is that what you're saying right now about not walking over that child? Like you had help to decide.
I'll see if I can explain it. Have you heard of the phrase "gay for pay"?
OnlyFans?
Yeah, whatever.
I'm just playing.
The thing is, there's a number of people in the adult film industry that do gay stuff, but they're not actually gay.
Mm-hmm.
The definition being, I don't find this attractive, but hey, it's an easy job and it's less effort than 8 hours digging a ditch or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Same kind of thing here. You might not instinctively feel that way, but you can do it. You can learn to do it. You can learn it as a habit. So I don't feel the feelings, but I can manually make the decision and inculcate into myself the habit of thinking about other people, thinking about how this looks, thinking about how their feelings would feel and what I should do. But that will not magically make me feel the feelings that regular people should feel. I have the habits. I have made a conscious decision to go and work in the healthcare field, to contribute, to work with elderly and vulnerable people and be nice to them. But that's because I made that decision, not because I am emotionally drawn to it. In many ways, it's good because it makes me a good worker, because I can relate to people and be nice to them or whatever, but also not freak out if something terrible happens. And given where I work, something terrible happens every 3 days.
May I tell you something so interesting about
Sure.
what you just said? Okay, so I have a ex-husband and a stepson. He was autistic. He didn't give a fuck. Okay. And they were trying to diagnose his daughter as autistic too. He was a widow, so I was their mother. Yada yada. Okay. I was in New York City. I put them in acting classes because I said, if you don't, I understand you don't naturally feel it. That's okay. We gonna work on that, together in our own household. I thought acting would be a great way for them to have to think outside of themselves and to how other people feel and project that. I don't know.
That's where I was.
I thought it worked well. Like they did a good job. But does that mean I was creating? I don't know. I thought they did good. I thought it really helped them to learn more about how other people felt.
Well, I think what Antediluvian was saying, I was gonna comment, but then you wanted to say something. It was about tabula rasa versus innatism, if you guys know what that is. So it's the idea about, are we born as a blank slate, or are we is there more of like a reincarnation going on where we're kind of born with traits from previous lives, sort of thing. So I feel this is it seems like just a useless philosophical discussion, but I think it actually matters to talk about is it really tabula rasa or is it really innatism? Because it's not necessarily one or the other, but there is kind of an answer scientifically that would help us understand reality better. So when we're looking at autistic people, we're kind of trying to prove the blank slate theory or innatism. And so we're looking at people being born different than other people. So they seem innately coming into the world as naturally different people. But then the argument about tabula rasa, we're all born blank slates. So the thing about lack of empathy, there's a strong argument that these are like socially learned, socially constructed phenomenon. They're not really natural to reality. They're more human created. That doesn't make them less real, just changes their origin. So not sure.
It's both.
Yeah,
I don't know. As a parent of a autistic child, that shit was real for them. It was real for them. It was a struggle to try to get them to acclimate into a society that they weren't. It wasn't their thing.
Which means
it just wasn't their fucking thing.
So it can't just be a blank slate is the answer, because if an autistic person is a blank slate just like any other normal person, you should theoretically be able to teach them to be like anyone else, and there's no barrier preventing them from learning just as easily as the so-called normal or neurotypical person.
Well, it's not the one thing or the other. It's a blend of both.
Yeah, it could be a binary
fallacy. We're all born with built-in tendencies, sexuality, for example. It's like most of us fall somewhere on the bisexual spectrum, with most of the quote unquote heterosexual people just being strongly leaning in one direction. But if they find the right person, they can go, oh, actually, yeah, maybe I can go the other way. It's the same thing here. We might all have built-in natural genetic or environmental tendencies to be one way or to have one way of thinking. And with training and with the right kind of society and whatever, we can encourage those traits or suppress them if they're negative. But there are people whose tendencies are so strong that no amount of environmental pressure or encouragement is going to change that. It's like if I'm born without a leg, you don't have to call me disabled and you don't have to look down on me, but no amount of encouragement or appropriate thought is going to change the number of legs that I have. Or if I'm colorblind, there are ways I can cope with that, but there's no amount of coping strategy is going to allow me to see color.
Well, that's where
So,
it's
a little bit of both.
transhumanists would say, I object. We'll make it possible one day. But then you could always
Sure.
argue you can make a
And with
technological
new
workaround,
eyeballs and new brain chemistry, then sure, but we're
but you
not there
still
yet,
can't
so
see
that's not an issue
naturally
right now.
as if you were born with eyes. You have to have the workaround, the artificial way of seeing for you to be able to see at all. So I feel like no matter what, I think you're correct here, where there are certain kinds of like disabilities that cannot be overcome or compensated for in a technological way, not to get you exactly the same as quote unquote normal people.
Yeah, I suppose.
Because you define what you're saying. You can never give
I
a born without
suppose.
a leg. You could give them a prosthetic, but then you would have to. We could argue about, is a prosthetic a leg or is it a fake leg? Because people who say it qualifies, it works it's a functional argument, whatever. If it works like a leg, then it is a leg. But people would say if you weren't born with it attached to you, then it's not a leg. You know what I mean?
Well, then you're into defining your terms as to what actually counts as a leg. I mean, if you look at the Special Olympics, then you've got people with custom built legs that can outrun regular Olympic sprinters.
Right, and that's the
that
funny
doesn't
thing
change
about
the number of
now we get into trans people.
No, with transhumanism is more. It's actually funny because if transhumanism
very related
is
concept
taken to the extreme logical conclusion, what we have is a potential ability for disabled people to gain more abilities than so-called abled people. It's all a matter of time and money, right?
Yeah, and the thing is, if prosthetic limbs become so amazing that they can do amazing things, then you might have people who have natural born limbs removing them to get the cooler, better prosthetics.
Exactly.
And hey, Cyberpunk, here we come.
And that's why I don't like that possibility emerging. I feel I'm more of the humanist, and I feel like transhumanism can become a little bit anti-human after a while because it sort of treats what makes us human as mutable as opposed to immutable.
So, LT,
well,
do you want
to
talk about rationalism a little bit?
It clearly is mutable, and this leans into the rationalism and other stuff as well. It's like
So you want to talk about it or no?
Well, because the right wing wants to define what it makes us human as a biological phenomenon, but it's not only, right? But I think we get a little bit.
You've got the what is transhumanism and also what is rationalism versus what are the people who are espousing these things also talking about. See, transhumanism is transhumanism. The fact that Elon Musk is also a dick and he seems to like transhumanism doesn't mean that transhumanism is bad. It just means that Elon Musk is a dick and he also happens to like transhumanism.
It's like the weapon.
I think that was your argument before about rationalism. Yeah, I remember that.
It's like a rationalism is an attempt to recognize and compensate for our own natural biases and issues, and is generally a good thing to be promoted. It's like critical thinking. But by the same token, just about everybody who's pushing this publicly is also a right-wing libertarian dickhead. It doesn't mean that the idea is wrong, but it does mean that everybody opens their mouth publicly that is kind of a dick. So
is the idea of AI is wrong?
Well, it's a similar issue. It's like AI is AI. It can be used
Yeah,
for
it's a
good.
similar issue. Yeah,
It can be used for ill, as in
right.
everybody who's talking about this in the US. It doesn't make AI good or bad. It's just a tool. It's like a knife. You can use a knife to heal
Okay, but
people by doing
I'm
surgery, or you can stop people.
asking, but I'm asking in the framework of what we have in this society, what do you think is going to be useful? How do you
In your
think
society, it doesn't matter what the
we,
tool is. It's going to be used for ill.
in my
AI,
society?
transhumanism, prosthetics, whatever. It's like
You said in my
in
society?
say a wonderful socialist environment, really good cybernetic prosthetics like out of Cyberpunk will be used to give people health and the ability to live a more natural life and just more life in general. Whereas you could see in a cyberpunk type dystopia that if those things existed, that they would just be like, we can make a better worker who can work for 24 hours without rest and not fall down and not have any of these problems and can just be repaired by a mechanic. This is a good thing. We should do this.
Yeah,
the system is the problem, not the tools that you use.
Can we just like just come to the conclusion it's not my society because it's late stage capitalism and imperialism, so it's your society too. So you can't just put it on me, right? So is it good or is it not good? Like, you
I don't know if
just
we'll be
say
able to come up with a
society.
definitive answer.
What do you mean by it? What it are we talking about?
AI.
I think his answer was like neutral.
Yeah. It's just a tool. It's like nationalism. We see the right wing use nationalism all the time, and it's negative. We see nationalism used by countries like Vietnam and Cuba and whatever in a good way. It's a tool. It's a tool that can be used for ill, like a knife, or it's a tool that can be used for good, like an surgeon's scalpel. But
So
it
Can
itself is not the issue. It's the use it's put to.
Can we use the example of nuclear weapons?
How many times have we used the scalpel and not the knife?
Probably more times that people get stabbed.
With the
you say how many times we do precision over blunt?
Because a scalpel is a cut. A scalpel is like psychological warfare. A scalpel is like sanctions. A scalpel, and it's time for somebody to use a knife. That's just my point.
But this is where I was gonna. I think that now that you said that, that brings my question into more relevance. I mean, how about we could use the example of a knife or a gun, where everyone instinctively understands the use of self-defense turns it from a bad thing into a good thing. But now can we extrapolate that to nuclear weapons, where if we have them as a deterrent, they become a good thing? But to me, I feel it's the easiest argument to say nuclear weapons are inherently a bad thing because they have so much destructive potential that even if you use them, quote unquote, for the forces of good, it's like a Pyrrhic victory. You've achieved a way to nullify goodness in order to save it. Like there's no using a nuke in self-defense in a way that is ethically justified, at least.
I don't know. For me, I just see it as more of the same. It's just very far along the scale. You could make the argument that it could be good, but also you could make the argument that even the good that a nuclear weapon could be put to is outweighed by the obvious downside. I mean, you can think up scenarios where having a nuke is a good thing, but they're either unrealistic or maybe there are ways to get that thing done in other ways.
I would just be
making stuff up. Like, what if an asteroid comes to the Earth and you need a nuke to blow it up or something like that?
You could make the argument the asteroid's a good thing because we need, for the rest of the species, we need to be taken care of. But yeah, that's...
Hold on. The universe is protected where gravity pulls asteroids away from the Earth all the time. We are more in danger of a nuke than the asteroid.
We
So
also
let's
know
not.
there's
So let's not do
historic
that.
times where they do
And
hit
then also, let's just be honest and say the countries that don't have nukes need fucking nukes because that's the only way to protect themselves from these fucking psychopaths that will blow you up or bully you because they know you don't have nuclear weapons. Everybody should have nuclear weapons.
I
Fuck
don't
it.
know.
They already out here. They
Like said,
already out here.
Our world,
stakes are
our
high
world
enough.
has changed. Our
I
world
feel
has
like-
They are
changed.
already
There
out
was
here.
once a time when more nukes was a negative, but now lots of people have nukes, and the majority of people with the nukes, like the West, the Brits, the French, the Americans, I'm not sure who else, they have the nukes. They're the problem. We are now in such a shitty situation where other people having nukes actually makes the world slightly safer because it reduces the chance that the idiots with the nukes
Exactly.
will use them.
But
Yes.
eventually, this could lead to a situation that is ultimately the worst possible outcome. Because what I'm saying is, like, the only reason that makes that argument credible is because if the other smaller nations don't acquire nukes, there is no way to get the powerful nations to give up their nukes. So that is the only reason why it becomes a good argument. But now what we're saying is we have already the power to destroy the world several hundred times over. So what you're arguing essentially is what would save the world is if we had the power to destroy the world 1,000,000 times over. That's guaranteed to save us. And I think that loses a rational.
That is not what I'm saying.
Michael.
No, that is not what I'm saying.
That's not what we're saying. That's not what we're
Go
saying.
ahead. Sorry.
Fuck that. No, this is what we're saying. If the bullies of America have nukes, the only reason they bully other people because they don't have fucking nukes. Everybody should have nukes.
But they're bullying China.
Unless everybody disarms
Michael, your
nukes.
analogy is false.
All right.
It's not that we have the ability to blow up the world 10 times and thus blowing up the world 20 times will make us safe. A bullet in the head will kill you. 2 bullets in the head won't make you more dead. The issue is, if there's a bully who's got a gun, now there are more people with guns who can shoot back. Or if you prefer, the bully's got a hand grenade in his hand and he can kill everybody. But now if other people have hand grenades, it's not entirely up to the bully when things go wrong.
Right. My point is we haven't de-escalated anything. That's all, right? We've escalated to the
No,
point.
we haven't de-escalated. But the problem is, imagine a world where the Americans are
all
the only
the
ones with nukes.
colonizers have nukes.
Exactly. We're just in an incredibly difficult, I don't know how you really solve this problem.
So you can't tell, but Michael, you cannot tell other countries that they can't get nukes when their only defense from these fucking genocidal colonizers is to have a nuke.
That's what I'm not telling them they can't.
I want every last one of these countries to get a nuke. Please, every one of them, get a nuke.
I'm not saying they can't do it.
At least 2,
I'm just
3,
saying,
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 of them.
I think all I'm saying is I think I see a slippery slope, right? So you can agree or disagree, but I also
the slippery slope is irrelevant. It's done. The genie's out of the bottle. The door is open. We now have to live in a world where that has been done. What do we do next?
Exactly.
So then we can do what you're saying, and every nation can acquire nukes, and then we still have the question of now what happens. Because I don't think we actually have an answer. We have our theory is
I'd rather
because now everyone will have the ability for mutual destruction, right?
Michael, I would rather minority countries have nukes than all the goddamn colonizers.
Of course.
So if we just gonna blow everything up, then fuck it, blow it all up. But you ain't gonna just be blowing our shit up and then you chilling. Nah. If we go on, we all going.
I'm pretty sure the consequence where I've kind of come to this conclusion myself or whatever. If America is going to blackmail the rest of the world with nukes for the rest of eternity, I would rather that the rest of the world stands up to them, even if it means the destruction of all of us, because that is the future of us all living enslaved by the colonizers is less preferable than extinction. But this is a radical conclusion that the majority of people are unwilling to actually get to. They think that it is insane for you to believe that. Maybe it is. But I think it's insane to believe because the colonizers have been the first to the finish line of the nuclear race, that they had now we're in the end of history because they just won. There's nothing we can do about it. That's like a learned helplessness, giving up kind of. So, but we're in a catch-22 for sure. Like we're damned if we don't get nuked and put an end to this genocidal, psychopathic civilization state that we call the US, or we're doomed if we try and destroy this completely batshit crazy, murderous machine that will go on killing unless we stop it. But if by trying to stop this machine, we'll blow it up and kill everyone, I just don't see a solution either way. That's the point.
You know what the solution is? The global world needs to come to an understanding of where the resources are, where the matriarchy is, and for these white supremacist patriarchal systems to stand the fuck down. Chill the fuck out, okay? If you just chill the fuck out, we'll make sure you eat, we'll make sure you okay, whatever. But this domination and shit is getting old. Everybody knows who is the dominant society based on resources. Everybody knows who's the dominant society based on morality. This is not confusing.
No.
Go sit your ass down and shut the fuck up so we can live in a communal society as it was intended by the fucking universe and the sun.
It's the logical, simplest, whatever, most equitable solution. The safest thing to do is for them to acknowledge that they were wrong. And I think actually what you're saying is dominance has been falsified. The might makes right as an idea, as a theory, whatever. That's like become the prevailing modus operandi of the people in power. But it's literally already been falsified. The more that you acquire power to achieve dominance, the less you actually have it. Control is kind of is an illusion. So we actually make things less stable the more you try to make things stable through dominance, right? Peace through strength. It does not work. We know it does not work. Now the problem is convincing the people who are convinced that it does work that they are in fact wrong. So how do you
mainly it doesn't work because people resist.
How do you convince that we can change one person's mind? But what we're talking about is a critical mass of minds changed.
Would this be the good part where I go into the podcasters and the nihilism and all that stuff? Or we're not there yet?
Want to talk about?
No. We might not be here yet. We might not be here yet.
So, what was I going to say? So, we need to analyze this situation with the nukes a bit more radically. What is the problem with nuclear proliferation? Why are we concerned? Why are we upset? The short answer is we are concerned and upset because the bad people may get the nukes and they may use them, and that may trigger a nuclear war. Okay, good. Thing is, we're already in that situation. Who are the people with the most nukes? Well, okay, a lot of nukes. Let's go with that. The USA. They are the bad people. They are the evil empire. They have the nukes, and they are on record as the only people ever having used them twice on civilians. So that situation has already happened. The cat is out of the bag. We now have to live in the world where that has already happened. So we're in such a situation that one group, the Americans, can probably blow up the world, or at least end human civilization as we know it, by themselves. Giving other people nukes can only de-escalate the situation. And the thing is, you could make the point that if the Americans are the only ones with nukes, they might feel safe. But we don't live in a world where the Americans are the only ones with nukes. Other people have them too. So that cat is already out of the bag. So now we have to live in a situation where the bad guys have already got the nukes. Some other people also have nukes. So far, it's worked. I think Abby's right in that if more smaller groups have nukes, some nukes or a lot of nukes, doesn't really matter at this point, it'll only make things safer, because with it, like if the Americans were free to act, the American government in this case was free to act, they would probably be dropping a nuke every couple of years on whoever they didn't like, rather than invading because it's cheaper.
I think the only
with some kind of nuclear deterrent, they're encouraged not to do that. I mean, we've all seen the plans for them that they had in mind 50 years ago to carpet nuke China and several other places. We know they come up with this shit. The only thing that's really stopping them is the fact that the people they're likely to drop bombs on have nukes themselves, like Korea. Korea is our flagship example.
Hello, somebody.
They were in serious trouble. Then they got nukes. Now they're in way less trouble. Everybody should have nukes.
My counterpoint to this North Korea, I kind of feel I maybe have to come against this argument, because Israel managed to acquire these nuclear weapons in secret, and they're like the antithesis of North Korea.
That shit wasn't in secret.
So my point is that they haven't really, like, acquiring nukes hasn't worked as a deterrent for Israel, because people still feel that it's necessary to invade them, take them away from them. So I feel like for now, North Korea has been so far a good example of when you acquire nukes, they work as a deterrent. But I think as other nations acquire them, we will kind of see that it's not really the solution we're hoping for. I actually think the solution, we're maybe caught in a false dichotomy where we're only thinking more nukes or less nukes is the only different options. But I'm thinking it's AI that will be the thing that renders nukes obsolete, because they depend on other technology as far as like guidance systems in order to actually work. So if there becomes a technological advancement that, like an EMP, anytime you try to use a nuke, we're so good at preventing them from being used at all, they would become essentially obsolete, because I think they mostly work better as a threat than as actual use, because you try and use them, you do so much damage, such long-term damage to the environment. Imperialism doesn't work because you need the resources of the country you're bombing. So I don't know. I said a lot.
If the resources you want from the country that you just bombed are things like oil and minerals, then yeah, you can still get them. If you wanted food or people or labor from a country you just nuked, then yeah, no. But the thing is, it's not just a simple thing. Imperialism doesn't just want your loot; it also wants control. And it might be worth giving up the loot in a particular country if you blow them off the face of the earth, because A, they're no longer a problem, and B, everybody else is scared into line.
Yeah, but
so imperialism doesn't just want one thing.
The Earth already has a finite amount of resources, and we're feeling the pressure of that. The reason why capitalism can't work in perpetuity is because
he froze a little bit.
So,
oh yeah, his audio just died. So, oh my goodness, everybody is like, okay, if you want to be so much fire in the chat, join, because that's what we were trying to do. Have a join discussion. So while they're going on in the chat, and there's valid points, Antediluvian, I wanted to get to this video, because when we first joined the chat, me and Michael, I said, I want to talk about some of these podcasters and what they are like, what they are uncovering or something. Some of them are audience captured. Some of them are revealing things. We'll see. Okay. Tucker Carlson, by the way, Black Life always fuzzes at me because I can't stand this motherfucker. I'm like, he spent his entire career doing what he did, and then all of a sudden, we're supposed to trust him. And he went on Turning Point USA and apologized. He didn't apologize to Black people, because the way he treated us was real fucked up. So I still don't trust his ass. And now some of the lefties ain't trusting his ass either. They looking at him like AOC, controlled opposition. Do you want to see it? It should be very interesting. Let me put it on up.
That's how I see him. I don't know why anyone would be so naive.
Sometimes bad people say good
I don't
things
see
that
why
are useful
anybody
or
was so
relevant. Doesn't
right.
make them good.
I don't know why people think that
Black life is here.
indicated with a face turn like that. All he has to do is change his talking points, and he's all of a sudden safe.
Yeah, and he's all of a sudden safe. Fuck him. I mean, that's just me. So here he is.
This is where I got to talk about these LaRouche people. I feel like that's maybe part of the answer.
Oil executives re Venezuela.
It's very quiet.
Needs more volume.
Can you make it louder, Abby?
That's as
Right,
loud
so
as
I
it
might
gets.
push off and
back.
leave the spot open for somebody else.
You're getting
So I
the
don't
saying you're
think
going to
four of us
jump off
talking at
here?
once would be good. Yeah.
Yeah.
I might just head
Well,
off.
thanks
because I gotta
for,
go to Lou anyway.
Yeah, thanks for joining
Alright.
us.
Is that not loud enough?
No, it's pretty. I think you could probably make it louder. It looks like the volume's low on the video.
Oh, my bad. I'm sorry. Okay, here we go.
So, as you probably heard, on Friday, Donald Trump had a meeting with all of the salivating oil executives re Venezuela.
Y'all saw him, right? Y'all saw Tucker Carlson ass. Right there. Look at his ass. Now, is that not controlled opposition? Can we not look at AOC, Bernie Sanders, and the way they betrayed us, and the way he's betraying his party as controlled opposition? His father worked for the CIA. Are you just gonna sit up here and act like we stupid? And the way they betrayed us, and the way they gonna play like we stupid? His party as controlled opposition. His father
Spotted this fella in the crowd, Tucker Carlson, who has been aggressively against any sort of intervention in Venezuela, was at the White House Venezuela oil meeting. Wow. All right, let's take a closer look at that. More evidence Tucker Carlson has controlled opposition.
Like the Alfred
Attends
Hitchcock cameo.
White House. Yeah, there he is. White House Venezuela oil meeting despite fierce anti-intervention stance. Wow, man. You know, just when you think you got a handle on the deep state, they throw you another curveball, right?
I want to say this real quick. I gotta say this real quick. First of all, Auntie, where did you go?
They hopped off. They were saying too many cooks in the kitchen.
Oh, boo, tomato. Okay. I mean, we could have at least 10 people on the panel.
But it does get a little too hard for people do talk over each other when that happens. But if we can be disciplined about it, we could definitely do that.
But I don't think we did anything like that. We've never done anything like that.
Yeah, this is our episode 1, so hopefully we'll work our way up to.
Okay, Auntie, come back. You'll be fine. You'll be protected. But anyway, I thought it was so interesting that this guy, when he was at Turning Point USA and all this stuff, and you remember, I'm gonna back up a little bit. You remember how many times I was just like, I don't trust this motherfucker. I can't stand this thing. It's like he was making millions off of anti-blackness and anti-worker for years and years, and all of a sudden now he on Jimmy Dore, like speaking truth, and Russell Brand speaking truth, and like this shit does not pass the smell test for me. Oh, there's antediluvian. Come on back, baby. There we go. So so just like we will talk about how there are control opposition leaders, AOC, Bernie Sanders. I mean, even in states, you could see the control opposition leaders, and then all these media people, Joy Reid, Don Lemon, Megyn Kelly, that moved away from mass media to independent media to make it seem like they had a voice when their sole purpose is to still rally us back into the same fucking parties. So this is what I'm seeing here. Before I start playing again, is there anybody that wants to say something? Go ahead. Go ahead
Golden
now.
Monarch's just having some troubles with his hearing the audio, so I'm not sure.
Where's there? Well, Andy, would you like to say something before I start this over again? Okay, well, I'm gonna start it over again. All right. So here we go.
He might be away from the keyboard.
Yeah, maybe.
Abby Martin, anti-war populist Tucker slavishly applauds a war criminal who violently deposed a head of state at the meeting to sell off the country's oil to corporations. Yeah, that's a sticky wicket there. Escobar, what a populist. Tucker Carlson is amidst the working class oil barons applauding future government subsidized profits. Yeah, that's kind of strange. Kind of strange, but maybe not so strange if you've ever seen this video of Carlson claiming not to have known his father was CIA after having claimed that he knew his father was CIA 10 years earlier. Let's revisit that for a moment.
And I've taken a lot of crap, including from Putin, like, oh, you're from a CIA family. Well, yeah, obviously my father worked in conjunction with CIA. I mean, that's what that is. And I tried to join the CIA, but I'm not being false about it.
Native talent. And he's attacking my dad as a CIA, his dad's in the CIA or whatever. And I'm like, well, that's no, untrue. Then my father dies, and I learn, actually, yeah, was involved in that world. I was completely shocked by it. So no one has to believe me, but that's just a fact.
Right.
Okay, so look, I know a lot of people.
So are we not going to talk about how Bernie Sanders had an entire movement? Are we not going to talk about how the Green Party offered him the party ticket? Are we not going to talk about any of these things? Are we not going to talk about how he took his entire database and handed it over to the DNC party? Are we not going to talk about this?
Well, this is the thing about how much power does your voice have? Because we could talk about it, but the problem is what often happens, unless people with enough clout and influence and reach are the ones who talk about it, we can talk about it all day long, but it won't get past our small circle.
Well, the longer you talk about it, the more people understand it, and the more you change people's minds. Are we not going to talk about how Tulsi Delbert, I said Delbert, Tulsi Delbert, her behavior, how she flipped the flop, the flippity flip, the flip, the flop, the flip. I don't even know how to.
Testing,
Golden
testing. Can you
Monarchs
hear us yet?
back.
Okay. You should be able to hear me now. Sorry about that, folks.
We're good.
Cowboy Kitties is in the house, by the
Yay.
way.
Welcome.
Hey, I'm back.
All right. Cool.
Like how look, Golden Monarch, are we not going to talk about how you try to play us like we are stupid people? Like you don't gather up votes and make sure you just have enough votes to make it look like you doing the right thing, and then you have controlled opposition to either vote present or no. Are we not going to talk about that?
Wait, I'm not even sure what do you want to bring up exactly?
I'm talking about how Congress votes. I'm talking about how they create controlled oppositions in each party, so we can still feel like they're fighting for us, but there's just these 2 or 3 holdouts or 4 or 5 holdouts, and if it just wasn't for them, we can get the shit through.
Oh yeah.
Bullshit.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
how they'll like vote present instead of actually voting and all this shit. Like, stand on business. Stand on business.
Mhm.
That's some sign language for you.
If you want to know my take on that, basically, it's all of it's performative theater.
Exactly.
They're obviously wasting everyone's time.
Exactly.
They're not doing their damn job. And with these so-called, we were so close to getting this passed. But if you donate more money to our party or constituents, maybe we could get it passed next time. No. Look, Abby, I think you said it for all of us. I think we're all deeply tired of that.
Very tired.
Enough's enough. Enough is enough. And people's lives are, hanging in the balance. People live, people die, people bleed. And now I wasn't sure whether if your question was also pertaining to maybe about Tucker Carlson, because I don't know if you guys already watched that or you guys already moved on from talking about Tucker Carlson.
No. So we had just started it because the segment was about to be about different podcasters and how they are changing the game on us. So you in the beginnings of it. So go ahead and say what you want to say, baby.
Yeah, real quick. Tucker Carlson. Yeah, he's been getting so much momentum. As far as I recall, as far back as the first time that Jimmy Dore pointed out to Tucker Carlson to his fan base, and then ever since then, there have been more and more trends centered around Tucker Carlson. Not just simply that Tucker Carlson was on Fox News, but that Tucker Carlson himself was like that one quote unquote unique voice who every now and then he would say something quiet out loud, some sort of like truth, if you will, about our government or about our the government's agenda. And
Black people already knew this was a fucking lie. Black people already knew this was a fucking lie.
Right. I'm pretty sure. There were already outlets, like independent outlets, among black people and others who were well familiar with who Tucker Carlson is and what he ultimately stands for. Who already know he's just creating a narrative. He's just a control opposition figure and whatnot. And I never quite understood, like, for someone like Jimmy Dore, why did he become so fascinated with a guy like Tucker Carlson? Because Tucker Carlson was apparently the only one who could, I don't know, convince Trump to not go to war against North Korea? Or was it because
Tucker Carlson let him on his TV show?
Yeah.
I think it
Right,
might be
and that's
some
how it
kind
all
of
started. And then once
envy.
Tucker allowed Jimmy in, then Jimmy would then talk more and more about Tucker, and then before you know it, now keep in mind, I don't watch Jimmy Dore anymore, so I personally don't like
I still
follow.
do. I
Uh-huh.
still do because if I don't, who will?
Fair enough, fair enough. Well, to say the least, I have seen headlines. I think that a lot of them are flame baiting headlines, but I've seen talks about okay, they'll talk about RFK Jr., Candace Owens, Vivek Swami. For
Russell
some
Brand,
reason, he'll
all of this
talk
here.
about them in some sort of like optimistic manner. Not that I think he's particularly in favor of those people, but it just gives out that impression that he's just sort of like letting these people off the hook. He's just like letting them loose, you know. He's not really holding them accountable as independent journalists should be holding these folks accountable, and who have, in their own ways, have, scandalized their own audience. Now, I don't know about Tucker Carlson personally scamming people out of crypto, but I know that Candace Owens at one time, I think back in 2021, she was scamming people via crypto. Where's the talk about that? And then,
Golden Monarch. Look, Candace Owens has always, like, she been out of the black community, and she's trying to come back, and we're like, nah, we don't fuck with you.
But that's a good point.
Nah, we don't want
Tucker's
you.
talking to in that interview.
you know what? Well said. I mean, how many opportunities did Candace Owens have before she could have said, "No, I don't want to do this shit. I should not be lying to my black audience. I should not be taking on this like dark money. Whether I don't know if it's from Zionism or these alt right medias. I shouldn't be doing this." But she did anyways. She did. No. I mean, look, obviously, no remorse for someone like her. I mean,
May I
yeah.
well, finish your comment so I can. And then
Oh yeah, sorry. Sorry to hold her very well. Okay, so
no,
one
you're not
final
holding
thing.
me up. I didn't want to jump over you. Go ahead.
Yeah, just one little quickie. So I thought it was pretty interesting recently that Carlson went to this like TPUSA conference, and he said something that I'm sure it's like riled up a lot of the people there and other Bitcoiners. He actually did say that that he firmly believes that Bitcoin was created by the CIA. So as far as like that whole like statement it goes, okay, I know what he's doing there. On one hand, yeah, he's telling a fact, but I know on the other hand, I know he's saying that to try to distance anybody else from talking about other current matters. Let's say Jeffrey Epstein, or hey, what is Carlson all of a sudden doing in these other like group meetings with these other conferences? Why is Tucker Carlson even in this oil meeting? What's his purpose there? Is he like a Laura Loomer, wet bread type of individual? Is he just there to just get some clouding, to like ask some questions? I mean, what does he know that we don't know?
Well, that's just like the release of the JFK files. It's a kind of a good
And yeah, those are my thoughts.
Good that you pointed that out, because just like how like they'll suppress, like with the Bitcoin being a CIA created thing, that narrative was important to suppress for the decade or whatever that they did. And then now that it's kind of cat's out of the bag, it's impossible for them to really kind of keep that narrative at bay. Now they want to harness that narrative. They want to put someone like Tucker in charge of controlling the opposition talking points about that. And they can use it as a distraction. Like they only released the JFK files now and the UFO files too. After all this time, they were waiting for the crisis.
I'm not sure if I can hear him, Miguel. Sorry.
Oh shit, you can't hear me?
I want to say, y'all done?
I couldn't hear Miguel. Sorry.
I'm sorry. I was just saying that I agree with what you're saying. Like there's a couple other examples that might reinforce your theory. When they released the JFK files, they waited so long that the time to release it was way past for us to get any benefits from the disclosure. But now they benefit from the disclosure by being able to use it as a distraction. Like same thing.
And may I say, the grift is real. Okay, so they've been gripping off black people for so fucking long that it's crazy. Like they want Candace Owens had she like sued the school system for racism. Now she grifting. The grift is the thing. They all grift to get to where they want to be. I'm just so shocked. Hodge twins grift. Diamond and Silk grift. Terrence Washington grift. The Hodgkins grift.
And part of that,
Does
I think,
anybody know who I'm talking about?
not
all
all
these
of them.
people?
Some of them.
Well, not
Well,
fully.
some of it is
Not fully, but I think I know Kenneth enough that look, I don't want to give her any more attention than she deserves. I think she's clearly with the others like Carlson, Ian Carroll, and all these other mofos. So I'll just leave it at that. I mean, yeah, I couldn't give two shits about Candace Owens and what she stands for. I know she's fake. That's all I need to know. She's fake. She does not represent America. She does not represent people.
go to Monarch. Can I ask you something?
Yes.
Just so when we look at all the black people grifting to make money, and I'm trying to figure out how mad are we at them when Miley Cyrus grift, Justin Timberlake grift, the Island Boys grift, Tom McDonald grift, like K-Bop grift. How many people that are non-black grifted on black culture to make money? So then when we look at these fucking coons, and half of us black people are laughing because we see the grift, we already know they just making money off of white racism. It's funny to us, and it's quasi embarrassing, but it's still fucking funny.
Well, it's not funny.
You know what I'm
though.
saying?
There's like
I know exactly what you're saying. Or how about Candace Owens with Erica Kirk out of all people?
Child, it's hilarious. The grift is it just keeps on grifting, child.
But part of the point of doing the grifting is it's about poisoning the well. So if they can successfully,
and I'm not sure, but media, I'm not sure why I can't hear Miguel. I'm not sure if he's muted or
I don't know.
His name is Michael.
Oh, okay. Well, when I first, it's funny when I first became acquainted with Miguel, everyone was calling him Miguel or the spelling, but
it's fine, baby. It's fine.
All right.
Half the time when I see people, I can't remember their names or faces. So
if it's easier for you to say Mikhail, say
maybe
Mikhail.
I'll just call him Nihilo. I like that name too.
I'm not too picky.
But
it's not a big deal. You can call me Abril. I don't give a shit.
But there's this guilt of association.
I never heard of that until now. But okay, Abril.
So the more that they poison the well and act.
You can call me GM. You can call me Gordon Monarch Domain. You can call me that one guy who goes eep whenever I see Indy with a Michael Saylor tie.
No. Go back to that other one, that sexy one. Call you what?
GM?
No, not that. The other one.
Gordon Monarch Domain.
Domain. It just sounded like domain, maybe.
Well, okay, it's the name of my Substack.
Domain.
Well, it's the name. Okay.
Look. Don't make me objectify you, because I will. Okay.
Now we gotta see your face.
I don't know how I came up with that, but yeah. Yeah.
Oh Lord, let me get.
So what I was trying to say earlier, though, is the more that they grift and stuff, it makes it hard for people to honestly enter in the independent media space and and be
but yeah, whenever the two of you want to, I think we're all ready to hear that clip featuring Tucker Carlson.
Oh, you want to hear it? Okay.
Yeah, I'm ready. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe I should back out and come back in if you can't hear me. I don't know. Maybe it's just a glitch.
We can hear you.
You can hear me, but I don't know if he can. Can you hear me, Golden Monarch? He was saying he was having a hard time.
That was hours ago. Man,
No, just now. A couple minutes ago. He just.
Oh, he did say that.
I think if I asked, "Can you hear me, Golden Monarch?" I don't think he could hear me because he should have responded. If he could.
Okay. Well, I will be the translator.
Be the middleman.
Yeah.
Actually, yeah,
he's gonna back out and come back.
Was involved in that world. I was completely shocked by it. So no one has to believe me, but that's just a fact.
Right.
Okay. So just so you see this, I have to back it up.
Yeah, that's a sticky wicket there.
I have to back it up.
Escobar, what a populist. Tucker Carlson admits the working class oil barons applaud.
So I have to back it up because it was so long ago that you're not even going to remember. So let me just start over, okay?
So as you probably heard, on Friday, Donald Trump had a meeting with all of the salivating oil executives Venezuela. Hey, who was that when it was walking in? Who was that? Oh, Yashar Ali spotted this fella in the crowd. Tucker Carlson, who has been aggressively against any sort of intervention in Venezuela, was at the White House Venezuela oil meeting. Wow. All right, let's take a closer look at that.
Why the fuck is he there?
More evidence Tucker Carlson has controlled opposition.
Like Alfred
Attends White House. Yeah, there he is. White House Venezuela oil meeting despite fierce anti-intervention stance. Wow, man. You know, just when you think you got a handle on the deep state, they throw you another curveball, right?
What the fuck is happening?
Abby Martin, anti-war populist Tucker slavishly applauds a war criminal who violently deposed a head of state at the meeting to sell off the country's oil to corporations. Yeah, that's a sticky wicket there. Escobar, what a populist. Tucker Carlson admits the working class oil barons applauding future government subsidized profits. Yeah, that's kind of strange.
I just want to say right here, right now, I've been saying I don't trust that motherfucker. I don't like his ass. Like, somehow white people just decided he was cool and we could just bring him into our circle. And that made me not trust white people even fucking more. Because why are you allowing this person who spent his whole career and made an extensive amount of money dividing the country, creating racial division, and telling us that white people were better than everybody else for years? And then all of a sudden, Jimmy Dore just, because he lets me on this show. What?
I think it's a personal attraction sort of thing, like envy, where George Galloway is the same thing with Andrew Tate, and I would even say like Nick Cruz from RBN might be the same way with the ACP guys. It seems like they have some kind of
Savvy with Scott Ritter.
They got some kind of personal attraction to this person, which is a little bit like interfering with their ability to have an objective, like political, like more of an ideological approach when they talk to them. So it's like if they kind of look up to them. They kind of want to be like them in a way. They want to like, then that kind of clouds their judgment. But that might be a little too much of a psychologizing analysis. I think it makes sense though. Like if Jimmy doesn't want to be like Tucker, if he doesn't want like a part, like a piece of his success a little bit, like subconsciously, this is where it gets a little hard to prove, because you can always say whatever you want about someone's subconscious, but if he's not like attracted to him in some kind of way, then why would he, because I'm revolted by these people, but apparently they're not revolting if you're.
This will be a good time to say to the people in the chat, hey, look at the pin. You want to hang out with us? Join the chat.
Yeah, we should.
We can
when
talk.
Yeah, we have cake.
We have cake. Let them eat cake.
Oh,
No, we wouldn't do that.
We should post the StreamYard link whenever we're plugging this.
It's on the pin. It's pin.
Oh, is it pin?
Pin,
Cool.
baby. It's pin.
Nice.
Yes. Okay. So here we go. Let's go.
But maybe not so strange if you've ever seen this video of Carlson claiming not to have known his father was CIA after having claimed that he knew his father was CIA 10 years earlier. Let's revisit that for a moment.
Bro just lied.
And I've taken a lot of crap, including from Putin, like, oh, you're from a CIA family. Well, yeah, obviously my father worked in conjunction with CIA. I mean, that's what that is. And I tried to join the CIA, but I'm not being false about it.
Native talent. And he's attacking my dad as a CIA, his dad's in the CIA or whatever. And I'm like, well, that's no, untrue. And my father dies, and I learn actually, yeah, was involved in that world. I was completely shocked by it. So no one has to believe me, but that's just a fact.
Right.
You lying.
Okay, so look, I know a lot of people are not
You
going
a
to want to
lying
hear
ass
this.
nigga.
That this is what we call Night of the 1,000 Lost Subs.
This nigga lying. If he lying, he blind. Anybody want to say something about that? That nigga lying.
yeah, I think he talks too much like a lot of these other
That's too much.
outlets, from Trump to other billionaires to Musk to even Tucker. They just talk too much. I think sometimes they don't even know when they're supposed to stop. But for some reason, they have this tendency that, hey, I got to be in front of the camera. I need the attention to surround me. Pay attention to me. Pay attention to my beautiful looks. And just focus on me. And yeah, I'm just like, I'm just at a loss of words from that. It's just like, why do we take these guys so seriously? Why?
I think Americans maybe have too much respect for liars.
They act like he like Don Lemon and all these other people who left the mainstream, like we're supposed to believe them now. Why the fuck are we supposed to believe them? Who said that?
Yeah, or
Who told us that was true?
Or Chris Cuomo, or I don't know, anyone else who's ever left the corporate media and then they either went to RT or they went to do their own podcast. I mean, look, for all I know, they're still the same people. They have never fundamentally changed as a person. What's that woman's name? Megyn Kelly. Yeah. Okay. She used to be in Fox News. She did her own thing in NBC. Then she did her own thing again. And then now she's just like, I don't know. I don't know where the hell she's at. I think she's on and off with the whole Trump thing. But
I think recently she said something about she was duped by the Zionists. So I don't know.
Yeah, I don't. No, I don't. I'm not buying that. No,
to the anti-Zionist crowd, no way.
Well, maybe if she, I don't know, does what maybe Tim Dillon does, and maybe she actually confesses more. Okay, maybe, but no, I don't think so. I think she's always known where she's been at.
it's just a judgment call that we have to make. I think that they've lied for so long that they like there is it's almost like if you're a Christian, you're more vulnerable to what they're doing because Christians are a lot more believing about like the redemption and like the permanent possibility of redemption. No matter how awful you are, God will always forgive you. So a Christian will believe that these people have within them the potential to change. But people who are not Christians, who don't really believe in redemption like that, we're like, no, fuck that. You're not trustworthy. Trying to believe you're like you can be redeemed, is not safe. So I'm not going to be stupid like that.
Mm. Oh, wait. Look, I want to know what y'all think. What the fuck is going on?
Oh, I can't hear again. I think I lost the signal.
The fuck? We're having obnoxious audio issues this stream.
Oh, really?
He said he can't hear again.
I'm on my Wi-Fi. I don't know.
Because it seems like it's just a glitch. Because whenever I left just and came back, I thought it fixed that. So I might have to do it again. Yes, good point, Rondo. I think the word we're looking for is sycophant. Fuck all those sycophants. Exactly.
Rondo, if you don't bring your very white sounding ass up on here, so let me shut up.
And how's it going, Cookies?
Nothing. Hey,
Why,
Rondo,
thank you.
come on up here with your very white sounding ass.
All right, let's try this again. All right, can you hear me? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Yeah, 9, 10. Yeah, I can hear you guys. Yeah, that was weird. I lost the audio for some reason. I'm back. Sorry.
Well, let's hope it sticks around. I got to be careful not to nudge the cord that my microphone is plugged in. If I touch it a little bit, it'll screw it up. So are we still on this topic, or we have something to move on to? Or
I was trying to see what he was saying.
yeah, well, I think we've kind of made the point about Tucker Carlson, but if you want to stick on the topic about the controlled opposition, we could maybe kind of make a point about other individuals. I want to look into this LaRouche. I have a homework assignment for myself. I've noticed that there's been like some tactical willingness to work with these LaRouche groups on certain issues with Marxists. And I feel like that is an opening for them to ideologically corrupt us or influence us, if you want to say they're not such a negative influence. But I am seeing it's a bit of a recurring theme with a lot of these commentators that we're watching. It's easy to point out Tucker's CIA dad, but with a person like Max Blumenthal, we have a little bit more of a gray area about we have to be careful about not judging the father or the son for the sins of the father. And so Tucker's trying to get away with knowing that that's a thing that people do that's wrong. He's trying to say that he is being unfairly judged for the sins of his father. Max Blumenthal, I would say it's more credible to say that he is the apple fallen farther away from the tree, that his dad might have been a senator, I think a Democratic senator, but he has consistently throughout his career demonstrated that he's on the other side of history. But if he's controlled opposition, that is exactly what he needs to convince us to believe. And then they have a very effective voice on the left. If I don't even know if he would call himself that, but that's the point, is to get us to drop our guard. And then these people are extremely effective at pointing us in the wrong directions.
I have a lot of stuff about Peter Thiel and all them people, just so you know. I think Golden Warnock's in it. Just so you know.
I have posted
I told Rondo to get his fine black ass up in here, because you know he sounds like a goddamn warrior.
And as far as controlled opposition, we can talk about China as the biggest possible thing that we need to determine. A lot of people who would say that they're state capitalists, like myself included, maybe we start to make the argument that China has become controlled opposition. They pretend to be in opposition to the American imperialism, but as long we go again. Oh, there we go. Okay.
Oh, I can still hear you. Can you hear me?
Where is Brondo?
Where is Dr. Nick? Well, if
Dr. Nick Riviera?
well, yeah, I mean, if there ever was going to be any discussion or observations about the gray zone and all that, I mean, he would know more about that than anyone else.
So we can have 10 people up here at a time. So it's
Yeah.
not a problem. We want to have like discussions. We're going to have suitable discussions. We're not going to be yelling and arguing and fussing. So if you want to come up, come the fuck up. That's the point.
As far as
Yeah. Well, they decide who's going first. I just shared a
It's
few
not
more
about going first.
tweets.
It's all of us coming up in here. Come on, driver Miss Macy. Come on up.
as far as where is Dr. Nick,
Karaoke Mike.
we lost Dr. Nick as a viewer a while ago. Back when we lost like Earl of Lurl and stuff, he didn't like how we were acting or whatever. He's decided he doesn't like to watch us. So I asked him if he wanted to watch our show, and he's like, no. Or I asked him if he wanted to come on to our show, and he was like, no. I don't know if he gave me an ambivalent answer, but I think he was not really wanting to come on. So
Okay. Well, I don't have nothing to do with that.
So yeah,
They're always welcome. I don't give a shit about none of that.
yeah.
no worries. So just yeah, I have a couple more tweets to share. If you check your chat, Abby and Miko, there's just a few more tweets regarding, since we're talking a little bit about controlled opposition / psyops. I guess we could talk a little bit about the crypto stuff a little bit, because since the whole Venezuelan, to snatch Maduro has already happened, and now that there's this whole conflict going on with Iran, and there's a lot of outlets describing that the Iranian currency is now zero. So then this is allowing for these, psyops and control oppositions to like instigate. Okay, you want a solution, Iranians? Buy Bitcoin, and then here we go again. So I was like, okay. Clearly, it's like, all right, since your currency is now considered quote unquote worthless, come into our own digital privacy space, and you guys will be fine.
Yeah.
Or will they?
Two things that happened to the currency. I think they did something that people maybe aren't going to really talk about.
Fun.
They're not going to talk about how Iran just did a mass deportation of a bunch of Afghanistans. Same with Pakistan, because of after the 12-day war with Israel, they were highly concerned that a lot of these people from Afghanistan and stuff would be a national security threat. So they did the hardline thing that a lot of Americans want to see happen in the U.S. is they did a mass deportation event. They actually did the thing that Trump's been talking about, not just pretend like they're doing it, right? So, but the economy was in such a fragile state. People forget that the economic consequences are devastating. To deport hundreds of thousands of people all at once, that's billions of dollars that you just sacrificed from your economy in the name of national security. So I don't think they could they couldn't really, that was not a sustainable thing for them to indulge in that self-inflicted wound at this particular time. The other thing that really made it impossible for them to survive that self-inflicted blow was the JCPOA agreement, this nuclear talks that they've been having. The UN decided to do this awful thing to demonstrate that they don't actually represent any legal foundation for international law, they forced this hyperinflation crisis by suspending the talks, wherever, by siding with the Americans and treating Iran as if they're a big threat when they likely haven't even been trying to develop nuclear weapons. Nobody has proven that they are trying to do that. But I see we have another guest down. Looks like Lance is joining us. How's it going, Lance?
Hey, kids.
Tired of Abby's cajoling? Oh no, what's got something to say?
Just the threats and intimidation to the chat to get up here.
There you go. Yeah, give him the time to come voluntarily.
How are you guys doing?
Good. Nice to see you. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Oh, is that Lance Ripper?
It isn't.
Oh, it's so good to see your face. What a name.
I actually had to change my name. That's what my name used to be on YouTube.
Oh, okay. You're Oche in the Discord?
That's right, yeah.
Okay, cool.
Well, it's a pleasure to meet you, Lance Ripper.
It's a pleasure to meet you, Abby.
You've been around for a while, so it's really good to see a face with a name. Bad Cookies just joined the chat. I have to mute for a second, and I'll be right back. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but you guys have at it.
Oh, and, I did what you're doing now during the COVID talk show.
Pardon me. What was that?
During the COVID, I had a talk show on YouTube for a couple of years. And,
Oh, you did a talk show?
Yeah. So
Cool.
Live at 5. It was actually pretty good. A lot of people from Scotland, England, Australia, New Zealand, and but my channel got taken down 3 times by YouTube.
Yeah.
For medical inconsistencies, I think, something like that.
With the big COVID era where you say rational things and you're treated like a threat to your grandmother.
Yeah, and anything anti-establishment, anti-pharmaceutical was not taken kindly back then. It's amazing what they let on now. So I'm just stunned at how much information is out there and allowed. But one of the theories is that COVID was kind of a reset and an intelligence gathering operation.
Mm-hmm.
And so, they've allowed everybody to talk freely now because they're getting
Well, I think people haven't really made the connection that when COVID happened, right after that, there was this worldwide wave of resurgence of fascism. So I think it was a turnkey tyranny event. There was an economic point of no return that they passed. They needed some kind of psyop because if they did not deploy that, Patty's got mute you real quick there. But the economy was in such a severe crisis, they needed a massive distraction in order to kick the can down the road. And now it's actually we still have these economic crises. They've only gotten worse. And their solution is psyop, just double, triple down, do another psyop on top of another psyop, keep everyone confused, and they'll never be able to actually correct the economic crisis.
Well, see, I don't disagree that was in part their reasons. What I can understand is they say it was the greatest theft in history, something like 5 to 7 trillion went from the working classes to the multi-billionaire classes. So how that prevents economic instability, I'm not sure.
Well, it's the revolution, I guess, is maybe a more accurate way to put it. Is they see the economic crisis gets to the point where revolution becomes quite very real possibility. In order to head off the revolution, they need to carry out this massive heist on the working class wealth. Now we don't have the means to fight back, even if we wanted to.
Yeah, that's fair. Also, it could be that they decided to grab as much money as they could before they take us to what they always use when all else fails, which is war.
Yep. Doing the math, they recognize if you want to wage this World War III to maintain imperialism, we're going to need massive amounts of money. They didn't quite have enough. Yeah.
Can I say something to that matter?
Yep. Welcome back.
Thanks. And it's good to see you, Lance.
Nice to meet you.
So, yeah, the Fed didn't have enough money, or they probably didn't want to go about the usual means. Hey, let's print out more money through the Federal Reserve. So I think that's when, like, after the whole COVID narrative was breaking down and after the lockdown, you immediately saw, the US start up the military propaganda again, went to Ukraine, and then started doing all these other bombings, if you will, at different countries. But also during the whole pandemic scenario, you had like this profound, like never before seen magnetism, like momentum of like the Wall Street and like the whole crypto, the whole financials really just boosting astronomically. And during like those significant years, there was some crazy volatility. As they call it, all time highs. It was a bull market, yada yada, and then with the whole like quote unquote recession during the Biden administration with 2022 and onward, there was like a massive like correction in the market. But then also while that was happening, the elites, the financiers, they were also trying to like, after the whole vaccine and all that was pretty much like finished with, how was the military and all that, how are they going to get their money? So I think that's when, like, after 2022 and such, then they start to like flip the script, and then Biden, being the puppet that he was, and currently Trump, through the dark money, the Zionists, the financials markets, then they decided to implement and push all these like heavy like technocratic propaganda, from the AI to the robots to even crypto. And then before you know it, all of a sudden, all this money just sort of spans out of nowhere. And all of a sudden, all these industries have ridiculous loads of money, which then they can pour into the upcoming administration, which being the Trump administration. And then now you see before you that the Trump administration is pretty much carrying out the will of, all these like executives, financials, the World Economic Forum, Wall Street, the crypto industry, and of course, Israel. So it becomes like a perfect plot where, like, okay, they first rolled out the vaccines to lock people down, to prevent enough people from, like, let's say, questioning the narrative of, why are we going under lockdown? Why is it that there's some names particularly attached with these vaccines, be it Bill Gates or some other billionaire conglomerate? And then while all that's happening, we the people were dividing amongst ourselves. We're like, we're distracting ourselves with the whole, like, is the vaccines are not legit? And then all of a sudden, while that's happening, you have all these elites in the background and all these psyops that are taking advantage of people. And then they're promoting all these, like, propaganda that in actuality, they're propaganda of the technocrats. They're propaganda of the billionaire Zionists. And now we find ourselves in a situation where right now, as Misty would put it, we're effed,
Yeah, we'll have a hard time not getting nihilistic about it, because it's hopeless. The situation feels.
The hopelessness for me comes from the fact that I've been trying for 5 years now to talk to other humanoids in my circles, and nobody. It's not that they won't listen to you. It's like they can't. They can't talk about. People today can't talk about anything of import. You talk about, say, the leader of our country, they just shut it down. They freeze.
What can I do to change it? And they don't. That's a thought-terminating cliche to end the discussion.
Yeah. So it looks like they're really effective at getting everybody broken down into smaller and smaller boxes. I mentioned that. I think that this was one of their chief goals, was to get us all in front of screens and not really talking to anybody.
I agree. Yeah, and the way that they've designed the algorithms the algorithms are creating individual worlds, like online. We each get a unique exposure to information from a different standpoint, so that nobody can really have any kind of agreement about reality, because we're all only given this special view of the world.
And AI has the potential to be the greatest mind controlling instrument ever known. It's getting downright weird.
Yeah,
I put my glasses on. Is that Katy Perry?
Katy Perry. That's a first. Okay, so
I apologize. I'm trying to fix the the thing where everybody could be seen or whatever.
It's all good.
I'm
You
sorry.
got a video you want to share here since we got it up?
No, I'm letting y'all talk. I'm trying to fix a different platform.
I'm sorry, Abby. That's one of my tweets because I was but before Lance came on, I was just posting a few tweets. Just since we're talking about this whole control opposition narrative, and Lord and behold,
I'm just gonna
you
go back
still
to
see
this.
this. You still see this happening profoundly among like crypto circles because the so-called crypto president is a champion for quote unquote financial freedom, yada yada. And then when you find out, oh wait, but why are you running around this guy, the so-called anti-war president who has a track record of frauds himself doing scams, just selling out to the highest bidder. So, it's just like this mindset of like these desperate millennials / Gen Z people who are also falling into the same trap hole. And they're not actually like doing like okay, they're doing the opposite of actually, solving these problems that we have worldwide. They're actually more so placating and they're like
There we
part of
go.
this, they're part of like this narrative to also push this propaganda because the truth behold is that after the boomers, the baby boomers, and Gen X are long gone, who are going to be the next generations to continue to carry on all these fiendish agendas? It's going to be the millennials and the Gen Zs and so forth.
Yeah.
So
Well,
it's like a
think,
trickle down
Yeah,
effect.
I was really just trying to change the look so his face wasn't covered by all the the shit.
oh,
That's all I
the-
was trying to do.
we're just gonna have
It
to
took
maybe
me
turn
it took
off.
me a minute to get there.
People
Yeah.
have been writing all over my face all my life. I understand.
Oh, nice. Got another.
Oh,
Another
Rondo,
piece.
peace, bam, peace, bam,
Good
in
to
the
have.
house.
But it looks like maybe he's not quite got his mic ready. I was just going to comment as far as what Golden Monarch was saying about like COVID and the way they rolled out the vaccines, and then they're rolling out all the cryptocurrency, and people are distracted bickering about were the vaccines or was the virus real or not, whatever. While in the background they're doing this dystopian turnkey tyranny stuff. That if you haven't heard about the narrative, the singularity, that's this is accelerationism that is extremely dangerous. They're trying the transhumanist thing is they're trying to accelerate the development of technology to the point where it like the AI it takes on a life of its own. It starts to develop itself, and then it's like past the point of no return. Will achieve some kind of super step legendary leap in evolution because we let the technology go where it needs to go without human ethical interference saying is this too much too fast and stuff. And so I think it's all kind of demonstrating to have been one massive kind of psyop. That is the plan to make the singularity thing happen.
You think?
Yeah, I'm not sure it's gonna
I
work.
apologize in advance because I jumped in and I kind of fucked everything up trying
But-
to make the platforms or whatever. So I apologize. I
That's
think
okay.
Rondo's coming back.
Yeah, he's just we're trying to make his audio work. So you might have to
Okay.
unmute yourself there, Ron. No.
I didn't know that the Iranian currency.
Because the other thing I was gonna say is I don't know if you guys heard about
Yeah, just recently, according to these
yeah.
establishment headlines, where my understanding is that the Iranian people they're doing this like huge protest against their government, and my understanding is that this government has been around for almost 50 years. So I think it's like they're at a point where the people are just long, tired, and fed up with its government infrastructure. But-
Isn't this what I was supposed to be showing before I had to leave for a second? It's this,
yes,
right? So I'm gonna let
yes.
you set it up and then I'll play it, okay? Go ahead,
Okay.
set it up.
Katy Perry talking about Justin.
Set it up, Golden Monarch.
well, yeah, she's saying
What
finish
was that?
what you're saying as the way to segue into the video.
Right, because this is the video you gave me, correct?
Okay, yeah. So it's a tweet.
Right.
Basically,
Okay.
they're This is one out of many honeypots that sometimes pops up on my Twitter feed. It's not my choice. Twitter does this, but anyways, this individual by the name of Randy Hipper, aka Miss Teen Crypto. I've been following this individual for a while now because I've noticed this recurring theme where she has a habit of not only saying "Good morning, future millionaires," and "Good morning, have a bagel and coffee," but I do notice this under the radar type of like MAGA Trumpism that's also promoted underneath it. So honeypots like these, what are they
Okay.
doing?
So
Obviously, they're talking about Bitcoin, but what they
so
don't talk about in front of you is that they're Team Trump, or more so, they're team like technocracy, team technocracy. So
I'm not gonna go Erica Kirk on it, but I'm
okay,
gonna play it.
okay.
It's official that the currency of Iran, the rial, has collapsed against the US dollar, officially making it worthless against the US dollar. And Bitcoin to the rial has surged to where on the black market, one Bitcoin is now worth 106 billion rials. Yes, billion with a B. Gen Z, especially in Iran, is leading the charge to overthrow the current regime, as the current regime has been severely oppressive to all the people in Iran, especially women. And so what you're seeing right now with this rebellion is the government is shutting down the internet. This makes it hard for people to acquire Bitcoin, but it doesn't stop people from transacting. And here's why. Jack Dorsey, the previous CEO of Twitter,
Can you
now known
guys
as
hear
X,
anything from
created and
that
launched
or
an
no?
app called BitChat. BitChat does
I
not
hear
even
it.
use satellites for people to
Oh,
communicate. It
well, I
uses
can't hear her, but I guess
Bluetooth
whatever.
I
mesh
can hear fine, yeah.
networks, and using so send Bitcoin to
Wait.
one another. Now, is it going to be broadcasted on the blockchain right away? No, it will be broadcasted to the network once the internet comes back. But there's still a way for people to transact and hold their purchasing power through things like Bitcoin and using Bitcoin, while their currency literally is now worthless. In places like the United States, we debate every day, should we be trading Bitcoin?
I'm Golden Monarch. You couldn't hear any of it?
No, but but that's okay.
You say you
If you
couldn't
guys,
hear.
I couldn't hear what she said, but if you guys heard exactly what she said,
Yeah.
understand that this is like this horseshit
Everybody
narrative.
else heard it?
What?
Yeah, we all heard it.
I'm
Okay.
asking okay.
But he
Okay.
already watched it.
Okay.
He's the one who
And
brought it, so
then
he knows what's
and
in
then
it.
Golden Monarch, I have another video I want to play behind this, if you don't mind, about it's a like one of these Facebookers that like to expose people for racism, but somehow he got into crypto, which I thought was interesting. But let me just finish this, and then we get into that, and then we can move on. Oh, I gotta press play over here.
Is Bitcoin a store of value? Well, yes, Bitcoin is the best store of value when you are in a literal war zone and you need to move from one place to the other. You're not carrying gold bars on your back and you're not putting yourself in danger by doing something like that. You're going to have to use things like Bitcoin that are discreet. Nobody can see it. No one can get to it but you. And you're able to transact freely to escape a dangerous situation. This is why.
So he's basically talking about the money laundering that Binance was doing with the Trump coin ML4, whatever the fuck. Y'all know the name of that Trump coin.
The World Liberty Financial Token? Is that the one you're talking about?
Whatever it is, yeah. So she's basically talking about that. Okay. You want to say something about it before we move on, Lance or Golden?
Yes. Yeah, real quick. So the point of that video is that, okay, you could find other clips like that of these other looking honeypots where, okay, they may say something on like the political sphere about, okay, something happened to the Iranian currency. But when they offer instead the whole Bitcoin crypto trope, they'll never actually point out why all this conflict happened to begin with. They never point out how, in many ways, the U.S. has also intervened in these, vulnerable third world countries, where once they've destabilized these said countries, it's like the golden opportunity for like these like conglomerates to then offer it, like people like countries like Iran, an alternative means of escape. So they often use this whole crypto Bitcoin approach to sucker like people who are desperate enough, victims of capitalism, to um enroll into digital currency, because your money will be safe and you can transfer
So
anywhere
what
you
you're
go.
saying, Golden, is lying by omission.
Yes.
Mm.
This is gets to the topic
And
of
someone like Randy Hipper, who I've been following for a while now. Now, I'll admit I haven't exactly written a Substack article on her just yet, but at some point down the road, I do want to write this article on exposing honeypots such as her. The point is, she has this narrative where, okay, she appears to be like this nice looking 22-year-old something B who is trying to pursue financial freedom. She talks about Bitcoin. She talks, she has all these like tropes where like she sometimes tweets out, "Thank you for your matter to this attention," kind of like Donald Trump does. She'll say like, "Good morning, future millionaires. Have a bagel and coffee." I don't understand what that is all about, but the other matter too is that there are photo ops where this lady has been seen alongside the CEO of Newsmax, Chris Rude. And Christopher Rudy has also been seen along photo ops with the warmonger Iles Stefanik. So you see how these like networkings work? These like indirect networks work? So someone or somebody is pioneering recruiting these type of honeypots to then promote whatever it is, cryptocurrency, AI, robots. Does anyone think for a second that this lady with boobs has the knowledge of like a coder, or has a knowledge of like, say, I don't know, like a Satoshi Nakamoto type of like cyberpunk? Hell no. She's just repeating propaganda over and over and over and again,
In my next life, I want to come back as an influencer.
Well, you'd probably be better off, at least for the short term.
This woman probably worked for the 8200 unit.
Oh, is that Rondo?
Yes, it is.
Welcome, Rondo.
Rondo,
Welcome.
what'd you say, Rondo?
No, I was saying that what is this lady's name again?
Katy Perry.
I can start over.
Okay.
I can start
Oh my
over.
God.
No,
I'll start over.
Her name is.
No,
her
I'm gonna
name
start
is.
over.
Okay.
No, you don't have to play. You don't have to play it again.
No, it's only 2 minutes. God damn, it's just 2 minutes.
I was watching it earlier. Like the thing is that she is a honey trap or a honey pot and whatnot. Like the inflection of her voice, like if you listen, like how she uses her words, it's very much like neurolinguistic programming, like trying to get like low informational people to kind of like become mesmerized by, oh, who is this hot lady on the screen right now? She's talking about financial shit. Oh man, look at her cleavage. Oh, all the denim. And
Oh
that
no.
it's all a mind. It's all a mind fuck.
Well,
Like
Goes
so
to your dick, you can't think anymore.
exactly. But that's the thing. Like I completely concur. Like this is some sort of like op that they putting out there to keep people enthralled and distracted so that people stop asking what's going on with the Epstein shit, or what other important shit that's going on. Like why are y'all still over here trying to fuck with
you think she
Iran?
that's amazing? She's not
I
that
don't
amazing.
think I'm not I'm
I mean, not for us. Not for us. Maybe for the white gays.
Go ahead, Lance.
I think she's AI.
No.
AI?
It might be AI.
I've never heard that.
That's actually what I was going to say before. Like at first, I thought that this was like an AI video, like because there's a lot of those videos have been popping up on my feed. Also, just AI like corn adjacent, like like what are you doing right now?
Yeah,
Like
exactly.
what are you trying to sell? Are you trying to get me to whip it out, or are you trying to get me to buy something? Like
Did he
Yeah.
say
make
whip
up
it
your
out?
mind.
That was fucking
Like
hilarious. Not
Like
whip it out.
I can see.
no, but that's really what they're fucking with.
No,
Like
I know. That's what you're saying. They trying to get you to whip it out.
I see the way things. I see the way things going as you can be sitting at your computer, and you'll get an advertisement that comes up and says, "I know you just had a ham sandwich, but wouldn't you be interested in some of these too?" And we can have it delivered within 40 minutes.
mhm.
It's getting too
So
personal.
so
Yeah,
now
it is.
that we have like 5 people on the panel, okay, we can have it at least 10. So that's just welcoming other people to come on. I think it might be a good time to look at some of these other, if y'all feel comfortable with it, like look at some of these other um, podcasts, and not to critique, just to be like, this is interesting, because I would like people to do that to us too. You know what I mean?
Well, it might
Like
help generate.
I'm not trying to
Been
be
noticing.
cruel. I'm not trying to be like fussing at people. I'm just trying to. The first one that I noticed was Tim Black, and he came off way nihilistic and like he was defeated, and that hurt me to my heart because he's a black man. We can go to that one next, but the first one, maybe we can go to Due Dissonance when they showed. I've been talking about Tucker Carlson for the longest time. I was like, this motherfucker never uh, apologized for the way he demonized the black community. He never said shit. But when he went on TPUSA, he did apologize to white people. He did do that.
That's because he's got
Okay.
nothing from
Okay.
got nothing
But
against something to lose by admitting that. He'll lose some
right,
of his white audience, and he won't gain his black audience because they
right,
are.
because they was never for his ass anyway. So it don't fucking matter. You know what I'm saying? So, but Due Dissidence, you know how Tucker Carlson and Jimmy Dore was like, it's like this. They like this. Ooh, they be rubbing up on each other. Let me stop. They be like this, baby. But anyway, Due Dissidents, who you know subs for Jimmy Dore a lot, they did a they showed how after he talked all this shit about Venezuela, he was actually right there in the White House.
Oh, you're freezing a bit.
I'm freezing. Y'all can hear me?
It was just
I can hear you.
momentary effect. I think you're.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I was saying, I don't know, what's the last thing you heard?
Tucker Carlson, Jimmy Dore, smooching one another, I think.
You need
And
like,
then
So
like
I was saying
and Due
how
Dissonance.
so how Jimmy Dore was like smooching all up under Tucker Carlson, and he did not denounce any of the racist shit Tucker Carlson did for his entire career. It never happened. Tucker Carlson didn't even do it. The only thing he apologized for was like his I guess Israel, whatever. He still don't like black people, obviously. I mean, you could prove me wrong, debate me. I don't give a
I don't
fuck.
think you could
Okay.
prove you wrong, but you could try.
But okay, do dissidents has now tried to expose Tucker Carlson as controlled opposition. And I said, I've been saying this shit.
Well, I see something of a favorite punching
Don
bag
Lemon, all of them.
because
Okay, go
there's
ahead, baby.
it might be like a slow news day sort of thing where it's not really anything like new for us to hear that Tucker Carlson's controlled, but for them, when they don't have anything else to talk about, it's always useful to go to one of the people that everybody loves to hear some criticism about. We all love to hate watch, so you'll make good like money making content if you feed that Schadenfreude part of the algorithms. So even though everybody knows it, we all love to sort of punch at that punching bag for today, and we'll be back at it tomorrow if we're bored enough.
You think that's what it is?
To some
Or are we kind of just showing why the fuck is this motherfucker at this? Why is he there? When he said, you know, he had all this disdain for Venezuela and what we're doing and what have you. Why is he at the White House clapping and shit?
exactly.
It just doesn't make sense to me.
I mean,
Does
they
it make
are right
sense
to
to
point
you?
it out. If it hadn't been so obvious already, for those who have yet to have been paying attention, this is a sort of exposure that would definitely turn people off from Tucker Carlson. I also think there's a little bit of algorithmic gaming going on where when like the media mentions Trump every day, they get picked up by the algorithms and their content will be seen, even if it's not really something interesting or terribly relevant. So we're mentioning people like Tucker Carlson because that's a way to get thousands of views instead of hundreds of views, because everybody wants to click on that's what they think is the relevant thing for the day, right?
It might also be an example of injecting cognitive dissonance. You know how our society works. It's like lies, lies, lies. Oops, a little bit of truth here. And that little bit of truth makes people anxious, and it makes them default to the constant narrative. It's like in 1984 when all the citizens.
George Orwell.
What's that?
George Orwell. Don't
Yeah,
believe what you see. Believe what I tell you.
So
and shut the fuck up.
War is peace, freedom is slavery, ignorance is strength. So that's a clear-cut example of continuous cognitive dissonance. You've got two opposites, and people can't hold two opposites in their mind. So our society is a little more subtle than that, but it could be very well heading towards 1984.
That's because everyone's been saying a lot of what Trump is doing doesn't make any sense. Like, oh, it does make sense if you like you pay attention to. They know these certain things about psychology, and they're using what they know for bad, like for evil, as their knowledge of psychology. So they're trying to hijack our thought processes, and they're very effective at it. That's why, like, the whole push about making the situation lawless, and then there's the psychological reactance you get from that is people now push to reestablish the legal order. But that now what we're doing is arguing to re-entrench the power of the state that we already know is a capitalist bourgeois state that doesn't have our interests at heart. But at the very least, it represents some kind of order instead of chaos.
I want to go back to what Lance was saying. Oh, I'm sorry, you weren't done.
Oh, my bad. I go on too long. Go ahead.
No, it wasn't that. I just didn't realize you weren't done.
Oh, I was just saying that cognitive dissonance of they create the chaos so that we crave the order. Then that's the way that they, from the fire or the frying pan into the fire.
And Lance, I want to go back to what you were saying, like when they condition you to not believe your eyes and your ears. Who is that adding to the stage? Is that Rondo? Can you add Rondo to the stage, babe?
Oh yeah, sorry.
Okay. So
I'm
when
back.
you can't believe if they tell you don't believe your eyes and your ears, believe what we tell you to see. It's becoming a problem. And that's why when we started the stream, we showed that thing where he had moved his camera from the right hand to the left hand so he could put his hand on the gun on the right hand on purpose. You know what I mean? Like, don't let us not believe what we see. And when we were talking about earlier, before you even came on, Lance, how I was telling you, Michael, how it might not be understood, it can't be explained, but somehow collectively our ancestors told us to stay the fuck home and sit the fuck down. It's like, no, we all like collectively understood it, and we came together in that truth. And then we all sitting around and we waiting for our ancestors to tell us when it's time to activate. We not gonna do it on their time. We not gonna do it on the white supremacist time. We not gonna do it on the time of the people that are scared. No, we gonna do it when our ancestors tell us it's time to move, and that's it.
Well, would you consider this statement that the Minneapolis shooting wasn't even real? It was a staged event, actors, crisis actors.
Okay,
Which shooting?
The Minneapolis.
Minneapolis. Okay,
Oh, okay.
all right. So Lance, can I make this bigger? I want to see. Oh, yeah. All right. So Lance, because I don't believe anything that they have to offer me, I would not consider it. You understand what I'm saying? I've seen like what's her name? Babby. What's that girl from the insurrection? You know the white girl that got shot at the insurrection. Come on now. Don't nobody know in the chat? Abby,
what dates?
Abby, January 6th.
Oh,
Babbitt.
Okay.
Yeah.
yeah.
Jeez, how it took y'all so long.
Well, you picked the one fake insurrection. There's lots of them.
Ashley Babbitt.
Ashley Babbitt or something. Yeah.
Babbitt, yeah.
Something. So I've seen like video where I'm a videographer, so I know frame by frame. And so they were doing frame by frame, and the shit looks suspect to me. Like it's fake as hell too. I don't believe anything these people tell me. I believe it's all theater until you can prove otherwise.
Well, that was what woke me up. It was I woke up in 2016, and there were two things. I won't get into the second one right now, but there was a guy in Australia, PK. Well, his original name was PK Boston. He came to fame because he covered the Boston Marathon, and he went through in a 6-hour documentary. He went through frame by frame, and he was picking up things like people. There was this huge cloud of smoke. And the sound of the bomb didn't come from where the smoke was. It was broadcast on speakers down the street. And there were people hovered around the so-called bomb site who got up and started moving around. There were clips of a woman walking down the sidewalk with a bag of red fluid, like fake blood, and squirting it onto the sidewalk. There were clips of people going up to the so-called deceased bodies and putting a shoe beside. Often when you see these mass casualty events, they lose a shoe. There's shoes everywhere. For example, when Donald Trump was shot, allegedly, he was huddled by security, and then as they're trying to get him away, he said, "Wait, I got to get my shoes. I got to get my shoes. I think he said it 4 times. I got to get my shoes." So what does that mean? That if you're shot, grazed by a bullet on the ear, your shoes fall off, or does the speeches and the socks? Like, what does that mean? There's a lot of evidence that it goes to a certain symbolism of a certain group of people. But anyway, so the Boston Marathon bombing, then it was Sandy Hook, then it was virtually, back then there was like a mass casualty event a week, like the London Bridge, Portugal, France. And time again, people were showing you in detail that this was a staged event. If you want to bring up actually for your audience, there's a website there's three major global corporations that specialize in setting up these mass casualty events. They do it for training ambulance personnel, police forces, military. One of them is called Crisis Cast. Another one is Crisis Solutions. So if you go to crisiscast.com,
can you put it in a private chat so we can pull it up? Look, and I'm not believing you. What I'm doing right now while you're talking is I'm looking up my notes for false flag events. And so I can just play some things to back up every fucking thing you're saying right now. Now, that doesn't mean I'm right. It doesn't mean I'm wrong. It just means I am
open-minded,
saying, hey, it could be this, it could be that. I'm just saying, because how am I, as a black woman in America, why the fuck would I believe anything these motherfuckers tell me? Ain't no fucking way.
Well, if you go to crisiscast.com and just read their description about their services, they say that they basically create scenarios of crisis situations using crisis actors, and they sell their services to governments and media. They sell their services to TV networks. It's really quite stunning. But that's been my reality for like the last 10 years. I just, anything on TV, if it's a mass casualty event, particularly if it's an event that they just keep harping on about over and over again. I guess the most recent would, besides Minneapolis, would be Charlie Kirk. There's no way that Charlie.
that was dumb as hell.
There's
Like
no,
that was as stupid as the assassination of Donald Trump. It was just as dumb.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Like, I'm still looking for my false flag notes because I want to just so you know, I believe what you're saying.
Established 1972. They've been at this for a long time.
The crisis actors. So
A long time.
I would imagine that this is where they get a lot of people when it comes to like promote a narrative, and then if some of these crisis actors have a reputation, then they can potentially go and work for other services. Maybe it's corporate media. Maybe it's Erica Kirk, right? Maybe it's to be at a beauty pageant, or maybe it's to be a crypto honeypot. I mean, who knows? I mean, wow.
So that video that I was showing you guys that we didn't really finish, maybe I should, if it's okay, if I could start over some more, if you don't mind. Like, this dude, hold on. Oh. Okay. Let me go back to it. At the stage. And we'll talk about it a little bit more as we go on. And then I can look for my false flags. Okay.
I'm just gonna need to go find something to eat. So I'm not sure how
You're
long
fine,
we're gonna
baby.
be going.
You found, baby. Go ahead. We're going.
I'll be back. No worries.
Hey, who was that when it was walking in? Who was that?
Who was that?
Oh,
Who the fuck was that?
oh. Yasser Ali spotted this fella in the crowd. Tucker Carlson, who has been aggressively against any sort of intervention in Venezuela, was at the White House Venezuela oil meeting. Wow, wow.
Am I
Okay.
lying or am I flying?
More evidence Tucker Carlson has controlled opposition. Attends White House. Yeah, there he is. White House Venezuela oil meeting despite fierce anti-intervention stance. Wow, man. You know, just when you think you got a handle on the deep state, they throw you another curveball, right? Abby Martin, anti-war populist Tucker slavishly applauds a war criminal who violently deposed a head of state at the meeting to sell off the country's oil to corporations. Yeah, that's a sticky wicket there. Escobar, what a populist. Tucker Carlson admits the working class oil barons applauding future government subsidized profits. Yeah, that's kind of strange. Kind of strange, but maybe not.
This is the man. I'm sorry. This is the man that they tried to tell me that he changed. He changed. He's on Demi Dore show. He changed. No, he moved from his CIA father and his CIA self. Oh, sorry. His CIA father and his CIA self did everything um, the other people did, which was move from mainstream media, made themselves look like they got fired, to go into independent media so they could still corral us into the same bullshit that they always fucking do. So here they are.
Go ahead. I'm going back to Chevron, Mark. Thank you, Mark.
Was there a question, Mr. President?
Yes, go ahead, Marco. What was it?
He's lucky that's what was on the note. He's so lucky that was on the note.
Yes, on operations.
Chevron.
That's not even.
Yeah, it's very,
that's
very nice. Can you imagine what they would have said if Biden did that in the
Oh, of
middle of a
course.
meeting?
Yeah.
I think that.
Isn't that Marco
Here we
Rubio?
go. Here we go.
Saying he wants what his company
Oh, I'm
always sought in
sorry.
Venezuela, but couldn't.
Were you trying to say something? I'm sorry.
No, I was just saying, isn't that Marco Rubio, the new president of Cuba?
Oh, look. I'm gonna. We already know that the white Cubans, the white Venezuelans, are jumping in their boots because these are the ones who were wealthy and rich and did not want to share the wealth when those countries tried to nationalize themselves. So they got the fuck to America. So fuck them. That's just my
Did you
my humble opinion.
you know how the media is showing scenes from Caracas where people are celebrating and cheering on Trump? I saw a video where one guy went through every single one of those media clips and showed that they were not only not from Venezuela, but they were from soccer after winning national soccer tournaments in like Chile or Argentina.
Yeah, they were like in Miami and all kind of stuff. They were not in those nations.
I know. So some people are saying that no, the Venezuelans aren't particularly happy right now. But I don't know the exact details.
You said Venezuelans are not particularly happy right now? Is that what you just said?
Not happy with the Trump invasion. Yeah.
Oh, not happy with. Oh, okay. I thought you meant they weren't happy.
Happy people.
Yeah. There are. I have a bunch of protests showing that, but
You know, I met people from all over the world, but I can't remember if I've ever met a Venezuelan, to be honest with
they're usually in Florida.
you. A lot of Colombians
Uh,
here. I know, and
Colombians are usually in Florida or New York City. Yeah, it's very interesting. Um, but let's do something different. You want to do something different?
yeah, you want to sing
Oh
and dance?
wait, Golden Monarch is backstage. I didn't even notice. And somebody else. Hold on. Oh, Rondo. Oh shit. Sorry, y'all. I don't even know how long y'all been back there. I'm sorry.
No worries. Just a couple minutes. Audio, you know.
You're good.
We just talking shit. Cause I find it really interesting if we're staying on the Venezuela thing. I find it really interesting that during that circle jerk with all those oil companies that went to the White House and they were like, well, what made you leave? The 2019 sanctions. Well, who was the president in 2019? Fucking Trump. And then they turned around and tried to sue the Venezuelan government because they decided to nationalize their refineries after y'all had sanctioned the fuck of them and y'all left. So why are you mad at them? Your country sanctioned. Wait, what the fuck is happening? This doesn't make any sense.
I don't think it's meant to make sense, Abby. I really don't.
It's just infuriating. It's like when he was like, "What these tariffs? Like, who made these trade deals with with Canada and Mexico? What the fuck? This is horrible. Who would ever do that, nigga? You signed those trade deals. What the fuck? So, do you think we're stupid, or are you bargaining that the people that follow you are stupid? You just tell me one or the other.
Well, I would say I would suggest
This is horrible.
I would suggest that they know we're stupid. To be honest with you, you know, like
We weren't the ones that didn't realize that the trade deals he's complaining about were the same trade deals he signed. We weren't the ones. So we weren't the stupid ones. Okay.
oh, you mean
We weren't.
okay?
Right.
Yeah, no, I think
And I'm not talking about Democratic versus Republican. I'm talking about like intellect versus stupidity. Because I'm not a Democrat, so I'm
well,
just speaking intellect versus stupidity.
well, part of the thing is that reality television has become our reality now, and reality TV,
Mm,
from what I've come to understand, was one of the great dumbing down mind control experiments of all time. And
mm,
Donald Trump was at the forefront of reality television.
mm,
You know, there's a reason he talks to us like we're all in grade six. It's partly because that's what their data show, and
mm,
partly because he's just trying to further drive down the collective IQ. They don't
mm,
want people who know stuff, and they don't want people who can think. They've made that clear now.
mm. It's so very interesting you say. I jumped up real fast. I'm sorry. It's so very interesting you say that because when I look at the devolving of society through reality TV and stuff, it's like, are you not paying attention? And then I think about when I was, shit, I'm 48, so I had to be like around 25 to 28 or something. And I was like concerned about Iraq and and people around me that weren't in that understanding or realm, they were like, I'm just trying to pay my light bill. I don't give a fuck about none of that. They don't have shit to do with me. And that like knocked me down a couple of pegs when I realized, because this is the way I grew up. I grew up in like foreign policy, domestic policy, and I didn't have like a amazing life, but I didn't want for nothing. So I had a Republican mother and a Democratic father. So I grew up listening to these things and thinking these things were important. And then when I like left them into other areas and saw other people and realized this shit ain't important to everybody. Don't nobody give a fuck about this.
Well,
They just trying to like pay their bills.
they'll say that it's not important to them. Yet I can almost guarantee that every single one of them watches the national news at 6:30 p.m.
That's not true. That's not true.
Is that okay? All right.
Mm-mm. That's not true. Because when I was growing up as a young person and going to my grandmother's house, they wasn't fucking with all that shit. No, none of that was important to them. What was important was how we gonna get fed. Uh, is my baby okay? Like it was very local situations. Domestic and foreign policy didn't even cross their mind. It crossed mine because my father was that way. But no, a lot of people, it does not happen for them. Now, I'm saying that as a black person, not Lance. Imagine white people in redneck societies, trailer parks, and all that stuff. You think they worried about foreign and domestic policy? Hell the fuck nah.
No, oh no, but I would maintain that they watch the news. Yeah, that would be my experience.
That's what I'm saying. There's a lot of people out there that don't even cross their radar. Their concern is how am I going to get through the next month?
Yeah.
How am I going to eat? How am I going to pay my bills? That is a lifeline for many people. I realized at a certain point that, oh shit, I'm middle class. Because I would have fun with my friends and yada yada, and I would take my middle class ideas to my lower class people, and they looking at me like, bitch, what? What the fuck are you talking about? Like I was a problem. And I realized my concerns were on a different scale than theirs because their concerns were about surviving. And my concerns were about, ooh, how can we thrive? We not the same.
Yeah. Fair enough. No, that's fair enough.
Right? And if I'm just middle class, then you take it up a notch to a millionaire and find out what their concerns is. And then you bump that shit up to a billionaire and see what their concerns is. We are not the same.
Yeah, no
and
pressure.
we never will be unless we find humanity to make sure, even though we are in different class systems, we are the same. And if we are in different class systems, and your class systems are to the point where you could end poverty, you could end homelessness. If you can't have humanity to do that, we will never be the same. Because I'm barely scratching on the middle class. And you know what I do? I give people money. I buy them food because I'm looking at them like, well, if I could help them today, if I could just get them through today.
You're in southern Louisiana, is that right? Near New Orleans?
Capital City, Baton Rouge, Louisiana.
Baton Rouge, nice.
Baton Rouge.
So it's what, about 200,000, maybe something like that.
300.
Okay. So I'm in a city of 150,000, and I've been here for about 20 years now.
Mm.
So, like, I know that 10 years ago when I walked down, like, I literally never saw panhandling, homelessness, overt drug addiction, vandalism, prostitution. It was non-existent. And
You
it's
said you never saw it?
not in this city, no, not in my hometown here.
What was the city? Sorry.
Barrie. It's about an hour north of Toronto.
An hour of what?
It's a city called Barrie.
An hour of what?
It's an hour north of Toronto.
Oh, you're Canadian?
Yeah.
Oh, like Michael.
Yeah, I'm just down the road from McKill.
Oh, okay.
You can tell we
Okay.
speak exactly the same. That high pitched, twangy,
Okay.
accent.
Okay.
Except McKill lives in a dump, though. Don't tell him I said that. But
I don't know anything about it, so I'm not going to speak on it.
he lives in Windsor, just across from Detroit.
Okay. Well, what do you want to ask me?
You mean if I had the chance to ask Gabby do anything, what would I ask her?
I mean, I thought you were saying that so you could ask me something. If you wanted to just make a statement, that's fine too. I thought you wanted to ask me something.
Oh no, I don't remember saying that. Oh, you mean just
You could just make a statement. It's fine.
I'm sorry. So, have you seen your city just collapse, like just on every kind of economic, social level? Because that's what I'm seeing. I was downtown on Saturday, Abby, and you have to picture this. Like, we've had like 5 feet of snow here every day for the last month. It's a snowstorm or an ice storm, and it just never stops. So I'm downtown on Saturday, and literally, not literally, but almost the only people. It used to be, a really busy downtown. Virtually nobody goes down there anymore. And all I saw on Saturday were homeless people. There was even one homeless encampment beside a church where they had built a snow mound, hollowed it out, and like you could see the jackets and the food that they left behind there. Like, it's getting really, really bad.
So did you just tell me that your downtown area is nothing but homeless people? Is that what you just said?
I'm saying the homeless crisis is beyond. It's out of control here. Yeah.
Okay. So what do you want to ask me about
How you
Baton
doing?
Rouge?
How you doing?
How we doing? So to be honest, we had an election with Jefferson Landry, who is a complete fucking buffoon. That he won the election, by the way. He's the one who is supposed to be being the ambassador to Greenland to try to take over Greenland or whatever the fuck ever. His opponent was Sean Wilson, who has had over 20 years experience in public office. He's a PhD. He just happens to be black. So Louisiana said, yeah, nah, fuck that. We want the buffoon. We want the buffoon.
Or the voting booths were all rigged. The electronic voting. That's what I believe happened in Canada.
Well, even in electronic voting, they have to count them later, correct? Like even when you have electronic voting, they have to count them to make sure they're accurate. Is that correct or not correct?
I don't know much about electronic voting. I do know that Dominion Voting Services, the people who make the machine, they're in Venezuela. They came from Venezuela. So the fraudulent voting machines were made in Venezuela. We had mostly paper elections here just recently when we got Mark Carney. You know, like people knew that we had 10 years of a Trudeau government and that everything went to hell. So almost everybody was going to vote conservative. And then the CBC started showing us Mark Carney guy, who was this banker, Bank of Canada, Bank of England, you know, friends with the Queen. And, you know, the constant repetition, we need a banker to get us out of this mess over and over again. And people bought it. They bought it despite all the evidence. Mind you, the vote was close. And so many, what do you call those, areas reported that there were ballot inconsistencies. There were stories of people at voting stations taking the ballot boxes home for the night before they returned them the next morning. Yeah.
I can't confirm it or deny anything you're saying. I'm just letting you say what you're saying.
Yeah. Well,
yeah.
I don't have much faith in elections anymore from what I've come to.
I don't either.
Yeah, I don't think there are elections. I think there's only selections, and all the rest of it is just a show.
I mean, I am not a Democrat or Republican. I can't stand the fact that I remember when Al Gore said, "Oh, they're gonna steal the election," and I have lawyers on planes ready to go, and then he seceded like that, but still said they stole the election. I think that's propaganda. That's Democratic propaganda. Okay. Hillary Clinton also said they stole the election. That's Democratic propaganda. So when Trump says it, why the fuck am I supposed to be mad that he doing the same shit y'all been doing? Like, I don't care about either of you.
Yeah, they say if you take a label or join a team, you lose half your mind.
I am a sovereign nation in my own body. This is a sovereign nation.
And you've got nukes.
And look, my brain works very well. Okay.
Indeed.
So I'm gonna go with whatever the fuck makes sense up in here. And that's it. And sometimes I'm gonna think I'm right, and then I find out I'm wrong. And guess what? If I find out I'm wrong, I should be woman enough to woman the fuck up and say I was wrong.
So what are these two munchkins at the bottom of my screen doing? How come they're not talking?
They might be asleep. You don't know.
No, I'm here. Sorry, just in the background. I didn't want to interrupt the two of you. I mean,
that's what you're here for, baby. That's the whole point of an open discussion, for us to have an
yeah.
open discussion.
Well, no, first I saw Miguel left, and then I'm not sure where Rondo left off to, but I just didn't want to get in the middle of the
And
conversation.
not here, baby. Not here.
All right. Well, I think I remember more or less what we were talking about, Lance. So the voting doesn't matter. Election steals. I mean, yeah, I mean it's gotten considerably worse here in America as far as how back then there used to be at least what I thought there used to be like a decent effort where corporate media would at the very least go through the efforts to okay, let's have a proper debate. Let's have all the candidates. Let's have all the the runner-ups, if you will, go on stage, have try to have a civil conversation, and then I think like after Obama and then the whole Trump thing came around, it just seemed like there was less effort. The the mask was out of the face, and eventually it just became like, well, all that was theatrics to begin with. The debates never really mattered. It was more or less pre-decided by the elites. Who's the president going to be? Who's the vice president going to be? And if you look at in terms of like quality of corporate media as a whole, like from like debates to how they report their news, it's sunken so low that like I think like with like the last so-called debate between Biden and Trump, I mean, there used to be a time when I remember they used to have debates and there would actually be an actual audience, and then all of a sudden, mask off, and even after all the lockdown, it was just two presidential candidates and maybe two or three moderators, and that's it. So yeah, what happened to the quality of proper debates? I think it was just all for show.
And I think a lot of what they do, Golden Monarch, is social modeling. So they model to us as to how we're supposed to talk with you, how we're supposed to debate. So you'll notice people aren't so receptive. They're not so willing to engage in debate anymore. It's just they shut you down as soon as they can. Usually they go ad hominem on you. That's a lot of what the media models, I think.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, it also seems to be more of like the technocratic approach where now that everyone has screens and there's no need to like socially get together, it seems like that's been put large part on emphasis that now these presidential debates or whatever debates that corporate media have, they don't need to even like have like proper and a proper audience or questionnaires. Now everyone could just view from their household.
Everybody's back.
Yeah, sorry,
Look,
I just had to go make something real quick.
Bella. Hey, Bella.
There
I
we
had
go.
to give her. I need to
That's
feed
all
her
that shit
too.
was. Bella needed to. Yeah, she got it. Look at she. Look at her. Look at her. And Bella. All right, so let's get into this shit, okay?
Good girl, Bella. Of course, I just still. Just 1 second.
I didn't mean to cut you off, Golden Monarch. I'm sorry if I did.
Oh no, that's fine. No, I'll just respond to what Lance was saying. The whole like,
But
they.
y'all gave me some private links. Should I just play them and we talk about them, or y'all gave me some shit to play?
All of us.
Y'all gave me some Peter Thiel shit. and crypto and all kind of shit. You forgot?
No, I
Sam
didn't. No, no.
Batman.
No, I didn't
Uh,
forget. I mean, the crypto and all that I gave you. I don't know if Rondo or anybody else gave you any links or not.
all of y'all gave me some shit. I got it all. Y'all gave it all to me in private chat, so we could talk shit about all this shit if you want to. I'm
Is
just
that
saying
the
if you
Jack?
want to.
Is that Jack
Unless
Mahler's?
something more. What's that?
Are you referring to Jack
ahead, Mike.
Mahler's?
Oh, Jack
Oh,
Mahler's.
Jack
Yeah,
Paul.
that tweets from my. Yeah, I tweeted that. Yeah. Well, I think a moment ago, I think we were talking something about Venezuela real quick, and you know how I don't know if you guys noticed on corporate media, they're claiming that it's not about the oil, it's not about the oil, and they're pushing this narrative that it's not even about that. But I think that's just a complete lie to begin with. And there's like
I
another.
disagree. I disagree.
You disagree? Well,
Yeah, I
what do
do
you think it's?
disagree.
What do you think it's all about then, if not the
No,
oil?
no, I disagree because there is a very distinct like the oil barons were like, we don't really believe you because the reason they pulled out of Venezuela in the first place is because 2019 sanctions, which Trump imposed on them, and then they turned around and tried to sue Venezuela as if it was their fault that the United States put sanctions on them. Look,
Well, they did, didn't they?
the white man is diabolical. He is diabolical, and he is saying, he said in that press conference that, oh well, we don't have enough like we can't, the refineries, we can't build it up enough, and Trump is saying that he's going to subsidize those refineries, which means American taxpayers are going to pay. And guess who is going to benefit from this oil? Do you think it's going to be Americans?
Well,
Man,
no, not at all. I mean,
American taxpayers subsidize football stadiums. Do you think we benefit from that shit? Fuck no. It's the same shit.
Well, I mean, it was certainly about oil to a degree, but it wasn't that they needed that.
To a degree.
It wasn't that they need that oil. I mean, they have to spend it if they want to. But they're actually pretty self-sufficient in oil right now. I think a lot of it had to do with preventing the collapse of the petrodollar, the United States currency.
the petrodollar, yeah.
Yeah, that fiat currency. They trying to hold on.
Like it's one of the reasons that America has succeeded, if you want to call it that, is because international oil traders always in the U.S. dollar, always has been. So it creates an artificial demand. If every country has to pay in U.S. dollars for oil, it creates an artificial demand and keeps the currency high, which allows the Americans to print money when other people work for it. So, but the other part of the thing is the map, redrawing the map. There's a YouTube channel called Really Graceful. She did a video a couple of days ago. It was primarily about Elon Musk's grandfather, Joshua M. Haldeman. He was born in Minnesota, but he moved to Saskatchewan as a child. He became a chiropractor, but he became one of the leaders of the Canadian technocracy movement. So basically, technocrats they want not elections, not democracies, no system, just bureaucratic elites who make the decisions because they're smarter. They're engineers, they're scientists, they're doctors. So they have a right to do all this, and they'll do it with technology. and she showed a lot of Haldeman's history. He was basically almost kicked out of Canada, basically, for opposing the Canadian government, and they were pro Nazis as well. Anyway, so he had a map drawn back in the 30s, and it included the North American technate, which included everything from Greenland, Canada, the United States, Mexico, all the way down to the northern part of South America, so Venezuela and Colombia. So it's like 1984. They're planning to divide the world up into three continents, basically, and two continents will always be fighting. Yeah, really graceful on YouTube. It was quite well done.
Sorry, I got a little distracted talking about my food with cookies, but yeah, making good point about transhumanism or technocracy. Sounds like you done some reading.
So maps and whatnot. I could have sworn I recently saw a meme where they were painting Latin America as if one portion of it will be like, okay, it'll be divided in half. So one portion goes to Israel and then one portion goes to the USA, or like everything is America, or like how Trump recently, or like there's like, I think there's like this like meme, or I don't know if it's legit or not, where Trump is the so-called president of Venezuela. So it's just sort of like this whole like colonialism trope that even if it's not necessarily about the oil at the end of the day, it certainly is about, you know, exploiting a community, you know, a country, exploiting and snatching up assets. Maybe it's minerals, maybe it's oil, natural assets. But I also see that there's this like, once again, which I think is horseshit propaganda, but people like Jack Mullers, a guy, you know, a Bitcoiner, people like him are also falling for the narrative from corporate media that Maduro may or may not have had a quote shadowy reserve asset of Bitcoin. Now, I don't know about you, but why would the Maduro government be interested in cryptocurrency when they couldn't even get their own petro cryptocurrency project working effectively? You see, a few years ago, the Maduro administration, they were trying to implement crypto through Project Petro. But there were several like faults with that. It didn't work out, and eventually they abandoned that project altogether.
Like
So
Are we not going to talk about how the fact that that the most of the companies were saying that we don't really want to be in Venezuela? Like, we were there, and he asked them point blank. Trump asked them point blank, "Why'd you leave?" Because of the sanctions in 2019. Who the fuck was the president in 2019? Are we confused about this?
oh, I see. Trump's trying to put the blame on somebody else, but
Are we confused?
he was the president.
I wonder, Abby, if maybe
Lance, 1 second, please. Also, it's the same thing when he was talking about how would you agree to this trade deal with Mexico? Like, this is the worst trade deal. Who would even do this? And then turns out it was his fucking deal, the USMCA.
Sounds like
All
we
right,
got.
that's all I wanted to say.
well,
Like, this motherfucker is insane.
I don't
Go
know.
ahead.
I don't know for a fact, but I would wonder if the reason Trump broke the sanctions in 2019 was because that was the time when Venezuela was starting to accept other currencies than the
No,
US.
no, no, baby, no, baby, no, baby. He created the trade deal.
Looks like Lance has some feedback. I was thinking it might just be when Abby talks, but seems like when anyone talks. So,
And you know what? I should just say that I should just say this off the
I'm
top.
just saying, just real quick, Abby. When Lance is not talking, he's got some feedback on his mic, so if he could just mute until he's ready to.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Why he said tired of Abby? What, Kaplan? Why would you say that, Lance?
I asked him earlier, and it was because you were cajoling people to come on. You're ordering the chat to join us instead of letting people choose to jump on the discussion panel.
Oh, okay. Wait. I thought that was the purpose of what we were doing today.
I think it's just a little tongue-in-cheek kind of. Go ahead.
Just friendly humor. That's all. Nothing to worry about.
Oh, it's friendly humor. Okay. I didn't understand. Look, sometimes when we have difference of culture and some things, it don't matter. We'll figure it out. Lance, you my dude.
I'm glad you guys joined us. It's been a good show.
That's my dude.
Rondo's joined. I haven't heard much from him. Is he still there?
Now you know Rondo, my shit.
Well, hopefully we can hear more from him later.
Sorry, my bad. My daughter keeps running in and out, so that's why I got the mic off.
Look, I told you, he's about to come in here. He's about to come in here like he yeah.
I think Abby gets some goosebumps every time she hears you.
Every time I hear him, I get some goosebumps. But no disrespect to your wife or your family, nothing like that. I just be fucking with you. But that voice be coming on here like, yeah.
Rondo's busy recording his next smooth jazz album. That's what I'm saying.
No disrespect to your wife or your family or anybody. I just be playing.
Yeah. But anyway, I don't know what we were talking about now. Forget.
I might have fucked it up. I'm sorry.
It's all good. Anyone have something direction they want to take it?
Well,
Venezuela and the petrodollar.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. And then eventually some tweets that we all apparently posted in chat.
Right. We were trying to show some of these links that you shared with us. I don't know how many of them you got through. Do we play all 5 of them, or? I think so.
Are you talking about me?
In the private chat, they dropped some links, and then I don't know if we got through all the things that people were sharing. If anyone has anything else they want to share, feel free.
I think he gave. Is his or mine? I can't even remember no more.
Ask Nikhil if he, well, first of all, if you got in the snow there, and second of all, where do you think this country's going over the next year?
What was it? If I got a what there?
Any snow?
Any snow? Yeah. This year we had a lot of snow, a lot more compared to the last few years. It's because the polar vortex collapsed, and so now we're getting whatever once in a decade or once in a century kind of winter. But now everyone's going to be is the climate change real? This is bullshit. But
Have you gotten into geo?
This is something that happens with the climate system. It's like
have you looked at geoengineering now?
Have I looked into the geoengineering much? Yeah, I've looked a bit. I haven't done as much of a deep dive on it as other people, but I know that there's some of that happening. I just don't think that the geoengineering is capable of being at scale enough to affect the climate more than the climate affects itself.
Well, I would have to disagree with you. That was the other thing I looked at back in 2016. I watched a documentary called Frankenskies, like Frankenstein plus skies. And it was disturbing, to say the least. Basically, the assertion is the weather is controlled. And I found it so disturbing that I decided, well, this is something that I can check for myself. So I started looking at the skies, and over time, I've come to understand people just don't look at the skies. We'll look up once in a while. We'll look at the sun. We look at this and that. But we don't spend any amount of time really studying the skies. And when I started to do that, I was seeing things that were like 1 in a million. So I would see planes taking off from the west, going up like 90 degrees, straight up, leveling off, and spraying, like leaving their trails behind. So there were times when I would see, like at one point, I was flying 70 different planes in my sky. And the planes fly low. They crisscross each other's flight paths. But the kicker is I'm in Barrie, Ontario, Michael, and I checked on 3 different international radar sites. Barrie's not under a flight plan, a commercial flight plan of any kind. We're not supposed to do planes at this time. So that's basically all I've been seeing. One of the most profound conversations I ever had, I was at a McDonald's in the North End, and I came out and I was actively watching the skies, and it was just a mess. And I saw an elderly gentleman also looking at stuff, and I recognized him. He used to be a patient of mine. I recognized his car. Everything about him says RCAF, Royal Canadian Air Force. His license plate, everything. So I knew he was a pilot. So I approached him. I didn't tell him. He didn't recognize me. It had been like 15, 20 years since we've seen each other. So I just asked him, I said, I understand you're a pilot. He goes, yes, sir. I used to fly Lancasters in World War II. And so I started asking him some questions. I said, I see you're looking at the sky. I was wondering, have you ever seen commercial aircraft flying? He says, no. Have you ever seen commercial aircraft that many in the sky at once? No, it never happened. Did you know that we're not supposed to do planes over Barrie? He says, yep, that's correct. And I said, so what do you think they're doing there? So the guy he squares up, he looks at me straight in the eye, and he says, I don't want to know. And he goes back. That's what really like. So I've been studying it ever since. And if you're in a city that doesn't have air traffic, it's not a bad idea to start watching. It's hideous. It's horrifying.
Right.
But,
you guys have a lot of agriculture in the area? Like, you don't have a lot of crops in the surrounding area?
But these are not crop destinations. We have 2 small airports in the county, but they're all for like basically single engine propeller type planes. No, I'm talking you see commercial flight air jets. They're always white, a bright white. They have no markings on them whatsoever, and they're literally the size of 747.
Wow. I mean, people don't really pay attention to the skies as much, and they kind of dismiss a lot. It's like the thing about the chemtrails. It's very frustrating that people are so quick to dismiss that. If you look into it just like on a basic linguistic level, it's kind of like it's not correct for them to
where's the scientific evidence?
They dismiss chemtrails as just water vapor, and I'm saying water vapor is a chemtrail. So they're already dishonest about the language they're using around this topic. But then
if you drive a car and you have exhaust, so why wouldn't you assume a plane wouldn't have like some type of exhaust as well?
Well, it's not so much that there's a streak of white coming out of the back of the planes. It's the fact that the lines never end. Like they
never dissipate.
They never dissipate.
Yeah.
And So typically, like we can all think back to when if you see a plane like at altitude, like 30,000, 40,000, you can see that they'll have a trail behind condensation, but it's about 12 to 20 lengths of the plane, and it follows along the plane. These ones don't. These ones just stay there for hours. They'll spread out. They'll coagulate with each other, and if you keep watching the process, eventually you'll see rain clouds. But none of the clouds look like
I need like a pilot or something to.
That's what you just explained the story. He was talking to one of these people who flies the planes, and he asked him what is he doing up there, and he said he doesn't want to know. So that's one of the things that people usually use to shoot down shoot it down as a conspiracy is when it's time to say they say there's so many people would have to be involved in that keeping that secret that it's unrealistic that many people would be in on it, and that's like the thing that it's an effective rebuttal that basically ends the conversation for the most part.
Well, another thing.
Yeah, I don't want to like downplay what you're saying. You or Lance or Black Life says the same thing, but there's no scientific evidence that I've seen yet. So I'm just waiting. I'm just waiting.
What does scientific evidence mean?
Well, when you have theories and then you take those theories and you try to scientifically
But it is science. Like science basically is the search for truth in nature.
The science is a search, and
Well,
you may find it, you may not, but you keep looking, and that's what science is.
No, in the philosophy of science, they state that it's a search for truth in nature, knowing that we'll never know the ultimate truth. The ultimate
Never.
So they use observation. That is the hallmark of science: is observation, and then experimentation. So if you're in a city like mine where there's no commercial air flights, and not just one pilot, but 3 pilots have confirmed that to me, and you just start watching the skies, it becomes undeniable, and it doesn't take that long. Usually a couple of weeks, and you start to understand what's going on.
And Lance, I will acquiesce. I will acquiesce to you about the bias in science, because there is extreme bias in anthropology and in history because of the bias of the inferiority of the Black person. So I can see what you're saying. If somebody wants something to be true and they have the credentials, even if the credentials say that, like, in their brain they know that shit ain't right, they gonna make it true.
Well, actually,
They stamped on that shit if they can get away with it.
It's actually worse than bias, Abby. In 2001, a woman named Marcia Angel, she was the first female editor of the New England Journal of Medicine. She resigned in her resignation letter. She said that she could no longer distinguish between truthful, honest, diligent scientific research and research that was fraudulent, bought and paid for by major pharmaceutical companies. And then 4 years later,
baby.
And then 4 years later, in 2005, there was an earth-shattering study that came out of Stanford. John Ioannidis, the Stanford statistician. So he did a meta-analysis on the body of scientific literature, and he found that in science, you can do an experiment, you can publish a study, but then it's up to other scientists to replicate the study, to reproduce the results. So he found that most scientific research was non-reproducible, which means other scientists had tried it and they got different or opposite results. And he also went on
I
to
already know
say,
this. I already know this.
yeah, so,
I'm just saying, baby. And look,
so
don't.
I think
I don't want you. I don't want you
you're
to
having,
hear me saying baby and feel like I'm being demeaning, because I'm not. So I want you to know that when I say baby,
well, baby, I can understand why you're reluctant to.
it's just my like reaching out to you as a, you know, as someone other in the ancestry to hold you and say I hear what you're saying, and I'm okay with you. You know what I'm saying?
Well, what he's saying,
I wasn't trying to say to be demeaning. I was trying to say to hold you.
it's one of those things that
That's
can't
it.
be understated how much of a problem that is, because everyone believes the science is very real and accurate. They built their worldview around all this science being true.
They
Turns out,
lied to us so. They lied to us so much.
I've asked hundreds and hundreds of people why
They lied to us so much. And I can't even.
So I've asked so many people why they got the juice in 2021, and the number one answer is the science. The science. The science. It's it's part of the group psychology now. The science is unassailable. If it's on TV and a scientist says it, it's got to be true.
which is ridiculous because
But also we have to realize that the science, they said the science back in the day, and the science was a fucking lie. So when we say the science now, we still have to take it with a grain of salt and make sure we are going by like true, like we are vetting what science is, anthropology, not just anthropology, genealogy, because that's historical science, DNA, you know, like all of those things. So when we put all those things together, then we getting somewhere.
it's also very disingenuous the way they use that, the science or whatever, because the science only like they're trying actively to disrupt the scientific process. They're corrupting it on purpose, like to make money instead. So if they actually wanted it to work properly, they have to let it work free of influence. So that
They
you,
corrupted it on purpose. Bad Cookies is in the house.
yeah, what's up?
You want to step up, Bad Cookies? Come on with it. You know he gonna
I'm talking about galaxies and stuff.
Lance, I'm so happy to meet you for the first time because you've been in the chat and I've never seen your face. So it's an honor and a privilege to see you.
I guess Abby just noticed you. I was gonna say, yeah, he's been here.
I know I've known him in the
No.
chat. I just never seen his face.
Oh.
That's the point. I never saw his face.
You're saying like, oh, hey, bad cookies, or whatever, as if he just showed up. It's like, no, he's been here a while.
No, I didn't do that. I was saying, hey, Bad Cookies, come up. And then I just mentioned that, Lance, we never seen your face, and I was really happy to see it. Those were two separate things, Michael.
My bad.
I've heard
It's okay.
Was you saying? Go ahead, Lance. Sorry.
I've heard your voice and seen your face before. I'm just pleased to be in the same box.
Yeah. Nice to have our faces and boxes side by side.
It's like the Brady Bunch.
Yeah, it's really interesting. It's really.
It's hard to hear you.
I find it really interesting to see like the people who are supporting us, like to see their faces. It really warms my heart to Let me shut up. All right, go ahead.
Well, I think the YouTube
I was about to cry.
YouTube dehumanizes the people that they're just considered users, right? They're just a little picture next to some words. We kind of, that's why we treat people like trolls and stuff. We stop thinking of them like people. So it's really good to remember to see these people are real people, you know, and they're like the realest of the real, whoever, because they're, you know, they're awake, they're paying attention.
So, Golden Monarch did have some videos he wanted us to play. I still have them up. And then I did also want to go into some videos of some podcasters that I thought was very wondering.
Guys, I'm gonna have to go get some food and caffeine and nicotine. I just
Well, baby, just put yourself on mute. Just put yourself on mute and go get what you need to do, and just come back. That's all.
I also wanted to break the bad news that after all the nice things you said about me, Abby, I'm actually AI.
Oh no, we fell for the AI. Nice one.
What did he say?
He said, "I hate to break the news to you, but I'm also AI." Unless I misheard him. But
He's not AI.
He's got some banter in him.
Yeah, he's just fucking with you.
Good. Okay, so I think we maybe need to find a new topic to move to. I was wondering how long you wanted to do this for tonight.
Was Black Life acting a fool in the club? No, she would never do that.
He's just doing his.
No, she would never do that. That would never happen. If anything, it would be me acting a fucking fool in the club, and Black Life would have to pull me out that bitch. If anything, that would be the thing.
You won't really
definitely
find.
Wouldn't be her.
That's like. I've been in the club like twice in my life. Whatever. If you ever found me in a club, that's
shit.
It's quite the rare honor
If
for you.
anything, I'm the one fighting in the club. Okay. Yeah, definitely not Black Life. But that's funny anyway.
So I was gonna ask, are we just gonna go as long as we feel like it, or do you have a certain amount of time you want to pick for an end time? Because just wondering, I wanted to kind of go get some beer from this corner store. It's kind of probably the main reason why I'm wondering.
Baby, you can go.
No, I'll go in a bit. I don't need to go right now. I'll just.
I mean, that was the whole thing. The whole thing was that we just gonna do whatever we want to do.
Free form.
And one of us is gonna hold it down for the next person. It'll be fine. If you want to leave.
You've also been. I've been leaving a few times. If you need to take a break and go do something, take a bathroom break or whatever.
Okay, well, hold on. Before I do that, let me see if I can. Somebody tried to share something. Let me see.
It was Lance had a
suggestion. I think it was. Was it this? I'm not quite sure.
No, the last thing that was just
Not
shared.
this?
No, well, what I had. So the latest thing in the private chat is a YouTube video. Is this on YouTube?
I don't know.
Because it was, he said, here's a theme
should I
song.
just play it? Can I just play it? Fuck it. Just play it.
Go ahead.
Okay. I don't even know what it is.
We'll find out together.
Of supervillains are attempting to take over the Pride Lands. And yeah, everyone knows about Scar, but we need to talk about the hyenas. First up is Shenzi, the most intelligent of the
Lion
three.
King.
This here is our Shenzi, Curtis Yarvin. And if you don't know his name, that's by design. He's sort of the mastermind behind a lot of the pseudo-intellectual philosophies of the far right. He's a blogger and a software developer who's known for leading a right-wing thought movement called Dark Enlightenment. He's basically challenging the whole idea that democracy is the best way to govern. He feels that the US would best be run by a group of super wealthy dictator types. He believes that liberal philosophies coming from academia and the media need to be stamped out post-haste. Curtis Yarvin's philosophies have become popular with a lot of the super wealthy tech bro types and some leading political figures in the last 10 to 15 years. Oh, and as a fun little bonus, he's kind of a eugenicist who believes that there are intellectual differences between the races. He's a gem. Next up is Bonsai. Not quite the intellectual that Shenzi is, but he makes up for it with shrewdness, almost to the point of being downright vicious. This is Peter Thiel. He's taken a lot of Curtis Yarvin's philosophies and put them into practice. Peter Thiel was a buddy of Elon Musk's. They were both involved in founding PayPal back in the day. Peter Thiel is now the head of a data analytics company called Palantir that you're going to start hearing more and more about. Let's just say that there's probably nothing that Palantir doesn't know about you at this point. Palantir has deep ties to national security and law enforcement, and they're getting more and more involved in policing, surveillance, and immigration enforcement. And no one really keeps a check on how they do their work or what they're going to do with the info that they collect. It's basically a two-headed monster of tech and state power. Peter Thiel is a tech billionaire who put millions of dollars behind J.D. Vance's Senate campaign when the guy was about to become a footnote in history. J.D. Vance won his Senate seat in Ohio because of Peter Thiel, and J.D. Vance became the vice presidential nominee because of Peter Thiel's influence. And this is before he'd even served 2 years in the Senate. That is the Curtis Yarvin dark enlightenment philosophy at work. Use your wealth to basically bypass the whole democratic process and install the leaders that you think will carry out your capitalist designs. Who needs a middleman? And finally, we have Ed, the puppet, the stooge. Bought and paid for. Not really capable of producing much independent thought, but doing his best to carry out the wishes of his smarter and wealthier overseers. This is the guy, in my estimation, that they are pinning their hopes on. J.D. Vance. He's moldable because he was plucked from obscurity and basically given a crown and scepter by these guys. And he's more likely to play the obedient stooge because both his way of thinking and his ability to build wealth both came courtesy of one man. Now, trust me, the web is far wider than this. I'm just giving you a little glimpse into where this is all going if the lost boys have their way. If we continue to fall asleep at the wheel, they will get their way. We assume that the system of government that we have here in the US is unshakable, and that is just not the case. Right now, there is a vast conglomerate of very powerful, very shrewd people who think that they know better than you, that are plotting a very targeted, deliberate takeover of our system of governance in the United States. Don't let them do this. Educate yourself, understand their tactics, and let's use every tool at our disposal to drive these hyenas from the Pride Lands for good.
Okay, that's obviously my link. I didn't realize it. Look at here. Look at here. Look at here. If the sun don't like you, sit your ass down. Go sit your ass down. That is obviously a clue that you need to go sit your fucking ass down. That's just my opinion.
That was good that you shared that, because I was talking about the singularity thing. So those are basically the people that are pushing this technocratic singularity idea. We're just gonna accelerate.
I don't mean to cut you off, baby, but I'm gonna be right back. Okay?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay.
So I'll keep explaining my thing. So they're the ones accelerating the technological development to the point where technology will be able to start producing itself, and then we're in that Terminator future that we're all worried about. But that is this. It kind of those technocrats have found an alliance with what you call NRX. I don't know if you guys have heard of the neo reaction. You have to look it up, or whatever, maybe, but it sort of does explain what's happened with Trump and them, like hijacking the Republican Party. So the term NRX stands for neo-reactionary, which is a movement associated with the Dark Enlightenment. This is what happens when I type in NRX meaning on my search engine. This movement is characterized by its anti-democratic and anti-egalitarian views, advocating for a return to traditional societal structures and forms of government such as authoritarian capitalism and monarchism. Funny, interesting how we see this pitch to push the Iranian monarchy back in power. So maybe if you never read about the NRX stuff, it might be time to kind of factor that shit in. So I gotta do the same thing, whatever. I haven't really been wanting to spend all my time like researching the right wing, because I don't, trying to spend more time developing the left, not so much just being entranced by what the right is up to. But you do have to kind of know what your enemy is doing. So NRX proponents believe that democracy and egalitarianism are flawed and that society should be governed like a company with centralized authority and efficiency prioritized over democratic participation. Or rather than a company, maybe you can, since they're like the technocrats have formed this little unholy alliance with the NRX people, they're maybe want to run a company like with like a cybernetic company, right? They want the company to be run by AI, and then they want the country to be run by a company run by AI, basically, right? Yeah, the technological singularity. That's something that sounds ridiculous, sci-fi. Where that's partly how they kind of people dismiss it as conspiracy theory. So that's how they get under the radar. As they're a very dangerous threat, but because everything sounds like sci-fi now when we talk about technology, it's a little bit upsetting that people are sort of dazzled by all this. Look at what we can do now. We got like flying cars now. But we're also approaching terrifying levels of power through technology that are going to fundamentally change the human race forever. So we shouldn't just fucking rush into that shit. And these people are like, yeah, we should. That's exactly what we should do. No, okay? They're kind of masquerading as intelligent because they're all about technology and advancement and progress, whatever, but they're fucking idiots with too much power, right? So I guess I'm just sort of, it's funny with having four of these people to share the show with, but it's all me right now. So let me check out some of these comments. Not TV's fringe, but lame. ZFT, the zeitgeist movement. Destruction through technological advancement. So instead of black hole to create a new Earth, we just make smart fridges that will last us. Yeah, it's kind of weird. It's weird how all these dystopia movies like Mad Max that we're making seem to be like hypnotic in a way that like a predator hypnotizes its prey. Like why would we ever want to actually create that future to live in? But we somehow, if we become convinced that is what the future is about to be, rather than not believe, like avoid that future by not believing that future is happening. What happens is you prepare for what you think is inevitable, and by doing that, you actually make what was avoidable inevitable. It's maybe that's too much of a psychological, like giving psychology too much power in the unfolding of history, because the more Marxist way of thinking is psychology is not like the prevailing factor over why things happen, where there's more material conditions that are conditioning people to behave in a certain way. But even that, when you put it in that way, you're sort of making a psychological argument. You're saying that people are materially conditioned psychologically by their environment to behave in a certain way. So the whole tension between, what do you call it, dialectical materialism versus the materialist worldview versus the idealist worldview, where it's like so many things, it's the synthesis of the two that gets us like progress. Because the more you think it's only one versus the other, you kind of lose the the fuller picture that you get when you can properly synthesize or whatever, get to a sublation. So,
Well, hello, I'm back.
hey, welcome back. Sean's saying he's all for
Who's
all
here? Who?
humans.
Oh, Lanson.
Real life
Okay.
Inspector Gadget. Yeah. That's the thing. I think I'm maybe against it, but I'm probably going to be in the minority, and it's likely that this is, well, is most, but this is exactly what I was just trying to say. Like, we come to the conclusion that this is definitely going to happen. So, like, fear of missing out.
Wait,
If everyone else is going
what's
to do it,
definitely going to happen? What do you mean?
like all this transhumanism, augmentation for humans, whatever, the singularity stuff. The technology is going to develop faster than we can do anything to prevent it. So
Because I wasn't
people can
here.
make arguments for survival's sake that we should just hop on the train with everyone else and not get left behind. I feel like that's what guarantees.
Okay, so would this be a wonderful? When we first start talking, I said, oh my gosh, I want to talk about how these podcasters are behaving. So this may be a good segue into that, because we also talked about neo-nihilism, and I just couldn't even believe that this was happening. This is a podcaster, Tim Black. He was talking about Venezuela. Let me see if I can find it. Hold on. You could keep talking. Let me find it.
Just Sean's making a little correction there, because not to have his comment misinterpreted. All jokes aside, minus the necessity of disability or etc., I don't feel it's actually okay, right? So that brings up the eugenics, right? Because that's one of the main fears about transhumanism. People are gonna ignore the history of eugenics, and then they're gonna open up this can of worms about, look at what we can do versus look at what we should maybe do or not do. And then, because we have the capability to create whatever superhumans, or to whatever purge disease, certain kinds of genetic disorders with CRISPR or whatever, designer babies and stuff, but you open the door with eugenics by opening the door for transhumanism. I don't know if that's a conflation, but I think it's pretty true. So how do you develop this technology and then only use it ethically for people with disabilities and stuff? I feel like there's a black market gets created instantly once you. But so then it's an ethical dilemma, because were we trying to make the argument that we should not develop this life-saving or life-changing technology because bad people would use? Same way we were talking about the weapons, like nuclear weapons. Should we not develop them because bad people will get a hold of them? It's a good, important thing for us to talk about, I guess. But how do we tie that in with those podcaster commentators? I'm not sure. I think about this technocracy stuff a lot. Eugenics is my wheelhouse, that kind of thing.
I'm looking at it now, and I can't remember which one he was. Oh, I think this is it. Okay.
That Toronto's agreeing seems like
It's
it doesn't mean you should, but I feel like now we're living in the time people have flipped that on its head, and they're like, if we can, we are obligated to do it. It's like, no, we turn that corner, I guess.
okay. Can I share this with you, and then we see? I think this is the one. And I was like, what kind of nihilist bullshit is this? Are you ready? Ready, baby? Ready?
Today, at my direction, the United States Armed Forces conducted an extraordinary military operation
And it's a
in the
black
capital
man.
of Venezuela. A heavily fortified military fortress in the heart of Caracas to bring outlaw dictator Nicolas Maduro to justice.
These are white Venezuelans in Miami. Fuck them. Just like the white Cubans. Fuck them.
That's the thing. People are assume that immigrants
Maduro, here's one
And
thing.
listen to this,
Big
baby.
money
Listen
coming
to
to
this,
the
baby.
U.S. We're talking about lower gas prices, even though they're already low. Diesel prices,
Listen.
heating, transportation, jobs in the United States. This is not a endless war we get tied into for a decade. And the fact is that we got to live in the world that we have, not the world we wish we had. Brothers, sisters, how does this impact us? How does it affect our bottom line? How does it affect our families? That's what we need to know. We're going to get into that right now. But know this. Once upon a time, Joe Biden called Maduro Trump's buddy. Well, if this is how Trump treats his buddies, I sure as hell don't want to be one. I'm Tim Black. Welcome to the most dangerous show in America.
The most dangerous show in America.
You can say
It's Black
whatever you
Kings
want.
grinding every day. Queens grinding every day, trying to keep a roof over here, keep the bills paid, keep the kids looking decent. As we try to strive to more than just survive, but to thrive, we're faced with the pressing cost of living, up and up and up and up. And this may be one of those moves you ain't got to approve of it.
This is
Hell,
not
Trump
healism.
didn't even ask Congress to approve of it.
Just
And
listen.
guess what? He didn't need their approval to do it. My thing is the hypocrisy of the Democrats. If we do this, what's going to be retaliation? Nothing. There will be no retaliation in the form of military strikes.
The revolution
Venezuela
will not be televised.
has the biggest oil reserves in the world, just sitting there. And we're talking about the type of the oil that is the thickest oil. So we got the light oil, we got the mid-range oil, then we got that crude heavy shit. And that's the type of stuff they got in Venezuela. The most prized oil on the planet is in Venezuela. Now, you ain't got to like Trump. A lot of people don't. I have grown to respect his gangster. That's something you never hear a Democrat say, so never call me a Democrat, because I respect his gangster move. This is a gangster move if there ever was one.
Quality oil.
And what I like about it, though, it doesn't need my approval. I'm not sanctioning it. But I think in order to...
So,
you might want to rewind it just to see if I got confused. But it sounded like he said that they have like the heavy crude oil, like the stuff that's the most expensive to actually get out of the ground and use. But then after he said that, then he said they got like the best, most desired oil. I'm like, no, they have the cheapest, crappiest oil. I guess that's the one. Like
they keep going back and forth. Is it the best oil? Is it the worst oil?
It's not
they
that
keep going back and forth with that shit.
I mean, it's annoying they use the word sweet to talk about something like oil. If you drink it, you die, right? But that's the sweet stuff is like the premium. But this, like we have the same in Canada. We have the crude oil, the tar sands oil. So it's not hardly even worth. It costs so much money to get it out of the ground that we don't really make as much profit off it as we would if we had the good stuff.
Before I play Lance or Golden Monarchy, you want to say anything?
Yeah, I just wanted to say, have you heard of a YouTube channel called Enter the Stars?
No, I've never seen that channel.
No.
He's a devout Christian who decodes movies, who decodes television series, and he shows the hidden messages that were being told. One of the decodes. Have you seen the video called "I Pet Goat 2"?
No.
No way. Okay, I'll put that in the comment section.
And this is why we're doing this, so we could all come together and figure out the things that we are constructing together.
Well,
actually, learn from each other.
Okay. Oh, I'll put it in the comments section then. Let me just bring it up.
But why are you doing that? I'm press play.
Oh, Abby,
Call a
I
thing
got
a thing. You
two
got to look.
comments real quick.
Yep.
Oh, just two quick points. One, does Tim Block still say Johnson? And
He
two,
does. He does.
okay, yeah, because I haven't heard from him a long time. And then two, yeah, so two, it's interesting how like all this narrative for Trump snatching up Maduro, and then all these like pro social media accounts, like namely Twitter, where they're like completely on board with like the whole like, you know, Maduro narrative that he was a dictator, that he was oppressing Venezuelans. I've noticed, and I caught up to this, that how there are certain like Twitter accounts that they express themselves as they're Venezuelan, and I'm sure they are Venezuelan. But here's the thing: when you look at their account is not based in Venezuela; it's based in the U.S. So
Right.
I always find it kind of like a little bit of oxymoron because they're speaking as if they know at heart what Venezuelans in Venezuela go through. I'm sure that with Maduro, there were some things that weren't perfect. I'm sure that there were things about Maduro that, okay, maybe you could rightfully call him out for. But anything that is like spun from like the Western narrative, I think that's where you gotta draw a line and wonder to yourself if it's a genuine criticism or if it's just trying to like sort of like paint Maduro as a really, really bad example, at least when compared to like, you know,
So
examples that
for the monarch, I will show where Venezuelans in Venezuela is like, fuck that. We are for Maduro. Period. So I could pull it up too.
Yeah.
oh no, totally no. I mean I'm in agreement with both of you. I'm just saying that there are like it's like a minority of like Venezuelans slash like Venezuelan Americans who are duped and they're pushing the other narrative around where they're saying the opposite, where they're saying like, oh, Maduro's a dictator, yada yada yada. I'm just saying that yeah, it's among a minority, but I think it's fascinating how they're even like among like Venezuelan Americans who they're Venezuelan, but they're not from Venezuela, they're from America, and yet they're also falling
Exactly.
for that
They're from
narrative too.
America. They
Yeah.
are the white Venezuelans, the white Cubans that are telling us that this is good, but these are the what's his name? I forget his name with the big ears.
The big ears.
Yeah, the
Marco Rubio.
Marco Rubio. Yeah. Like,
Yeah.
Big ears. I'm like that. I know who that is.
I knew he's short, but I didn't know he had big ears. But okay.
Dumbo ears. His ears are fucking huge.
Oh, are they? Oh, I got to
but let's just go through it and then we'll come back. Okay.
At the context of when it happened, and I'll say, at least he's saying, hey, we want the oil. He's not saying we're going into restoring democracy. Let Marco Rubio say that bullshit. In reality, we don't care about their democracy. We care about the oil that Venezuela's in the Western Hemisphere, and that Russia and China, for the same reasons, have been buddying up to Venezuela, and that's why we got to make our move ASAP. And the move has been made. It's done. It's sealed. So a little bit more on that hypocrisy before we get back to the benefits, right? I don't know if you guys remember, but there's a few countries, but a couple names here. Libya, Syria, Yemen. These are all countries that America bombed without congressional approval. All these happened under Biden and Obama, or Biden. And you know what? I didn't hear that much pushback from the Democrats because it was under their guise. And when their people do it, it's okay. It's fine to get caught up. It's fine to be tied up. It's fine to send thousands of black men and women, young men and women who couldn't find jobs in America into the armed services. They didn't go there to go fight stupid wars for oil. They went there to take care of their families. And then they get caught up in Afghanistan or Iran or Iraq or whatever. This is all avoided. So, as I stated in the beginning, we got to live in the world that we have, not the world we wish we have. So there are a lot of things within what has happened in the last 48 hours that we got to look at it for what it is.
So, Michael, is this not nihilism?
Well, you could also say it's capitalist realism. That's another term that's pretty useful. With the capitalism, there is no alternative. So be realistic means to accept that capitalism is the inevitable. You have to do it, just play by the rules because they're the only game we're allowed to play.
And keep listening to this nigga. Keep listening.
Capitalist realism sounds kind of nihilistic to me. So
Exactly. Keep listening.
If this was always going to happen, as if America was always going to make a move on Venezuela, this is the best outcome of any move that we would make. The sanctions weren't working. Meanwhile, we got people in Venezuela eating out of garbage cans. So they
Now the sanctions. Okay, remember when we saw that all these oil companies said, "Oh, the reason why we left Venezuela was because of the sanctions." So what the fuck is he talking about? But okay, let's keep going.
So the people in Venezuela right now who are partying in the street because Maduro wasn't duly elected, they didn't want this guy. 70% of the voters didn't choose him, but he still maintained power anyway by cooking the
That's a fucking lie, but okay, go ahead.
books in the election.
Wrong narrative.
Sorry, go ahead.
As soon as you get that hook, line, and sinker belief of the bullshit from the mainstream media, now you manufacture the bullshit because you believed it.
And you see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying about when we first started, and I said, "Oh, let's just watch different podcasters." Now we getting into that shit right now. Okay.
We could do a little less geopolitics and a little more just react.
So what are we really talking about here?
Oh, I didn't mean to cut you off. I'm sorry.
It's all good. I'm done. Yeah.
It burns a little bit thinking about how the Democrats try to play like they're the saints when there is no saints in America. You can't run America, an imperialistic country like America. We cannot run this superpower pretending that you're a saint, because you're not. It's impossible. In fact, both parties are in the dirt just as much as the other party. It's just one party is more honest and blatant about it, particularly now that they had Donald Trump, who leans into his greed, who leans into this pursuit of power full force and lets it be known and wears it like a badge of honor. I'm going to get the oil. I'm doing this for American people. We will be strong.
He's saying they're more honest, though.
I mean, you ain't got to like it, but you got to respect it. So how did this get accomplished, you wonder? By knocking out those defense systems, creating diversions, sending in special forces, operations go in, snatch Maduro in his own country with his wife as he runs to a safe room. Before he could get in the safe room, we grab him up, we stick him on a plane, we fly him back to New York. Boom. You know how long that took with Osama bin Laden? You know how long it took with Noriega? You know?
Say it. What?
He's saying the Democrats are more deceptive than the Republicans is the argument he's making. He's saying, I prefer the person who stabs you in the front rather than the person who stabs you in the back, right? But that's not true at all. The Trump administration is not more honest about their conservatism. They're just as bad, like they're more of a pathological liar, I would say.
Yeah, that's what he's saying.
the only defense they have against China is fucking obfuscation. So they have to lie now more than ever. You're just confused.
Yep. Okay. Let's keep going.
You know how long it took? We don't even want to talk about Gaddafi. Shame on Democrats talking shit when they had Gaddafi. We don't want to discuss how we put our hands all in Gaddafi, destroyed Libya, helped oust Gaddafi and feed him to the revolutionaries in his own country. What they did to that man in the middle of the street while Hillary Clinton did a little dance. Barack Obama says it was the biggest failure of his presidency. Well, Trump just avoided all of that. Not only did he not cause humongous bloodshed and no bloodshed on our side, but he got Maduro without even killing him. It's not even, doesn't appear to have a hair missing on his
military fortress.
But didn't he kill like 80 people? Okay.
Don't forget
In the heart of
100
Caracas
people in the
to
fishing
bring
boats.
outlaw
Billions.
dictator Nicolas Maduro to justice.
Wrapped in Venezuelan flags, a South Florida street turned into a rally of hope.
That's people in Miami. That's not people. You see what I'm saying? Like the white Venezuelans, the white Cubans, they happy because they were the ones that did not want to share wealth.
I'm so thankful to God that He gave me the life to witness. So we are witnessing history today.
Trump big strike on Maduro means one thing. Big money coming to the U.S. We're talking about lower gas prices, even though they're already low. Diesel prices, heating, transportation, jobs in the United States. This is not an endless war we get tied into for a decade. And the fact is that we got to live in the world that we have, not the world we wish we had. Brothers, sisters, how does this impact us? How does it affect our bottom line? How does it affect our families? That's what we need to know. We're going to get into that right now, but know this. Once upon a time, Joe Biden called Maduro Trump's buddy. Well, if this is how Trump treats his buddies, I sure as hell don't want to be one. I'm Tim Black. Welcome to the most dangerous show in America.
Yeah, we jumped back a little too far. Gotta find a place to get out again. You accidentally restarted the video. Now we're that would be watching like 5 minutes.
I'm back. My bad. Give me a second.
That was the least
shit.
dangerous show of all time, but okay.
But he keeps the touchstone, I think, in this video he keeps going back to is we got to live in the world that we have, not the one that we want. Well, we can turn this around and we could argue that the capitalists need to start living in the world that we have, not the one that they want, before they've destroyed the environment beyond repair.
I feel like, is that nihilism? I'm just saying.
Yeah, we gotta be careful about not the frequency illusion where once you find a hammer, everything starts to look like a nail. Problem is that we made a turn into a more of a nihilistic society in general, then you're gonna see it all over the place for a reason.
Who is coming up and having an opinion? Where are you? Come on up.
So, Abby, I put another in the chat. I put another link or another tweet, if you will, and it's just a quick example of like a Venezuelan American who, like, if you read it, like, if I read her tweet out, it's just like complete gaslight. She does drop the line Bitcoin into that whole like freedom.
Is it called Bruce Coin? Bruce?
No. It's by a woman, another Honey Potter named Anaïdas Falchuk.
Wait, who is speaking? Just to make
It's
sure.
me. Go to Monarch.
No, go to Monarch. Okay. Okay. Sweetheart, let me let you know that I'm really bad with names and faces and voices.
Oh no worries. Sorry.
So I think this is you. Is it Annex? Analyx?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Analyst Vulture.
I'm about to do it, baby. I'm about to do it.
Yeah, but Lance is making a joke. There's that cajoling again. And I was thinking, you remind me of George Galloway. Come on now, if you're hard enough. He's challenging people to call in. It's a good way to bait people to come on and
And
challenge their.
I gotta make it bigger so people could see it. Okay.
Yeah, challenge their masculinity or something. But yeah.
So yeah, basically, it's another honeypot that caught my radar last year. But basically, she describes that she was born into a dictatorship, 1999 with Hugo Chavez. So no homework by candlelights, live with no electricity, water for months. Okay, so from the start, she's trying to create a story like the feel bad for me type of thing. My parents' entire containers of merchandise were stolen, everything gone. She was protesting at 12 at Venezuela for freedom. And then the fire, the persistence, the adaptable resilience. And then this is the part where she mentions Bitcoin. She says, I support Bitcoin because I saw freedom. I was born with an entrepreneurial mindset. So it's just like creating this like fictitious, like cringy background story. And then in the video, you basically see her kind of like she's among other I suppose they're Venezuelan / Americans / anti-Maduro, and she's just like spin her camera around as if she's one of them. But no, that's not who she is. I don't care if she even is legitimately Venezuelan. The thing about her is that in her profile, she's all about pushing again technocratic propaganda, namely Bitcoin. So her Twitter profile is basically just all about born in Bitcoin, promoting this like narrative about what it was like for her back in the day of Venezuela. She says she's from a hometown called Aragua State. So again, like I think she's trying to create this story narrative, whether it would be legit or not. The thing is that like I don't know, it just sounds too good to be true. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Of course it does. Look, before we keep moving on, it's pinned in the chat. If you want to come up and you have something to say, bring your ass up here.
Yeah. Welcome, Sulamoon. Good to see
Hi,
you.
driving Miss Maisie. You cannot vote out fascism. Come on.
Oh, and then real quick, there's another tweet from January 3rd where that same honeypot says, "Take Diosdado out. He's the worst." So I'm looking up who that is real quick because I just remember who that name sounds familiar. So he is the Minister of the Popular Power for Interior, Justice, and the Peace of Venezuela. So I think maybe it was like let's see. I think he has good relations with Maduro. But anyways, you got a minority of Venezuelans who totally fell for that like Maria Corina Machado type of propaganda, the Sumante, the whole like you know, we need America. We need freedom from Hugo Chavez or Maduro. Which, by the way, I don't know if you knew, but Chavez has
Freedom
darker
from
skin than
socialism.
Maduro. So it's clearly that like they don't want like anybody with like someone from like, let's say, farmlands or someone of color to like represent Venezuela as a whole. They want like this like white powered like Western thematic type of like puppet to be, you know, to like open up the oil business, to open up all these opportunities for like other businesses, commerces, you know. So
You know what's so interesting about this Golden Monarch?
what's that?
I don't want white people to feel bad about being white. I just don't want them to. I want you to feel empowered about not being this piece of shit type of white.
You don't need being white.
Oh yeah,
You know what I'm
I hear
saying?
you.
Like it's just so fucking weird. Like, and I think they think that if we got into power, we would do to them what they did to us. But guess what? We don't have that in our veins. That's not something that we want to do. All we want is fucking peace.
Like we gotta live in the world we have.
Like fucking
Well, we
chill.
want.
Just chill, motherfuckers. God damn. What the fuck is wrong with y'all? Can we just chill?
Yeah, no, totally. And I thought you said something along the lines of. Correct me if I'm wrong. Did you say that like for like white people, like Caucasian people who obviously have good intentions, but did you say something along the lines where white people should not have like be ashamed of themselves or
Oh, there's this narrative about white people shouldn't feel guilty. Who asked you to? Nobody asked you to feel guilty. We asked you to have accountability. Nobody asked you to feel guilty.
That's one of the
Like,
things.
shut the fuck up.
The arguments
Can you
against.
shut the fuck up?
It's one of the things they say about wokeism that's like anti-woke.
I got you now. Yeah. No,
Yeah.
totally. Yeah, it seems like maybe again, I'm not like exactly pointing fingers at either Lance or Miguel or anything, but it seems like there's this idea that among like establishment white communities that in order for them to like appear to relate with everyone else, what all they have to do is just offer their condolences or
just fucking chill. Chill
yeah,
your ass
exactly.
out. Fuck.
Right, or just stay out of the matter entirely. Right, you know.
Like stop being for supremacy. That's all we ask. Like, chill. Fuck.
That's a little bit
Yeah,
like.
I mean, definitely calm down with the whole Latin American tokenization and the whole carbon tax. Definitely calm down with that, and definitely stop. You know,
It's this real fear
gaslighting.
of it's this fear of if you've been if your whole world has been created by white superiority, then when that thing gets abolished or like suppressed in any way, your assumption is that black people want to be superior. No, we don't. We just want you to leave us the fuck alone.
It's the fear of taking your boot off the tiger's neck, because then it will eat you.
Yeah.
So
yeah, it doesn't make sense. Like, nobody ever asked for this. We never asked for this.
But it makes sense.
Yeah, it's almost like they never really get anyone's
Because
consent. They just sort of do it, assuming that what they're doing is like, oh, we're actually appealing to black people causes. But are you really? Are you really? Are you sure about that? Like,
Are you sure?
are you sure about that? Are you sure about that? Yeah.
Because nobody ever said that.
But the reason why the white people are afraid of giving up the white supremacy, like the Zionists, are afraid of giving democracy to the Palestinians, if they are outnumbered by them, then for them to give up the Zionism would be to give up on the state of Israel, because then they would get voted out of power.
Well, the biggest thing about Israel is there are more Palestinians than them. So if you did not have a two-state solution and you had democratic elections, then obviously, because of the matter of how many people there were, somebody's here.
What's up,
Yay, I'm bringing them up. Bad cookies.
Bad Cenk.
Bring them on. Bring them on. So, democratic elections, you would not be the majority, and that's what you pissed off about. Like, it's all white colonialism. It's like, just call it what the fuck it is.
Right. Well, because Zionism is white supremacism too, but it's also, it works to.
Hey, bad cookies.
Because the white supremacists are a minority too. So if there was democracy, if everyone had equal voice, they would not be heard. So they have to be anti-democratic to be white supremacists.
Well, since we've been on all this time and Bad Cookies just got the mic, so let's give him the mic. Go ahead, Bad, with your bad ass.
What's up? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, sure can.
Loud and clear.
Yeah.
All right, how you guys doing? I just wanted to touch on one thing. Nihilo mentioned it earlier, and I just wanted to double back on it because we completely overlooked it. Nobody even mentioned it. But there's a big push for the technological singularity in the tech world. Golden Monarch posts some videos about it in the Discord chat for HLM. There is a very, very high push for AI here in the United States, so badly that Donald Trump has already guaranteed that if the AI bubble ever pops, that the taxpayers are going to bail them out. This is going to be another banking situation where we're literally the losses and they get to privatize all the benefits. So
and the smart cities, and also the subsidizing of the Venezuelan oil rigs and all that kind of shit. Like, all that is going to be on the backs of us.
Yeah, if anything goes down with, since you brought up Venezuela, all the oil fields and all the things that they're going to build to siphon that oil is supposedly going to be paid by Exxon and other oil companies, but that's not true. What they're not telling us is that all the infrastructure is going to be built by the U.S. on the U.S. dollar, and then they're going to give it to those private corporations to run. They've done it before in the past, like you mentioned it earlier, when they sit there and privatize or socialize the buildings of stadiums for states and cities.
Thank you, Bad Cookies. We talked about that before. They subsidize building football stadiums.
Yeah.
Like the most mundane bullshit amongst us. So why would we not think Trump said it. Trump said that, oh, we're going to get the oil and we're going and it's going to be subsidized. He said it.
Yeah, he did. Those were his words. And then not just that, bringing Golden Monarch into this, they want to take a lot of that oil and instead of doing it to the petrodollar, they want to put it on a cryptocurrency, which is something nobody's fucking talking about. And it's something that's actually really major. Imagine if all of the Venezuelan oil is put on a cryptocurrency, you're making it so that their economy is based on the cryptocurrency, which would then be too big to fail. Then if that cryptocurrency ever gets to a point where it's going to go bankrupt, guess what else we're going to be bailing out? The American taxpayer is going to be bailing out that crypto because it's too big to fail. Too many economies are tied into it.
Yeah, just bailed out Argentina with that 20 billion. Now here comes Venezuela, 200 billion probably.
If he lying, he flying. If he lying, he flying.
If I may add, so bad cookies. Regarding Venezuela and this whole like Latin America push for tokenization. Yes, long-term effect, AI data centers and crypto. More specifically, I think they're gonna start with like stable coins. Two of the most infamous stable coins companies, mind you, Tether and Circle, the largest like companies yet to be properly audited, mind you. But yeah, the idea is that okay, instead of like physical currency, let's put into these so.
Oh, what happened? I don't know if he muted. I thought he'd be back. But,
No, I lost his audio too.
Uh-oh. Well, hopefully he'll be right back so he can finish what he's saying. Anyone have any comments so far on what he was saying? I'm seeing.
Not really, but
Look. Hey. Is Bad Cookies in the house still? Okay.
I'm right here.
Good. Look, anybody want to join? Join. Let's talk, because that's the only way we are going to get through this, by having conversations and making sure we are holding each other accountable for what the fuck is going on up in this bitch.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just saying.
Yeah, well, while we're on the air here, I want to pick your guys' brains on something. Like this whole, since the year started, we've only been, what, 2-3 weeks into this year, and we've already had tragic event after tragic event after tragic event. And I believe it gives us fatigue of these tragic events to a point where we're starting to become desensitized about it. What I want to ask you two is, from your perspective, what the hell is it we're supposed to do as citizens if protesting doesn't work and quote unquote violence is out of the question? What the fuck else is there to do?
That is a really good question, because people want to talk about, like, what the fuck are we supposed to do now? Are we supposed to? Is it Second Amendment, or are we just supposed to peaceful protest?
Well, I think for one,
do you guys know that Trump is actually losing in the court of public opinion? Not the court of public opinion, but he's lost like 2 out of 3 of his court cases. And it was it was people he appointed, and they still saying, yeah, fuck that shit crazy.
That would basically be saying, though, that
he's actually losing a lot.
They're failing at tearing down the neoliberal order, because they're trying to do this neo-reactionary thing instead. Because people don't really believe Trump when he says, like, when they say they're not neoliberals. But there is something about, I think that they are trying to recognize that neoliberalism's failed, that they need the Bretton Woods system kind of thing is over. They need a new system, but they're having a hard time pulling it off. So, I don't know.
He's losing more than you would. They don't talk about it as much in the media.
Yeah.
But he's losing a lot in federal courts.
That's where I think they're like trying to do the trick about a whole lot of torches in the army in the dark to make it look like the army is huge, but there's really only a few thousand really there. You know, like they're all about deceit because they're so weak right now.
To give the illusion that they have power when they really don't. But
Yeah.
the thing is, Abby-Do, is, okay, so he's losing all this favorability and he's losing all these cases. What is that doing for him? I mean, he's already not going to be able to run ever again as a president. His legacy is already tarnished. It's going to go down as one of the worst presidencies ever. What good is...
Are we sure about that? Are we sure?
I think it's already been pretty solidified that it's going to be be. Not, I think it's going to be a toss up between is the Biden presidency the worst or is it Trump's the worst of the three?
How about we take a vote and just say they're both worse? I mean,
but
obviously they're two different people, but they're two different people. But at the end of the day, who won at the end of the day? The technocrats did, the billionaires.
Yeah.
And Biden and Trump were just the puppets.
Looking at them as two different eras isn't really maybe helpful. It's like as if there's such a massive distinction between like the worst president in history, whatever. What does that make a difference, whatever? Because that doesn't. If America's president is a puppet, then it's more about the worst economic downturn in history.
They are the same person.
Yeah.
Effectively, they're the same person. They're both brown nosing, like money grubbing, wanting to go ahead and satisfy whoever has the biggest piggy bank. You know, they do both the same thing. So, like, the distinction, like, there isn't really a distinction there.
Is that Rondo? Who was talking?
That
was Rondo talking.
I knew it because that voice. Let me stop.
I couldn't have said it any better, Rondo. Oh, by the way, no, Sean, the Bitcoiners did not get me. My wife called me in the middle of the stream, so I think after I hung up the phone, I completely lost the stream or something. So I had to like sign off and relog back in again. So I didn't get it to quite finish what I was gonna tell Bad Cookies and everyone. But
Go ahead, if you remember.
Yeah. So it was just regarding the whole tokenization Bitcoin thing. Yeah, Bad Cookies. So there's just all this obsessiveness, you know, the whole agenda 2025, 2030, where basically they want to like get everyone on board with digital currency. It doesn't matter whether it's CBDC, Bitcoin, crypto, stable coins, whatever. They want to control people, albeit digitally. And all this insane push for like tokenization, whether it's like your real estate property or the forest, the water, or heck, even like, you know, communities. I do agree with the notion that at some point we could do one of two things. We could more than just simply protest. We could actually like maybe take some sort of like arms, because obviously peaceful protest, it doesn't work for so long. I mean, every time we come with no arms, the other side have arms. They have tasers. They have you know, pepper spray. I don't think it's a good idea for anyone to just simply show up to a protest unarmed, or like, you know, not without some sort of like defensive gear, you know, a shield, a bat, a crowbar, or at the very least some sort of like shield or something.
Well, are you white or?
Am I white? Well, I meant.
No, I'm saying, I'm being realistic. In this, are these white people taking up arms, or because?
Oh, I see. Well, I mean, I'm talking about like
if it's
obvious,
if it's
like
brown and black
ICE.
people taking up arms, then it's over with.
Well, I'm talking about like
they about to fuck everybody up.
The proletariat needs to arm itself. That's the working class, all of us.
Oh, agreed. Regardless of color, shape, size, we all need to arm ourselves up.
It's not regardless. It's not regardless of color. That's not true.
Say if we want,
that can never be true in this America. It can never be true.
We can't.
I mean, I'm not trying to say that like that white people are as much victims as black people. I mean, historically, no, that's not the case. Obviously, this has more harm.
We're all victims. I'm not saying that we're not all victims. I'm saying that what does a victimization look like to them? You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do now. That's a good question.
It's one of the reasons why people haven't been taking up arms yet, because we're not as victimized. So as much as we can point to how horrible things are for other people, there's more of a glad that's not me reaction than that's horrible, we should do something about it.
I'm
is that?
saying, I'm
What is
saying
that poem?
I'm saying when the white people take up arms, then maybe the black people will follow.
What is that poem?
But in the meantime, between time, we sitting our ass down. We just
What's that?
looking. We just looking. We trying to see what the fuck going on over here.
All right.
Rondo, where you at?
No, I was asking, what is that poem that was like, at first I didn't say anything because I wasn't the first I came for the trade unionist, but I didn't
Oh
say
yeah.
anything because I wasn't a trade unionist, but I didn't say anything because they first came for the communists, but I didn't say anything because I wasn't a communist, and then they came after me. Isn't that essentially what y'all are getting at?
Yeah. Let me look that up.
Rondo,
Yeah.
uh, uh, this is a honest question.
Mm-hmm.
As soon as black people come out, what they gonna do? What you think they gonna do?
I mean, they're gonna crack heads open, but they're gonna crack heads
Crack
open
heads
anyways.
open, exactly. So if we stand down and let them go first, they don't know what to do. They they killed a white woman. Okay, how many white women you think they gonna kill?
I get it now. So you want to do like Operation Hide Behind the Whitey then, because that way you won't get shot at. You'll be the
No, it's not. It's not Operation Hide Behind the Whitey. Why would you say that? No, it's not Operation Hide Behind the Whitey. It's Operation when black people come out in numbers, then they feel like they have they can just go full arms on us.
Is there a way
Like it
of us
if
being
black
we the
people
people to
if
be
black
able
people
to
stand
over?
down.
Go
Huh?
All
ahead,
right, I'm
Ron.
sorry. Go ahead, Rondo.
No, I was just gonna say, isn't there ways and avenues that, like, we the people, quote unquote, being the ultimate sovereign of the United States of America, isn't there a way that we can invalidate the jurisdiction of ICE other than just like walking around in a parade? Like, aren't there like letters or injunctions or other things that can be played? Because like there's mechanisms that, although this is this Freemasonic experiment is pretty fucked, but they're
Mm,
there. And we're kind of sitting here like, we've tried nothing and we're all out of ideas, like,
mm,
I'm not saying like let's go ahead and lean on the mechanisms of government that are applied to us or whatever, but it's like we need to be thinking about this wider than like, oh well, like let's
mhm,
all decide on a weekend where we can all link up at a park and walk around a circle and make pretty signs and shit, because what the fuck is that doing?
mm.
I got kid, and I'm looking at
Right.
I'm looking at the state of the world, and it's like I'm over here thinking about like, like mortality in that sense. Like I don't want to leave the world in the fucked up state that that I have it in, that we have it in, and like,
So Rondo, let me ask you something
yeah.
real quick. Okay. So you remember when we had we developed communities amongst ourselves, and what did the white people do? Destroy them purposely, right?
Mm-hmm.
So 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 then we got scattered amongst communities. So they look. What are we supposed to do? What
Yeah,
are
that's
we
getting
supposed
back.
to do?
That's Cookie's question. So we should maybe try and answer it, all of us again. I think we kind of drifted off of answering it, but he's saying, what if I try and remember? If we're not able, if violence is out of the question, and can't vote them out, what are we supposed to do? we can try like non-compliance. I think like we should try and do the dual power like Lenin thing, where we need to have some non-compliance and at the same time need to build our own power. But then I think what we've been trying to do is we're always trying to push for higher wages to solve the problem of our wages being pushed down. But if we're going to be non-compliant with the capitalist system, should we maybe get more hard line about being a moneyless society? So
Isn't
non-compliant
that a
money.
capitalist answer? Isn't that a
Yeah,
capitalist answer? Like higher wages? Like what do we need?
yeah,
More money. Like
right.
not
But what we haven't
necessarily.
tried is to stop trying to make money at all and build
Yeah.
a way of living without money. But then the reason why we can't do that is we can't get the support. People don't believe it's possible. So, but they keep believing that you can make more money by getting higher wages.
I don't think that people don't believe it's possible because we've done it. We've done it in Black communities through the ages, and what happened? The government either sent in an agent and then destroyed that community, or maybe they bombed that community, maybe that they made that, like, destroyed the community and made it into a lake. Like, if you look at historically what has happened to Black communities, why do you not think that we are scared?
Well, this is the thing with the with the historical materialism. The point about it is to not look at it and point to the past as a reason why things are not. It would be nihilistic to point to the past and say that's why things will never change. That's why every time we do this,
Okay.
this will happen. So we can't
And this is why I'm saying
the conversation, right?
And this is why I'm saying to you, Michael, white man, this is why I'm saying that we are staying home and we're trying to see what white people could do. Because they are literally hold on. Let me finish. They are literally fighting for their own country because they don't believe that we are a part of their country. They are fighting for the country that they want. So let them do it. That's what my answer. That's what my answers. That's what my ancestors told me. Sit the fuck down and let these white people do what they supposed to be doing, and let them see what kind of country they want their country to be.
I think there's an accelerationist element to this argument where we're trying to accelerate the consciousness of white people by having it has to get worse before it gets better. So we have to hands off, let them learn the hard way, and then they might actually learn. But this is the risk that we take with acceleration. Is if it works, then it works, and if it doesn't, then we kind of spent all this time. It's like if it makes the situation objectively worse, then objectively was the wrong call. But if it, I wouldn't say it's right to blame.
I'm not telling anybody with black bodies to sit your ass out there and do this all over again. I'm not. Because this is America. America is a white supremacist society, and they have to decide for themselves what kind of white America they want it to be. We have done everything we needed to do.
Yeah, but this is
we ain't going nowhere. We sitting ourselves at home.
So, but America is never going to be something in one form for the rest of time. It is all everything is in constant change and motion. So whatever America is or was is going to be, those things are not going to be the same forever. Right? So America, this is the thing about Make America Great Again, right? They're acknowledging that America needs to become something different than what it is now, but they're not acknowledging that it needs to stop being what it was. So they want to have their cake and eat it too. They want to be what they used to be and become what they're going to become at the same time. So
Well,
you
I
can't
said
have
what
one.
I said. I said what I said. I said what I said. I'm sitting my black ass down.
I'm just
And
saying, it sounds to me.
I'm looking and I'm watching. I'm watching. I'm watching. I'm sitting
Abby.
back and I'm looking and I'm watching and I'm saying, what does America want to be at the end of the day? Do you
All right,
want it
Abby.
to be?
Yeah, go ahead.
Help me out here, then, Abby. Do. All right. So you're sitting back, right? You're watching. You're seeing what white people are doing, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Cool. What would white people have to do from your perspective of sitting down and back have to do in order to achieve what we need to achieve to change the system the way we need to? Now, you're not involved. You're not stepping up. You're not doing anything. You're just
I ain't doing shit. I ain't doing shit.
Exactly. But you're watching, though, right? If you're watching, what would you want to see, or what would you see? What ideas would you have that you would want to see them white people doing?
I want to see if the America that they built for themselves and subjugated all of these people, Asians, blacks, not even immigrants, because they made certain immigrants white on purpose. They built policies to create a system where this was a white America. So I'm looking at white America and I'm saying, hey, fight for your country. I want to see what y'all want this country to be. Do you want it to be a white supremacist country? Or do you want it to be a diverse country? What do you want? Because there is nothing that we can do to change anything about it.
That's the answer right there. That's the answer I was looking for. Your answer to my question earlier is nothing. We can do nothing.
We don't want to be fatalistic about stuff, So it's, when you're saying you want to see what they do, I'm kind of wondering
how much do you want black people to do?
Well, I'm saying who fits in how
much should black people to do in this? How many times do you want us to put our lives on the line for this country? How many times? Now, at this point, I want to see, just tell me what you want it to be. Let me know. I'm tired of black people putting their lives on the line for this country, and they keep shitting on us.
We're kind of treating people like they have unanimity that they don't, because we're saying you want to see what vision they have for white America and what America they are trying to build. But
what America are you trying to build? Show me.
The rest of us are not building anything. We're stuck.
But then after you build it, so
you want to see what will the capitalists build, right? And we know they're going to build the Panopticon. They want to build the prison.
I'm saying our ancestors told us to sit the fuck down and shut the fuck up and watch white America do what white America does, because there are liberals. There are all these people claiming that they don't like racism and all that stuff, and they don't like this shit. Let us see it for ourselves.
I don't want to see what racist white America is trying to do. I want to see what the left can do if we stop treating it like it's dead and never going to amount to anything. Like,
y'all need to leave black people alone. Leave us alone. Leave us alone. We've done enough for this country. We've given everything. We've given everything. And then when we decided, when our ancestors told us to stop and see what the fuck they gonna do, then let us see what they gonna do. Let us see what white liberals versus white covert racists are going to do, because Democrats and Republicans are racist in our eyes. So let us see what they gonna do.
And then you get to blame them for fucking everything up with whatever.
No,
it is
we
that
don't
they
get to
do.
blame them. When our ancestors tell us that it's time to stand up, then we'll stand up again. But we stood up too many times. We have stood up too many times,
We all
and
have
we
the same
are tired of standing
ancestors.
up for y'all. We are tired. We
You
aren't
can't
doing it no more.
you can't lay it on the ancestors. They're not going to tell us collectively.
You can't tell me what I could tell. Well, you can't tell me what I
You
could.
can tell your ancestors, but that's not going to create any kind of systemic change. It's like unfalsifiable proof that the ancestors are able to communicate with us. Many people reject
How
that.
long do you want us to stand up to do things for y'all? How long?
I don't know.
All
That
right,
seems
so
like a
We just not doing it no more. We just not doing it. We
All right,
just
so-
want to. We
All right,
just
go
want to
ahead.
see what y'all gonna do.
All right,
Do
so
what you gonna do.
with that established,
Do what you gonna do.
I want to know what the future of America is going to hold then, because we're all citizens of this country. Unless you plan on leaving this country, we're going to eventually see this country become something that it's not something we're going to want to see.
Do what you're going to
We're gonna
do,
one of the three
and
things.
then
Go into World War III, we're going to collapse and we're all going to suffer for it, or we're going to go into civil war and watch a lot of people die if we do not do anything.
when we see that you are actually standing up for what what was supposed to be upheld in America, that we fought for centuries, when we see it, then our ancestors will tell us, then stand the fuck up.
That's not your ancestors telling you, though. That's when you see white people
Tell me
objecting.
you can't tell me what my ancestors are telling me.
That's when you will act on your own.
You can't tell me what my ancestors are telling me.
No one can, because it's like saying God told me. That's my problem with that. Anyone can say that God told me I'm allowed to do this, and now I get to do it.
I don't give a goddamn. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care.
This
we have done so much for this country, and now it's time for y'all to do.
Is this class
what
analysis
should be done?
This is, I would say, class analysis says the working class has done a lot for this country. And you're trying to kind of say there's only one group of people who've done all the work.
The working
right. See, exactly. All of a sudden, you no longer have class consciousness.
My grandmother had to use her own birth milk for white babies, and you trying to tell me, man, no. You ain't about to tell me this shit. No. Mm-mm.
We might need to find another topic to move here, because I think we've kind of come to the end of. There's
we didn't come to the end.
No,
we're just getting started. We're just getting started.
Bad blood. So
we are just getting started.
Right.
Why do you want to leave the topic?
Because
I don't think
it's not constructive anymore. It's not dialectic, right?
Oh, it's not constructive because it's not what you want to hear.
No, you were talking about how if someone gives you a reason to change your mind about something, you're willing to change your mind. But on this, your mind is closed. So I want to move on because you're not going to open your mind about maybe being wrong on this.
Being wrong
About
don't
a lot of what you're just been saying. But we're just getting into it right now.
Michael.
Yeah.
No, Michael. You know, you're not about to do this. No.
That's what I'm saying.
No, you're
Mind
not
is
about to
closed,
do
man.
this.
Yeah.
You're not about to do this to me. No. No. No.
If I could say something, I think I think that we probably do need to put a pin in this conversation for right now, just because there's a lot of crosstalk and people are talking past people, and I don't think that there's a lot of opinions being stated, but there's not a lot of understanding going on.
Okay, well,
Um,
Rondo, maybe you could be the mediator and have understanding going on instead of putting a pin in it.
well, the thing is that where are we? What are we getting to? Like,
No,
yeah,
I'm
white
getting
folks. Like,
I'm getting to the fact that there, like, in this country, do you not understand the shit that has happened and the goings on of this country?
Whoa, are you about to do that? I'm a black man also. I don't understand. I live in the
Exactly.
DMV.
So I'm trying to
So,
figure out, why are you trying to shut me up?
I'm not trying to shut you up. I'm trying to figure out, I'm trying to move the conversation along. You have to understand that we have an internet, that y'all have an international audience. There are white people in here that truly do not understand the dynamics of the United States of America.
Okay.
We have
So
to, we
why
have
would
to,
we move the conversation because they don't understand? Why would we
I'm
keep the
not saying that.
conversation
I'm not
going
saying,
so they would understand?
You
but
can't
that's the
build Rome in
thing.
a day.
When you're saying that you just want white folk, you want to see what white folks are going to do. You want to see what white folks are going to do. Well, like, these people, like, Mikhail, he's from Canada. Where are you from? Windsor? Where you
Yeah,
say you're
Canada,
from?
Windsor.
Yeah. So, and Canada being a similar entity as the United States, born out of similar situation, there are probably very similar situations that are going on in Canada right now that black folks experience here in the United States. I know that the Nanacoke Nation, which quiet as kept, my people are actually related to, but that's neither here nor there. Up in Canada, don't they catch it up in Canada? So there is an equivalence in all of our societies. There's colorism in all of our societies. This monster that has invaded the planet is everywhere. But that's just one. That's just one form of the dichotomy. There's many forms of the dichotomy. The issue is that all of this is all tangled up into a big wax ball that we have to first I really feel that we have to untangle first, define what things are, and then move from there.
Well, let's untangle it right now.
So now that we've gotten to a cooler position,
Yeah,
I
let's
feel that,
untangle it.
yeah, let's untangle it then.
What's wrong with that?
To carry that analogy forward, if we're trying to untangle something and you're trying to pull on the wrong thread first, it's the primary contradiction argument of the Marxist. You have to find the right order in which to do things, or else we will be wasting a lot of time and energy doing the same thing over and over again until we realize it's not the right thing to do.
What's not the right thing to do?
Pulling the
Getting
wrong
stuck in a
thread.
samsara loop.
What?
Getting stuck in a samsara loop. You know, the Buddhist conception of the
Samsara loop?
Yeah, getting stuck on a hamster's wheel, just going around a circle, not moving anywhere. You know.
This is ridiculous. Okay.
The point of the thing of philosophizing, whatever, of talking about the world, is to change it. That's the thing. Because we could talk all day. You're saying it's important that we talk because conversation is how we're going to get out of this, right? but only if the conversation leads to the action. That's the right action. And then we do it. But a lot of times people mock.
What's the right action?
Exactly. We have we're asking a question we don't have the answer to right just yet. That's what I think the question that Cookies was asking was basically that's the question, right? Like,
I think
what is
the
the
right
right
action. I think the right action is
if violence is the question, maybe
I think the right action is to look at it head on and decolonize our minds. That's the right action.
that's the first step, but that's not the right action if that's the only action, because that's more of like, that's not a materialist answer. You can decolonize your mind, but then you have to actually decolonize the land, because otherwise you just kind of found a way to live with the pain and torture of a society that can't be changed. Or at least you can be free inside your mind.
It can't be changed?
That's right. We have to.
You said it can't be changed?
That's the fatalistic. I'm saying it can be changed, but only if changing our mind is the first step. We can't just think that mental gymnastics is going to get us out of anything.
If I could say something real quick. So I think this all starts from the individual. So as individuals, we can, as individuals, decolonize ourselves. The trick becomes then, how do we, wait, hold on. The trick then becomes, how does a society as a whole decolonize itself? And from there. So right now, I'm going to presume that all 6 of us here are decolonized, or
trying
at least
to be.
are
They're
supportive of the notion to decolonize. Now, right now, I'm presuming that all 6 of us are still living under some sort of capitalist system. So obviously the rules, the game is not fair for everyone. Obviously there's some favoritism over others. But with that said, I think this whole notion of like, when do we get to the point where we all come together as a group, or when does a group as a whole then get together to like push back against establishment narratives? Now, well, it may seem like right now with current events, it's not even happening. Again, I think it comes down to ultimately the individual, the self. Starts with yourself, your inner self, and when that person's self has a deeper like insight into who they are, and when they like step out of their comfort zone and when they really see what's really going on in this reality, what affects them on a daily basis, what affects other people on a daily basis, and then they become more aware, sort of like a higher sense, like a higher like presence, using your mind and then going beyond that. I don't mean to talk like, apologies, I don't mean to talk like as if I'm Merriam Williamson or something with spiritualism. But the point I'm making is that I think if we're gonna get anywhere, if we're gonna like get to the point where America as a whole can become decolonized, I think it has to come from the individual, each and every individual. So right now, if you have a majority of Americans who are not up for decolonizing or who haven't even considered decolonizing, then for right now, America is not going to change.
Very good point.
It's like perception of change is sometimes so slow that we declare that there is no change happening just because we can't see it with our human eye. But we are capable of proving that the change is still happening. So I think people have like a crisis of faith, and like there's a lot of people turning back to the old religions that have been already falsified and stuff. So, but we have a crisis that we don't have faith in people. So our argument is the working class will save the day. But if we don't really believe that, it's not happening, So belief is important, an important part of a successful revolution. But it's not, but like belief alone isn't going to get us through. So first step, we need to find a way to achieve that belief and discipline that we're lacking. So how do we do that? It's not simple.
All right, so we've established that in order for us to move forward, we all have to decolonize ourselves, and it has to start from within. And then we all have to outreach to each other as a community in order to spread the ideas of decolonizing your minds in order for us to grow together as a class. My question then is, how can we help decolonize the American populace when we all know that this is probably the most, if not the only, hyper colonized mentality in the entire world? So how can we help people understand that we are all in the same fucked up situation together, but just because others have it better than some, how can we break through that wall and get through to everyone? Because I find it so difficult to break that, not just the colonized mentality, but the duopolized mentality of people that just cannot live outside of this two-party capitalist system. They just cannot fathom it. How do we break that?
That's a really good question. And
I might have a piece to that answer, Bad Cookies. Sorry. I might have a piece of that answer. So, look, as one individual, obviously, I'm not going to have all the answers, but I just know that right offhand, at least in present moments, the very first thing to do, Bad Cookies, and to everyone, is anytime you hear any kind of like narrative from the establishment or any type of like propaganda that's resorting to like, fear of missing out, gambling, all that. For one thing, don't opt in. That anything that's trying to like put you against everybody else, it's a distraction. Like the whole technocratic propaganda movement and everything. We have to, as individuals, and I know this is going to be a challenge for every single individual because every individual works differently. But each individual has to train their minds to resist any type of like propaganda that would incentivize like a trigger in your brain, like a dopamine, like where you think something that sounds too good to be true is legitimately true. Like if all of a sudden I decide to like, oh, let me invest in this crypto, and then it goes up, like, oh shit, I must be find this system. But the truth is, no, you're not finding a system. You're just participating in this system as a lapdog. So, but hear me out. That's just one example. Obviously, how do you apply that to like how to like train your mind to resist any propaganda, let's say from like military recruitment or any type of like Charlie Kirk, Erica Kirk type of like nonsensical propaganda, the regurgitation. How do people as a whole resource all that? I think it comes down to like, for one thing, independent. Like we do our own research, right? We look up the information for ourselves to verify whether something sounds credible or not, and then we try to share that amongst a community of open-minded individuals who are at least open enough to have that critical thinking and to be able to like train themselves to push back at certain narratives, because there's no doubt in my mind that at one point or another we have all been duped by some sort of propaganda narrative. Maybe it was 9/11, maybe it was Bitcoin, maybe it was the Iraq war. At one point or another, probably all of us had fell for some sort of establishment propaganda, and back then we didn't know any better. And the only way we could get away from that being fell for it again type of approach was doing our own research. Doing it from a like a perspective that if we're sharing this, if we're sharing our research out, if we're sharing like our experience out, we're doing it for hopefully a better, like a better future. As in, like, we're doing it for, you know, a community, for a society that won't have to go through the same bullshit that our generation or other previous generations, ancestors had to go through. Maybe it was racial suppression. Maybe it was class inequality. Maybe it was the inability to vote, or maybe it was, you know, being rug pulled by what should have obviously had been a red flag from the start, that it was a Ponzi scheme. I think that that's some piece that we have to like consider. What do you guys think? Passing the mic.
I think that's a little bit, I mean, maybe heavy on the individualism, about putting a little too much of the burden of responsibility on every single individual. If we're going to be realistic, I'm not sure if that's going to result in the coordination we're looking for. So I'm thinking about the concept of vanguardism, Lenin's idea of the vanguard. So people have natural strengths and weaknesses. So some people are going to be better at training themselves than others. So I think the purpose, what we can do as individuals is we can, for trying to build a vanguard, we need to be able to be those voices of wisdom, you know, of reason, that people naturally will listen to, because we are the most correct, as opposed to just we have the most authority, so you should listen to us. So we have to prove that we have the most correct understanding of reality, and then by doing that, people should naturally agree with, accept our way of thinking and acting, because we've demonstrated how's the best way to decolonize your mind and whatnot, and then people can get the training from the vanguard that they need. Because I think the problem with the vanguard is it gets misinterpreted like it's supposed to be in charge, but it's really supposed to be, I think, more of a guiding principle, where like as we're younger, we're born into this world, there are people who already have more expertise than us. It is the right thing. There's a kind of natural hierarchy there, that we should respect those with more knowledge than us and learn from them. And the knowledge transfer doesn't really take place very effectively anymore. Capitalists have the incentive to prevent us being able to transfer the people who have the wisdom. If they can't transfer it to the masses, then the masses are left ignorant, swimming in circles. So I think if the vanguardism is a theory that needs to be rejected, then we need to figure out how are we going to organize in a decentralized way. You have some thoughts, Abby?
I think I have been like in this little vanguard. Like I was in anger. I feel like I've been angry during this podcast, and so I'm not going to apologize for it. I'm just going to say I've been angry. What am I supposed to do? Shit.
Well, that's where sometimes to have progress with dialogue, you need to get into some of the tough conversations that might be a bit stressful.
I've been a little bit angry.
Lance was a bit quiet there. What was that?
Hi, Lance. And Lance, so I want to get I'm sorry, I'm gonna let you talk, and then I'm gonna look for this Tim Black episode. So go ahead, sweetheart.
I wasn't really talking about anything.
Oh,
I just mentioned that your anger comes out as cajoling.
Cajoling means like when you like pull all these things together. Cajoling.
What do you mean by cajoling?
Yeah,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. What do you mean by that? Because I feel like I know what cajoling means, but
Yeah, I'd have to. I'm just looking at it here. Oh, to persuade someone to do something by sustained coaxing or flattery. Well,
I would say
is that what you
comes
think that I was doing?
coaxing, yeah.
Oh, you think I was coaxing?
In a lighthearted
No,
way.
no. It's fine. It's fine. Let's get
you
into it.
were when you're asking people to join, you're saying, "Come on, guys." Well, you're kind of ending. So,
Yeah, cajoling kind of sounds like you're trying to bring people into your like little mix or whatever,
Yeah,
right?
that too. Yeah.
So you think I was cajoling people to like to be angry with me or something?
No, no. You're putting repeated pressure on people to join the panel, basically.
Oh, I was putting pressure on people. Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
Question: how did you guys meet? I've never heard that story.
Wait. Are we just gonna like fly over the cajoling part and go into how we met?
Not if you keep cajoling.
No, I'm saying should we I feel like if you gave that accusation, we should talk about it.
It wasn't an accusation.
Or like a opinion. It's okay.
It was merely an observation, my dear. Nothing wrong.
No, it's not.
well, so you reject.
Baby, I'm good. I'm good. I'm not trying to like I'm good. I just want to know what you mean by what you said. That's all.
Then
What
he
does that
explained.
mean by controlling?
Would you reject the characterization of your
No,
action?
I don't really know what he means by it, so I'm just asking. That's all.
I was thinking it sounds like he was saying maybe the word patronizing would be a good simile.
Isn't patronizing
not worse than
sort of a
That's a little worse though. Cajoling is a little soft.
patronizing is sort of a like a condescending word, right?
That's what I was saying. So it's maybe you're coming across a little bit condescending when you're expressing your anger, and it's not so much. But maybe
I
I'm
just
wrong.
want to know. It's fine. It's
Maybe I come
fine.
across condescending when we disagree about something.
That's why we're here, baby. That's why we're here.
You have been a
Oh,
little.
and look, when I say baby, I'm not trying to be condescending or anything. I'm just from Louisiana. You say baby.
That's okay.
Okay.
That's okay, sweet.
Okay. I just want to make sure because some people might feel offensive to that. And I say child and all that stuff, and people feel like I'm saying something weird, but I'm just really being a Southerner.
How about this observation? And it's neither good nor bad, but you do you seem a little hepped up today.
I am a little hyped up today. I am. So thank you for acknowledging that. I am a little hyped up. Fuck. I feel some type of way today.
Yeah. That feels like that.
It's okay.
Today was a real good day for me. And it was like I had these things I was dreading today. And then boom, 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 everything just fell into place with a few surprises and stuff.
It's always nice when
I can't really hear him. It's
That's okay. Nothing. No big deal.
The
So
thing is,
how did
when
you
you start talking, it takes a bit for the audio to pick up, and then you're clear when you're in the middle of talking.
Okay then. How did you guys meet?
So do you ever watch the RBN channel?
RBN?
Revolutionary Blackout Network.
No, I've never heard of it.
Oh, okay. Well, go ahead and check those guys out. They used to have a podcaster. They're like a group of podcasters. There used to be 4 of them, one of them's name was CJ. He had started a new project where he had invited listeners of the channel to volunteer as new podcasters. And so there was a little bit of a contest for people trying out to be the new podcasters, and there ended up being 6 of us that they narrowed things down to. So then we paired up into teams of 2, and we launched 3 new podcasts on what was supposed to be a sister channel of RBN called RBN Long Beach. And then it turns out that CJ had been doing this behind the backs of the other RBN crew members. And so when they found out, we had been doing our new shows for about 6 months. And then all of a sudden, CJ gets kicked out of RBN, and we are all left kind of hanging. They decided they didn't want us to be affiliated with their network. And so then we were left with the choice. Do we want to work together, keep going with our show independently, or because we're so new, just give up? And so one of the podcasts folded, and then we're still going, me and Abby with Noteworthy. And there is, if you want to check them out too, there is one other pair of podcasters still going. They're called Social Contract. They do their show on Tuesdays at 1 p.m. Eastern time. So actually, the Social Contract is at now their channel's at a place called Last Minute Politics on YouTube. So
Okay, I got them both. Thanks.
But that's our little origin story. So we were scorned by the RBN people, hoping to work with them, and turns out there's a bunch of bullshit. So.
And if you really want to know, I was like, who the fuck is this dude? I wouldn't even. I was looking at Mike with one eye open. But the more I got to know him, the more I liked him. So.
And how come only Abby's name is in the title?
Just because we ended up using her channel. We already both had YouTube channels, but instead of creating a new channel, we just
because I had already had a paid channel, so that's why we're on our channel. But he owns my channel just as much as I own ours.
Well, maybe you could change his name to something like Abby Dewson.
Well, I was thinking it might make more sense for the viewers. It just might be easier to tell people about our channel if we changed the name of our at YouTube instead of at Abby Do Abby Don't. If it was at Noteworthy, then people would like the name of our show. It kind of doesn't get mentioned anymore. It's kind of not needed because it's just like me and Abby, So.
And have you ever met in person?
No, we're too far away. It's too hard to do that. Don't have enough money.
But we do talk. We do talk on the phone. Like I know him. We have a very we talk. We consider ourselves friends. Absolutely. And
that's good to know.
And if he's in distress, he can call me. And if I'm in distress, I can call him.
One day, hopefully, I can get a passport and I'll go visit her.
Hopefully one day we will see each other in person. But for now, we're
or maybe compromising meeting Buffalo.
Meet halfway.
But the point is we don't agree with each other on everything, but we agree with each other on enough things, and we think that we are doing something important.
Yeah, I think.
And until we think that it's not important enough, then we'll dissolve. But for now, here we are. That's it.
You really are doing good work, and I'm just glad I found this channel. I always learn something from you guys. Did you hear me? Sorry.
Yeah, sorry, it's just my dog
What is
scratching.
that noise in the background? Somebody
my
has
dog.
noise in the background. Oh, that's him. Okay. So now, Lance, you and I can talk because he had to mute because whatever was going on with his mic was not
She's
doing
scratching her
good.
collar and it was making a bunch of noise. I actually got to take
Oh,
her for a
okay.
walk.
Well, mute
So
yourself.
I'm
Yeah,
gonna take her out.
go. Take her
I'll be
for a
back.
walk.
Yeah.
Lance and I will talk.
Well, actually, I was just going to thank you. I'm glad I found your channel. I've really learned a lot from you guys. I got to.
Thank you, Lance. And Lance, where are you? Where do you live?
Just north of Toronto.
Oh, so you're in Canada too, eh?
Yeah, just down the road from McKell. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, thanks for having me on, Abby. And
Do you speak French or no?
Français, je le parle un peu, oui.
So you don't speak French?
Non, je ne parle pas que.
Oh, okay. Because I'm in Louisiana, so we don't really speak French. We
Yeah.
speak like
Cajun.
well, and there's Creole.
Creole. Sorry, Creole. That's what I meant.
No, there's two. There's Cajun and Creole. So Cajun is from Acadia, so that's from Canada, right? That's more like Lafayette, and then Creole is more from Haiti to New Orleans. So we have variations of French language in Louisiana.
That's fascinating.
Depending on where you are.
Yeah.
So yeah, we're a French. I mean, we were a French colony for a long time.
That's right. Yeah. Yeah, the French, Spanish, and English really did a number on us.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Okay, Abby, I gotta go. Thanks for having me on.
You gotta go.
Yeah.
I wanted to pull something else up for us to talk about.
Yeah, no, I
You
got
gotta go.
things to attend to, and then it's off to bed for me.
Well, it was a pleasure to see your face in person, and maybe we'll see you on Thursday.
Oh, you're still doing the Thursday show, right?
Yeah, this is just a pilot of people coming on and talking to us and shooting the shit with us.
Okay. Yeah,
So Thursday is our regular, what we do.
Okay, I'll see you Thursday at 6 then. Thanks.
Okay. Good night, sweetheart.
Take care.
All right. Oh, Fiddleword is here. So we're going to get into something else. I wasn't quite prepared. But we were talking about different we started out with different podcasts.
Yeah, we'll jump off too, Abby. Good night.
Good night, sweetheart. Bye, bad cookies. Anybody else that wants to jump on can jump on. Okay. So I just thought this was interesting. So we're just going to jump into this real fucking quick. Share it. Who is still with us? Make sure. I thought this was so fucking interesting. Oh, you cannot vote your way out of capitalism is here. All right, so here we go. Oh, before I move on, I'm just gonna do this real quick because I really like this guy. we're going back in time before I pull up something else. So he's one of those, him and Dinesh, I think his name is Dinesh, they find people who are being actively racist and are like being horrible human beings and yada, yada, yada. And he got his way into this. So let's see
I'm
what he
talking
has to
about a
say.
story I really don't see anyone talking about. I also want to add a connection that I don't see anyone else making. On December 23rd, Wall Street Journal released this story. Inside the new fast track to a presidential pardon, lobbyists close to Trump say they're going rate to advocate for a pardon
By the way, this is a shout out to Golden Monarch.
is $1 million. People being paid to get presidential pardons. Now, before I get further into this article, I want to show you all a clip from the 60 Minutes interview that Trump did, where he was asked about one pardon in particular and had something very interesting to say.
The company CZ founded, Binance, helped boost the profile of the Trump family's crypto firm, World Liberty Financial. He pled guilty in 2023 to violating anti-money laundering laws.
Right.
The government at the time said that CZ had caused significant harm to U.S. national security, essentially by allowing terrorist groups like Hamas to move millions of dollars around. Why did you pardon him?
Okay, are you ready? I don't know who he is. I know he got a 4-month sentence or something like that. And I heard it was a.
Are you ready? I don't know who he is. I have no idea who he is. Who the fuck is this guy? I just pardoned him, but I don't know who he is. Who the fuck does that? I don't know who he is. Is that a red flag or am I crazy? Okay. Here we go.
Biden witch hunt.
I don't even know the guy that I pardoned. If you can just give me a couple minutes of your time, I want to talk about a story I really don't see anyone talking about. I also want to add a connection.
Are pro-Zionists. I mean,
why is it keep
If you can just give me a
doing
couple minutes of your
Sorry.
time, I want to talk about a
Sorry.
story I really don't see anyone talking about. I also want to add a connection that I don't see anyone else making. On December 23rd, Wall Street Journal released this story. Inside the new fast track to a presidential pardon, lobbyists close to Trump say their going rate to advocate for a pardon is $1 million. People being paid to get presidential pardons. Now, before I get further into this article, I want to show you all a clip from the 60 Minutes interview that Trump did, where he was asked about one pardon in particular and had something very interesting to say.
The company CZ founded, Binance, helped boost the profile of the Trump family's crypto firm, World Liberty Financial. He pled guilty in 2023 to violating anti-money laundering laws.
Right.
The government at the time said that CZ had caused significant harm to U.S. national security, essentially by allowing terrorist groups like Hamas to move millions of dollars around. Why did you pardon him?
Okay, are you ready? I don't know who he
I
is.
don't know who he is.
I know he got a 4-month sentence or something like that. And I heard it was a Biden witch hunt.
I don't even know the guy that I pardoned, but I heard it was a Biden witch hunt. Where did he hear that? Who told him it was a Biden witch hunt? This article gives us some insight. It discusses how a lobbyist named Chess McDowell was brought into the White House by Trump Jr. Trump Jr. at one point pulled McDowell forward to shake the president's hand, according to a live stream broadcast. After they went inside, McDowell took the president aside to discuss a pressing issue. According to people familiar with the matter, one of his clients seeking a pardon, that client being CZ, founder of Binance. And as 60 Minutes stated, Binance helped boost the profile of the Trump family's crypto firm, World Liberty Financial. Remember that, World Liberty Financial. Now, here's the connection I don't see anyone else making. If you go check out It's Financial Educator on Instagram, they did a great job of breaking this down. A company that doesn't exist sent $100 million to Trump's family. No offices, no records, no history. So who paid and why? June 2025, an entity called Aqua One Foundation invests $100 million into World Liberty Financial. Remember? That makes Aqua One the largest known investor.
Remember?
And we know that World Liberty Financial structure is pretty simple. The Trump family receives 75% of all token proceeds. That means this single deal routes $75 million to the president's family. Here's the thing. No one can find Aqua One. Not in Abu Dhabi's global market, not in Dubai's crypto regulators, not in the UAE security records. UAE regulators publicly say they've never heard of it. Meanwhile, Aqua One's website was created in May, the investment announced in June. Crypto funds in the UAE usually take 6 to 12 months to register, and yet Aqua One appeared overnight with $100 million. Blockchain data shows 90 million routed from OKX exchange, one major outgoing transfer, 80 million World Liberty, no other investments, no diversification, just one destination. Like a company that was created to simply take $100 million and give it to World Liberty. So who created it? Where did the money come from? And what did they pay for? And oh, by the way, they're not the only ones. Other major buyers include Justin Sun, $75 million, DWF Labs, $25 million, a bunch of anonymous wallets. What are they paying for?
Do y'all know who? Yeah, have y'all ever Tizzy Int? It's like Tizzy Int and I forget the other guy's name. He's an Indian guy. I forget his name. But when people do bad things on the internet, they find them. They're really good at it. I don't know if you knew these people, but hey, we are still on live. And if anyone wants to come up and talk to us, please come up and talk to me. I want to know what you have to say. Let's have some fun. In the meantime, in between time, I want to go into this shit right here. I was looking into Tim Black. Do y'all know Tim Black? I'm not sure. Did I do a poll? I feel like it's kind of dumb to do polls, but whatever. What is it? What is that called? Oh, I don't know what that means. I'm so old. So Ross knows. Okay. I'm really concerned about Tim Black because he's been doing some crazy shit. He actually was like with the Venezuela thing. Let me see, Tim Black Venezuela. When Mike wants to talk about nihilism, what I heard from Tim Black, I was just dumbfounded. So let me see if I could pull this up, and I want to see what y'all want to say about this. I think this is the one. We'll see. I wasn't actually prepared because I thought more people would show up, but here we go. I think this is it.
It's Black kings grinding every day, queens grinding every day, trying to keep a roof over here, keep the bills paid. Keep the kids looking decent as we try to strive to more than just survive, but to thrive. We're faced with the pressing cost of living, up and up and up and up. And this may be one of those moves you ain't got to approve of it. Hell, Trump didn't even ask Congress to approve of it. And guess what? He didn't need their approval to do it. My thing is the hypocrisy of the Democrats. If we do this, what's going to be retaliation? Nothing. Nothing. There will be no retaliation in the form of military strikes. Venezuela has the biggest oil reserves in the world just sitting there. And we're talking about the type of the oil that is the thickest oil. So we got the light oil, we got the mid-range oil.
Well, we did talk about the fact that we did go over this about are we sure that they have the biggest oil reserves in the world? Are we sure? Or did they just say that? We're not quite sure. And when you saw Trump had all these oil tycoons show up. Hi, Black Lives. I'm fine. I'm fine. So when we had all the oil tycoons show up at the White House, and they said, he asked them, what made you leave Venezuela? And he said, the 2019 sanctions. Who was the president? Let me shut up. Y'all already know.
Oil, then we got that crude heavy shit. And that's the type of stuff they got in Venezuela. The most prized oil on the planet is in Venezuela. Now, you ain't got to like Trump. A lot of people don't. I have grown to respect his gangster. That's something you never hear a Democrat say, so never call me a Democrat, because I respect his gangster move. This is a gangster move if there ever was one. And what I like about it, though, it doesn't need my approval. I'm not sanctioning it. But I think in order to call a thing, we got to look at the context of when it happened. And I'll say, at least he's saying, hey, we want the oil. He's not saying we're going into restore democracy. Let Marco Rubio say that bullshit. In reality, we don't care about their democracy. We care about the oil that Venezuela's in the Western Hemisphere, and that Russia and China, for the same reasons, have been buddying up to Venezuela. And that's why we got to make our move ASAP. And the move has been made. It's done. It's sealed. So a little bit more on that hypocrisy before we get back to the benefits, right? I don't know if you guys remember, but there's a few countries, a couple names here. Libya, Syria,
Okay, well,
Yemen. These are all countries that America bombed without congressional approval. All these happened under Biden and Obama, or Biden. And you know what? I didn't hear that much pushback from the Democrats because it was under their guys. And when their people do it, it's okay. It's fine to get caught up. It's fine to be tied up. It's fine to send thousands of black men and women, young men and women who couldn't find jobs in America into the armed services. They didn't go there to go fight stupid wars for oil. They went there to take care of their families. And then they get caught up in Afghanistan or Iran or Iraq or whatever. This is all avoided. So, as I stated in the beginning, we got to live in the world that we have, not the world we wish we have. So there are a lot of things within what has happened in the last 48 hours.
So this is where nihilism comes. He is justifying what the fuck Trump just did.
That we got to look at it for what it is. If this was always going to happen, as if America was always going to make a move on Venezuela, this is the best outcome of any move that we would make. The sanctions weren't working. Meanwhile, we got people in Venezuela eating out of garbage cans, so they say. So the people in Venezuela right now who are partying in the street because Maduro wasn't duly elected, they didn't want this guy. 70% of the voters didn't choose him, but he still maintained power anyway by cooking the books in the election. So what are we really talking about here? It burns a little bit thinking about how the Democrats try to play like they're the saints when there is no saints in America. You can't run America, an imperialistic country like America. We cannot run this superpower pretending that you're a saint, because you're not. It's impossible. In fact, both parties are in the dirt just as much as the other party. It's just one party is more honest and blatant about it, particularly now that they had Donald Trump, who leans into his greed, who leans into this pursuit of power full force and lets it be known and wears it like a badge of honor. I'm going to get the oil. I'm doing this for American people. We will be strong. I mean, you ain't got to like it, but you got to respect it. So how did this get accomplished, you wonder? By knocking out those defense systems, creating diversions, sending in special forces, operations going, snatch Maduro in his own country with his wife as he runs to a safe room. Before he could get in the safe room, we grab him up, we stick him on a plane, we fly him back to New York. Boom.
What is this nigga saying?
You know how long it took with Osama bin Laden? You know how long it took with Noriega? You know how long it took? We don't even want to talk about Gaddafi. Shame on Democrats talking shit when they had Gaddafi. We don't want to discuss how we put our hands all in Gaddafi, destroyed Libya, helped oust Gaddafi and feed him to the revolutionaries in his own country. What they did to that man in the middle of the street while Hillary Clinton did a little dance. Barack Obama says it was the biggest failure of his presidency. Well, Trump just avoided all of that. Not only did he not cause humongous bloodshed and no bloodshed on our side,
80 people died.
he got Maduro without even
80
killing him.
plus.
It's not even, doesn't look,
Numbers
doesn't
keep
appear
rising.
to have a hair missing on his head.
EVE Online is a vast
Commercial.
universe, alive with the unrelenting activity and combined history of its players.
Commercial, I'm sorry.
Good night.
Here we go.
Happy New Year.
So, you have the biggest oil reserves in the world. You got the heavy crude oil, perfect for diesel, which means anything that gets moved across the country. That means pretty much everything. Everything runs in a truck, fam. Everything gets delivered by truck from whatever facility, whatever tanker. That's going to cut the cost of everyday goods across the board. We're talking about not just cheaper gas prices, cheaper groceries, cheaper heating and electric, cheaper everything. We're talking about stabilizing and not being at the whims of foreign countries and what happens with those countries and how gas prices fluctuate. Well, if we got our hands on the oil, if we control it, then there you go. Of course, the ultra progressives, the super far left will yell and complain, oh no, we're dictators, we're fascists, look at the imperialist United States. And yes, the game is ruthless.
What is this nigga talking about?
They'd rather we lose at the game than win the game. Well, I personally prefer winning the game if we have no choice but to be in the game. It's not like you and I get a vote or a say.
Is this not
I'd rather
nihilism?
this be the outcome than a long, drawn-out engagement that costs thousands of lives on either side. And that's not something that America has a problem doing. And we've seen that time and time again. So when you compare the two scenarios, what do you come up with? I come up with this being the best case scenario. But that's too basic. That makes too much sense. And from a Black American perspective, fam, we got to look at it for what it is. Also, there's a little cherry on the top, too. Do you realize 6 to 8 million Venezuelans were displaced during Maduro's term? They fled the country because the country's shit. So those Venezuelans can now, if the country gets stabilized, we can do something we haven't done in a long time, but we've talked about it. We can actually stabilize the country and help the people get back on their feet. Isn't that what you complain about with Latin America? How everyone has to come to America because we destabilize the region? Well, what if we can...
Hold on. Somebody come up. Somebody come up. Somebody get up in here. Get up in here. Get up in here and tell me, am I crazy? Do you hear what I'm hearing? Do you hear what I'm hearing from this man? How? Look, Rondo, say how. Rondo, get up in here. How? You have got to be kidding me. He really, like, did a show and did this. Are we okay with this? What the fuck? I'm just trying to figure out, did he take the money or am I tripping? I could be tripping. If I'm tripping, tell me if I'm tripping. I couldn't believe it when I saw it. Y'all want to hear the rest? It's not that much left. Let me just go ahead and let them
Stabilize
let them cook.
Venezuela,
Let them cook.
and we can open the door so people can go back.
If you are not from Venezuela, you better shut the fuck up.
Look at this
I've
bullshit.
seen a lot of videos of gringos trying to
This
explain
bullshit.
Venezuela to Venezuelans. You don't even know the difference between Venezuela and Mexico. You can't even point a Venezuelan at. You don't know what is to live in starvation. You never saw a family member dying because you didn't have the medication, while the members of the Chavismo are walking with Rolex in their hands. Do you want to know how many people died trying to come to America, going through a jungle? Do you want to know how many women?
Girl, do you know how many people die in America from let me change my layout. Do you know how many people don't have health care right in this motherfucker? Do you not know? These white these Venezuelans and these Cubans coming to America acting like you done got something. Y'all come on up. Come on up. Notice she didn't mention sanctions. You know who did mention sanctions? The oil companies. Let me see if I could pull that up where they literally said the only reason we aren't in Venezuela is because you. Let me see if I can find it, baby. I wasn't quite prepared, so let me see if I can find it, baby. I don't know why I'm calling baby, so don't take offense. It's a Louisiana thing, okay? We call everybody baby. Let me see if I can find it. Ooh, and if I find it, no, that's Chavez. Sorry. I mean, I could play this in the meantime before I try to find it. I could do that. Y'all still with me? Stay with me now. Stay with me. I ain't tripping. I am not tripping. I'm gonna share my screen. And before I find what I was talking about, I'm gonna play this shit. Yeah, here we go.
Hora en la historia de la humanidad. Se atrevieron a lanzar bombas atómicas sobre ciudades indefensas. Allí están Hiroshima y Nagasaki. ¿Qué cosa es esa? Han invadido Panamá, bombardearon y mataron a miles, quemaron un barrio entero para llevarse a Noriega, acusándolo de narcotraficante. Y allá está preso el que era presidente de Panamá. Yo tengo varios alertas que me llegan, incluso desde algunos espacios que no son realmente aliados, sino gente seria, preocupada, de la operación que está en marcha, diseñada en el Pentágono. Eso viene aproximándose. Y es una operación de varios años. Hace varios años me lo dijo alguien. Me dijo, te van a terminar acusando a ti de narcotraficante, a ti, directamente. A ti, Chávez. No es que el gobierno apoya o que se permita, no. Te van a tratar de aplicar la fórmula Noriega. Es uno de los planes que en Estados Unidos se ha venido desarrollando. Están buscando la manera de que se asocie a Chávez directamente con el narcotráfico. Y luego cualquier cosa es válida contra un narcotraficante que es presidente. Un viaje a cualquier país del mundo y llega un comando y se lo llevó. No se trata de Estados Unidos. No. ¿Eh? Invadieron Irak con la excusa de que había armas de destrucción masiva.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
No las hay, no las hubo.
All right. I gotta come back to it's just me, so I gotta do what I gotta do. Hold on. I gotta come back to where we are. Oh. I'm coming, y'all. I'm coming. Hold on. Here we go. All right. Hello. Sebastian's here. Sebastian said, notice he didn't, this is what I was looking for, Sebastian. If I can, okay, there we go. That's what I was looking, nope, not that one, this one. Ah. Notice he didn't mention sanctions imposed on her country. Notice, and that's what I was looking for, because I do have a, when he had that whole circling fucking jerk of all those oil companies, and they were talking about how like why they left. Y'all know what I'm talking about. But for those that don't know what I'm talking about, I'm looking for it. The oil companies basically said they left Venezuela because of the sanctions he put on them in 2019. Am I crazy? Did that or did they not happen? I just wasn't ready for it. Shit. But I do have it somewhere in my lexicon, somewhere in my notes. I have it. Does anybody want to come up and talk to me? Can you talk to me? I really want to know you. Come and talk to me. But that's fine if you don't want to. It's fine. I'll see if I can find it. And if I can't, I'll just move on to something else. Yeah, that's not it either. Maybe I could just Google it. I don't know. Y'all know what I'm talking about. I mean, if you didn't know, you wouldn't say shit like this. Hold on. If y'all didn't know, you wouldn't say like shit like this. If you didn't know, you wouldn't say shit like this. What the fuck? If you didn't know, you wouldn't say shit like this. We already know what it is. She's so cute. Okay, you woke up to fascism. Girl, look. These motherfuckers is off the chain. They off the chain. This is who we dealing with.
You know where the oil, their oil is garbage. It's horrible. The worst you can get, tar. It's like tar. And to refine it, you need special plants. Venezuelan oil, which is a heavy oil, very good oil, great oil. It's fantastic for certain things like asphalt roads. Best there is in the world for asphalt roads and other things. But now we're buying oil from Venezuela.
I'm so tired of these people. I'm so sick of them. All right, but anyway, we are keeping on with the keeping on. Anybody want to jump on to the chat? Because if you don't, I'm gonna move on to something else that is not related to this. Let me see what I got. I got a couple of things that seem fucking interesting that's going on other than the Epstein files. We could talk about that too. Because I'm going to play something funny. I got to move it into my Google. I got to move it into my Google. Because I'm on the Mac. But my account is in Google, so there you have it. Here we go. Should we move on to Greenland? I kind of feel like y'all have heard all this stuff already. Like the Greenland and all that shit. And I be feeling like we should do something different. Not like Greenland and shit. Maybe we should move on to something other than that.
Hello. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, Michael. I was gonna do some normal shit, but I'm moving on to something else. If you don't mind. I'm gonna move on to American education. Cause why the fuck not? I mean, so many things I can move on to, but
Yeah.
just give me a topic. Give me a topic, and I'm going with it.
Just pull one out. I don't know. I haven't really.
Just pull one out your ass.
I don't have any topics in my butt.
What you got in your butt? Let me shut up.
I'm not one to put anything in there. Not my cup of tea.
Not your cup of tea. Look, you don't have to be.
Well, I did want to talk about Nigeria back a couple weeks ago, but now I don't have anything. I have to go looking for all my whatever my sources that I had to get rid of because I had to kick that story because of all the Venezuela thing happening. But that one random strike in Nigeria made no sense to me. So I'm like, something is up with this. I had to try to find a way to make that make sense, because one and done, I don't see it happening. It's got to be the beginning of something. That's what I'm thinking. Like they're just getting started with Nigeria, right? Whatever 2026 plans they have. So I'm wondering, how does that puzzle piece fit with all the other news that we've been hearing? I know it's all about the BRICS, any BRICS country. Nigeria trying to make an alliance.
Lance says the next topic.
Is Michael
The next topic is Michael, but
well, if you must know, that's a hairy
if
proposition.
you must know, it's a hairy situation. We talk about my butt. Child, the hemorrhoids is hemorrhoiding.
Hemorrhoids,
if we want to get into it, no. I actually did have it. This is a funny story. Just to break out the politics or whatever.
Yeah.
I was like driving my car onto campus and I had my bike on the back. And then I would ride my bike all the way on campus to the different, departments and shit and whatever I had to do. And baby, my ass swole the fuck up. Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm on WebMD. Baby, do not go on WebMD and try to diagnose yourself.
Mm-hmm.
I had HPV. I thought I had everything under the sun. And I went to the infirmary and I was just like, I don't know what's going on. It was like, girl, that's a hemorrhoid. I thought I had a venereal disease or something. I didn't even know.
It's like, welcome to the older ages where you get these things.
He said, you need to change. Did you start doing something different, like riding a bike? Yeah, I'm riding a bike now. You need to change your bike seat.
Yeah, that's something.
I thought I had all kind. I was trying to figure out who I slept with. What the fuck was I fucking? Who is this nasty nigga I'm dealing with?
It's just friction. The old-fashioned.
Just old-fashioned friction.
I gotta agree with you. The bike seat is not meant for too much riding. It's pretty much bad for your back, no matter how. I mean, you could have it in the wrong place and that'll do more damage, but just riding it for years, my back protests too much, methinks sometimes. And my ass, yeah.
Lance said, I like it with, I talk dirty a lot, Lance. You ain't heard the half of it. I love talking dirty, Lance. Look, we should have more of these because I'll talk dirty a lot in these open forums.
Yeah.
Not in our Thursdays.
It's kind of hard to talk dirty when you're talking serious stuff all the time.
Yeah.
Oh, we got. Is Fiddleford? Is that you? Nice. Oh, here. There. Yeah. What's up?
Yeah, that's me.
Welcome.
Is that Fiddleford?
Yeah.
It is so nice to put a face to a name. Hi, Fiddleford.
Oh, you muted
now, I'm going to walk away for a second, but I'll be right back. So you guys have fun. Fiddleford, it's such a pleasure to meet you in person.
Getting to see everybody today.
I know. I'll be right back.
I figured it out. I figured it out now. I had the two of them go. I had my YouTube going, and I was listening to this, so I was hearing things twice.
Yeah, that's often it's a very common issue. Even I forget to, because you're always watching the stream before you hop on, and then StreamYard has the stream in the StreamYard, so then you don't need YouTube anymore, but you forget. So, what's up?
Nothing. I saw you guys ago, and I popped in a while ago, but I just got back in from doing some lumber.
Yeah. You remind me of where exactly? Well, not exactly. Where are you up in? You're up in northern Ontario.
Yeah. I'm closer to. So I come from Thunder Bay, but right now I'm closer to Hudson Bay than I am to Thunder Bay.
Nice. Yeah, because Ontario is so massive. There's a big chance that two people living in Ontario will never come across each other. Sometimes, and a lot of the people in the south, we got no reason to go up to the north. Seems like.
Yeah, unless you're looking for work in our mines or lumber work, but
some tourism. But there's a lot of places aren't really tourist destinations. So
yeah,
I've been up to Thunder Bay once or twice. It's such a long drive. That's
yeah.
Go ahead.
Sorry.
No, I was just gonna say what we really need is high-speed rail or better air transportation.
We don't even have like if you look at the rail, the passenger railway, completely goes around Thunder Bay. Like there's the there's Lake Superior, there's Thunder Bay, there's the bay, and then north of that there's the Nipigon Lake Nipigon. It goes north of Lake Nipigon through a little town called Armstrong, and then it goes into literally fucking Ignace, and then into the west. So they go completely around us. Maybe 30 years ago, no, it would be 40 years ago now. The passenger rail used to go from the countryside in Thunder Bay into Thunder Bay. So, like, my father, who lived out in the country, was able to take a train into town, like with his brothers and stuff. And my grandmother would stay at home, or sometimes she'd have to go on the train with them to get them into town and then go to school.
Then they discontinued the passenger train.
Yeah.
Not making enough money, I guess. Because it seems like there's some basic necessities like services. It doesn't matter if it makes money. We should just have them, like the post office kind of thing. But everything needs to be privatized. So we're just gutting anything, even if it makes sense, because we're just profit motive.
I don't remember exactly what it was about the passenger trains that shut them down. It might have been because they weren't doing well financially. I don't fucking know.
It's either that or it's so old, the infrastructure, and then they can't get the funding to repair broken lines and stuff, so they just give up on it. But because I think about how do we have problems, we don't really get around it. We might as well right now because it's a good opportunity, but we don't often as Canadians get the chance to be talking about what do we do to fix our country, because sometimes we feel Canada's cooked or fucked, so let's just watch what the Americans are doing, kind of, and then we get a little bit distracted. We're not really paying attention to our own country anymore. I don't know if that's something that happens with you. So like we need to, as far as talking about the rail systems, and we need more connectivity in Canada. Like we're so spread apart, such a big country. We can't really coordinate the working class when we can't even get to the other side of the country. We can't even talk to each other.
Yeah. Organizing in North Ontario kind of has that issue too. Like, we're so dispersed. And as far as like getting stuff done for within Canada, well, what do you remember them telling you in school when you were in elementary about why it is that our industries left? Do you remember, or did they go over that?
I don't really remember them going over that. I feel like that was just something that was never talked about.
What I remember being told is that we were that they shut down our we used to have actual like industries to work at in Thunder Bay, and now it's like we locally refer to ourselves as the Detroit of Canada. So what we were told is that the reason the industrial jobs left and all that work and all that, place that we could go and get employment left is because our forefathers wanted us to have better jobs and better working standards. And we did it for the environment.
So they didn't want you to have to live working. They're saying you didn't have to grow up working in the factory like your dad. You wanted a better life for you. And that didn't materialize because you had no jobs. So what the fuck is that?
Well, that's what they told us. That's what I'm saying. But what we ended up doing is we ended up concentrating, like from an environmentalist perspective, we ended up concentrating all this industrial crap in China and India. So now China and India are their people are having to their people in their environment are having to face the tons of shit that we import that we don't make it ourselves anymore. So
yeah, we get them to produce everything, and to top it all off, then we send them all the garbage and expect them to deal with that too.
Yeah, like the fast fashion industry, we send it to places around the. Sorry.
Well, I want to say, Dan, when I was I feel like it was like 2005 or 6 or something like that. I was working for IBM, and they were like pushing this Tom Friedman. You remember Tom Friedman? In his book, The World is Flat. They bought all of us project managers this book about how it's so wonderful that the world is flat, and they were outsourcing all of these jobs. Like, no, they called them offshoring. Was it? Yeah, offshoring at the time. They changed it from outsourcing to offshoring, or what have you. And they were trying to like make us feel like this was the greatest thing, because when our programmers weren't working, they would hand off all the information to people in another country, like India, so they can continue working on the projects or what have you. And they pitted it to us like it was such a great thing. And then the older I got, and the more I realized, oh, this is some bullshit. Because the Go ahead.
There's one side of that yes, we're broadening human connection, but but it's not. We're not doing that in the way we want to do that.
We're social creatures, but our socialization, our tendencies, they're being kind of weaponized against us.
The socialization of the total socialization of production. It's gone. Never mind.
That's kind of the
I'm sorry, Michael. Even in that time, it didn't occur to me because I was a project manager. So we were the project managers, right? We weren't going to send managing jobs over there. It was workers. Correct. Like they're just
I don't know how you make that make
programmers.
You gotta keep the managers here, and you need to send them over there and use their workers. But like you got managers with no workers, what are they managing? They got no.
I mean, but well, the thing is, like, computer programmers. That's a hard job. That was my minor, in college. That's a hard fucking thing to do. So we're managing computer scientists over there.
We don't want to.
So as long as we control the product, it's fine. So we control the computer scientists in America, and then we hand it off to computer scientists in India, and then they send back their work, and they go back and forth, and they try to make us feel like this was a great thing because we're, what we're doing is we're minimizing, the work. We're capitalizing on what could be done, and we could do it faster. And this is why the world is flat. Thomas Friedman. Okay. Fast forward. This shit is diabolical. I'm gonna let you just talk, and I'm gonna eat my pea soup because I know you know what I'm talking about.
Well, as far as we want to keep some kinds of jobs over here and stuff, like the West likes to have like the service jobs with like just specifically the financial services industry and stuff. So they like to have a lot of people do all the boring grunt work that doesn't really require any like real like knowledge. So anything that's really knowledgeable, they're kind of trying to hoard the knowledge. So it's like keep everyone else in the Stone Age kind of thing. So they really only value tech workers these days. It's kind of what I'm saying. But that's a bit of their mistake. Their fatal, what China's managed to capitalize on. Go ahead, send us your means of production. You maybe don't think manufacturing is particularly important, but I guess it's all playing out right now. The U.S. is either going to prove themselves correct, even though we all thought it would be ridiculous that they can somehow run and rule the world without having the means of production themselves. That would be quite a rug pull on the rest of us. But what's more likely is they're going to have a very rude awakening eventually, hopefully very soon, that was a really bad idea for them to go like whatever, ultra capitalist imperialist, complete financialization all the way down. That was crazy, but that's what
he said. Hopefully very soon. He wants the demise of my country.
No, because that's what I want, the demise
I'm not mad at you.
Everyone
the demise of capitalism.
Well,
everyone does.
Canada,
even Americans,
and with America in this, like if the world totally isolates off America, they isolate off Canada as well. We're kind of together in that.
Yeah, that's what I think. We decided to go down with the ship of America. It's kind of too late for us.
And Lance, yeah, we do have the paper mill still. However, they only do the releasing maybe once a month or so if they really have to. They've added these turbine filters, which my grandfather was a what do you call them? Engineer. My grandfather was an engineer on that project, so it doesn't stink as bad. Yeah, I'm glad we still have the pulp mill, but it does pollute. It does pollute our riverway.
Yeah, that's kind of as far as you're asking me what happened to our industry. It's a sort of similar picture. Like you still have a little bit of industry, but for the most part, it's moved on. Like what happened with Detroit, it kind of made that city like a ghost city for investment. Nobody would touch it, and that just had devastating long-term consequences. And Windsor was affected by that peripherally, maybe not as bad, but we had, I think, maybe enough of a dependence on Detroit, an interdependence that we've suffered some of the loss of investment in the area in general. But now, I don't know. We just built a new bridge, so we'll see if that helps. But and then we had the car industry is what I'm saying, right? Just like the Detroit, but then the auto industry has been kind of devastated in the last few decades.
We used to have the can car plant in Thunder Bay, and that's where that we assembled cars there. We assembled shit for Canadians, right? The facility is still there. It's owned by Alton now. Alstrom. I don't know. NAFTA.
Exactly. Yeah. There's some very old conversations about what happened, and it's not like they're still valid. But then it's like NAFTA is almost being forgotten, what with all the trade wars that's been happening lately. And the TPP, those were things that were not helpful for us.
TPP.
That's the Trans-Pacific Partnership. It was it was an agreement like NAFTA, but with Asian North American cooperation. I think it ended in failure, probably because of like this BRICS and Belt and Road stuff ended up being the Eastern alternative to these propositions like the TPP. I might have that wrong though. You're muted, Abby.
Sorry, because I was eating my ass off. We can't call it a Republican or a Democratic failure because, NAFTA was Clinton. Okay. Well, maybe that was Democratic. And then TPP was Obama, right?
I'm not sure.
I think so.
But they took so long. I thought it had to have been multiple administrations.
It's been multiple administrations, but those two specific legislations, I think, were Democratic. And that just goes to show you that depending on the administration, there are some things that an administration could get away with that the other one can't. So they working for the same team because people aren't paying attention. Like only a specific administration could get away with a specific thing. And they do it.
Yeah. Well,
and nobody gives a fuck.
This is where I think there's a bit of a pattern that you can that's well enough documented. Like they seem to intentionally time ushering in the reign of the Republicans so that they can rule over recessions because they're better at it or whatever. And then they intentionally flip-flop to the Democrats when they're in the boom cycle of instead of the boom bust.
It's like Trump did the USMCA agreement, that trade agreement. I think that was in like 2017, and then he had the nerve to be like, who would dare to sign something like this? This is stupid. Why would we have ever done this? Nigga, you did it. You signed it. But
they're just so busy or so used to blaming the other team when anything goes bad that
they're so used to knowing that people forget easily.
Mm-hmm.
That they just gaslight us every step of the way.
I feel like people forget easily, partly because they gaslight so often.
Because they create chaos so often. I mean, how the fuck are you supposed to remember when shit, I was just trying to pay my bills.
Yeah. When your different memories start to contradict each other, you can't tell which one to trust, then you don't trust either one of them.
Luckily, it's people like us that try to pay attention enough to remind people, no.
Yeah. I would like it if people had more respect for what we try to do. It's like, I think because we maybe get it wrong, even though we're trying in earnest, then they say, well, you fail me just as often as the people who already have power. So me putting my trust in you, waiting for you to take power and be right enough to do that, it's not really likely to be a good investment of my time. And right. So it's like, we have to be extra right. We have to be correct all the time in order to get respect, you know, and they're wrong about everything and they get respect anyway.
We've got to make mistakes, and we've got to correct those mistakes. We've got to make actionable proof to people. You know, they'll say, well, what if we make mistakes, you know, and learning about taking action. The issue isn't making mistakes, it's not correcting them.
Yeah. But I see like the ruling class makes mistakes all the time and they don't correct them all the time, and we just have this kind of permanent, like, it's like this this psychology of a slave, kind of like slave master dialectic thing, where we let them get away with stuff because they are the master, and it's normal for that to go on like that. But if we need, you're completely right. Like, the only way we're going to be able to learn is by having enough room to make mistakes, to learn from the mistakes. But then it's just that, like, we can't make everything about psychology or whatever, but that colonized mind problem, right? Like, we're a bit traumatized to be able to, you know, we're more likely to make mistakes because we don't maybe have the confidence anymore.
We can't even make mistakes.
This is very interesting because every time you had to step away is when I got into the thing that I wanted to really talk to you about, which was the podcasters and like the fake control opposition of it all. It's really driving me fucking insane. Not insane. I'm gonna keep my sanity. Don't worry about it. I'm gonna keep my sanity. It just pisses me off. I should say that rather. I'm gonna keep my sanity.
That's why I stopped watching. It's like you keep watching Jimmy Dore. At some point, it's like, do you like hurting yourself or disappointing yourself with him? Because I can't watch it anymore. You broke my heart.
I can't fucking watch media in general.
Yeah. But that's
Well, yeah, watch.
thing. It's like then you're turned off.
I watch media. I don't watch it all.
But there's
no.
Go ahead.
I try and get my news and updates from Comrades, and sometimes I will get sometimes I will see an article when I'm on the internet, and I'll read that. But no, I don't watch the news. It's fucking too stressful.
You really can't prove you don't need to. You can learn things without even if you're resourceful enough.
You know, the most interesting part about that is the people you're trying to watch news from, they have to watch that shit.
I get
we have to watch that shit just to make sure,
I can't
it's
rate
a
watch
lot.
stuff. I can't hate watch stuff. It's not good for me, and it's not good for my partner. Because it gets to me, and I start ranting about it all day.
Yeah, relationships of mine have been strained, if not broken, because I need to talk about things that they need to not hear anymore. So, but this is also, you make me laugh a bit. The Americans might look at us Canadians with our mental health awareness and whatnot. Oh, you guys are just your typical pussy Canadians. You can't watch the news. Jeez. Of course. But no. It's not about being
I can't listen to the lies.
Yeah, it's not good for you. It's like you are not helping yourself. Drowning in all this misinformation, it just makes your life harder. Maybe makes you tougher mentally, like anything or whatever. Getting punched a lot makes you be able to take a punch, but what doesn't kill you makes you stronger eventually.
Getting punched a lot also makes you, it rattles your brain around.
Exactly. That's what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Everyone hears that, they're like, "Oh, that's so wise." Then it's like completely ignoring. There is such a thing of what doesn't kill you makes you weaker. Like Roundup in your crops doesn't kill you for a while till it does.
It's interesting because I watch it to learn like what people are saying. And like Black Life Tasman, she hears it and she just goes off. And I'm just like, can you please stop? She can't take it at all.
And then people say people need to vent, it's good. But then sometimes the venting isn't exactly getting us to any better place. It's just that escapism.
That's what I think. Like, how is this helping you?
But
to be just angry.
When you're that angry and you're keeping it bottled up, that's where it doesn't help you. So you have to find maybe a way to get rid of it without letting it out. But some people, I don't know if you say some people can't do that, or maybe we shouldn't expect everyone to be able to bottle it up and make it just vanish into nothingness somehow. I don't think that works. That's not what happens when you bottle it up. You just repress it, and then it becomes something that makes you like passive aggressive or something.
Yeah, you got to deal with that stuff.
But just shouting out without coming to resolution and getting pissed off about stuff isn't exactly dealing with it.
Well, just so y'all know, anybody can join the chat. Check the pin, click the link, come on up.
Yep. Well,
we are having an open discussion.
Yeah. We've been going 8.5 hours. This is our record long stream, and it's 10:30 for me here. So I don't know how long exactly you're going, but we put in more.
Oh, you scary, Michael. You scary.
No, I'm just saying. It's also if we're starting.
Michael ready to tap out. You tapping out, Michael?
I'm saying if we're running out of guests we had a good 6 people today. I'm happy that we got that on our first show here.
Anyway, Lance, I'm not even listening to him. Look, I'm not even listening to that. Lance. Oh, I'm saying Lance. I'm sorry. Fiddleford.
Yeah. There we go.
I don't know why I said Lance. Oh, because I'm looking at it in the comment section. Fiddleford.
It's because we lived in the same place.
Do you? Oh, are you?
Sounds like
Gosh,
Lance.
all these goddamn Canadians. Hello. It's a boot. It's a boot.
What were you saying?
I'm just fucking with you, Fiddleford, because I'm from Louisiana, so you could talk shit about me and I'm my accent for sure, because we have a very distinct accent around here.
Yeah, but we
Around here, onions getting peeled.
We make fun more of the Georgian and the Texan accents.
Oh, y'all do? Georgian and the Texan, not Louisiana?
I don't know. The Georgians and the Texans are the ones that sound the funniest, or the dumbest, maybe.
Oh, I would think y'all would say like Tennessee and Louisiana, Mississippi. Okay. Go ahead. Go and do what you do.
You were gonna say something, Abby.
I was gonna say, what do you want to talk about tonight? What's on your mind?
Now, do you remember the demands?
The 11 demands
for Mark Carney.
11 demands of Eric the Red, Sabby Sabs.
No, he said that Trump laid out.
Trump laid out 11 demands for Mark Carney. No, I don't know.
Can you put them? If you could put them in a private chat, I'll share it. You able to do that?
Yeah, that sounds like a good topic for us. I don't really know much about.
I've never heard of it.
We should have done more homework on the trade war.
It was a while ago, but one of them was. I think I might have to. I'll have to look around.
You can't vote your way out of fascism. It's sleepy.
Yeah.
Say good night, everybody.
Thanks for hanging out, and she's still there for now, but good to see you again. Thanks for popping in the last few streams. Sulamoon, that's you cannot vote out fascism. That's Sulamoon.
Hit the like button.
Like, subscribe.
There's no way there's more people on the live than are in the
That's what I'm saying. Eventually,
I know y'all here. Come on now.
Well, just if we keep going, more people might pop in for a little bit. But I think we've maybe hit our peak numbers for the day at some point earlier. But we'll do it again next week. Let's see. I just think we maybe want to agree ahead of time about a maximum that we want to do, because I was saying we fought for the 8-hour work.
Stop whining, Mike.
For the 8-hour work day. Now we got a good 12-hour streams here.
I'm still here.
I'm just kidding.
I may be black, I may be ugly, but I'm here.
I just got things to do or whatever, but like if we're gonna stream this late, I'm gonna have to like drink on stream a little bit. And that's where I'm not really big on. I prefer being clear-headed. I think people maybe would prefer to hear what I have to say when I'm sober. So
I think Black Life wants to hear what you have to say when you start ranting.
I think some people probably do want to hear what I have to say when I get.
She want to hear your ass rant.
That's funny.
She be laughing her ass off. She like, that nigga is going off.
So I appreciate that there's some people out there that do actually want to hear that, because it seems like, I don't know if it's people in Windsor or in my family or in Canada, But when I go all ranting like that, more people are around here. They're like, "Stop that! I don't like it when you do that. You're making me uncomfortable." They don't. A bunch of idiots or pussies or whatever.
We be laughing. I said, Tosh, this nigga that went in the grocery store and went off on these people. She said, what he did?
One of these days, I am going to fuck with the wrong person. But apparently,
And you gonna fuck around and find out. You just ain't done it yet. But please don't find out soon enough, please.
I've been very lucky, you might say. No, I also have my fair share of bad luck. Wherever. I have found out in a few ways, wherever.
Good night. Good night, sweetheart. Well, it's time to go. Good night, sweetheart. Well, it's time to go. I hate to leave you, but I really must say good night, sweetheart. Good night. On to the next.
Now we got Abby Lullabies.
Lullaby. That's my lullaby to you, boo boo. Is doing the damn thing.
Yeah, this is one thing I was thinking. What would be nice?
I'm gonna be right back.
Okay. I'm thinking what's beneficial about this different format. I've been having chasing after too many different links, having 100 tabs open and trying to report on a whole bunch of things at once. But if we're doing a long discussion thing like this, I don't have to have any tabs open except for the one thing we're looking into. And so my computer can probably handle and run this kind of format smoother.
I found it.
Oh, nice. I was saying I should have been covering the trade war between Canada and the U.S. a little bit more closely. I guess, made up my mind that it's a bit of an illusion. They're not really all that against each other. Canada's, like we were saying, decided to go down with the ship of America, of the U.S. empire. So this whole thing that they're actually at odds with each other in a trade war seems like just propaganda for public consumption. But then me not paying attention makes it so that was an unconfirmed assumption rather than good analysis, I guess you could say. But can you share your screen, or do you have? If you have the link, you can put it in the private chat, and I can.
I sent it to you.
I'll leave it open so you don't have to be like, ugh.
So where did
Discord?
Nothing.
Okay, Discord.
I want to scare you. Scare her ass.
It's really more of a outlining of interactions that maybe it doesn't even have them. But I remember there are these demands that Trump made when he was brought into office at the beginning of the trade war. And one of those demands was a tightening of our borders.
They have done that. I was reading
militarization of our borders, something like increased GDP or increased spending into our military, stuff like that. The stuff that's going on with Venezuela gives Trump that. We've given,
Right. So what people might be kind of missing with all this Venezuela news is, at least from the Canadian perspective, is the way that we've responded to the Venezuela situation demonstrates how they've been kind of bent the knee and kissed the ring of the Americans.
Yeah.
Okay. That's good.
Well, Fitterford, you really have to. You cannot look at this without putting in the white supremacy aspect into it. It has to be dealt with.
Well, that's
it's
Canada's
crazy. It's crazy. It has to be dealt with. We cannot look at it without that perspective.
Yeah, that's where Canada's such a willing partner, because they're such, they're such devout white supremacists in this. There's a lot of us, like me and Dan, categorically forever reject that shit.
Did you say
too many Canadians
there's
are
devout
the white
supremacists in Canada?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Canada's built off. Canada's built off that.
Okay.
Like we have people who fly the red ensign still, which is the Ontario flag. But I don't want to go into the.
Yeah, that's where
why would you not want to go into it if that's
No, I mean, I don't want to go into the details of the flag and the red ensign and how it's.
But don't we need to? But don't we
what
need
I
to?
mean is the specific like the British protectorates would have these specific flags with specific emblems on it, and that's what the white supremacists.
But if
utilize.
we don't go into it, then how are we?
I guess Abby's kind of
how
right.
how are people to understand?
Because I'd say
what
most
we are seeing for ourselves, because I just feel like if you don't want to go into it, then that's just being complicit. Like
I'm not talking about the white supremacy at all.
Into it so we can understand, because there are certain aspects of white supremacy in Canada that Black Americans don't even fucking know about. So
that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about I'm specifically talking about we have the our provinces, we have flags, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they're based off of what Britain would give their protectorates. It'd be a red flag with some kind of an icon up in the corner of the center. I wasn't talking about, I don't want to talk about the white supremacy. I was talking about, I don't want to talk about the design of flags that white supremacists fly.
But I think what
what I'm saying is if you don't want to talk about the flags that they fly, then how will we even understand? How will we know how will we be able to like see it and visualize it and know what it is if you don't want to talk about it?
That's what I was going to say. As far as young Canadians are not going to have an opportunity to be educated about this particular issue. They're going to look at the flag, and they're not going to see anything.
And we're not going to acknowledge what it is because nobody wants to talk about it.
The Ontario government and them, whatever, when they educate people about the flag, they don't say it's a racist flag. They say whatever they want to talk about it like it's something to be proud of, But I agree. Like I look at those symbols.
I guess my point is like if we don't talk about that is the problem with racism. If you don't want to talk about it, then there's no way for us to understand it and see it for what it is, because nobody taught us. Nobody's telling us, oh, look at the signs. Look at these symbols. If we don't know them, then how the fuck are we supposed to know what we're looking at if nobody wants to talk about it?
Yeah, but
and I just don't like that. Like,
please don't
do it. Please don't do that to me for the fourth.
I'd say the reason why
I need to know what I'm up against. That's all I'm saying.
I would guess that the reason why Fiddleford doesn't want to talk about it is nothing to do with racism, but it's more been there, done that. Like he knows all about it, but so he doesn't necessarily want to go through the exercise of having to go over that information. But that's the kind of thing.
But we in America don't know. We don't know those. We don't know those symbols from Canada. is what I'm saying. So
Any
he doesn't want to talk about it.
Any colonial flag that they fly and they say, look at this, I'm proud. Yeah, it's like it's something that needs to be not reconciled but rectified. Because they're all about reconciliation in Canada.
That's a good point.
No, Fiddleford. What I'm saying is, if I understand the fact that you don't want to talk about it, I understand because
I'm not saying I don't want to talk about it. I mean, I don't want to go into the intricacies of the different flags of the because there's like hundreds of them, and they all look very similar. But it's like a red flag like you see behind me without the stuff on it, and up in the corner they'll have like a Union Jack or something, or if you look at any of the provincial flags of Canada, you'll be able to recognize it. But
they have some kind of coat of arms,
Yeah.
I don't think he's understanding what I'm saying.
I don't think you're understanding what he's saying. You're just rejecting the fact that he's the reason that he states that he doesn't want to talk about it. Right? He just doesn't want to get into the dry topic of vexology, the study of flags.
Yeah, I don't want to talk about flags.
But let's talk about white supremacy if that's what you want to talk about. He said he's willing to talk about that, right? And if you want to talk about flags, then we have to start calling up images of flags. It's a little bit of a ridiculous thing to talk about flags without even having the picture of the flag that you're talking about. And then you need to compare it with other flags and whatnot. And then you have to explain what flag we're talking about and why, whatever. A lot of these, nobody gives a shit about what the province's flag is, whatever. We only care about what the nation's flag is. The states, every different state has their own flags. This is actually kind of an interesting topic for nerds. I did have a time where I was looking into all the different flags and like the Freemason symbolism, and that's interesting when you look at some of that, like all these different flags, like from South America to Europe and even
you cannot do this to me. You cannot do this to me.
Like
you cannot do this to me because there are tattoos of races that like people don't know and they need to understand.
All right, so let's call up this flag then. What is it? The
red ensign.
Wait, hold on.
We're not allowed to not do this to you, so we're gonna do it. Right?
Hold on. Don't just dismiss me.
I don't know what you think we need to do here. We're just going to have to call up a flag so you can look at it. It's just a red flag with the British flag inside of the red flag.
This behavior is inappropriate. Do not dismiss me when I'm asking you to show me and show the people that might watch this so we could understand what we're looking at that would be a symbol that's dismissive to us. Like why are you mad about that?
Because it's not that
why does that
important to talk
anger
about.
you? Why is it not? It's important to. Right. Don't show them. It's not that important. It's not that important. So if it was like black people who were who had symbols and flags that were showing aggression to white people, you want to know what they were, wouldn't you? So why are you saying that to me? I just don't understand it.
We already established the point and you're belaboring it. That's why it gets a bit annoying. Because we're not saying it's not a colonial flag, it's not a racist symbol, whatever. We've acknowledged that. We just thought it was a point to touch on and move on. And you wanted to do a deep dive.
I'm not
on
doing
this.
I'm not doing this with you. I'm not doing this with you. Nope, I'm not doing it. You
There
could
you
no, I'm
So
not doing
now
it.
we do it. Now you don't want to do it. But we didn't want to do it. Now you want to make us do it. Right? So this is what happens.
No, I'm not doing it because the behavior is inappropriate. That's why I'm not doing with you. The behavior is inappropriate.
Okay. All right, then maybe it's time to wrap it up. Anyway, sorry that was we had a good show going, and it seemed to have all just fallen apart there in the last few minutes. I didn't realize we would be stepping on a landmine there, but then I guess I made it worse by not letting her whatever. I don't know. We'll have to talk about that in private. That was not exactly the sort of thing to be public about, but if you want to have any closing comments here. Do you feel like you were racist and dismissive and condescending to not talk about the red ensign?
That
do you feel like we had
that kind of feels like it came from something else that happened earlier.
Okay.
Something that I wasn't here for.
That's maybe fair, because there was a little bit.
I was listening in. I was listening in earlier, but wasn't really trying to be dismissive.
I think she was doing. She was there was the thing about Abby's cajoling people into joining and whatnot, and then we're not doing this, right? So we were saying we don't want to talk about that. She's saying no, we should talk about that. So would we maybe say that kind of goes with what, if you're saying it seems like it comes from something earlier, that was a bit of the returning of the cajoling. You're cajoling us into talking about the thing we have already kind of, both of us didn't seem to want to talk about, but now we're afraid if we don't talk about it, we'll be painted as racist. So we do have to talk about it, because otherwise, anyway.
I mean, for me, that just takes entirely out of context everything that I'm about, everything that brought me into being, where I am politically.
This is what happens where we get a bit dismissed like we're class reductionists because we're not paying enough respect to this less, like not so much of a class, a narrative that's coming from a class analysis. There's a more of a narrative race.
It's a phenomenon.
But her narrative is rooted in critical race theory, and that is not necessarily Marxist analysis. They have times where they
No. Let me correct you.
Yeah.
Let me correct you. Let me correct you. Nobody called you racist. What you were doing was, I wanted to have the conversation and the explanation of what you were talking about, and you guys felt it seemed like you were too embarrassed about what the flag was and what the shit was.
No.
And all I wanted you to do was explain it so people who didn't understand what it was, including me, would know.
Okay, so
That's
the
it
red
was.
ensign, the red ensign
And
has
then you just shut me down And it seemed like, are you embarrassed about the history, or what the fuck is happening?
No,
I didn't understand it.
the red ensign is a symbol of Canadian colonialism, and it particularly has to do with the British descendants, or what they call the what do they call them? The old blood, or
old stock Canadians.
Yeah, old stock. Like so that's what the red ensign has to do with. So it's not just colored people, but it's also people like Ukrainians. They'd go after Ukrainians. They go after people from Eastern Europe. They go after Italians. They go after,
any new blood Canadian, whatever. They're not considered equal to the old stock, whatever.
And recently, then they have been taking in.
Are they called old stock Americans? Is that what you're talking about?
Canadians.
All old stock Canadians or Americans? Canadians?
We have some too. You guys have your old stock Americans. We have our old stock Canadians.
Yeah, and those would be like the British
original pioneers,
the settlers.
So can we just look it up and talk about it? Like the fact that you just wanted to shut it down.
No.
I didn't like that.
I wasn't trying to shut it down. I was
you weren't. Michael was. And that that.
Then I started to talk about the Freemason symbolism in the other flags around the world, and then you started to say,
we could talk about all that. We could talk about all that, but
that is the conversation. That's where that conversation goes, because the colonialism was not unique to Canada. And when you look at the symbolism,
nobody said it was. Nobody said it was.
Of course not. We're arguing. We find, this is what I'm saying. After you stream for like 9 hours, then you find stuff to argue about for no apparent fucking reason, just because people are ready to go to bed or something.
Arguing.
Anyway,
look, hold on. If you want to argue with me, we could argue, but that's not what I was trying to do. I was trying to figure out what the fuck y'all was talking about. That's it.
I was a little bit not sure when he said red ensign. I don't know that by like the flag by name, but you call it up. I'm like, yeah, I know that. When he described it, I was like, oh, I don't know what he's talking about. But yeah.
So we good. We okay. We can still keep talking.
It's a symbol of pride.
I don't mean no harm. I just want to learn.
I'm saying
that's all.
I didn't know what was going on.
I didn't know what was going on either. He just got real mad, and I was like, "What the fuck? Let me get out of here."
I don't know.
Both of you got mad.
Yeah. Look, Mike. Oh, you probably don't know that, because that's an American.
That looks like patty cake.
Yeah, but it's a different kind of patty cake. It's like, but patty cake. We good, right?
Yeah,
I just wanna know what y'all talking about, so we can look up old stock Americans and we can look up old stock Canadians, because I have no idea what either of those things mean. Well, I just wanted to understand what the fuck y'all was talking about. That's it.
It's
it
funny.
Kind of seems like a superfluous thing in America, unless you're like part of the elite.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about we're all get cast as colonizers. We're all settlers in the minds of the indigenous. It's not exactly so what now then? Like, do you think that every single?
Are you not?
Should we all every single white person pick up and go back to Europe and stuff like that? Wherever. That's not exactly.
Hold on.
These
Michael.
are that's a liberal misinterpretation of what's going on.
Hold on, Michael. Nobody's expecting you in your space and time and continuum to feel guilty that you had people in your ancestry that were colonized. Nobody expects you. Nobody is expecting people.
Why shouldn't I feel some guilt?
Who is trying to make
my lineage?
Who is trying to make any white person now in this day and age to feel guilty about colonizers in their heritage. Who said that? Nobody said that. The only people that are saying that is white people.
Some people are kind of being that way. They're saying
nobody's saying that.
That deculturation channel, you remember you shared with me? That guy is probably the best example I can think of off the top of my head, who is an example of this. Every single one of you white people are the problem. And it's just like, that's not actually going to solve his problem as an indigenous man. That is maybe you enjoy the schadenfreude that you get from that, but it's not a solution to the problem.
I do come across this with ultra. I do come across this with ultra leftists. I live like on a reserve, and my partner's indigenous. I talk about this stuff with him.
This is a good thing to talk about. Yes.
Like that's an ultra left sort of take. One, it's also a national, like a liberal nationalist take. You know, it's not
take.
Sorry,
nativism. You know, like nativism.
He sounds like J.D. Vance is like, white people will no longer have to feel guilty about being white. Who told you you have to feel guilty about being white? Nobody said that.
You say nobody said that, but people say that. That's what I'm trying to say. There's the ultra leftist.
No.
Yes.
You know what they say?
They do.
They say, can we get our reparations? That's all we say. Can we get our reparations? We don't want you to feel guilty about being white. Nobody gives a fuck that you're white. Can we get our reparations so we can move the fuck on? That's all we care about. Nobody gives a shit about the fact that you're white. Who gives a fuck?
Go ahead, Fiddleford. You had something to say?
I will. I come across this just particularly on the internet. Talking to people. There's a book named Settlers.
Sakai.
And one of the things that people come away with that book is that anyone who like anyone who has ancestry and like a settler relation, or who benefited from the settler colonial state in general, cannot be revolutionary whatsoever. That's what people are coming away with that book from. And you'll go and argue with those people, and they'll make you out to be like you're trying to be an opportunist, a right wing up. You know, you're trying to bring in some kind of.
Can you say the premise again? Say the premise again.
That if your family, like basically if well, I mean, not only white people have benefited from settler colonialism, but if you're a settler, if you have people coming from, you know, you can't be a revolutionary.
Yeah, you can't be revolutionary.
That's not true. Black people don't believe that.
They do if they read this book by George or Jay Sakai. I forget his name.
No, that's not true. Who?
I know it's not true, but
John
it is
Brown. Black people don't believe that. We don't
It's not
believe
necessarily
that.
just black people. There's a lot of, that's what I'm saying, indigenous and black people and white people are reading this book. It's this idea like the global south is the only ones that are revolutionary. And
I'll talk to my partner about
Fred
this.
Hampton? You remember John Brown? We don't believe that. All we want is equality and equity. That's all. Ain't nobody saying none of that shit.
And I'll talk to my partner about this.
It's like in the white people brain that it's a fear that if we get equality and equity and inclusion, somehow we just gonna dominate y'all and treat y'all the way we treat us. No, we don't want that. That's not in our DNA. We just want fucking peace. We want peace. We want to chill. We want to have fun. We want to dance. We want to have fun. Like what
Do
the
you also
fuck?
say that black people are not monolith?
Why are they so scared of us? What are we going to do? This is not in our nature.
Teach us a little bit of culture.
Like, what the fuck? This is not in our nature. Why are you so scared of us? Calm down.
But yeah, I talked to my partner about that and these perspectives, and he thinks these people are stupid. They don't know where they're coming from.
Your partner's a black man?
No, my partner is indigenous.
An indigenous man or indigenous woman?
Man.
An indigenous man, and indigenous as in how? Siberian or black Indian?
Is that maybe not quite the most polite thing to call the Native American indigenous Siberian? I feel like they maybe.
Why is it not polite?
But then
why is it not polite?
I don't know.
Are we speaking truth or are we lying to each other?
It's sort of that thing. Do you prefer being called a Black American or an African American?
I'm not an African American.
They're not Siberian. They're North American.
Well, he's Ojibwe.
They walked across the Siberian Strait just like Africans did. So there are Siberians that walked across the Bering Strait, just like Africans did. Okay, but they are both native to this land. The Siberians and the Africans are native to America. Why is this such a problem?
Why wouldn't the word
Why
Siberia
is this such a
refers
problem?
to someplace
To
in
say
Asia?
that?
Well, I don't know.
Why is it such a problem to say that?
Because
Siberians
it's not being respectful to what their culture wants to be identified as.
They aren't. Siberia is a modern term. It's a term of our era that we put on that we put on the area. So the people who walked across
did not people from Asia walk across the Siberian Strait? Did not people from Africa walk across the Siberian Strait? Can both of those things be true?
But so then we're going to call them Siberians now and forever?
Why is this such a lie? They both walked across the Siberian Strait and they lived in the Americas.
But why do you object to being called an African American?
Because I'm not an African American.
Because they're not Siberian.
I said Siberians walked across. I didn't say they were Siberian.
So what are they?
I said they walked across, and I said Africans walked across the Siberian Strait also. Both of those people are indigenous to this land. Why is it so hard?
Because what you're saying in a way implies they're not actually indigenous to this land. You're saying they're indigenous to Siberia.
I'm saying that Siberians walked across the strait.
And became indigenous.
Africans walked across the strait. They both learned the land and are aboriginal to this land. Why is this so fucking hard?
Because the concept of origin. If they came from Siberia, you cannot say they are aboriginal to this land. You are saying
Aboriginal Australians? What about Aboriginal Australians?
This is why the concept of indigeneity
is that a hard concept either?
It sort of is a social construct, and it does fall apart a little bit because everywhere, every group of people came from somewhere, but we can't actually pinpoint the origin, whatever, completely of the very, very first origin of anything, whatever. Every place that a group of people settled in, they then also eventually moved on to settle in another place, as long as there was unclaimed territory, which was for the vast majority of human history. There was always unclaimed territory until modern history. So you're only indigenous to a new land that you come to as a tribe because it's unclaimed, and then you become indigenous to that area because you claim that land.
Okay, am I arguing with you about this? I'm confused. Are we arguing
Apparently.
about this? No, we're not. Siberians moved across the Bering Strait. So did Africans. They were aboriginals to this land because they were there thousands of years before settlers ever came over here.
It's like
what
the out
is
of
the
Africa
big fucking deal about it?
Because aboriginal, when we say aboriginal to this land, you're saying that they were always here, or you're saying they were just happened to be the first ones to get here.
I don't really think that's. I think that there's other. We all have issues with this in different
Siberians
areas.
were here, and Africans were here.
Before
in
they
America,
were in Siberia, they were
long before
right?
before the Mayflower got here.
Exactly.
Is that okay? Can we just fucking say that?
Yeah.
And so why are we arguing about it? Like it's okay.
It's just because I think that people use these terms in a way that's a little bit. You can't be too perfectly precise with these terms because they don't really work that way. Like
in the mythos of like where I come from, the like there's the Ojibwe here, which is a cultural mixture of two people who speak different languages. So there's the Ojibwe, and then there's the Cree. So here is the Ojibwe, the mixture of these two cultures, mixture of dialect. The mythos of the Ojibwe is that they came over, they traveled up the Mississippi River looking for the rice that grows on water, or the grain that grows on water, which was the wild rice that grows up along Great Lakes region.
That's interesting because mythology about their origin starts with the Mississippi River, but Abby's saying they come from across the Bering Strait. Why doesn't their mythology start there? It's like it's got a missing.
Goes too far back.
Part.
You do have like from the floods 2,000 to 3,000 years ago. That's still in the oral histories of people.
It's not just oral.
West. But
sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. It's not just oral history. There's genealogical history where even Christopher Columbus said he saw Black Indians here. Okay, they reclassified them as Negro purposefully. Like this is nobody is looking into that but me, because I'm the only one that gives a fuck, because
we were trying to look into that. You know, that's where I think
I have heard of like the like
if you look up the genealogy, they found black Indians here. They reclassified them as Negro.
There's
on purpose. Like you nobody's gonna get me off my square on this. You're not gonna knock me off my square.
There are you know, there are historical what's the word? I can't think of the word.
They reclassified us as Negroes. Negroids, and then Negroes, and then they reclassified us so many times that we don't even fucking know who we are no more.
Is that reclassification stuff?
Now they call us African Americans.
But is that
Why
technically
would you
fall
call
under?
us African Americans when we
Does
was
that tech-
here? We was already fucking here.
But that's where I think there's some potential misinformation that is distorting this conversation. Because if you're getting into this thing about the Native Black Americans, and so to say that Black people were always here, it runs.
I said Black Indians. I didn't say Black Americans
Indians
because
were
America wasn't established until
right. But so I've
1776, and Black people were here in the 15th century.
I've seen at least one channel that talks about the Native Black Americans were like all Black
Columbus
people.
said there was Black people here.
But I'm saying
when he landed. So
right.
What are we talking about?
We're talking about doing the math or whatever, as far as how many of them were already here, and how many of them were brought from Africa in slave ships.
Exactly, and it doesn't make sense.
Because
it doesn't make sense because when you're transporting people from in that era on those ships, there is no way you transported millions and millions of African. Look how long it takes you to even get from that area to this area with all the diseases and stuff. There is no way. They took Black Indians as prisoners of war. When you look at the Olmec heads, we were here. It doesn't make economical sense to transport that many motherfuckers from Africa to here. When white people write history, they gonna write it the way they want it to fucking go. But look at the economics of it all. It doesn't make sense.
But we're making claims that is more like it's the field of archaeology and anthropology to be properly answering these questions, and we don't have that kind of expertise. And then we're just kind of based on watching YouTube videos.
Do you know in the 18th century, like even archaeologists have even acquiesced to the fact that the bias of them, they wrote what it was. White men wrote what it was within their bias. It doesn't make sense.
I agree that
when you look at the archaeology, when you look at the tools, when you look at the Olmec heads, even in China, they were even the Chinese tried to say that they were their own race, and then came up with the fact that actually we evolved from Africans. Like, just stop the lies, stop the cap.
I think this kind of a conversation has to be focused more on the evidence, because that we're kind of more talking about things without having the proof, because
the evidence is there. Google it.
Not here, right?
It's so easy. It's so easy to find.
Not necessarily, because you Google it, and
not necessarily.
Google does not really have our best interest. When you try and find something, it likes to send you down the wrong path. So I hate when people say just Google it.
There's more content out there that is built around
some of the Egyptians
misinformation.
try to claim that like the people that look like them today are the people, and when you go into the archaeology of it and look at the paintings, the hieroglyphics, they was black. You look at the hair and everything, Them was niggas. That's it. There is no way you can say anything. You cannot defy it. Even in Russia, they will show you how they'll show you pictures of the black Egyptians, the black Jesus, the black Madonna. I've traveled Europe. Everywhere I went in Europe, there was a black Madonna, black Jesus, black, everything. It's only in the Western world where they created white personas of Jesus and Mary and this and that, and it doesn't make sense. Have you been to Europe?
No.
So you've never seen a black?
No, I've never been.
Anything.
Look at the Black Madonna, right? I've never been able to see that myself firsthand.
Have you, Fiddleford?
Take people's word for
Have you been to Europe?
I haven't. I haven't left my town. I'm pretty poor.
Okay. See this is what I'm saying. That
a lot of us, we couldn't leave if we wanted to. Okay.
And I'm not saying anything's wrong with that. I'm not saying it. I've traveled Europe, and in all of their obscure churches, it's always a black Jesus, a black Madonna. They are on some.
That's interesting, though.
They are on some other shit.
That
They are on some other shit, and it blew my mind.
But what is
when I saw it?
That what do you think that as far as, because that suggests to me that it shouldn't be all that controversial that there were black people in Europe the whole time that there was white people in Europe. Why would that be strange? Africa's so close. You think that Africa, like black people, can't?
What I'm hearing here is
the only places in Europe that are white supremacists are UK, France. Okay, like those superpowers, America,
Poland.
UK, France.
There's a lot of Eastern European white supremacy. Ukraine.
Well, even in Vienna.
Yeah, Austria.
I've been to Vienna. I've been to Austria, and they have black Jesuses everywhere.
Yeah.
I've
the
been
Austrians
in
pretty friendly with German Nazi regime, right? Like the white supremacy did start historically more. I think like Crusades, 1400s. That's when it starts to really develop. And then capitalism, when that's created, that's when white supremacy finds like its gasoline to cook with, you know.
And I'm not saying this to like disparage you or to say anything about you or anything. I'm just saying the only reason I'm saying this is because there is a reason on this Western Hemisphere that they do this, and it's for dominance.
I think there's just a baby with the bathwater problem with there's like the entire narrative of the millions of black people being brought across the ocean is all of a sudden
It's not millions of black people that got brought across. That is a lie.
But we have to actually.
It doesn't make sense economically. You cannot bring millions of people across the ocean when they were all chained up and with this hysteria and all this stuff and dying, and there is no way that makes economic sense.
So then
Most of the people that were, most of them were prisoners of war already in America, and then they brought extra people
It's
to
not
the
really the
Caribbeans
scientific
and
the
to the
probability
Americas.
probability assessment. You're saying it's more probable that what is you even saying that's more probable that the black, like the majority of the black people in America are native, and the small minority of them were possibly transported across as slaves. It seems like.
And then there's the like the whole
Correct.
thing with
That's exactly what I'm saying.
the local like under, you know, what I know, the local indigenous refused vehemently to the point of exterminating themselves to become workers for the settlers. That they opposed vehemently to the point of near total extermination. That's how I understand.
Yeah. So the problem here,
and then they had to. That's when they decided we need to start importing labor. You know, much more than we're getting from Europe. We need to start looking elsewhere.
there's economic incentive after they genocided the natives that they needed to bring all these black people here. So what I think is the main thing that gets missed in this conversation, the histories of these other like Siberian, Mongolian tribes, their history does not say that black people were here first kind of thing, and we took their land from them, whatever. So their history is being erased because in order for this, I think it's propaganda.
Nobody's trying to erase their history. Nobody's trying to erase their history.
The black people and the indigenous people against each other. That's what I think.
But nobody's doing that. Nobody's trying to erase their history. Nobody's doing that.
On you when you say that the majority of black people are already here, you can't just make that claim and say I'm wrong because I don't agree with you. Okay.
With the with the terminology around the indigenous Siberian thing,
Nobody's saying Siberians weren't here. Nobody's saying
that they're native
Siberians
black
weren't
Americans.
here.
They're the ones who are being racist towards
Nobody is saying Siberians weren't here. Nobody said that. I did not say that, Michael. I did not say that.
First? The blacks or the
I did not say that, Fiddleford. Did I not say Siberians weren't here? I did not say that.
You asked either the black indigenous or the Siberian indigenous.
No, I said there were Siberians that crossed the strait, and I said there were Africans that crossed the strait. Didn't I say that? I said that.
That the blacks crossed the strait.
So why are you saying that I said Siberians weren't here?
I'm saying if the black indigenous got here, they must have gotten here by crossing the Pacific from like the whatever you call it, Micronesia, Polynesia, right? That's by the Easter Islands route. That's the more likely explanation.
No, they did come over through the Atlantic, and there was ample travel, and the southern, like the people who would island hop. There's also that. There's the Northern Strait. There's the islands, the island hoppers of the Pacific, and then there's the Atlantic example, which
West Africa to South America.
Have either of y'all ever heard of the $5 Indian?
We've heard of. I've listened to these conversations. I think you should know that I've heard about the $5 Indian. They were allowed to. They had $5. They were allowed to call themselves Indian, even though they weren't.
Exactly.
Right, but you're starting in the middle of the story, because
no.
When
No,
you're looking
no,
into the
no,
Black
no. I'm not
Indians,
starting in the middle of the story because I already told you Black Indians were here and so were Siberians.
and when I was looking
It's
into
okay for both of those things to be true.
when I was looking into this,
Hey,
asking the DeepSeek, the answer that I got was the Black Indians were brought here from Africa by the
we're
whites.
brought here because
Okay,
of course
I
Black
know.
people weren't able
Just
to,
hear out my explanation for the
they didn't know
alternative
how
if
to
it's
get
wrong.
on, they didn't know what a boat was.
Right. Just I know. Okay. Even if it's wrong, just let me finish what I'm trying to say. Okay. Because what DeepSeek told me, this is what the Chinese AI told me. So whatever, if it's wrong, that means the Chinese are wrong about this too. Okay. It's not the Western AI that I'm asking. That's beside the point. DeepSeek says that the blacks were brought with the Atlantic slave trade, and then some of the native tribes freed some of those blacks.
We were
Some of
brought.
them enslaved some of those blacks, and
We
that's
were
how they
brought.
became members of those tribes.
We
The
were
6
brought.
tribes, you know the 6 the civilized tribes, the
We
ones
were
that joined the
brought.
whites. What's that?
Niggas didn't know how to make a boat. They
That's
made
not what I'm saying.
civilizations, but they couldn't.
No,
They
but
didn't
it's
know
about
how
the
to. They
numbers.
didn't know how to travel through
When they
boats.
traveled back in the day, thousands of years ago, they didn't travel mass immigration. The mass immigration that happened was by force because of the slave trade. That's the difference. It's all about the numbers. I'm not saying that they couldn't have been here and that they couldn't have, their numbers couldn't have expanded through reproduction, but
What
just
about the
the
plagues?
material conditions prevents them from. Back in the day, we couldn't have billions of people because there was constraints on how many people a community could actually support. So it's just not, it doesn't actually make sense to say that so many black people are in America are indigenous, and it's all kind of a waste of time or whatever. When you do the actual genealogy, that the data actually doesn't support your conclusion.
No, the genealogy does because
Genealogy will refute
hold
your
on. Don't
Go ahead.
talk to me. Don't go too far into genealogy without talking to me, because that's the thing that I've been researching, where they were considered Black Indians in the beginning, and genealogy, which is paperwork, they were reclassified as Negroids. Then they got classified as Negroes. Then they got classified as coloreds. Then they got classified as African Americans. Like, we've been
But when you're only
reclassified so many times that it don't even make sense.
that only covers the documented population. What about the undocumented? So if they weren't documented, they didn't exist. You know what I mean? That's the thing with history. We only have a limited pool of data to work with, and then we have to extrapolate based on
you're not about to
fill the
pull that
blank.
on me. No, you're not about to pull
That's
that
where
on
I'm saying we shouldn't have this conversation without the data points in front of us to actually bicker over, because that's what will move the goalposts on this.
You're not about to pull that on me. No. Mm-mm. Not gonna do it.
Because I see a lot of animosity with the Pan-Africans, right? There's this is
It's
connected.
not animosity. It's not
There's
animosity. It's not
towards
animosity.
Black Africans in Africa towards blacks in America. There's no solidarity there, and that's not exactly an accident. I'm pretty sure it's a ruling class psyop directed specifically at the black population. Because the thing about, we're in the West, we benefit from labor aristocracy, imperialism, the blood money, whatever. The black population in America is resented by the blacks in Africa because they do benefit from imperialism too, just to a lesser degree. So there is a real tension there that can be exploited by the ruling class if they want to keep us fighting each other. But I guess that's not genealogy, so that's beside the point.
So to not fight you want me to believe what you telling me?
That's an oversimplification.
Okay, look, hey, if anybody wants to join, come up. We're having a spirited debate, right? Michael, we good? Pitiful, we good?
Yeah. Well, I want to show you this Mike TV guy because I was trying to say he is a guy that is claiming that all black people come from North America. None of them came from Africa at all. And that to me is just
okay. Well, hold on. If you're gonna do that, then that's disingenuous, because that just
what to talk about.
Okay, I could pull up a white man that says that they created all the civilization. So can I do that?
Sure.
I mean,
and then we can compare.
No, we shouldn't do that because they
ridiculous.
Right? Why would you do that, Michael? Because that's just ridiculous.
Sure they both sound ridiculous.
No, why? But so why would we do that? Why would we do that when we both know that both of those interactions sound ridiculous? Why would we do that? Why would we do that to each other? That makes no sense. We shouldn't do that. Let's not do that.
I just want to share. This guy has made headlines that are
share something that's stupid,
disingenuous to begin with.
Oh my God! And you're gonna share it? Go ahead. Like insult me and
like what
the panel
is
just insult us.
This kind of title is designed to.
But why would you do that when you already know it's insulting? You already know nobody believes this. So why would you do that?
What I'm saying is this guy's being insulting on purpose, right? That's the whole thing about the Schadenfreude. The more insulting you are, the more the algorithm picks up on it. So white man admits black Americans are the real American Indians, right? That's one of many types of titles, and it's all about the genealogy and stuff. And then he's very much like I've watched his show many times, right? He is very offensive to people who disagree with him. He's not trying to have a nice, honest debate about it. He's trying to humiliate people who are trying to disprove him, right? So it's not really a good foundation for a nice dialectical discussion.
Why are we doing this? So should I pull up a white supremacist video? And
then we can point out how that's also disingenuous. And if you really want to get to the truth, we can't.
No, I'm trying to figure out why are we doing this? Why would you do that?
Because I wanted to show you something. This is kind of like the reverse of the thing about you wanted us to talk about the red ensign thing. Now I want to talk about something. No, you don't want to talk about it.
No, I was talking about something that is plausible. You're talking about something that ain't even probable.
You're not even letting me make my case to be able to determine that.
Well, make your case, baby. Go ahead, play it. Make your case.
Poison the well enough, but now I get the chance, right? That's what I'm saying. It's not exactly
poison the well.
Like we should carry on at this point. Oh.
Poison the well, baby.
I don't even have a clue or whatever. This is just like a cold whatever. Let's see what the fuck's in this.
Many know about slavery, but few discuss paper genocide.
I think you have to send it to me in private chat because
not all come from Africa, and most of us have. As a native black
Indians, you went to war with the French and the British.
You had to. I think you had to send this to me in private chat.
Made on prisoners. To the jeans and they mixed them and this shit get weighed.
Is it glitching?
It's glitching a lot.
Yeah.
We're lagging. Yeah, too bad. So I got tabs open. I can close.
Me in private chat.
Yeah, but this to me, this guy is saying what you're saying. You just not wanting to hear.
He is not saying what I'm saying. He is not saying what I'm saying. Do not
said that. I asked you if the majority of black people in America were already here, or if they were brought here from Africa, and you said the majority of them were already here. That is what he says.
A lot of them were already here. Yes,
right. So you agree with this guy, but you don't want to see if you agree with. You don't want to let me play it to see if you agree with him.
No, you can play it. Put it in the private chat. I'll play it. I'm not scared of you.
I'm sharing you something that you agree. I'm
not
sharing
scared
you
of you, Michael. Put it in the private chat and I'll play it.
I already did. Look, go ahead and look in the private chat and play it.
Okay, I'll play it. It's not a big deal. I'll play it.
I'm saying I don't think that this guy's very much of an honest actor. Okay, I think that some of what he's saying
I might not either, but that don't mean I don't believe what I believe.
My point is that if it's misinformation and we don't categorize it as that, then we are leaving people to consume the misinformation and whatever ripple effects that goes with that. So it is important for us to talk about this stuff, whatever. It's just difficult.
And we are leaving people to believe the misinformation of
if you're right
and
I'm wrong.
Hold on. The victors will write the story. The victors will write the story.
I want to find out what the actual story is in that case.
So if the victors write the story, who is the victors today?
The white man.
Right. So the dominant narratives that we're consuming would be written by them.
Okay, so I'm gonna play with this is 59. This is like an hour long.
No, yeah, we don't want to play the whole thing.
No.
It's just I just Googled it and called up the first one that came up. So just play as much of it as you feel.
First one that came up. Okay, so I'm gonna start it.
It's a cold take or whatever.
And before I play it, I just want to say we are not enemies, right?
No, but this is a conversation we've been dancing around a little bit.
It's a conversation.
Yeah.
Okay. And I also want to say, this is a video. What I've been delving through is genealogy, is census reports and paperwork, which is very different from a fucking video. But okay, I'll play it.
This guy is doing that same work. He's a genealogist or whatever. He has a business. That's where I think he has a conflict of interest, where he tells this narrative and then he tells people, check your genealogy with me, book your consultation today. So just
I think I know exactly who you're talking about. I've seen him before.
But
most of us have Aboriginal roots that were stripped away due to reclassification and miseducation. As a native Black American and a member of the Muskogee Creek Nation, I understand the importance of tracing your lineage. If you want to learn how to trace your genealogy and apply for tribal citizenship, go to nativeblackancestry.com to schedule a consultation.
They don't want you to remember this. You not no slave, you indigenous. Fuck how they painted them Indians. You went to war with the French and the British, man. Quite frankly, you was kings Merovingians. They took the women and men, made them prisoners, raised up the children to worship their images, set up a lab to the genes and they mixed them, and this shit get way deeper than your pigment.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, smash the like button.
Oh, I've never seen him before. Actually, I don't know him.
Make sure to check out the website.
Go ahead and check him out.
I've got tons of genealogical resources available for you. I've also launched my first course, Hidden Heritage: The Untold Story of Native Black Americans. Right now, we're doing a 50%.
I mean, you know,
until the first of the month.
You know the
Guys,
places
this
I go,
is
and
a continuation
they
of a
like
conversation we've been
check
having tonight
census
with a content
reports
creator by the
and
name
all kind of stuff.
Handsome History.
Yeah,
You can
he's
find him
done
on TikTok
similar
under
to
the name
them, doing the
Handsome
same
History,
kind of
as
work.
well
I
as
should check out those
YouTube
other
under
sources
the
that you're
same
checking
name.
out so we can be on the same page.
I was really hoping he'd come back for a third broadcast this evening so that we can answer some questions of the audience and, most importantly, dive a little bit deeper into our own family genealogies, because I think that there's a lot of parallels that most people don't realize. Without further ado, let's bring up our honored guest of the evening, Handsome History. How you doing?
Hey, thanks, Mike. Good to be here. Let's keep going. It's fun stuff.
Yeah. Let's keep it going. Now, if there's anybody who's migrating from the last broadcast to this one and has any questions, then go ahead and post them in the TikTok feed or the YouTube
And you
live
tell
chat.
me when
I
I
know
should
there were
stop.
several people in the chat talking about how they really love the conversation between us. They want to see more of us. Hey, if you're down to come back or even pop in once a week or something, I think it's
absolutely, it's gonna be fun.
It'd be great.
Because I mean, there's a lot of people that are just, grifting.
Shout out to
I don't know if he's a grifter.
Says, I feel like a kid again, happy to be in school.
It's
It
not
kind of takes a lot
just
of
people it's not just people grifting. It's also
lovely discussion. Stretchy on TikTok says
also people that are genuinely believing something.
Say again. Both of you.
Attendees. People who pretend that they
Pretendians.
Yeah.
Yes. And what were you saying, Michael?
I'd saying it takes a kind of a long time. So, like sometimes you have to put in a little bit of work to actually uncover if they're grifting or not. Sometimes you can tell right away, but you might have to spend hours watching their content to make a decision about that.
This is actually kind of
appreciate
a topic
both
for,
of you guys.
A topic
I'm
for
sorry.
me because of my family history.
That's what I'm saying. As much as we want to respect, like the Black Native population that there does obviously exist. There are Black natives. We can't forget
That's
about.
all I was saying. That's all I was saying. That they
Now
do
there's
exist.
a clash of narratives. There's the non-Black natives that have a different history that doesn't align with what this guy is saying, at least.
But I never. Did I ever say that? I didn't say that, right?
You said
I never
one thing
said
at
that.
least that was similar, at least sound exactly like what he's saying. That the majority, that's
No,
the main. That's the key word
I
for me.
said
The majority of Black
Siberians cross over the strait as well. I said that.
Right, I know. But what I'm saying, the one claim that point of contention I really disagree with is when you say the majority of Black people in America are indigenous Black Native Americans.
They are, yeah.
But the majority of them are African Americans. That's what I think. I think there's
we're not African
majority
American.
of
We're not
evidence
African. Let me
in
tell
both
you why.
Africa and America suggests that.
How familiar are you
Let me
with
tell
the
you why we're
Métis
not
issue?
African
With the
Americans. Let me
Métis
tell you
issue
why
in
we're not
Canada?
African Americans. I'm gonna tell you why we're not African Americans. That term was coined by Jesse Jackson in like 1960. I don't know. We don't have. We are not African Americans. An African American is someone who came from Africa and migrated to America. They are Nigerian Americans. There are some Somalian Americans. They are South African Americans. They are Cameroonian Americans.
But your definition
They
is
are
rooted in
Nigerian
voluntary immigration.
So to call us African Americans is to say that, oh, you just came
What's the
from
same
Africa.
as using the term Indian?
Where the fuck from Africa did you come from? It doesn't make sense.
It's the same as using the term Indian.
But why would they do that? Did they do that to themselves?
I thought that the reason why they call.
Wait, hold on. Let me ask him.
Yeah.
Did they do that to themselves? Because India is a big ass place. So
I'm not talking about India. I'm talking about here. People will call people who are not Indians because a couple hundred years ago they thought that this.
But
place
who
was
did
India.
that to them?
Right. What I'm
Is
going to
that my
say-
fault? That's not my fault.
The reason why I thought it made sense to call them African Americans is it refers to people whose ancestry can be traced back to there whether they voluntarily immigrated or not.
Michael,
You're telling
Africa
me
has
that's not the right.
54 countries. There
What I
is
was
no
saying
way
is
you
that
could
That's
just
more of
say
a modern
African American.
imposition about Africa or whatever, right? The thing is that whether you immigrated voluntarily in 1920 or
But you
1960
can't
or
just call somebody
2020,
African
or if you
American.
were
What the
brought
fuck
here
is
on a slave ship,
African?
if your
What the fuck is
bloodline, if you
African
do
when
the DNA test and your bloodline proves that you come
in the
ultimately from Africa,
1900s?
then why should it be so controversial
In
to
like
say
in like
you're an African American?
because in like the mid 1800s, the colonizers cut Africa the fuck up and colonized the whole fucking continent. So why would you call me huh? What do you mean African American? What tribe? What tribe in Africa? You know how huge Africa
right, but this is
is?
where you contradict yourself, because
Who
when you
said
talk about
African American?
we say what tribe are they? Right?
Who reclassified us as African American? Who did that? It doesn't make sense. You tell me if I'm an African American, tell me what my native language is.
But you're using the
Tell me where I'm
classification
from.
of the white people to ignore the archaeological evidence about what really happened. Reclassification or not. Did they take them on boats across the ocean or not? And then reclassify them after that.
Where are you from, Michael?
Where am I from? Am I from Europe or am I from Canada?
No, where are you from?
You answer the question. Am I from Europe or am I from Canada?
Asking you.
You already know. You already know exactly where I'm from.
You
What
are,
is the point of the question?
Don't ask a loaded question.
You were born in Canada. Where?
So am I Canadian? I'm indigenous to here.
Okay. Hold on. Do you know where your parents are from?
You also know where my parents are from. I've already told you.
Where?
England and Finland. My mother actually.
Thank you.
So then I already said
you.
You already fucking
Thank
bothered
you.
me.
So ask me where
am I from Europe
from?
or Canada?
Ask
you already
me
knew.
where
You
I'm
just wanted to
from.
ask a loaded question.
No,
so I'm a
ask me
European
where I'm
to
from.
you. I'm a European
Ask
Canadian.
me.
Am I not?
Ask me. You gonna tell me I'm from
speaking,
Africa? Africa is 54 fucking countries. So I'm just
you do a
supposed
DNA
to
test
lump all that
and
shit
the
up
blood
into
proves
one and
where
say
your
African
origin is from,
American?
and
That
it
is
happens
dumb
to
as
demonstrate
hell.
that you're not
It
indigenous,
doesn't
black,
make
Native American,
sense.
then
It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. You have a heritage. You know where your mother is from and where your father is from. You can take those cultures and love them. In America, we just fucking black. We don't know where we from. We created a culture amongst ourselves.
Most of us white Europeans, whatever, that were a lot of the poor colonizers that came over here came for economic opportunity because Europe was a shithole, and we didn't even know our own fucking family history. We still don't to this day. But black people today are a little bit more obsessed with finding out their family history than white people, probably because we're privileged enough that we don't care.
I can go to my aunt's place, my deceased aunt. I can go to her place and look through a book that points all the way back to 1700s Argyle.
This motherfucker trying to gaslight me, and I'm not gonna let him.
I don't think that's what's happening at all. I definitely am not gaslighting in any intentional way. Okay, and it's really disingenuous too the way you lump all the white people together, because Finnish people were never colonizers. We were fucked over by the rest of the white people in Europe, right? But nobody wants to get into the nuance of history. We're all the same. Now, the British side of me, yeah, that's the fucking scum, evil, whatever, irredeemable, right? But not supposed to make us feel guilty, right? That's not what you're trying to do, right?
You think I want to make you feel guilty, Michael?
I think a lot of people,
Are
if you
you
don't
serious?
agree with
Are you
people on
serious right
certain
now?
things, then we want to make them
Are
feel
you
bad
okay?
with us
Are
about
you
something.
okay right now? Are you okay?
We're not okay when we talk for 10 hours and then there's the only way that you can accomplish something is to argue, because the time to stop talking was a while ago. Are you okay? Are you asking loaded questions? Are you condescending? Are you cajoling?
I am being condescending.
Yeah, exactly. You do have a side to you that is not preferable. There are things that we criticize about you they're valid, but you don't want to accept it. So you deflect.
Wait, what?
Yeah, where's that coming from?
I kind of want to go back to the like Siberia, or the yeah, considering everyone who came here 40 up to 40,000 years ago as like just merely descendants of Siberians, but then taking issue with like I take extreme issue with that, especially because of it's kind of reminiscent of like when we would call native kid, and we would say to the native kid, like, why do you look Asian? And they'd get very offended by that. But then there's there's an issue with referring to people as African American when Africa is a continent of many different countries that many different people come from.
That's all I was trying to say.
Well, hold on here though. There's not there like it's okay to say that of like just to say that there's everyone's from Siberia and that and then
I see where you're going.
There's just some
because it could be like Mongolia, it could be different areas. Is that what you're trying to say? I'm not trying to speak for you. I'm sorry. I was just like, that's interesting. But keep going.
Well, no, what? It's just.
I didn't mean to throw you off your square. Keep going.
It's just.
I think I've given enough. I think I've given enough that maybe Michael can carry it on from here.
No, you were trying to say that. I didn't mean to throw you off your square.
I think I remember he was trying to say something when you said something about the tribes from Africa, and you were mentioning about there's all these different nations, and then for us to call them African Americans, you said, but what tribe did they come from? And I said, but why would you say that? Because that's exactly what we were saying
throw him off his square
about the natives who came from across the strait. When you just call them Siberians, you're dismissing whatever tribe they come from, whatever identity that they're self.
And I just acknowledged that when he was saying that, and I was
but
like,
in the
this is
moment
so
of passion,
interesting.
we're not acknowledging it. You were coming across as offended.
I just acknowledged it. I said, I hear what he's trying to say.
So hoping to jog his memory.
I want him to finish it. Yeah.
Because
let him go.
You can understand why he was talking about how, like, the natives here take offense to being called Asians, right? Just because they look like they're Asian. It is a racist thing. At the end of the day, we have to agree
or
that
Siberian or Mongolian or.
So, but this is what I see in those conversations, that the people who are watching this stuff, like this Mike TV I was just showing you, they watch this stuff, and the way that they talk about the native, the non-black natives populations in the Americas, they're starting to talk racist towards them. They're treating them like they're just Siberians, like they're just a bunch of Mongoloids. Okay, and that is the point, I think, about potential. Even if it's not like made from whole cloth psyop. The psyop is the CIA people watching this kind of narrative, this conversation happening in the black community, and saying, I can take advantage of this. We can spin this in a direction that will get them fighting each other. So, but to try and say there's a psyop going here, if people don't want to listen, hear me out, they will immediately have a knee-jerk reaction to say, you're trying to dismiss
I'm trying to listen to him.
my correction of history because you want to believe in the white people history.
Well, I'm trying to listen to him, but you won't let me.
Go ahead. I'm trying to finish my thought, but I guess that's whatever.
No. I wanted Michael to kind of carry me home there because I lost my thought. But
okay,
that's
go ahead, Michael.
But yeah, that's it. You know
what you're trying to say. He's also, you got to remember, he's not been podcasting for 2 years, whatever. He's a little bit, not so much. I don't know how much of a public speaker you are. I don't know how much your first time on camera for the, like, I don't know. Give him some grace.
Yeah. And my apologies to both of you. I'm not trying to argue with either of you. I'm trying to listen. I really am. So
I'm maybe more.
So go ahead, Michael. Go ahead, Michael.
I'm saying I apologize too. I maybe get more worked up than I should. There's just
it's okay. We do that. We do that, and I know it's all in love. We just get, we get
because I care about the truth, right? And then
we get fired up, and it's okay. It's okay.
Yeah,
it's okay, Michael. You my dude.
Yeah.
Oh, just go ahead. Keep going.
I don't know where I was. So
you were talking about the difference between like Siberian, Mongolian, like how I was talking about there are 54 countries in Africa, and so we could talk about tribes of Asian tribes that pass over the strait, and how we lump them all up into just Native American when they had their own tribes too.
It's
I
kind of
think that's what you're saying, right?
Yeah. There is a normal thing as far as like we assume that this is like some kind of racism or whatever, but it seems like a thing that we care about our people and our history, and then we don't go to the same degree having that same kind of caring about other people's history because that's not who we are and that's not our people. So it's not it's just out of indifference that we end up being kind of dismissive about what they would prefer to be called, or and then it kind of spirals from there because then people take offense and then they're like, well, what are you being so sensitive for? I didn't mean it to be offensive. Now I'm offended that you're taking offense. Or a psychological reactance is what we have to react to being whatever slighted or the perceived slight that we have. We feel we can't take it lying down or whatever, and then it turns into the tit for tat.
Ooh, can I tell you a really funny story?
Yeah.
My ex, we were at a trivia night, and he was doing real good in trivia, and somebody like came up to him and was like, "Hey, you're really good at trivia. We want you to do this trivia thing." He didn't know what it was. It was like taxi trivia. I don't know if you ever seen that on TV. Taxi trivia. They pick you up in a taxi, and then they give you all these questions. So
they have like a big money dispenser or something in the front seat.
I can't even remember. It was 20 years ago. But they asked him to they were like, "Hey, we want you to but they didn't tell him what it was, right? So they picked him up in a taxi, and they're asking him all these things, and he could make more money the more answers he got or what have you. And he's like, "What the fuck is happening?" Like, because it's supposed to be intuitive or whatever. Well, was like answering all the questions right, and he almost got like $10,000. And the last question they asked him was about, well, the answer, he said, well, what they were looking for was Eskimo. But he said, well, Eskimo is offensive, so I think the answer is Inuit.
Mm-hmm.
And they said, you
got it.
lost. No, they didn't give him the $10,000 because he didn't say because he instead of saying Inuit, he said Eskimo.
Oh.
And he was like, wait, ain't Eskimo ain't that like a slang term that you know people in Alaska don't like? And they were like, man, you missed it. And he missed money because he didn't say Inuit. I mean, because he didn't say Eskimo, he said Inuit.
Yeah, that's right. I was like, you gotta, because I was trying to, it didn't make sense. He had to have not got it because he didn't say Eskimo, and it's Inuit,
yeah,
not
yeah.
Intuit.
He said Eskimo. He said no. He said Inuit. Yeah. I keep saying Intuit, huh?
Yeah.
Like the
intuition, whatever.
No, Intuit like
to intuit something or go into it.
No, Intuit as in QuickBooks and TurboTax. That's why I keep saying Intuit.
But the meaning of Intuit is to intuit something, right?
Yeah,
and
I was thinking of the company, but it's Inuit.
It goes to the fucking corporate branding that stole the meaning of the fucking word and turned it into a tax bookkeeping service.
Yeah, tax book. I fucked it up. So anyway, but the point is, because he didn't say the slang term, he missed the $10,000 because he said the term that is proper. Ain't that crazy?
Yeah, no, that's funny.
That is funny. That was like 20 years ago.
An excuse
20
to
years
not
ago
give
that
him the
happened.
money.
Right. But they not only did they have an excuse to fucking gyp the guy out of money, they also doubled down on the racism. Because if he pushed them on that, then they have to admit, you know what? He's right. We should have thought of that before we even put it in the question, but they weren't woke enough. So I guess.
Yeah, that was hilarious.
As a corporation to protect their reputation. So, yeah.
I don't know how.
Story. I was like,
that was a great story. I
was
like,
racism, one of the oldest tools of capitalism.
And that was 20 years ago.
Right.
Well, not 20. It had to be like 10 years. 10, 15 years ago.
I
like that.
I remember watching that show at my grandmother's place. We would watch it with dinner.
Yeah, we went to we just happened to go to like a place where we were doing trivia night, and he did so well, and somebody just came up to him and was like, "Hey," and gave him a card and took his information and was like, "We want you to participate in our trivia." And he was like, "Sure." And he did not know that he was going to be on TV. It was kind of funny. And real fucked up. In the end.
I watched enough of those game shows growing up. My family liked watching them and stuff. But that's one of the things that kind of overexposure to that tipped me on to the problem of capitalism, because you see the way that they're trying to talk all these people into act like a bunch of fools, or like, Fear Factory with Joe Rogan, how they would get them to and shit for money. So you just see them do that to thousands of people as you're growing up, and you're like, you know what? They really don't give a shit about people. They really want to humiliate people for this money stuff. What the fuck is this about? Like,
so this is a very good uh, um, segment into what I wanted to talk about when we were talking about late stage capitalism. I think he's gone already, but
we got one viewer there.
have you heard about? It's okay. They'll see it later. Have you heard about this new thing where they are? It's gambling. So now they're gambling on things that are as crazy as. Let me see if I can find it, babe. On. Give me a sec.
Not sure where you're going with that. So.
Oh, don't even worry about it. Don't worry about where I'm going with it, because when you see it, it's gonna be crazy. It's gonna be fucking crazy.
Not too worried about making bad content at this point. You're saying people will see this later? I feel like it's a highly unlikely.
No, it's not. It's not bad content.
All the way into the 10 hours thing, or whatever. Good luck seeing this part of the broadcast. If you've made it this far, good for you.
You guys want to see my spear?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Yeah, that's right. Because Fiddleford here has been fishing, feeding himself, and he has wolves to worry about up there. So he literally needs this. It's not just for. He's not like a guy who wants to buy a sword and put it on the wall because he likes Lord of the Rings. He's got to fucking know how to use that thing. That's pretty cool. You catch any fish? Catch any fish there lately?
Yeah.
Nice.
I could actually show you the fish I caught. I bring that with me when I go out on the ice.
Yeah, I was just telling him. I guess I didn't. You probably couldn't hear me without your headphones. I was saying he actually needs to use that thing. He didn't just buy it because he wants it. You know?
Yeah.
Are y'all ready? Are y'all ready for this?
Yeah, he was just gonna tell us about he goes out fishing on the ice, and he was showing us his spear. Did you see that, or you were probably maybe looking for it?
No, I saw it. And I was like, ooh.
Yeah.
I ain't ready for that.
That's for wolves.
That's for wolves?
Yeah, because they'll go. Like I'm out alone on the ice, and they'll go after you if they find you alone, and then they find that you're like something that they can take advantage of. They'll come and grab you. So, and it's happened to people in like other communities. Like people have been attacked by wolves, and it's not like women or elders, but it's like men in their prime. So,
2026, people still got to worry about getting attacked by wolves. That's right.
It's a little different here.
Probably
Wait, so are you hunting? Why are you doing
It's done
this?
for. So basically, right?
He's fishing in the ice, under the ice in the lake.
Yeah. The ice is like that thick. So I walk out on it and I catch fish.
Because it's real expensive to get the food up there. I don't know what it's like 5 times the price for food down here, when it's already expensive for us. So
it depends. It depends on if the store is ran by the band or if the store is ran by a private corporation that isn't the band. Like if the store is ran by the band, then they're able to keep food prices low. And if the band has a deal where it allows settler companies to come in and extract resources, then they're able to make food. Then they're able to make things even a little better.
So clear cut there must be, right? Because people can be really ignorant about stuff more in the cities, right? But
Yeah, you can go outside and talk to someone in the 40s about British imperialism and American imperialism, and it's like physical manifestation.
yeah, but to hear I'm like the weird person down here to talk about that stuff. Like, what do you care about that stuff for? So.
Well, I wanted to talk to you guys about late stage capitalism.
What was it you were wanting to show us, Abby?
Yeah, sorry.
No, don't be sorry. Look.
It's the Canadian thing. Sorry.
We interrupted you.
It's fine. Look, in Mississippi, we used to go to cow tipping. Y'all ever heard about that?
That's a real thing.
Cow tipping? So cows sleep on like standing up. And so when I was young and when we went to Mississippi, this was how they used to have fun. They would run out there and like tip cows over. That was the fun.
Can I tell you how my stepdad's uncles would have fun in Alberta, either Alberta or Saskatchewan? They'd stand about 50, 60 feet apart from each other, wear a heavy jacket, and shoot at each other with shotguns.
Oh my God. Well, that's different. Well, that's a different type of cruelty. But okay, so let me share this. This is late stage capitalism for you. Let's see. There we go. See if y'all know
And
about this
at
stuff.
the time, I remember I brought it up to y'all. I was like, "Yo, y'all want to do something like this?" And it was like y'all said no because it did have gambling in there as well.
Yeah, because the thing about social media and content creation is because there is no institutional like support for content creators. We're pretty much like all independent contractors. technically.
JAAM
At least in like a job classification sense, because there's no like institutional thing like hours, like healthcare benefits, like set bread that you're getting paid. What it is it's just it feels like, at least for me, for years, it's been an endless game of harm reduction.
Yeah.
Like I've also been very stringent with like who I partner with, who I work with, because I'm not a nigga who like we've had Patreon this entire time. I haven't posted the link to the Patreon on my Instagram story yet because I just hate asking niggas for money. So I like most of the time if someone will reach out to me, like I have to really, really fuck with you in order to like dedicate part of my video to like put it in the thing. Now, I remember with Kalshi, I remember they had emailed and I had like told them a ludicrous number. So I was like, nigga,
y'all ever heard of Kalshi?
tax the fuck out of you. But the reason why I did is because I'm like, yeah, like it's the FanDuel Prize Picks.
Have you ever heard of Kalshi?
No, I don't think so.
KALSHI.
It's not Kotsky.
Kalshi. What's the other fucking prediction market? Polymarket.
Yeah.
Like it's that thing where when you stray into that, you never want to promote the idea of gambling, especially to like your fan base or like kids in all types of shit, because you see how like Logan Paul and Jake Paul and
here's the thing about that, right?
So
when I got on there and I realized that it was gambling, I fully convinced myself that if I don't mention the gambling, everything's all right. That's not.
Well, I think in a sense, right? And I admire the accountability. I think one, I feel like me and Alan was kind of just like bystander. We ain't had no clout to get no count and shit. So we was But I think like, I'm saying that because like I don't want
Once
to make
you
it seem like
realize
I'm
what
like
it is,
on like a different
it's
like
about to
moral
get
high ground. Because
crazy.
nigga, I would have
No,
took the shit too. Nigga, I was
nigga,
broke.
anybody would like
That's
take
what I was,
that or like.
Yeah,
that's
exactly.
the reason why I was saying I was like the reason why it's an infinite game of harm reduction is because I feel like it's so weird, especially like being niggas and being in this kind of like avenue. It's like how much moral culpability do you want to take or incur for like the things that you promote and the things that you do and the ways that you do it? I feel like you're being dishonest if you don't think that there's a meaningful difference between like having a screenshot occasionally being like, oh, this is what people said about this thing, and then like moving on with the rest of your content and your video, knowing that you'll still make a bag off these niggas. They don't give a fuck, as opposed to like a nigga like sitting on live stream doing
let's do rain bet. Let's do rain bet.
Yeah, I seen it. Damn, I just crashed my car. Let's see if I can get all the money back.
I'm a little forgetting.
And even if like
there's things that are in your control.
Yeah, even if it's not like, and even if someone might not be like the villain or the spawn of all the shit, because all these niggas have. When I learned about the companies like incentives and how they fucking do this shit, I'm like, you'd be surprised at how standard practice.
Yeah, that's standard. Like certain shit they do. I was gonna say certain shit they do is same shit Amazon does when they own Twitch. So it's like it's integrated in so many aspects.
Yeah, so that aspect of like
wait for
trying
it. I'm
to do
sorry.
anything to bucket
Wait
is like
for it.
yeah.
I don't know what we're waiting for.
Yeah, and then adding on to it, it's like my problem is like sure, like the problem is promoting it, but my problem be the response. Like niggas will promote that shit and then be like,
They
I wanted it back. You stupid.
Hold on, let me show you what it is. Let me see.
It's just confusing when we're jumping around and I don't even know what we're looking for.
I know. I'm about to show you.
While you find it.
Here it is. Here it is. Here it is. Here it is. Okay.
All different fucking levels, bro.
They about to say,
Eve to me is Dad was like,
goddamn.
They must be feeling good. Make them feel bad.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, we're looking for a criticism.
No, here it is. Here it is.
If you live in a world that has infinite possibilities, then if you start a gambling company gambling on any possibility, then yes, you can take away massive profits if you just get people to use the service. But what innovation does that do for humanity?
And why does that call for no regulation?
Why are we fighting against regulation?
Is that crazy? I don't think this is a thing. And even when I watch the clip, I'm like, that's wild what he just said. But like, it doesn't have like
they're gambling
there's so many
on
people
humanity.
That I feel like think it has to be one or the other. It doesn't have to be one or the other.
It's just that
you can have a Gaussy. But why does that mean? What makes you think that you can do something like that without proper regulation?
What makes it so
doesn't make
evil,
sense.
It's because what makes it so evil is the fact of like the consequences of what to get it to 10x your
exactly.
Shit, what are the consequences?
What are the consequences?
How many decisions in human everyday life that
have to be gambled
on?
Exactly.
Like, you want to have it.
Let's take a look at where he's going with it. Let's go with show number 7. Will Trump make IVF free?
$13,000 in that market.
So they're gambling.
Health.
On
Why are we gambling on health?
Why are we gambling on that?
They're gambling on health.
Everything.
It's what the niggas do.
Niggas are sitting there like, damn, I really hope that nigga don't make it free so I can make some money.
Or you think the niggas are like, oh, I know so much about IVF and did it. No, it's a bunch of random ass white niggas that couldn't tell you what the fuck IVF stands for.
Can we scroll down a little bit? This is where that shit goes. How many whooping cough cases this year?
All the people
this is what you're gambling on.
Will there be a case of polio in the U.S. this year? Like, nigga, what?
You hoping niggas catch polio so you can get bread, bro? I guess. It's insane what it is, right? Let's see how many niggas die so I can get some bread. It's the illusion.
It doesn't even have to be
stage capitalism.
No, this is
an app. And they're like two or three of them now, where you can gamble on human worth.
But we were talking about the singularity thing before. Do you remember that? About how everything they're doing is geared to like hyper accelerate the advancements in AI and data collection and just basically like technology development. Like they want everything to excel, like get like AI develops so much, it'll develop itself,
it's the
right?
dehumanization of humanity.
Now think about getting
what do you think about this?
All these millions of gamblers who can't help themselves or whatever, chasing all that. Now you ask them questions like, will they do this? Will they do that? Now you can fucking data mine them for psychology information. That question was, is Trump going to make IVF free? So now we're talking about eugenic stuff or whatever. That's the intravenous or that's the fertility treatments. So they're gauging the public about what they can introduce to them and when, based on what they think people are going to go for, right?
Michael, think about boxing and football and all that. How they can manipulate it based on the bets. So if you start betting on human health, do you think they're not going? Do you think that privatized companies or people aren't going to? Billionaires aren't going to skew it the way they want based on the bet.
They're already betting on human health.
So it's like, what's
you
the?
See what I'm saying? This shit is wild. I've never seen no shit like this in my life.
It's not that they're betting on the actual survival of all of humanity itself, or whatever, because that would be a bet that makes no sense. There's no payoff if it turns out you're right that we don't survive, right? So it's more of like a betting on the survival of individuals in society. Like they have access to our personal information and stuff, so then they're trying to see.
We can't see your face no more. Pitiful. Bring your camera down a little bit. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Too much headroom.
There we go.
I got some
wait, we gotta see your pretty face. Pull it down a little more. There we go.
That's too much. My camera doesn't sit nice though. It's hard to get it, and I have to fiddle with it forever. I can't, so I just ignore it.
You was good. It was
now
we still can't see your chin. Damn.
There we go. See, I can't fix it properly. It doesn't sit anyway.
He got a nice beard too. He got a nice beard and mustache.
Oh, it's not all beard. It's
there.
Oh. But anyway, go ahead. Go ahead.
I don't know. I don't know what.
No, we were talking about capitalizing on human death and shit.
Right. No, they're the big massive bet on whether we're gonna make it or not. Whatever. Like I guess they could find ways to keep that bet going, but it's more about if they have access to our personal data. It's like Squid Games, right? If they have all this access to information about us and we don't have it about them, they are literally just going to gamble off of and play with our lives and then gamble with the game of playing with our lives.
But the fact, so let's take the fact that they already have the data on their own terms. That's a whole other square. Late stage capitalism is allowing people to gamble on the fact that are people about to die or not. What part of the game is this?
The COVID. Now we can talk about COVID. Okay.
And people are actually doing this? What is wrong with humanity?
If they knew that COVID was a COVID fake virus, right? They make these bets or whatever about how many people will make it, who will make it, will not make it.
You got to fucking laugh.
Opportunities for bets are endless with something like that.
Michael, if you don't laugh, you are either going to cry or you are going to bawl your fucking eyes out, or you are going to just scream into your echo chamber.
If you read,
this is where we don't want to get nihilistic, okay? Because when we over analyze this kind of crazy shit, we start to get worried about it's all for nothing, whatever. We like this is insane. We're done. We're cooked. We're fucked.
If you read Marx, you actually find that they've been betting on us, our health, and our existence since the beginning of class society. They have to put the gamble into us, and if it doesn't pay off, then they lose their assets. If it does pay off, we live another day. We get to go back to work. They get their profits.
It's basically like the defining characteristic of being the ruling class. So they know intimately that it is a gamble to continue to fuck with us, and they always play the game because they keep winning, and the returns are massive, and any gambler who's ever won big wants to win again. So it's
Marx also refers to it as gambling.
Very nice. Yeah, I like how it makes sense. Because I've hated gamblers so much or whatever. Like, I've never been to the casino down. Everyone else has been. They're always like,
"You want to go to the casino?"
No, I hate gambling. I gotta go one day, maybe just for fun, but like it's not so much fun for me because of
special taxes.
When you know all this, yeah, special taxes. What do you mean?
Oh, the Ontario only allows the state things for their gambling, right? Or did that change? Anyway, when the province runs their casinos, when the province runs their casinos, the money that's collected from the casino is actually another kind of tax, and it's another way that the state collects taxes is through gambling.
I see. I didn't realize that, but it makes so much sense now.
I think I'm thinking of the lottery.
Yes, it does.
But
your camera's blurry. You might need to take it and.
I need to take a 10-minute break. Is that okay?
Sure. Yeah.
I'll be back. But wasn't that shit was crazy? When people start gambling on other people's lives, what the fuck are we supposed to do with that?
If you want. So, yeah, exactly. That's insanity. That's the thing about
where are we now? What stage of humanity are we in?
This is the thing
is
about
this late stage capitalism? It's not just late stage capitalism. It's a late stage humanity at this point.
We are in the stage of postmodernism. I think that is the most accurate thing that we could say, as far as, because we're in that post-truth era, whatever. We had this whole confrontation with the Cold War. Everyone was supercharged with the ideology. They had their sides and everything, and we all saw that happen. The result of that. And then the unipolar thing ended up being a complete bullshit. So capitalism won. Did anything change for the good? No. It's all the same bullshit, no matter what happens. So now we're in this fucking dystopic, this pessimistic, absurdist, fucking postmodern. Nobody gives a fuck about anything anymore or whatever. That's the
look at this nigga's face.
We're in.
Look at this nigga's face.
So now
before I leave.
Modernism.
Before I leave, I want to play the rest of this. Look at this nigga's face. He's like, what the fuck is happening?
Illusion of centrism again. Because
it's like the niggas that bring up, it's like when Jubilee brought up the shit about eugenics.
Yeah.
As if that's like an actual conversation.
Yeah. So when you do shit like this, right, the only thing that you add, the reason why this is so like fucking sketch, at least in my opinion, is because the only thing that you add is the popularization of gambling.
Mm-hmm.
There is no
to gamble on everything.
So with sports betting, right?
And now when you look at these like little graphs and see what people are thinking, they're not even real at that point.
Yeah.
It's skewed because niggas trying to get money.
Niggas trying to get money.
Yeah.
So my thing is, right, if you do like sports betting, right, the reason why there needs to be regulation on that is because usually the consumer can suffer all the penalties that come with sports gambling, getting addicted to it, spending your money and all type of shit. But like the responsibility for getting people addicted, how ubiquitous the advertising is, all the shit, is never usually borne by the company. It's just kind of treated as their sole right to push their shit wherever.
Yeah.
But at least that's in a confined environment like sports. Sports is everywhere, yes, but like you're betting on the outcome of this sporting thing.
Yes.
That has its own knock-on effects that can be touched with regulation.
Which could still be
The
fake.
moment you take it out to how many whooping coughs per year there is, the underlying thing of it is just gambling.
Deregulated.
Because now it's not like it's not like you're going on a forum and having a
And it's a lack of
debate.
empathy.
It's not like you're going on a forum and having a debate
Lack of
about
empathy.
what we think these is going to happen this year or what policy implications. Like, why are we asking about polio? Because fucking Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is in charge of Health and Human Services.
Exactly.
So instead of using your $100 million valuation, trying to be $1 trillion valuation to like stop polio from happening, because that would mean you have to directly take a political stance. You act as though it's your centrism, but the only thing that you're giving people in place of ideology is gamble. And young men are already steep down that tunnel because of fucking sports
And
betting.
who has gambling in their hands? The right. Like that's literally they hold stake.
All them creators voted on that shit. With Drake and everybody. That shit is par for the course over there for a reason. Because and these niggas are also the purveyors of all the shit policies that's giving niggas polio.
And you can literally. They even had a bet, and I know you're probably finna cover this. They even had a bet of how many bodies were left in Gaza, or like how many dead people were in Gaza.
So let's look at number 8.
At a certain point, it's like
y'all gotta see this shit.
Anytime it wants to show you something interesting.
Worse, hold on, it gets worse.
This is a really relevant.
This one says, will the IPC classify Gaza as experiencing famine this year?
Mind you.
Sorry, what?
That advertisement is of a game called EVE Online. And EVE Online has some really, really, really just
like eugenic, transhumanist kind of.
It's all connected.
Singularity.
Why would they do that on
money laundering? Oh, the game is involved with all kinds of money laundering.
Not only that, but there's like entire hierarchies of like money extraction from these like just masses of lower players who
like Roblox or whatever. They're fucking using the game and the players or whatever, and their fucking energy of their behavior, all the time they're spending all day or whatever. They're fucking monetizing it in a money laundering.
And these people have no control over the advertisements that YouTube. So they are listening to what they're saying and put this advertisement on there on purpose, right?
I think it's coincidental, but it's very apt.
No, it's not coincidental. It's not coincidental.
In the sense that the AI maybe is accidentally showing it to us, but it's not an accident because AI,
because of what they're talking about.
But the AI doesn't have intent or whatever, but it's programmed to force that shit on us anyway. So yeah.
No, I'm saying they force it on you based on the stuff that you're hearing and listening to.
I hate that shit, whatever.
But at least that's in a confined environment like sports. Sports is everywhere, yes, but like you're betting on the outcome.
Sorry, you were talking.
I was just trying to say one last thing or whatever, but now nothing is personal anymore. I've said things in private that are private things that were like supposed to be not like, and I see advertisements about my private conversation
based on shit from your private yep, me too.
And it's the stuff you intend to keep private and don't want to share with people or whatever. They're marketing shit based on that.
Remember when stores were ousting young women for pregnancy? Like, oh man, in 2012, my sister, she was pregnant with my niece, and she was looking up baby carriages and baby stuff and all that. She didn't order anything. She didn't subscribe to anything. But we started getting these magazines in the paper. Why would we get these magazines for baby stuff in the paper. You know, like I was literally a kid. You know, I couldn't produce any offspring. My mom, she had her tubes tied, so she couldn't have any babies. My sister was pregnant.
That's creepy though, because
They pulled that data get together.
Yeah.
That's like with print magazine and stuff. That's way before all this digital. Shit.
No, it's been a thing for a long time.
Yeah,
long time.
That's a story people want to hear. Baby.
That's okay. I'll be back. No, I have to wait.
Someone's coming in the hall.
Of this sporting thing that has its own knock-on effects that can be touch of regulation. The moment you take it out to how many whooping coughs per year there is, the underlying thing of it is just gambling.
Yeah.
Because now it's not like it's not like you're going on a forum and having a
And it's a lack
debate.
of empathy.
It's not like you're going on a forum and having a debate about what we think these is going to happen this year or what policy implications. Like, why are we asking about polio? Because fucking Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is in charge of Health and Human Services. Exactly. So instead of using your $100 million valuation, trying to be $1 trillion valuation to stop polio from happening, because that would mean you have to directly take a political stance. You act as though it's just centrism, but the only thing that you're giving people in place of ideology is gamble. And young men are already steep down that tunnel because of fucking sports
and
betting.
who has gambling in their hands? The right. Like that's literally they hold stake.
All them creators voted on that shit. Stake with Drake and everybody. That shit is par for the course over there for a reason. Because and these niggas are also the purveyors of all the shit policies that's giving niggas polio.
And you can literally.
They even had a bet, and I know you're probably going to cover this. They even had a bet of how many bodies were left in Gaza, or like how many dead people were in Gaza.
So let's look at number 8.
At a certain point, it's like.
This one says, will the IPC classify Gaza as experiencing famine this year?
Mind you, guys,
on this?
So first of all,
damn, I really hope these niggas are famished so I can make some bread today.
And also, what's the implications of that?
That's what I'm saying. What are the implications of that?
You don't take it serious.
Bro, you're not taking that shit serious. We're talking about real human lives, real children that are dying.
I didn't even know they had that shit on there till when y'all niggas showed me that shit.
Classified Gaza as experiencing famine this year. By the way, why is that so high up, guys?
Why is it so high up when people claim
that should be a question for real?
Nothing's happening though.
So that's the thing is that you act as though you're dodging moral culpability by being like, oh, it's just betting.
It's just an open-ended question. It's just betting.
Fam, these are things. Why would the IPC want to classify Gaza as famine?
Because it's a genocide happening.
Because the American company that is operating in America, trying to make its $1 trillion valuation out of America, has direct political implications with the niggas who are actively bombing. Like, so at a certain point, when does the regulation kick in?
Yeah,
exactly.
When can you and when I found out who's on their fucking advisory team as well, I'm pretty sure Trump Jr. is like a key advisor to these niggas. So are we talking conflict of interest? Are we talking that's my other thing about it is that like the business model in and of itself dodges all the culpability and shows that you don't have as much of a moral center as even a nigga like AB, who's a content creator who doesn't have nowhere near as much of the power and evaluation as a cow. You're talking about you shooting for $1 trillion and the niggas can take bread from you and be like, yeah, I don't really fuck with that. Let me not do that before you niggas can be like, let me not monetize everything. Surely some people should have like, surely there should be some transparency.
Like this is the thing. This is the thing. Like I said, I was literally going to say this. Like,
can you hear me, Abby?
You can have two options. You can have things.
There we go.
We gotta rewind it a little bit, whatever, because he was saying something about why do they want to classify it as a famine? Because they're gambling on it, and they want to rig the gamble.
No, that was his whole point.
That point is dangerous.
His whole point was like, why are you trying to monetize famine? What the fuck is happening?
No, his point is worse than that. Okay, it's like what the Israelis are saying. No famine is happening here. So what do they want fucking content creators to say? That there's a reason why the famine is bullshit. So this guy just came up with a reason. The story that the Palestinians are being genocided is bullshit because these gamblers have made up a reason. I don't know. We have to rewind it and see if what he's saying.
Okay.
'Cause I'm saying sometimes they say this stuff for whatever you call low information voters kind of thing. The useful idiot. They're just coming up with a useful narrative that somebody who's not going to really think about it for more than 5 minutes is willing to buy. And then somebody like, I don't know if these guys.
I think they were like really being like, what the fuck is happening? Why are you? Let me see if I can find it.
It was only like 2 minutes back or something, but that's probably too far.
Just
one.
Will there be a case of polio in the U.S. this year? Like, nigga, what?
You hoping niggas catch polio so you can get bread, bro? Again,
it's low-key comical, but it's not. Like,
it's insane what it is, right? Let's see how many niggas die so I can get some bread today. It's the illusion of centrism again.
I don't think
it's like the niggas that be like, it's like when Jubilee brought up the shit about eugenics.
Yeah.
As if that's like an actual conversation.
Yeah. So when you do shit like this, right, the only thing that you add, the reason why this is so like fucking sketch, at least in my opinion, is because the only thing that you add is the popularization of gambling.
Mm-hmm.
There is no
to gamble on everything.
So with sports betting, right?
And now when you look at these like little graphs and see what people are thinking, they're not even real at that point.
Yeah.
It's skewed because niggas trying to get money.
graphs,
People are thinking they're not even real.
Right? If you do like sports betting, right? The reason why there needs to be regulation on that is because usually the consumer can suffer all the penalties that come with sports gambling, getting addicted to it, spending your money and all type of shit. But like the responsibility for getting people addicted, how ubiquitous the advertising is, all the shit is never usually borne by the company. It's just kind of treated as their sole right to push their shit wherever.
Yeah.
But at least that's in a confined environment like sports. Sports is everywhere, yes, but like you're betting on the outcome of this sporting thing. And that has its own knock-on effects that can be touched with regulation. The moment you take it out to how many whooping coughs per year there is, the underlying thing of it is just gambling.
Yeah.
Because now it's not like it's not like you're going on a forum and having a
And it's a lack of
debate.
empathy.
It's not like you're going on a forum and having a debate about what we think these like is going to happen this year or what policy implications. Like, why are we asking about polio? Because fucking Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is in charge of Health and Human Services.
Exactly.
So instead of using your $100 million valuation, trying to be $1 trillion valuation to like stop polio from happening, because that would mean you have to directly take a political stance. You act as though it's just centrism, but the only thing that you're giving people in place of ideology is gamble. And young men are already steep down that tunnel because of fucking sports betting.
And who has gambling in their hands? The right. Like that's literally they hold
state. All them creators voted on that shit. With Drake and everybody. Like that shit is par for the course over there for a reason. Because all the purveyors of all the right that giving polio.
And you can literally. They even had a bet, and I know you're probably finna cover this. They even had a bet of how many bodies were left in Gaza, or like how many dead people were.
That's let's look at number 8.
At a certain point, it's like
this one says, will the IPC classify Gaza as experiencing?
That's what you was looking for, right?
Yeah, we're getting there now. Yeah.
Okay. Will the IPC classify Gaza as experiencing famine this year? So
let's just listen to how he frames. Like,
because this was that was the bet.
Because the guy said earlier, look at these graphs or whatever. They're not even real, and he might.
And I was looking for dates at the bottom.
They're making up some false data, getting people to gamble on it, and they can still make money off of false data just as much as real data. But I
was looking for dates at the bottom. What is that? Hours, days, weeks. What's the
6
year?
hours, 1 day, 1 week, 1 month, all.
Yeah. So that ain't adding up. But okay, let's listen.
Famine this year. Mind you, guys.
On this.
So first of all,
damn, I really hope these niggas are famished so I can make some bread today.
And also, what's the implications of that?
That's what I'm saying. What are the implications of that?
You don't take it serious.
You're not taking
what
that
the
shit
fuck?
serious. We're talking about real human lives, real children
I
that
didn't
are
even know
dying.
they had that shit on there till
Yeah.
when y'all
that guy just
classified Gaza
demonstrated.
as experiencing
I missed that
famines
part.
here. By the way, why is that so high up, guys?
Why is it so high up when people claim
That
there's
should be a
nothing-
question for real.
Nothing's
Why is it so
happening,
high
though.
up? So that's the thing is that you act as though you're dodging moral culpability by being like, oh, it's just betting.
It's just an open-ended question.
It's
You
just
know, it's just betting.
Fam, these are things. Why would the IPC want to classify Gaza as a famine?
Because it's a
Is it
genocide
because the
happening.
company, the American company that is operating in America, trying to make a $1 trillion valuation out of America, has direct political implications with the niggas who are actively bombing? Like, so at a certain point, when does the regulation kick in?
Yeah.
Exactly.
When
So
can
that
you
part,
and
can we
when I
pause and
found out
rewind
who's
and go
on their
over that?
fucking advisory team as
Specifically what he said, I
well,
want to kind of make sure I understood what he's saying there clearly. So
Okay.
why would the IPCC, that's like where we want to get to start back at and hear him say it again. Why would they benefit from classifying it as a famine so that the $1 trillion whatever can make more money or whatever? So what I need to hear what he's saying more clearly, if you don't mind, just going back a bit and going over that.
Go back a bit, okay.
Just like 30 seconds or whatever, so that I can.
Your centrism, but the only thing that you're giving people in place of ideology is gamble.
Yeah,
And young men are already steep down that tunnel because of fucking sports
And
betting.
who has the
so
fucking who has gambling in their hands? The right.
Probably 10 seconds.
Like
better.
that's literally they hold.
They all them creators voted on that shit. Yes, with Drake and everybody.
Yeah.
Like that shit is par for the course over there for a reason.
I
Because
don't know why
these
you're
niggas
going
are also
back
the
so
purveyors
far.
of all the
You
shit
don't need to
policies
watch
that's giving
5
niggas
minutes
polio.
over again.
Sorry.
They even
Sorry.
had a bet, and I know you're probably finna cover this. They even had a bet of how many bodies were left in Gaza, or like how many dead people were in
That's
Gaza.
what
So let's
Here.
read from you and be like, yeah, I don't really.
Is that better?
Because it's a
Is it
genocide
because
happening.
the company, the American company that is operating in America, trying to make a $1 trillion valuation out of America, has direct political implications with the niggas who are actively bombing? Like, so at a certain point, when does the regulation kick in?
Yeah.
Exactly.
When can you? And when I found out who.
Bello, I don't know if you watch that enough. He'll take a part like that and he'll just go over the last 10 seconds. He'll keep rewinding over it so that you can kind of emphasize the point. So that's what I'm saying. Like,
You asked me to.
I never get control of the. I want to hear. I want to understand what he's saying because.
But you asked me to do it. I did it.
No, you went too far back so that I couldn't get the proper clip that I'm looking for. That's what I'm trying to like. If you can get to the part just like 10 more seconds back from this when he's saying, so the ICC, what do they get from classifying it as a famine? Yeah, there we go.
Why is that so high up, guys?
Why is it so high up when people claim
That
there's
should be a
nothing
question
happening?
for real.
Nothing's
Why is it so
happening,
high
though.
up? So that's the thing is that you act as though you're dodging moral culpability by being like, oh, it's just betting.
It's just an open-ended question.
It's
You
just
know, it's just betting.
Fam, these are things. Why would the IPC want to classify Gaza as a famine?
Because it's a genocide happening.
He said, why would you want to classify the I? Sounded like he said VC.
But he also said, so you
as
act
a
like
famine.
you're dodging moral culpability.
ICC as a famine.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you're dodging moral
Who's he
culpability,
talking about?
he's talking about the United States,
Right?
Because we are the ones who are acting like shit is good.
So the reason why I wanted
go ahead.
The reason why I wanted to hyper focus on it was because I was just getting suspicious that he was dismissing the actual genocide taking place with the more Zionist narrative that nothing
That's
to see
not,
here.
That's not what I took.
So,
from it.
what I'm saying is what we just proved by doing this annoying rewind shit that
Mhm.
I was wrong. That's not what he was saying.
Okay.
That's
That's
all
not what he was saying. What I took from it was he was saying, why the fuck are you, like, you not taking moral culpability, like, from the ICC? What you doing is doubling down on some gambling shit.
What's actually very interesting now that they are causing the genocide. denying the genocide to avoid legal culpability, and then betting on the people who are going to classify it as a famine, which kind of vindicates the argument that they're guilty of genocide. Then they make money off of the people who they know will classify it as a famine, and then legally obstruct them, trying to hold them accountable for causing the famine.
Correct.
It's diabolical.
Correct.
Turn my camera off for a sec.
So yeah, if it's too blurry, just leave it off. It's no worries.
Correct.
No,
That's
my
exactly
mic is
what
up.
the fuck happened. Correct. So you should watch them. They funny. Little young niggas.
The company, the American company that is operating in America, trying to make $1 trillion valuation out of America, has direct political implications with the niggas who are actively bombing. Like, so at a certain point, when does the regulation kick in?
Yeah,
exactly.
When can you, and when I found out who's on their fucking advisory team as well, I'm pretty sure Trump Jr. is like a key advisor to these niggas. So where is are we talking conflict of interest? Are we talking, that's my other thing about it, is that like the business model in and of itself dodges all the culpability and shows that you don't have as much of a moral center as even a nigga like AB, who's a content creator who doesn't have nowhere near as much of the power and evaluation as a Kalshi.
Yeah.
You're talking about you shooting for $1 trillion, and a nigga can take bread from you and be like, yeah, I don't really fuck with that. Let me not do that, before you niggas can be like, let me not monetize everything. Surely some people should have like, surely there should be some transparency.
Like, this is the thing. This is the thing. Like I said, I was literally going to say this. Like, you can have two options. You can have things. Why not just make it betting on a whole bunch of shit that don't matter, and then, or betting on a whole bunch of shit that does matter, and then maybe doing like paper trading, how some like little things do if you want to bet on dumb shit.
That's what
I wouldn't say Gaza, but if you want to bet on like fucking a cough or so, no, I wouldn't even say cough. If you want to bet on some shit that is not human lives, health, shit like that, sure, do paper trading. Just bet with like
human lives.
If you could make this a subscription based type, like fantasy football, where like you can, like you said,
and you can still make hella money. Maybe you don't make $1 trillion in 10 years. Maybe you make $1 trillion in 100 in fucking 50 years.
Yeah, and that's what I said before.
Kind of shit, some kind of way.
As opposed to straw man the argument, they're trying to steel man it, which is give it the best. Try and instead of trying to
just trying as hard as they can,
give your enemy the best whatever. Like
damn nigga, you could have done everything else but this.
The point
of
the point of steel manning an argument is to show that even in the most ideal conditions, that the theory is full of shit.
You still
right?
Even in the most ideal conditions, you couldn't have been a piece of shit.
Yeah, they're saying even if you try and regulate this kind of gambling, it's still insane. That's his ultimately. I feel like that's where he's going with it, right?
Mm-hmm. You should watch them. I think you would like them.
Yeah, they seem pretty good.
JAAM podcast. Just so you know.
They look kind of more of the middle class type, based on like the dress and the. It looks more of a professional.
Of course they are. Of course they are.
That's the thing. We can't get too hung up on, like, figuring out where people, what people's class is.
That don't mean they don't know about the hood.
Exactly. It's the thing about, and I feel like even the language.
Middle class. That don't mean I ain't know about the hood.
Yeah, I also grew up middle class, right? So the language of class traders and stuff, it's a little black and white and stuff. I feel this is like a thought just coming to me right now based on this observation of these guys or whatever. It's like they're not necessarily to call them class traders because they're middle class is even like the nouveau riche.
That's not fair. That's not fair.
Nouveau riche, like they're the old wealth. It's not fair, you know.
It's not fair at all because mostly middle class
treating new immigrants like they're the old stock or whatever, not necessarily fair or whatever.
Well, I'm not saying I'm saying it's not fair because mostly middle class people. When you look at all the revolutionaries, they were middle class, but had an affinity to the working class. And because they grew up in a middle class society and got the education and everything, they were equipped enough to help the working class.
Yeah.
Fred Hampton Sr., Martin Luther King,
It's all about potential,
Bob
right?
Marley,
A
Malcolm
lot of people,
X.
yeah, like these guys, they have the potential with knowing about the class.
And then you got the race traders.
They may have a more privileged
You got the
position
middle
now,
class
but
race traders,
yeah.
Daniel Jones, Stephen Clyburn, what's the one? Good Trouble, John Lewis. So you never know what you're gonna get. Life is like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're gonna get. Forrest Gump, come on through.
As long as these guys don't turn into the next Tim Black 20 years from now.
Oh, he did something else. I was so disappointed.
I got in trouble for saying something wrong.
Oh. I was wondering.
Not here you won't.
From your partner there?
Not here you won't.
Well, yeah, it's because of that. They're not my partner; they're my husband.
Oh my.
Oh, what did you do? Go make it up to him right now. Get your ass. Go make it up to him right now and come back.
No, they're on the toilet.
Not right now, then.
They're on the toilet. What did you do? No,
I thought he just maybe took a moment off the camera. He probably did just do that, just what you're saying anyway. So, that's funny. Freudian slip.
But look,
or what?
I gotta walk away because.
You're saying you're gonna go for a 10-minute break, but then you ended up playing something for us. You want to just hit play and let it play for a while and come back? That sounds.
I played some shit already.
I mean,
I was gonna go to the store.
Or we could
I was
just sit
gonna
and
go
talk.
to the store and get me some more cigarettes. So.
Yeah.
And then she never came back.
Oh, I'm gonna come back. I'm gonna talk to you.
Well, we'll keep the stream warm for you, I guess.
Yeah. So.
I was wondering how long.
So now y'all just gotta talk shit.
I was wondering how long Fiddleford had to hang out. You got not pressed for time. You can chill for a while. Getting late for you? I don't know.
No, I don't.
Why are you trying to?
I'm just asking as far as I don't want to impose.
Why are you trying to make the man go away?
I'm not trying to make him go away at all. I'm just trying to say.
Do what he do. Shit.
Yeah.
I have a meeting with some Trotskyists at 8:00 tomorrow night.
Oh,
That's
so you gotta
go
to sleep.
8 a.m., right?
Sleep at least about 1 a.m. at the latest. 1
I know
a.m.
some
at the
people
latest.
stay up later than they intended and whatnot, or whatever, just because something's engaging and stuff. So I'm happy for you to stay. I'm not trying to ask you to leave. Right? I just want to do the responsible thing. Are we keeping?
Nigga, stop begging.
That's maybe the.
I'm not employed. I'm informally employed.
So he can get, so afterwards he could drink some coffee and he'll be fucking fine. Leave his ass alone.
All right.
Michael's so sweet. Ain't he a sweet pup? He like a little teddy bear.
Thanks.
Until he ain't.
Until
Okay, I gotta go to the store. I need some cigarettes.
All right, see you. So I guess we gotta find something to talk about to our zero audience for now. Anything on your mind? It's all good. I have to think of something. Whatever.
Do you know what's up with what's going on in Iran?
Iran?
Yeah.
I've been looking into some of it. Big protests and stuff. Looks like the West has been pushing for the color revolution pretty hard, trying to capitalize on whatever gains from their shit with Venezuela. But it's weird seeing them push these monarchy solutions. We were talking about Nepal. They're pushing a monarchy in Nepal and stuff, and I'm sure if we go look and we'll find other examples trying to reinstall dead monarchies that have already been pushed out of power. And it's like, what is this? Trying to blend. I feel like there's some British whatever soft power happening here, because this is what we should be pushing in Canada, is to depose the British monarch as our head of state. That doesn't make any sense. That's actually a big problem for us. That's gone unnoticed, apparently, swept under the rug, like it's not a big deal. But if we could get rid of the monarch as our head of state, that would change a lot of things legally. Our legal structure would be overhauled. Everything is like the crown is the prosecutor, right? So it seems like the tiniest little thing. Just admit that he's not our king, but it changes everything. So now they're installing these other kings and conflating democracy with monarchy. And what is the one modern example that demonstrates that this is a thing that's actually possible? It's the fucking British monarchy that claims that it's a constitutional democracy or whatever, a monarchy, constitutional monarchy, democracy, whatever the fuck they call it. I don't exactly remember the term, but it's a contradiction.
Monarchy.
It's a contradiction in terms. It's not, right? There's no such thing. If it's a monarchy, it has absolute power, and a constitution is just a piece of propaganda for the people to placate them. But if it's a constitution, it's a parliament, it's a democracy, the monarchy has no place at all. But they try to make some kind of middle ground where none should exist. Maybe I'm a little bit too not being relative enough or something, but
I think the Constitution with the constitutional monarchy has to do specifically with the capitalist integration into the monarchy, but the British capitalists degrade themselves by associating themselves with the monarchy. Trying to get back to Iran.
Right. Yeah. Besides the Shah, it's ridiculous. Just like in Nepal, where there might be a distraction because it's not actually it's a highly unlikely outcome, but they keep pushing it anyway. So it's a bit like Karina Machado. They're pushing her as a leader, but she's not actually going to be the leader. But it's useful to pretend like she is for now.
If she had popularity in Venezuela, she might have been a choice, but she wasn't very popular.
Same thing with Reza Pahlavi. So
I remember now with so even if Prince Charles.
Yeah, George.
Like it doesn't matter.
Okay. Prince dipshit.
Even if they were to say like, we're free and autonomous. No, never mind that. But to step that back a bit, back in the 70s, Australia almost elected a socialist prime minister. In order to prevent the socialist prime minister from being elected, the United States utilize the Governor General, which is supposed to be which is only supposed to be like a person between Australia and Britain. They utilize the Governor General, the United States, to stop that from happening.
Australia is getting ready to get rid of the monarchy, and they use the Governor General to stop it.
They were going to elect a socialist prime minister.
Right. And they use the Governor General with the royals in England say your prime minister is not allowed. I remember reading about that, and I was like, Jesus fuck, whatever. This proves everything about how this is anti-democratic to let this system stay in place. And if they try to get rid of it wherever, they fucking act to defend to maintain this insanity.
So what I'm saying is we can get rid of the monarchy, which some liberals think that the monarchy is the thing that's protecting us from America. But like getting rid of the monarchy is really only getting rid of a symbolic head that doesn't really have much power going on.
That's what I'm saying, though. It's more than that, because if getting rid of the so-called symbolic figurehead that doesn't really have much power or whatever doesn't really change anything, what do we do with our judicial system that's called the crown and everything? That's just a change of names. They're just changing the War Department or the Department of Defense to the War Department, but it costs a lot of money to change everything, right? It's not. It is definitely, and like people.
I'm saying that I see
an alternative, and then we would have to live by that. So but that's only judicial. It's not capital, right?
I see the center of power being in Washington. Is what I mean.
Yeah.
Like we can get rid of the crown, we can have ourselves some autonomy, but we still have to deal with the
fact that Canada's a vassal of America.
Yeah, we're not an autonomous nation.
Yeah, it's confusing because we seem to be like they have like joint custody over us. Like we're a vassal of fucking the Great Britain and America, and they like one thing that's clear: we're not allowed to be away from the influence of either. Right? We're not. Canada we could try and advocate for we should pivot to Russia and China. And what would America and Great Britain do to us if we actually pivoted to Russia and China? We are in the Western Hemisphere. It's like if Ukraine refuses. Hello, Kitty. It's like if Ukraine refuses to be in Russia's sphere of influence. Well, they're not going to allow that. So we're not really allowed to leave America's sphere of influence, which is what the Canadian politicians have deduced, which is why they think the safest thing for Canadians is to just be as compliant with the master as possible, right? But that's not really working for us because that just leaves us with no autonomy, sovereignty whatsoever. So it is a hard thing to figure out what to do to actually get that sovereignty.
Yeah. We're kind of locked in with the Americans in that.
Yeah. It just makes it hard to come up with a plan about how to decouple in a way. I mean, because it's the thing about being maybe nihilist isn't the right word. It's more like just pessimistic, cynical, right? Like toxic cynicism, you know.
Nihilism is okay.
Nihilism
okay word.
Yeah, I feel like I get to overuse it a bit, whatever. But it's just like it's like if the boot fits, you know.
We are literally experiencing nihilism, like that's kind of what postmodernism is right?
Yeah, it's an abandonment of the grand narratives, and so objective truth is the grand narrative. So everything can be like, it's that. So what's your truth? My truth is, so everyone has their own truth, and there's no such thing as truth anymore. It's a nice thing about the identity politics where we all get to sit there in circles and talk about our feelings however we want and never actually confront anything. Okay.
There's an anarchist musician I listen to, and one of the songs that he sings, he makes fun of the idea of which is weird coming from an anarchist, makes fun of the idea of like safe spaces. Like there's no safe space on a boxcar.
Yeah,
we're in this together.
Yeah, this is the thing about it's nice when we try to wrestle with the contradictions of the ideology we've embraced, and then to actually kind of be able to admit what the others of our so-called affiliation, our group, our in-group, or whatever, can't admit, makes us seem like hypocrites. But it's like, actually, maybe we're the members of the group that the group needs, because we're able to think outside of the whatever the group think. That's it's more about preserving the identity of the group than resolving the contradiction that the group has encountered. Sometimes the ideology of a group needs to change because of a contradiction, kind of demonstrating the flaws of the chosen identity of the group. And the only way past that is for someone from within the group to sort of recognize, hey, look, we thought we were right about this. Well, maybe we're not. But you can't do that if you have to be loyal to, to the, whatever they call it, the nomenclature. In the Soviet Union, there was
it's nomenclature.
Over. No, I know, but there was this thing about the Trotskyists maybe seem to have a bit of a validity to their argument about the corruption in the Soviet Union, about how there was this elite that emerged in the bureaucracy of the Soviets that kind of was counter to the class consciousness. They became a class in and of themselves. They weren't a capitalist class. They were the nomenclatura, I think it's called, with an A. So I don't know if that's Western propaganda trying to confuse us, but if there's any kernel of truth there, I think seems like part of why it fell apart, right? Is because the bureaucracy became corrupted and betrayed the principles of socialism.
The bureaucracy itself was a bureaucracy. Lenin and Stalin both criticized the utilization of bureaucracy within the Union, but it was a necessity.
It's a necessary evil, but we should treat it as such. We shouldn't get kind of carried away with it, and then
we don't even have
Marxist gets pushed aside after a while as pedantic or whatever.
We don't even have bureaucratic work. No, we do. We have bureaucratic shit in the state to worry about. As Marxists, we don't have any bureaucratic work to worry about right now.
Yeah, it's funny, right? In our Western situation, but it's just, what the Soviet experience demonstrates is it does become a problem eventually if things change for us, which we should factor in, whatever. But we should by no means be, with our own experience in today, be looking at that and be all worried about the over bureaucratization of stuff when we don't even have any hint of a bureaucracy of our own to begin with. What we need maybe is a little bit of bureaucracy, I guess. In as far as what do we do, revolution or reform, whatever? Do we have an do we make a party or not, whatever? We need an organization, so we need a party, but we don't need to treat the party like it's the end-all, be-all solution. It's a starting point, right? So we need some kind of form of bureaucracy, but we need to be fucking realists, whatever, pragmatists about it. Not, yeah, I think you get what I'm saying. I gotta go. I'll be right back.
Yeah, there's no one watching right now. There's no one watching right now, so it's just us.
Somebody say
What y'all doing in here? Hello?
Hello.
Hello. I just got back, actually. I said nomenclature, but I was really trying to do some other stuff. So I'm back in my seat. What y'all talking about? You forgot? Well, let's get a new subject. What do you want to talk about? Because I could spark something up. What you want to talk about, baby? I think it's so funny. Ain't nothing like a black woman calling somebody baby. Do you like football?
I played football for a bit. Couldn't understand.
You watch football?
No.
Oh, okay. So you don't know the controversy of that black woman. I think he was Tennessee Titans or it. I can't remember his. Damn, I don't remember where he's from, but that baby looked so defeated because they lost, so they wasn't gonna get into the playoffs or something, and that black woman spoke life into him, and he was just like, "Yes, ma'am." She was like, "Baby, you did good. You did good all season, and don't." And she was just like hyping him up. He's like, "Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am." You don't know what I'm talking about.
Now
Well, you don't like football then. You playing with me.
No, I
don't
played
watch football at all.
I don't watch football. No,
Damn.
I played football.
But you don't watch the shit.
Now, how are people with competitive sports there? Is there like a sense of like we're in this to become like good sports people?
No, they were like talking shit about this woman. It was a black woman. Okay, if she would have like shit on him like all them commentators were trying to shit on Sador Sanders, they would have treated her like it was amazing. But this woman was she looked at this football coach. That man looked like he was about to cry. And she breathed life into him. And they were shitting on her like she wasn't a real journalist. When what she really was doing was she saw a broken man that needed a good lift up. You ain't seen this?
That's the thing about journalists, right? You're supposed to be impartial, cold, detached. You're not supposed to show emotion or kindness. That's a real journalist, not to be a human being. I've seen that. I don't know why people assume everyone sees everything. You guys are definitely exposed to all kinds of different news that we're not going to see, but so are we, right?
Yeah,
because
I spend most of my day.
Ain't nobody worry about I ain't gonna lie, Michael. Ain't nobody worry about y'all
no one cares about what's going on in Canada.
News.
No, exactly.
Don't nobody give
I spend most of my day looking at a hole in the ice, and the other part of my day I'm looking at the wood pile.
Well, I guess you gotta learn some good techniques for how to occupy your mind while you're looking down at that hole.
It's peaceful.
Yeah. It's like a Zen.
So look, when you look at this, speaking of Zen, it ain't nothing like a black woman to call you a baby. She couldn't call him a baby because she was still, she was still a reporter, but she wanted to say baby. You could see it. I mean, you could hear it. She wanted to say baby. She wanted to say baby.
I just think it's funny sometimes how those things have happened. Like the way that everyone calls each other brother. What's up, brother? How you doing, brother?
No, we don't say it like that. Nah.
But my point is, though, where does it come from? It's like a historical development, and I feel like the Catholics or whatever, the missionaries, they came to all these different societies, and they called themselves a brother to these random ass people they never met. The colonizer came and called themselves a brother to the people they're colonizing. But then fast forward, 300 years later, and
when white people call us brother, we don't feel that shit.
You want to know what's a global wholesome thing? Aunties and uncles.
Aunties and uncles?
We call them, okay.
Yeah, aunties and uncles, right?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Uncle Warren, Auntie Laney from the Undercurrent or whatever. That's fun. That's like what I'm saying too, whatever. Who are you to call yourself my uncle? It's like everything's a family. There's something.
Y'all even talk different.
Now we have sex with brothers and sisters, whatever.
Y'all even talk different from us. We don't say brother.
Yeah.
We just different, and it's fine.
I have a very English.
We just different. Like who gives a fuck? We just different. But look,
I got the Canadian accent, but I also had like a British accents in my grandma and grandpa on my dad's parents. Like I grew up listening to British people talking British. You know what I mean? And
Coronation Street.
Yeah, watching TV shows, literally watching Coronation Street all the fucking time. Right?
Can I show y'all this?
I have that inflection to my. Other people sound more authentically Canadian than me, probably, I guess.
All right, you guys have had a most magnificent season.
Thank you.
You did a great job.
I didn't mean to cut y'all off.
Oh, go ahead. I didn't mean to.
No, you're doing fine. You didn't do nothing wrong.
What are you doing? I want to tell you, congratulations on your success, young man.
Thank
you. Hold your head up, all right? You guys have had a most magnificent season.
Thank you.
You did a great job out there today.
Appreciate
so you just
let's start.
Hold your head up, okay?
Thank
and
you,
ladies and gentlemen, Duval, you the one, all right?
All right. Hold on.
His heart.
I want to tell you, congratulations on your success, young man.
Thank
you. Hold your head up, all right? You guys have had a most magnificent season.
Thank
you. You did a great job out there today.
Appreciate
so you just hold your head up, okay?
Thank
and
you,
ladies and gentlemen, Duval, you the one, all right?
you,
You keep it going. We got another season, okay?
I appreciate
Take care and much continued success to you and the entire team.
Thank you, ma'am.
I want to tell you, congratulations on your success, young man.
Thank
You hold your head up, all right? You guys have had a most magnificent season.
And it's actually longer than that. And if you see his the shadow of his the shadow over his eyes, the more she talks, that shadow lifts. Like he started holding his head up.
Exactly.
Like he looked like he was about to cry.
The more his hat's getting higher.
He looked like he was about to cry, and that black woman like breathed life into his ass.
Yeah.
And
that was
then
the moment
they mad. Why?
Because that was a moment she was supposed to say something journalistic, ask him some kind of question about some statistic, and she was just like, "Nope, I got no question. I got a statement," and it's uplifting.
Exactly. And they mad talking about she doesn't have journalistic integrity.
No, she has.
You had emotion.
integrity beyond journalistic or whatever. She's like, yeah, I got so much journalistic integrity. I'm going to set that aside for today. I'm just going to have even more integrity, my human integrity, right, for this man.
Exactly. But they trying to say she not a journalist. She don't. So
sure, look at the color of her hair. She's probably been a journalist for 30 fucking years at least.
She has been, exactly, and if she would have, if you look at what they do to Shador Sanders, how they try to jump him off his square and shit. Oh, is that journalism?
Look, watch these fucking pretty ass white ladies on all these channels. What the fuck they talk about? Empty. The View. Case fucking closed. I guess they don't call themselves journalists. They're probably technically entertainers. Rachel Maddow, who's a journalist who, according to law, has admitted she's just an entertainer. She's not a journalist at all.
Fox News did the same thing. So
yeah.
And we were supposed to talk about this with these fucking journalists that
talk about it now.
Don Lemon was like, "Ooh, she just lied." Well, I guess if you lied, then when I didn't lie, I got booted off MSNBC. You still opposition journalism. Like, are we dumb or are we stupid?
Probably
just like which is what I want to try to tell you about Tucker Carlson. This nigga is control.
I feel like we were talking about that, and then we only ended up talking about Tucker Carlson, and there's more examples, and it's just like, yeah, but that fucking Tucker Carlson, that fucking guy.
Did we do it though?
We did talk about it. I thought we made a good segment on it, but then if we just end up talking more about Tucker again, the point to back up is to talk about Don Lemon more, to actually bring up a video with Don Lemon in it and talk more about. We kind of got stuck on the one video, I think,
I could.
Because there's always so much points to make about something. It's like, but how to figure out.
I think it was more about like.
Are we beating a dead horse or whatever, or is it time to find
No,
a new?
it's not beating a dead horse.
We jumped the shark.
I was talking about Tim Black. It was like a second thing he did that I was like, what the fuck is going on with Tim Black?
Yeah, so yeah, we got to those
confusing.
Two. So if
I had two from him, but whatever.
Well, you did more about him when I was gone. I saw when I got back that you had covered him without me. So I am missing some stuff. You did cover it maybe more in depth than I gave you credit for because I missed it.
What? Let our guests. Do you want to say something? Yes.
About controlled opposition, like specifically in independent media,
or whatever you want to show.
Yeah,
it's okay.
We were talking about the wolf in sheep's clothing that are masquerading as independent media. That's particularly frustrating.
Tulsi Gabbard, have you seen her ass lately? Nobody's seen her.
She used to be in my cycle for a little while. I have not heard of her in months.
She is ghost. Okay.
I think she
talk about a wolf and sheep's clothing. She gone.
The argument about her nowadays.
AOC.
The only thing I've heard about Tulsi Gabbard lately is Trump's not listening to her. She's ineffective, whatever. He just pretends like whatever she says doesn't even matter. And I feel like that's maybe giving her a little bit too much of a get a jail free card. Like, You think that she's not working with this administration or to keep her job? How about Trump fires all these people who are up getting in the way? There's this argument that Tulsi's some kind of she's not really with them, but she's with them. Right.
I want to give our guests a chance to give his idea of a controlled opposition.
Controlled opposition in journalism or controlled opposition in general? Because we can talk about the new Democratic Party.
It don't matter. We just talk
in general. Then to start,
it don't matter. We can keep it going. We already talked about football.
Yeah, but if he's asking, it's like we're a little too. We need someone to take charge. If someone's asking for clarity, and you're like, it don't matter. Well, I wanted clarity though. It don't matter though. No, but all right.
I mean, I felt like that was why we wanted to do an open discussion so people could talk about whatever the fuck they wanted to talk about. So
having to discuss,
he could say whatever the fuck he wants to say.
Having to discuss Tucker Carlson as a kind of independent media, that's frustrating.
Even having a conversation at all, it's like, oh man, we gotta take the time to explain that this, and that's actually funny, right?
Like there's actual independent media, and then there's that.
What you want to say about him? Say it. I got a lot to say about his. Let me put my camera back on so you know I ain't fucking playing with you.
I would ask by contrast or whatever, what would you consider to be the real independent media that's not being heard because of these assholes?
What you got to say about Tucker Carlson?
Go ahead and answer her first, me.
Come on, baby. Come on with it.
Because
Because I'm right here with you. What you want to say, baby?
I don't know. He should be skinned. But
scalped.
Scalped. Look, I can't. All right, let me see if I can find some shit on Tucker Carlson.
Like the independent media that I know about is like the journalist in my hometown who goes around who gets funds from his employer Ricochet.
I've heard of I don't know if they're Ricochet Media or whatever, but
yeah.
To
be able to go into reserves and report on the how Canadian states failing to stand up to its obligations. I think, obligations.
Yeah, they've already committed to doing these things, and so as far as you can negotiate with the colonial regime for better terms, all you have to do is make your case. Don't be rude, be nice. You know, that's what the British taught us. You gotta have those manners, and if you have those manners, you'll be treated accordingly. And they don't fucking respect their own rules. Even if you do all that, they still will, at the end of the day, turn around and fuck you right in the ass. Well, sorry.
So that's really the only experience I have with independent media.
Yeah. Well, that's where I appreciate you bring up Ricochet there, because it's like, I bet you, like, I happen to have come across, I know what you're talking about only because of years of research into independent media and actually
hold on. I already have it.
Don't even know who they are.
I have it right here. I know what you're talking about. Tucker Carlson is the fucking CIA. He is control opposition. So, y'all, I'm gonna go ahead and play it. I'll share my screen.
Now,
This might be the only delivery service, and if you're someone that enjoys delicious food without
what the
having a sticky wicket there. Escobar, what a populist. Tucker Carlson admits the working class oil barons applauding future government subsidized profits. Yeah, that's kind of strange. Kind of strange, but maybe not so strange if you've ever seen this video of Carlson claiming not to have known his father.
No, don't back it
was
up. There's already
CIA
stuff we already
after
covered.
having
Go
claimed that he
forward. I
knew
want
his
to
father
actually
was
get to
CIA
the
10
end
years
of the
earlier.
video.
I'm backing up.
It's so easy to become a podcaster with Riverside.
backing
First,
up.
go to Riverside and open an account. When you're ready to record, just hit rec.
There we go. Look at him. Oh, wait.
So, as you probably heard, on Friday, Donald Trump had a meeting with all of the salivating oil executives Venezuela.
Look at him right there. This motherfucker been telling us the whole opposite the whole time.
Hey, who was that when he was walking in? Who was that? Oh, Yasser Ali spotted this fella in the crowd. Tucker Carlson, who has been aggressively against any sort of intervention in Venezuela, was at the White House Venezuela oil meeting. Wow. All right, let's take a closer look at that. More evidence Tucker Carlson's controlled opposition. Attends White House. Yeah, there he is. White House Venezuela oil meeting despite fierce anti-intervention stance. Wow, man. You know, just when you think you got a handle on the deep state, they throw
I will
another
admit that
curveball,
these
right?
guys don't get their figgy pudding if they don't clap and say hello to the president.
And I told
money.
Black Life, she was like, when he was at that fucking whatever that was with Aaron Kirk, where he apologized. I said he never apologized to black people. He apologized that, I was on the wrong side. You never apologized for black people for all the defamatory things you said about us.
I doubt
I
he
will
ever
never forgive you for that until you actually stand up and apologize to us.
But even if he does,
this is why I don't like Jimmy Dore. I don't. None of that.
Only time he ever will stand up and make that kind of an apology is out of self-interest. If there's something in it for him, and then was that worth actually forgiving him if that's the reason why.
If you put a gun to his head, he'd apologize.
Yeah. So let's keep going.
Or maybe he believes in the God he talks about all the time, and actually one day he'll start to worry about his soul. That's when you know they're
Abby
bullish.
Martin, anti-war populist Tucker slavishly applauds a war.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead. I was done.
Okay.
I was just saying that's
criminal
how you know they're
who
bullish.
violently deposed.
Go ahead. That's how you know
That's
what?
all. Now it's for the third time now, just for emphasis. The way that they fucking talk about their religion as they care about being a Christian, but then they won't admit how he's defamed black people and all that shit or whatever. He doesn't care about, he doesn't think he's sin there. Doesn't think his soul is at jeopardy. Right? So unless he's somehow justifying that in a way that does not logically consistent, or he doesn't actually believe. I think more likely even the Christian shit.
And while you remember all these things, look who platformed him. Jimmy Dore. Okay. Where did we come from? Okay. Who did they platform? Okay. Here we go.
You know, just when you think you got a handle on the deep state, they throw you another curveball, right? Abby Martin, anti-war populist Tucker slavishly applauds a war criminal who violently deposed a head of state at the meeting to sell off the country's oil to corporations. Yeah, that's a sticky wicket there. Escobar, what a populist. Tucker Carlson admits the working class oil barons applaud.
And the crazy part is the only thing they give a fuck is about the oil, not the fact that this motherfucker spent his entire career fueling the fire of racism and fascism. None of that matters. This is what they care about. I mean, but that's just me.
Future government subsidized profits. Yeah, that's kind of strange. Kind of strange, but maybe not so strange if you've ever seen this video of Carlson claiming not to have known his father was CIA after having claimed that he knew his father was CIA 10 years earlier. Let's revisit that for a moment.
Tucker,
and I've taken a lot of crap, including from Putin, like, "Oh, you're from a CIA family." Well, yeah, obviously my father
become a CIA
worked in conjunction with CIA. I mean, that's what that is.
Make a comment if you want.
And I tried to join the CIA, but I'm not being false about it.
Native talent, and he's attacking my dad as a CIA. His dad's in the CIA or whatever, and I'm like, well, that's no, untrue. Then my father dies, and I learn actually, yeah, was involved in that world. I was completely shocked by it. So no one has to believe me, but that's just a fact.
Right.
Okay, so look, I know a lot of people are not going to want to hear this. That this is what we call Night of the 1,000 Lost Subs. The guy is fucking clearly a professional liar. Like, you just saw that, right? You just saw that. And he sounded completely sincere and credible in both cuts. At that point, somebody who lies that well with that kind of sincerity, that's like an actor, man. We come out of a theater background. It's like an actor. That's a good actor can do that. They get.
Any thoughts?
My thoughts are we already watched this a few times. I don't know if were you around here, Fiddleford? Did you see the parts where we talked about this earlier?
No, he wasn't here. That's why we did it.
I know it's good for him, so I have no thoughts.
I listened in on the part where the argument broke out about I don't want to bring it up, but it was a touchy subject. I was listening in, and then I went and did something, and then I came and hopped on. So I didn't see it.
Okay, no worries.
He sounds scared.
When he wants to talking about a personal touchy subject, he doesn't want to talk about.
No, I don't want to bring it up again.
Oh, right. You don't want to, whatever.
Okay, change the subject. There's a lot of shit we could talk about. There's a lot of shit going on in America.
Yeah.
Shockingly enough.
Tucker Carlson wanted to become part of the CIA, and
he talks about that in that interview. He says let me see if I can
I guess we assume that he's in the CIA because it seems
he is in the CIA.
Technically, we don't have that smoking gun, and I think he knows that. But I think it's stupid to assume that he's telling the truth when he claims that he was not allowed in.
Right.
I feel he's probably fucking grandfathered
because
in.
he went in the CIA.
His father was CIA.
The way
more
you
likely
think he was,
it would be
doesn't mean
easier
he
for
wasn't
him
there.
because of nepotism to be allowed in, even if he shouldn't have been fucking allowed in, right?
Are they jealous that he could do a backflip or something?
It doesn't matter if he
no,
swim.
they're
He's still allowed in the CIA.
CIA
qualified because of nepotism. They act like
EVE
nepotism
Online
has an
is a
impact on
vast
society.
universe.
Sorry, that's back. You want that backstage, or you want that back up? Sorry, I put it backstage. There we go.
I'm trying to find.
This is the thing about how stupid do they think we are, as far as Tucker Carlson, because we're pretty sure that he's CIA. Not going to be able to. When we do the access for information request, they're just going to deny. So there's no point in really looking for the smoking gun. Ultimately, it's just the safest thing to do
I'm
is
looking for
declare him CIA and move on.
Yeah.
But keep tabs
now
on him.
you want to talk about
4 different joint ventures in
Using
Venezuela
CIA
today. And over the past
the missiles hit Tehran at 70.
What was that? Well, until
First
she
of all,
finds her place.
So I was looking for like the CIA. We can look it up, like look up CIA.org, and they look for librarians. They look for historians. They look for scientists. They look for everybody in every aspect.
Any profession
of
imaginable.
Society.
Whatever they need.
Whatever they need. So why would we think he isn't CIA? It don't make no sense.
Only if he's not useful, wherever. If he doesn't play a role that, and that you ask that, that's obviously absurd.
Like it's a fucking
Say that
lie.
he can't be useful to them. Like he plays a massive role that benefits them. The whole thing about him, he's doing interviews with Putin and stuff like that. He played in a very important role mediating the American consciousness in how they navigated that whole situation with them. They know full well the American public's going to be exposed to all kinds of the bullshit they're up to. They need someone like Tucker to rationalize it for these people that want to make America great again.
Why would he apologize to white America but not black America?
To maintain this whatever.
They hate us.
It's the thing about in order to not give them any power, you have to ignore them as long as possible. And then when you can't ignore them anymore, you have to acknowledge
It's a doctrine. It's a doctrine.
They hate their own too. Those under them.
Well, they hate. You're right. They hate their own too. But, and this is why I say black people need to not be in the streets and stay the fuck home, so white people can see how they hate the fuck out of your own too. They don't.
We aren't going to
either.
They're just not going to wake up.
They don't care about you.
They just won't want to see it. That's the thing. It's like
what'll happen is a portion of us will turn on another portion of us, which has already happened. Like with progressives and reactionaries, this has already happened.
Maybe this woman
And
getting shot.
This don't have nothing to do with us. We staying at home.
Epitome example.
And
this is where maybe